Chapter 15. The way of mixing medicines according to the cause of the disease, and parts of the body afflicted. This being indeed the key of the work, I shall be somewhat the more diligent in it. I shall deliver myself thus. 1. To the vulgar. 2. To such as study astrology, or such as study physic astrologically. First, to the vulgar. Kind souls, I am sorry it hath been your hard mishap to have been so long trained in such Egyptian darkness which to your sorrow may be felt. The vulgar road of physic is not my practice, and I am therefore the more unfit to give you advice. I have now published a little book, Galen's Art of Physic, which will fully instruct you, not only in the knowledge of your own bodies, but also in fit medicines to remedy each part of it when afflicted, in the mean season take. 1. With the disease, regard the cause, and the part of the body afflicted. For example, suppose a woman be subject to miscarry, through wind, thus do. 1. Look abortion in the table of diseases, and you shall be directed by that, how many herbs prevent miscarriage. 2. Look wind in the same table, and you shall see how many of these herbs expel wind. These are the herbs medicinal for your grief. 2. In all diseases strengthen the part of the body afflicted. 3. In mixed diseases there lies some difficulty, for sometimes two parts of the body are afflicted with contrary humours, as sometimes the liver is afflicted with choler and water, as when a man hath both the dropsy and the yellow jaundice. And this is usually mortal. In the former, suppose the brain be too cool and moist, and the liver be too hot and dry, thus do. 1. Keep your head outwardly warm. 2. Accustom yourself to the smell of hot herbs. 3. Take a pill that heats the head at night going to bed. 4. In the morning take a decoction that cools the liver, for that quickly passes the stomach, and is at the liver immediately. You must not think, courteous people, that I can spend time to give you examples of all diseases. These are enough to let you see so much light as you without art are able to receive. If I should set you to look at the sun, I should dazzle your eyes, and make you blind. 2. Delay, to such as study astrology, who are the only men I know that are fit to study physic without astrology being like a lamp without oil, you are the men I exceedingly respect. And such documents as my brain can give you at present, being absent from my study, I shall give you. 1. Fortify the body with herbs of the nature of the Lord of the Ascendant. 'Tis no matter whether he be a fortune or infortune in this case. 2. Let your medicine be something antithetical to the Lord of the Sixth. 3. Let your medicine be something of the nature of the sign ascending. 4. If the Lord of the 10th be strong, make use of his medicines. 5. If this cannot well be, make use of the medicines of the light of time. 6. Be sure always to fortify the grieved part of the body by sympathetical remedies. 7. Regard the heart, keep that upon the wheels, because the sun is the foundation of life, and therefore those universal remedies, aurum potable, and the philosopher's stone, cure all diseases by fortifying the heart. The English Physician and Family Dispensatory. An astrologo-physical discourse of the human virtues in the body of man, both principal and administering. Human virtues are either principal for procreation and conservation, or admstrng, for attraction, digestion, retention, or expulsion. Virtues conservative are vital, natural, and animal. By the natural are bred blood, choler, phlegm, and melancholy. The animal virtue is intellective and sensitive. The intellective is imagination, judgment, and memory. The sensitive is common and particular. The particular is seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and feeling. The scope of this discourse is, to preserve in soundness and vigor, the mind and understanding of man. To strengthen the brain, preserve the body in health, to teach a man to be an able co-artificer, or helper of nature, to withstand and expel diseases. I shall touch only the principal faculties both of body and mind, which being kept in a due decorum, preserve the body in health, and the mind in vigor. I shall in this place speak of them only in the general, as they are laid down to your view in the synopsis, in the former pages, and in the same order. Virtue procreative. The first in order, is the virtue procreative, for natural regards not only the conservation of itself, but to beget its like, and conserve in species. The seat of this is the member of generation, and is governed principally by the influence of Venus. It is augmented and increased by the strength of Venus, by her herbs, roots, trees, minerals, and it is diminished and purged by those of Mars, and quite extinguished by those of Saturn. Observe the hour and medicines of Venus, to fortify, of Mars, to cleanse this virtue, of Saturn, to extinguish it. Conservative. The conservative virtue is vital, natural, animal. Vital. The vital spirit hath its residence in the heart, and is dispersed from it by the arteries, and is governed by the influence of the sun. And it is to the body, as the sun is to the creation. As the heart is in the microcosm, so is the sun in the megacosm, for as the sun gives life, light, and motion to the creation, so doth the heart to the body. Therefore it is called soul corporis, as the sun is called seor celi, because their operations are similar. Inimical and destructive to this virtue, are Saturn and Mars. The herbs and plants of soul, wonderfully fortify it. Natural. The natural faculty or virtue resides in the liver, and is generally governed by Jupiter, quasi juvens pater. Its office is to nourish the body, and is dispersed through the body by the veins. From this are bred 4 particular humours, blood, choler, phlegm, and melancholy. Blood is made of meat perfectly concocted, in quality hot and moist, governed by Jupiter. It is by a third concoction transmuted into flesh, the superfluity of it into seed, and its receptacle is the veins, by which it is dispersed through the body. Choler is made of meat more than perfectly concocted, and it is the spume or froth of blood. It clarifies all the humours, heats the body, nourishes the apprehension, as blood doth the judgment. It is in quality hot and dry. Fortifies the attractive faculty, as blood doth the digestive, moves man to activity and valor. Its receptacle is the gall, and it is under the influence of Mars. Phlegm is made of meat not perfectly digested. It fortifies the virtue expulsive, makes the body slippery, fit for ejection. It fortifies the brain by its consimilitude with it. Yet it spoils apprehension by its antipathy to it. It qualifies choler, cools and moistens the heart, thereby sustaining it, and the whole body, from the fiery effects, which continual motion would produce. Its receptacle is the lungs, and is governed by Venus, some say by the moon, perhaps it may be governed by them both. It is cold and moist in quality. Melancholy is the sediment of blood, cold and dry in quality, fortifying the retentive faculty, and memory, makes men sober, solid, and staid, fit for study. Stays the unbridled toys of lustful blood, stays the wandering thoughts, and reduces them home to the center. Its receptacle is in the spleen, and it is governed by Saturn. Of all these humours blood is the chief, all the rest are superfluities of blood, yet are they necessary superfluities, for without any of them, man cannot live. Namely, choler is the fiery superfluities, phlegm, the watery, melancholy, the earthly. Animal. The third principal virtue remains, which is animal. Its residence is in the brain, and Mercury is the general significator of it. Ptolemy held the moon signified the animal virtue, and I am of opinion, both Mercury and the moon dispose it. And my reason is, 1, because both of them in nativities either fortify or impedite it. 2, ill directions to either, or from either are afflicted, as good ones help it. Indeed the moon rules the bulk of it, as also the sensitive part of it, Mercury the rational part, and that's the reason, if in a nativity the moon be stronger than Mercury, sense many times overpowers reason. But if Mercury be strong, and the moon weak, reason will be master ordinarily in despite of sense. It is divided into intellective and sensitive. 1. Intellective. The intellectual resides in the brain, within the pia mater, is governed generally by Mercury. It is divided into imagination, judgment, and memory. Imagination is seated in the forepart of the brain. It is hot and dry in quality, quick, active, always working. It receives vapors from the heart and coins them into thoughts. It never sleeps, but always is working, both when the man is sleeping and waking. Only when judgment is awake it regulates the imagination, which runs at random when judgment is asleep, and forms any thought according to the nature of the vapor sent up to it. Mercury is out of question the disposer of it. A man may easily perceive his judgment asleep before himself many times, and then he shall perceive his thoughts run at random. Judgment always sleeps when men do, imagination never sleeps. Memory sometimes sleeps when men sleep, and sometimes it doth not, so then when memory is awake, and the man asleep, then memory remembers what apprehension coins, and that is a dream, the thoughts would have been the same, if memory had not been awake to remember it. These thoughts are commonly, I mean in sleep, when they are purely natural, framed according to the nature of the humor, called complexion, which is predominate in the body, and if the humor be peccant it is always so. So that it is one of the surest rules to know a man's own complexion, by his dreams, I mean a man void of distractions, or deep studies, this most assuredly shews Mercury to dispose of the imagination, as also because it is mutable, applying itself to any object, as Mercury's nature is to do winky face. For then the imagination will follow its old bent, for if a man be bent upon a business, his apprehension will work as much when he is asleep, and find out as many truths by study, as when the man is awake. And perhaps more too, because then it is not hindered by ocular objects. And thus much for imagination, which is governed by Mercury, and fortified by his influence. And is also strong or weak in man, according as Mercury is strong or weak in the nativity. Judgment is seated in the midst of the brain, to shew that it ought to bear rule over all the other faculties. It is the judge of the little world, to approve of what is good, and reject what is bad. It is the seat of reason, and the guide of actions, so that all failings are committed through its infirmity, it not rightly judging between a real and an apparent good. It is hot and moist in quality, and under the influence of Jupiter. Memory is seated in the hinder cell of the brain, it is the great register to the little world, and its office is to record things either done and past, or to be done. It is in quality cold and dry, melancholic, and therefore generally melancholic men have best memories, and most tenacious every way. It is under the dominion of Saturn, and is fortified by his influence, but purged by the luminaries. 2. Sensitive. The second part of the animal virtue, is sensitive, and it is divided into two parts, common and particular. Common sense is an imaginary term, and that which gives virtue to all the particular senses, and knits and unites them together within the pia mater. It is regulated by Mercury, perhaps this is one reason why men are so fickle-headed, and its office is to preserve a harmony among the senses. Particular senses are 5, viz. Seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and feeling. These senses are united in one, in the brain, by the common sense, but are operatively distinguished into their several seats, and places of residence. The sight resides in the eyes, and particularly in the crystalline humor. It is in quality cold and moist, and governed by the luminaries. They who have them weak in their genesis, have always weak sights, if one of them be so, the weakness possesses but one eye. The hearing resides in the ears. Is in quality, cold and dry, melancholy, and under the dominion of Saturn. The smelling resides in the nose, is in quality hot and dry, choleric, and that is the reason choleric creatures have so good smells, as dogs. It is under the influence of Mars. The taste resides in the palate, which is placed at the root of the tongue on purpose to discern what food is congruous for the stomach, and what not. As the mesaraic veins are placed to discern what nourishment is proper for the liver to convert into blood. In some very few men, and but a few, and in those few, but in few instances these two tasters agree not, and that is the reason some men covet meats that make them sick, viz. The taste craves them, and the mesaraic veins reject them, in quality hot and moist, and is ruled by Jupiter. The feeling is deputed to no particular organ, but is spread abroad, over the whole body. Is of all qualities, hot, cold, dry, and moist, and is the index of all tangible things, for if it were only hot alone, it could not feel a quality contrary, viz. cold, and this might be spoken of other qualities. It is under the dominion of Venus, some say, Mercury, 1,000 to 1, but it is under Mercury. The four administering virtues are, attractive, digestive, retentive, and expulsive. The attractive virtue is hot and dry, hot by quality, active, or principle, and that appears because the fountain of all heat is attractive, viz. the sun. Dry by a quality passive, or an effect of its heat. Its office is to remain in the body, and call for what nature wants. It is under the influence of the sun, say authors, and not under Mars, because he is of a corrupting nature, yet if we cast an impartial eye upon experience, we shall find, that martial men call for meat none of the least. And for drink the most of all other men, although many times they corrupt the body by it, and therefore I see no reason why Mars being of the same quality with the sun, should not have a share in the dominion. It is in vain to object, that the influence of Mars is evil, and therefore he should have no dominion over this virtue, for then 1. By the same rule, he should have no dominion at all in the body of man. 2. All the virtues in man are naturally evil, and corrupted by Adam's fall. This attractive virtue ought to be fortified when the moon is in fiery signs, viz. Aries and Sagittary, but not in Leo, for the sign is so violent, that no physic ought to be given when the moon is there, and why not Leo, seeing that is the most attractive sign of all? And that's the reason such as have it ascending in their genesis, are such greedy eaters. If you cannot stay till the moon be in one of them, let one of them ascend when you administer the medicine. The digestive virtue is hot and moist, and is the principal of them all, the other like handmaids attend it. The attractive virtue draws that which it should digest, and serves continually to feed and supply it. The retentive virtue retains the substance with it, till it be perfectly digested. The expulsive virtue casteth out, expels what is superfluous by digestion. It is under the influence of Jupiter, and fortified by his herbs and plants, and in fortifying it, let your moon be in Gemini, Aquarii, or the first half of Libra, or if matters be come to that extremity, that you cannot stay till that time, let one of them ascend, but both of them together would do better. Always provided that the moon be not in the ascendant. I cannot believe the moon afflicts the ascendant so much as they talk of, if she be well dignified, and in a sign she delights in. The retentive virtue is in quality cold and dry, cold, because the nature of cold is to compress, witness the ice. Dry, because the nature of dryness, is to keep and hold what is compressed. It is under the influence of Saturn, and that is the reason why usually Saturnine men are so covetous and tenacious. In fortifying of it, make use of the herbs and plants, and of Saturn, and let the moon be in Taurus or Virgo. Capricorn is not so good, say authors. I can give no reason for that, neither winky face let not Saturn nor his ill aspect molest the ascendant. The expulsive faculty is cold and moist, cold because that compasses the superfluities, moist, because that makes the body slippery and fit for ejection, and disposes it to it. It is under the dominion of Luna, with whom you may join Venus, because she is of the same nature. Also in whatsoever is before written, of the nature of the planets, take notice, that fixed stars of the same nature, work the same effect. In fortifying this, which ought to be done in all purgations, let the moon be in Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces, or let one of these signs ascend. Although I did what I could throughout the whole book to express myself in such a language as might be understood by all, and therefore avoided terms of art as much as might be, yet, 1. Some words of necessity fall in which need explanation. 2. It would be very tedious at the end of every receipt to repeat over and over again, the way of administration of the receipt, or ordering your bodies after it, or to instruct you in the mixture of medicines. And indeed would do nothing else but stuff the book full of tautology. To answer to both these is my task at this time. To the first, the words which need explaining, such as are obvious to my eye, are these that follow. 1. To distill in balneo mariae, is the usual way of distilling in water. It is no more than to place your glass body which holds the matter to be distilled in a convenient vessel of water, when the water is cold, for fear of breaking, put a wisp of straw, or the like under it, to keep it from the bottom. Then make the water boil, that so the spirit may be distilled forth. Take not the glass out till the water be cold again, for fear of breaking. It is impossible for a man to learn how to do it, unless he saw it done. 2. Manica Hippocrates, Hippocrates' sleeve, is a piece of woolen cloth, new and white, sewed together in form of a sugar loaf. Its use is, to strain any syrup or decoction through, by pouring it into it, and suffering it to run through without pressing or crushing it. 3. Calcination, is a burning of a thing in a crucible or other such convenient vessel that will endure the fire. A crucible is such a thing as goldsmiths melt silver in, and founders metals. You may place it in the midst of the fire, with coals above, below, and on every side of it. 4. Filtration, is straining of a liquid body through a brown paper. Make up the paper in form of a funnel, the which having placed in a funnel, and the funnel and the paper in it in an empty glass, pour in the liquor you would filter. And let it run through at its leisure. 5. Coagulation, is curdling or hardening. It is used in physic for reducing a liquid body to hardness by the heat of the fire. 6. Whereas you find vital, natural, and animal spirits often mentioned in the virtues or receipts, I shall explain what they be, and what their operation is in the body of man. The actions or operations of the animal virtues are, 1. Sensitive, 2. Motive. The sensitive is, 1. External, 2. Internal. The external senses are, 1. Seeing, 2. Hearing, 3. Tasting, 4. Smelling, 5. Feeling. The internal senses are, 1. The imagination, to apprehend a thing. 2. Judgment, to judge of it. 3. Memory, to remember it. The seat of all these is in the brain. The vital spirits proceed from the heart, and cause in man mirth, joy, hope, trust, humanity, mildness, courage, and their opposite, viz. Sadness, fear, care, sorrow, despair, envy, hatred, stubbornness, revenge, and by heat natural or not natural. The natural spirit nourishes the body throughout, as the vital quickens it, and the animal gives it sense and motion. Its office is to alter or concoct food into chili, chili into blood, blood into flesh, to form, engender, nourish, and increase the body. 7. Infusion, is to steep a gross body into one more liquid. 8. Decoction, is the liquor in which anything is boiled. As for the manner of using or ordering the body after any sweating, or purging medicines, or pills, or the like, they will be found in different parts of the work, as also in the next page. The different forms of making up medicines, as some into syrups, others into electuaries, pills, troches, and was partly to please the different palates of people, that so medicines might be more delightful, or at least less burdensome. You may make the mixtures of them in what form you please, only for your better instruction at present, except of these few lines. 1. Consider, that all diseases are cured by their contraries, but all parts of the body maintained by their likes. Then if heat be the cause of the disease, give the cold medicine appropriated to it. If wind, see how many medicines appropriated to that disease expel wind, and use them. 2. Have a care you use not such medicines to one part of your body which are appropriated to another, for if your brain be overheated, and you use such medicines as cool the heart or liver, you may make bad work. 3. The distilled water of any herb you would take for a disease, is a fit mixture for the syrup of the same herb, or to make any electuary into a drink, if you affect such liquid medicines best. If you have not the distilled water, make use of the decoction. 4. Diseases that lie in the parts of the body remote from the stomach and bowels, it is in vain to think to carry away the cause at once, and therefore you had best do it by degrees. Pills, and such like medicines which are hard in the body, are fittest for such a business, because they are longest before they digest. 5. Use no strong medicines. If weak will serve the turn, you had better take one too weak by half, than too strong in the least. 6. Consider the natural temper of the part of the body afflicted, and maintain it in that, else you extinguish nature, as the heart is hot, the brain cold, or at least the coldest part of the body. 7. Observe this general rule. That such medicines as are hot in the first degree are most habitual to our bodies, because they are just of the heat of our blood. 8. All opening medicines, and such as provoke urine or the menses, or break the stone, may most conveniently be given in white wine, because white wine of itself is of an opening nature, and cleanses the veins. 9. Let all such medicines as are taken to stop fluxes or looseness, be taken before meat, about an hour before, more or less, that so they may strengthen the digestion and retentive faculty, before the food come into the stomach. But such as are subject to vomit up their meat, let them take such medicines as stay vomiting presently after meat, at the conclusion of their meals, that so they may close up the mouth of the stomach. And that is the reason why usually men eat a bit of cheese after meat, because by its sourness and binding it closes the mouth of the stomach, thereby staying belching and vomiting. 10. In taking purges be very careful, and that you may be so, observe these rules. 1. Consider what the humor offending is, and let the medicine be such as purges that humor, else you will weaken nature, not the disease. 2. Take notice, if the humor you would purge out be thin, then gentle medicines will serve the turn, but if it be tough and viscous, then such medicines as are cutting and opening, the night before you would take the purge. 3. In purging tough humors, forbear as much as may be such medicines as leave a binding quality behind them. 4. Have a care of taking purges when your body is astringent. Your best way, is first to open it by a clyster. 5. In taking opening medicines, you may safely take them at night, eating but a little supper 3 or 4 hours before, and the next morning drinking a draught of warm posset drink, and you need not fear to go about your business. In this manner you may take lenitive electuary, diacatholicon, pulp of cassia, and the like gentle electuaries, as also all pills that have neither diagridium nor colocynthis, in them. But all violent purges require a due ordering of the body. Such ought to be taken in the morning after you are up, and not to sleep after them before they are done working, at least before night. 2 hours after you have taken them, drink a draught of warm posset drink, or broth. And 6 hours after eat a bit of mutton, often walking about the chamber. Let there be a good fire in the chamber, and stir not out of the chamber till the purge have done working, or not till next day. Lastly, take sweating medicines when you are in bed, covered warm, and in the time of your sweating drink posset drink as hot as you can. If you sweat for a fever, boil sorrel and red sage in your posset drink, sweat an hour or longer if your strength will permit, then, the chamber being kept very warm, shift yourself all but your head. About which, the cap which you sweat in being still kept on, wrap a napkin very hot, to repel the vapors back. I confess these, or many of these directions may be found in one place of the book or other, and I delight as little to write tautology as another, but considering it might make for the public good, I inserted them in this place, if, notwithstanding, any will be so mad as to do themselves a mischief, the fault is not mine. Roots. Acanths, Branchi ursini. Of bear's breech, or brancarcine, it is meanly hot and dry, helps aches and numbness of the joints, and is of a binding quality, good for wounds and broken bones. Dioscoride saith, they are profitable for ruptures, or such as are bursen, or burnt with fire, a dram of the root in powder being taken in the morning fasting, in a decoction made with the same root and water. Acari, Veri, Peregrini, Vulgaris, and C. Calamus aromaticus. I shall not speak concerning the several sorts of it, one of which is water flag, or flower de luce, which is hot and dry in the 2nd degree, binds, strengthens, stops fluxes of the belly, and immoderate flowing of the menses. A dram being taken in red wine every morning. Allium. Garlic. It is hot and dry in the 4th degree, breeds corrupt blood, yet is an enemy to all poisons, and such as are bitten by cold venomous beasts, viz. adders, toads, spiders, and it provokes urine, and expels wind. Alkali. Of privet. See the leaves. Alfei. Of marshmallows, are meanly hot, of a digesting, softening nature, ease pains, help bloody fluxes, the stone, and gravel. Being bruised and boiled in milk, and the milk drank, is a good remedy for gripings of the belly, and the bloody flux. If a fever accompany the disease, boil a handful of common mallow leaves with a handful of these roots. Angelici. Of angelica. Is hot and dry in the 3rd degree, strengthens the heart, and is good against pestilence and poison, half a dram taken in the morning fasting. Anchuzi. Of alkanet, cold and dry, binding, good for old ulcers. Anthary. A foreign root, the counterpoison for monkshood, it is an admirable remedy for the wind colic, and resists poison. Api. Of smallage. See the barks. Aristolochii. Of birthwort. Of which are 3 sorts, long, round, and climbing, all hot and dry in the 3rd degree. The long, being drank in wine, brings away both birth and afterbirth, and whatsoever a careless midwife hath left behind. Dioscorides, Galen. The round, being drank with wine, helps, besides the former, stuffings of the lungs, hardness of the spleen, ruptures, convulsions, both of them resist poison. I never read any use of the climbing birthwort. Artanity, cyclominus, and or sowbread. Hot and dry in the 3rd degree, a most violent purge, dangerous, outwardly applied to the place, it profits much in the bitings of venomous beasts, also being hung about women in labor, it causes speedy deliverance. See the herb. Arundines, valenorii, and saccharini. Of common reeds and sugar reeds. The roots of common reeds applied to the place draw out thorns, and ease sprains. The ashes of them mixed with vinegar, take scurf, or dandruff off from the head, and prevent the falling off of the hair, they are hot and dry in the 2nd degree, according to Galen. I never read any virtue of the root of sugar cane. Ari, and of cacao points, or wake robin, hot and dry in the 3rd degree, I know no great good they do inwardly taken, unless to play the rogue withal, or make sport, outwardly applied, they take off scurf, morphew, or freckles from the face. Clear the skin, and ease the pains of the gout. Asclepiades, vincitoxici. Of swallowwort, hot and dry, good against poison, and gripings of the belly, as also against the bitings of mad dogs, taken inwardly. Aceri. Of asrabaca, the roots are a safer purge than the leaves, and not so violent, they purge by vomit, stool, and urine, they are profitable for such as have agues, dropsies, stoppings of the liver, or spleen, green sickness. Asparagi. Of asparagus, or spurge, they are temperate in quality, opening, they provoke urine, and cleanse the reins and bladder, being boiled in white wine, and the wine drank. Asphodeli, hasty regii foam. Of king's spear, or female asphodel. I know no physical use of the roots, probably there is, for I do not believe God created anything of no use. Asphodeli, albusi, murus. Of male asphodel. Hot and dry in the 2nd degree, inwardly taken, they provoke vomit, urine, and the menses, outwardly used in ointments, they cause hair to grow, cleanse ulcers, and take away morphew and freckles from the face. Bardani, and of burr, clot burr, or burdock, temperately hot and dry. Help such as spit blood and matter, bruised and mixed with salt and applied to the place, helps the bitings of mad dogs. It expels wind, eases pains of the teeth, strengthens the back, helps the running of the reins, and the whites, being taken inwardly. Dioscorides, Apuleius. Behen. Alb. Rub. Of valerian, white and red. Meju, serapio, and other Arabians, say they are hot and moist in the latter end of the first, or beginning of the second degree, and comfort the heart, stir up lust. The Grecians held them to be dry in the second degree, that they stop fluxes, and provoke urine. Belidis. Of daces. See the leaves. Beeti, nigri, albi, rubri. Of beets, black, white, and red. As for black beets I have nothing to say, I doubt they are as rare as black swans. The red beet root boiled and preserved in vinegar, makes a fine, cool, pleasing, cleansing, digesting sauce. See the leaves. Bistorti, andk. Of bistort, or snakeweed, cold and dry in the third degree, binding, half a dram at a time taken inwardly, resists pestilence and poison, helps ruptures and bruises, stays fluxes, vomiting, and immoderate flowing of the menses. Helps inflammations and soreness of the mouth, and fastens loose teeth, being bruised and boiled in white wine, and the mouth washed with it. Boragines. Of borage, hot and moist in the first degree, cheers the heart, helps drooping spirits. Dioscorides. Bryony, andk. Of bryony both white and black, they are both hot and dry, some say in the third degree, and some say but in the first. They purge phlegm and watery humours, but they trouble the stomach much, they are very good for dropsies. The white is most in use, and is good for the fits of the mother, both of them externally used, take away freckles, sunburning, and morphew from the face, and cleanse filthy ulcers. It is but a churlish purge, but being let alone, can do no harm. Buglossy. Of bugloss, its virtues are the same with borage, and the roots of either seldom used. Bulbus vomitorius. A vomiting root, I never read of it elsewhere by this general name. Calami aromatici. Of aromatical reed, or sweet garden flag, it provokes urine, strengthens the lungs, helps bruises, resists poison, and being taken inwardly in powder, the quantity of half a dram at a time. You may mix it with syrup of violets, if your body be feverish. Caparum. Capar roots. Are hot and dry in the second degree, cutting and cleansing, they provoke menses, help malignant ulcers, ease the toothache, assuage swelling, and help the rickets. See oil of capers. Caryophyllidie, and of avens, or herb bennet. The roots are dry, and something hot, of a cleansing quality, they keep garments from being moth-eaten. See the leaves. Coleum. Of colewort. I know nothing the roots are good for, but only to bear the herbs and flowers. Centaurii majoris. Of centauri the greater. The roots help such as are bursin, such as spit blood, shrinking of sinews, shortness of wind, coughs, convulsions, cramps, half a dram in powder being taken inwardly either in muscadel, or in a decoction of the same roots. They are either not at all, or very scarce in England, our centauri is the small centuary. Sipo. Of onions. Are hot and dry, according to Galen, in the fourth degree, they cause dryness, and are extremely hurtful for choleric people, they breed but little nourishment, and that little is not, they are bad meat, yet good physic for phlegmatic people. They are opening, and provoke urine in the menses, if cold be the cause obstructing, bruised and outwardly applied, they cure the bitings of mad dogs, roasted and applied, they help boils, and apostiums, raw, they take the fire out of burnings. But ordinarily eaten, they cause headache, spoil the sight, dull the senses, and fill the body full of wind. Chameleontis albi nigri, and of chameleon, white and black. Tragus calls the carline thistle by the name of white chameleon, the root whereof is hot in the second degree, and dry in the third, it provokes sweat, kills worms, resists pestilence and poison. It is given with success in pestilential fevers, helps the toothache by being chewed in the mouth, opens the stoppings of the liver and spleen, provokes urine, and the menses, give but little of it at a time, by reason of its heat. As for the black chameleon, all physicians hold it to have a kind of venomous quality, and unfit to be used inwardly. Galen, Clusius, Nicander, Dioscorides, and Eugenita. Outwardly in ointments, it is profitable for scabs, morphew, tetters, and all things that need cleansing. Chelidonage majores, minores. Of celandine, the greater and lesser, the greater is that which we usually call celandine. The root is hot and dry, cleansing and scouring, proper for such as have the yellow jaundice. It opens obstructions of the liver, being boiled in white wine. And the decoctions drank. And if chewed in the mouth it helps the toothache. Celandine the lesser is that which usually we call pilewort, which with us is hot in the first degree. The juice of the root mixed with honey and snuffed up in the nose, purges the head, helps the hemorrhoids or piles being bathed with it, as also doth the root only carried about one, being made into an ointment. It helps the king's evil or scrofula. China, wonderfully extenuates and dries, provokes sweat, resists putrefaction, it strengthens the liver, helps the dropsy, malignant ulcers, leprosy, itch, and venereal, and is profitable in diseases coming of fasting. It is commonly used in diet drinks for the premises. Cicorii. Of succory. Cool and dry in the second degree, strengthens the liver and veins, it opens obstructions, stoppings in the liver and spleen, being boiled in white wine in the decoction drank. Colchicii. Of meadow saffron. The roots are held to be hurtful to the stomach, therefore I let them alone. Consolidi, majores, minores. Consolida major, is that which we ordinarily call comfrey. It is of a cold quality, yet pretty temperate, so glutinous, that, according to Dioscorides, they will join meat together that is cut in sunder, if they be boiled with it. It is excellent for all wounds, both internal and external, for spitting of blood, ruptures, or burstness, pains in the back, it strengthens the reins, it stops the menses, and helps hemorrhoids. The way to use them is to boil them in water and drink the decoction. Consolida minor, is that we call self-heal, and the Latins prunella. See the herb. Costi utriusque. Of costus both sorts being roots coming from beyond sea, hot and dry, break wind, being boiled in oil, it is held to help the gout by anointing the grieved place with it. Cucumeris agrestis. Of wild cucumber roots. They purge phlegm, and that with such violence, that I would advise the country man that knows not how to correct them, to let them alone. Cineri, and of artichokes. The roots purge by urine, whereby the rank savour of the body is much amended. Cynoglossi, and of hound's tongue, cold and dry, being roasted and laid to the fundament, helps the hemorrhoids, is also good for burnings and scaldings. Curcumin. Of turmeric, hot in the third degree, opens obstructions, is profitable against the yellow jaundice, and cold distemper of the liver and spleen, half a dram being taken at night going to bed in the pulp of a roasted apple. And if you add a little saffron to it, it will be the better by far. Cyperiutriusque, longi, rotundi. Of cypress grass, or English galanga, both sorts, long and round, is of a warm nature, provokes urine, breaks the stone, provokes the menses. The ashes of them, being burnt, are used for ulcers in the mouth, cankers, and dosi. Of carrots. Are moderately hot and moist, breed but little nourishment, and are windy. Dentaria majores, and of toothwort, toothed violets, or coralwort, they are drying, binding, and strengthening, are good to ease pains in the sides and bowels, also being boiled, the decoction is said to be good to wash green wounds and ulcers with. Dictyamni. Of dittany, is hot and dry in the third degree, hastens travail in women, provokes the menses. See the leaves. Duronici. Of Duronicum, a supposed kind of wolf's bane, it is hot and dry in the third degree, strengthens the heart, is a sovereign cordial, and preservative against the pestilence, it helps the vertigo or swimming of the head. Is admirable against the bitings of venomous beasts, and such as have taken too much opium, as also for lethargies, the juice helps hot rheums in the eyes. A scruple of the root in powder is enough to take at one time. Dracontii, dracunculi. Diverse authors attribute diverse herbs to this name. It is most probable that they mean dragons, the roots of which cleanse mightily, and take away proud, or dead flesh. The very smell of them is hurtful for pregnant women. Outwardly in ointments, they take away scurf, morphew, and sunburning. I would not wish any, unless very well read in physic, to take them inwardly. Mathiolus, Dioscorides. Ebule. Of dwarf elder, walwort, or danewort. Hot and dry in the 3rd degree, the roots are as excellent a purge for the dropsy as any under the sun. You may take a dram or 2 drams, if the patient be strong, in white wine at a time. Ekage. Of viper's bugloss, or wild bugloss. This root is cold and dry, good for such as are bitten by venomous beasts, either being boiled in wine and drank, or bruised and applied to the place. Being boiled in wine and drank, it increaseth milk in nurses. Ellebori, veratri, albi nigri. Of hellebore white and black. The root of white hellebore, or sneezewort, being grated and snuffed up the nose, causeth sneezing, kills rats and mice being mixed with their meat. Black hellebore, bear's foot or Christmas flower, both this and the former are hot and dry in the 3rd degree. This is neither so violent nor dangerous as the former. Ennuli campani hellenage. Of elecampane. It is hot and dry in the 3rd degree, wholesome for the stomach, resists poison, helps old coughs, and shortness of breath, helps ruptures, and provokes lust. In ointments, it is good against scabs and itch. Endive, endk. Of endive, garden endive, which is the root here specified, is held to be somewhat colder, though not so dry and cleansing as that which is wild. It cools hot stomachs, hot livers, amends the blood corrupted by heat, and therefore is good in fevers. It cools the reins, and therefore prevents the stone. It opens obstructions, and provokes urine. You may bruise the root. And boil it in white wine, 'tis very harmless. Eringage. Of eringo or sea holly, the roots are moderately hot, something drying and cleansing, bruised and applied to the place. They help the scrofula, or disease in the throat called the king's evil. They break the stone, increase seed, stir up lust, provoke the terms, and Esili, majores, minores. Of spurge the greater and lesser, they are both, taken inwardly, too violent for common use. Outwardly in ointments they cleanse the skin, take away sunburning. Phyllisis, and fern, of which are 2 grand distinctions, viz. Male and female. Both are hot and dry, and good for the rickets in children, and diseases of the spleen, but dangerous for pregnant women. Philopenguli. Of dropwort. The roots are hot and dry in the 3rd degree, opening, cleansing, yet somewhat binding. They provoke urine, ease pains in the bladder, and are a good preservative against the falling sickness. Funiculi. Of fennel. The root is hot and dry, some say in the 3rd degree, opening. It provokes urine, and menses, strengthens the liver, and is good against the dropsy. Fraxini. Of ash tree. I know no great virtues in physic of the roots. Galangi, majores, minores. Galanga, commonly called galingal, the greater and lesser, they are hot and dry in the 3rd degree, and the lesser are accounted the hotter. It strengthens the stomach exceedingly, and takes away the pains thereof coming of cold or wind. The smell of it strengthens the brain, it relieves faint hearts, takes away windiness of the womb, heats the reins, and provokes amorous diseases. You may take half a dram at a time. Mathiolus. Gentiana. Of gentian. Some call it fellwort, and bald money. It is hot, cleansing, and scouring, a notable counterpoison. It opens obstructions, helps the biting of venomous beasts, and mad dogs, helps digestion, and clean set the body of raw humors. The root is profitable for ruptures, or such as are bursen. Glycyrrhizae. Of licorice. The best that is grows in England. It is hot and moist in temperature, helps the roughness of the windpipe, hoarseness, diseases in the kidneys and bladder, and ulcers in the bladder. It concocts raw humors in the stomach. Helps difficulty of breathing, is profitable for all salt humors, the root dried and beaten into powder, and the powder put into the eye, is a special remedy for a pin and web. Gramineous. Of grass, such as in London they call couch grass, and switchgrass, in Sussex dog grass. It gallantly provokes urine, and easeth the kidneys oppressed with gravel, gripings of the belly, and difficulty of urine. Let such as are troubled with these diseases, drink a draught of white wine, wherein these roots, being bruised, have been boiled, for their morning's draught, bruised and applied to the place, they speedily help green wounds. Galen, Dioscorides. Hermodactyli. Of hermodactyls. They are hot and dry, purge phlegm, especially from the joints, therefore are good for gouts, and other diseases in the joints. Their vices are corrected with long pepper, ginger, cinnamon, or mastic. I would not have unskilful people too busy with purges. Hyacinthe. Of jacinths. The roots are dry in the first degree, and cold in the second, they stop looseness, bind the belly. Iridis, vulgaris, and Florentine, and Orris, or flower de luce, both that which grows with us, and that which comes from Florence. They are hot and dry in the third degree, resist poison, help shortness of the breath, provoke the menses. The root being green and bruised, takes away blackness and blueness of a stroke, being applied thereto. Imperatorii, and of masterwort. The root is hot and dry in the third degree. Mitigates the rigor of agues, helps dropsies, provokes sweat, breaks carbuncles, and plague sores, being applied to them, it is very profitable being given inwardly in bruises. Isotidis, glasti. Of woad. I know no great physical virtue in the root. See the herb. Labri veneris, dipsaceae. Fuller's thistle, teasel. The root being boiled in wine till it be thick, quoth Dioscorides, helps by unction the clefts of the fundament, as also takes away warts and wens. Galen saith, they are dry in the second degree, and I take it all authors hold them to be cold and dry. Unslacked lime beaten into powder, and mixed with black soap, takes away a when being anointed with it. Lactuci. Of lettuce. I know no physical virtue residing in the roots. Lori. Of the bay tree. The bark of the root drunk with wine, provokes urine, breaks the stone, opens obstructions of the liver and spleen. But according to Dioscorides is not for pregnant women. Galen. Lapithae acuti, oxalapathy. Sorrel, according to Galen, but sharp-pointed dock, according to Dioscorides. The roots of sorrel are held to be profitable against the jaundice. Of sharp-pointed dock, cleanse, and help scabs and itch. Levistici. Of lovage. They are hot and dry, and good for any diseases coming of wind. Lilajulbi. Of white lilies. The root is something hot and dry, helps burnings, softens the womb, provokes the menses, if boiled in wine, is given with good success in rotten fevers, pestilences, and all diseases that require suppuration, outwardly applied. It helps ulcers in the head, and amends the ill color of the face. Malvo. Of mallows. They are cool and digesting, resist poison, and help corrosions, or gnawing of the bowels, or any other part, as also ulcers in the bladder. See marshmallows. Mandragora. Of mandrakes. A root dangerous for its coldness, being cold in the fourth degree, the root is dangerous. Mecoacani. Of Macoaca. It is corrected with cinnamon, is temperate yet drying, purges phlegm chiefly from the head and joints, it is good for old diseases in the head, and may safely be given even to feverish bodies. Because of its temperature, it is also profitable against coughs and pains in the reins. As also against venereal complaints, the strong may take a dram at a time. May, and Spignal. The roots are hot and dry in the second or third degree, and send up unwholesome vapors to the head. Mezerii, and of spurge, olive, or widow whale. See the herb, if you think it worth the seeing. Marorum celsi. Of mulberry tree. The bark of the root is bitter, hot and dry, opens stoppings of the liver and spleen, purges the belly, and kills worms, boiled in vinegar, helps the toothache. Morsus diaboli, succisi, and devil's bit. See the herb. Norpi spicae, indicae, celticae, and of spikenard, Indian, and Celtic. Celtic nard wonderfully provokes urine. They are both hot and dry. The Indian also provokes urine and stops fluxes, helps windiness of the stomach, resists the pestilence, helps gnawing pains of the stomach, and dries up rheums that molest the head. The Celtic spikenard performs the same offices, though in a weaker measure. Nenuphoris, nymphae. Of water lilies. They are cold and dry, and stop lust. I never dived so deep to find what virtue the roots have. Anonidus, Aresti bovis, and of Kamak, or rest harrow, so called because it makes oxen stand still when they are plowing. The roots are hot and dry in the 3rd degree, it breaks the stone, viz. the bark of it. The root itself, according to Pliny, helps the falling sickness, according to Matthiolus, helps ruptures. You may take half a dram at a time. Ostrutage. Masterwort, given once before under the name of Imperatoria. But I have something else to do than to write one thing twice as they did. Pastinati, sativi, and silvestris. Garden and wild parsnips. They are of a temperate quality, inclining something to heat. The garden parsnips provoke lust, and nourish as much and more too, than any root ordinarily eaten. The wild are more physical, being cutting, cleansing, and opening. They resist the bitings of venomous beasts, ease pains and stitches in the sides, and are a sovereign remedy against the wind colic. Pentaphyli. Of cinquefill, commonly called 5-leaved, or 5-fingered grass, the root is very drying, but moderately hot. It is admirable against all fluxes, and stops blood flowing from any part of the body. It helps infirmities of the liver and lungs. Helps putrefied ulcers of the mouth. The root boiled in vinegar is good against the shingles, and appeases the rage of any fretting sores. You may safely take half a dram at a time in any convenient liquor. Potacity. Of butterbur. The roots are hot and dry in the 2nd degree. They are exceeding good in violent and pestilential fevers. They provoke the menses, expel poison, and kill worms. Posidani, Funiculi porcini. Of sulphurwort, hog's fennel, or horsestrange. It is very good applied to the navels of children that stick out, and ruptures, held in the mouth. It is a present remedy for the fits of the mother. Being taken inwardly, it gives speedy deliverance to women in travail, and brings away the placenta. Peonio, maris, foameli. Of peony male and female. They are meanly hot, but more drying. The root helps women not sufficiently purged after travail. It provokes the menses, and helps pains in the belly, as also in the reins and bladder, falling sickness, and convulsions in children, being either taken inwardly, or hung about their necks. You may take half a dram at a time, and less for children. Fu, Valerini, Majoris, Minoris. Valerian, or Setwall, greater and lesser. They are temperately hot. The greater provokes urine in the menses, helps the strangury, stays rheums in the head, and takes away the pricking pains thereof. The lesser resist poison, assuages the swelling of the testicles, coming either through wind or cold, helps cold taken after sweating or labor, wind colic. Outwardly it draws out thorns, and cures both wounds and ulcers. Pimpinelli, and of Burnet. It doth this good, to bring forth a gallant physical herb. Plantagenes. Of plantain. The root is something drier than the leaf, but not so cold. It opens stoppages of the liver, helps the jaundice, and ulcers of the reins and bladder. A little bit of the root being eaten, instantly stays pains in the head, even to admiration. Polypotage. Of polypodium, or fern of the oak. It is a gallant though gentle purger of melancholy. Also in the opinion of Meju, as famous a physician as ever I read for a gale nist, it dries up superfluous humours, takes away swellings from the hands, feet, knees, and joints, stitches and pains in the sides, infirmities of the spleen, rickets. Correct it with a few anise seeds, or fennel seeds, or a little ginger, and then the stomach will not loathe it. Your best way of taking it, is to bruise it well, and boil it in white wine till half be consumed. You may put in much, or little, according to the strength of the diseased. It works very safely. Polygonati, Sigilli Solomonis, and of Solomon's seal. Stamped and boiled in wine it speedily helps, being drank, all broken bones, and is of incredible virtue that way. As also being stamped and applied to the place, it soon heals all wounds, and quickly takes away the black and blue marks of blows, being bruised and applied to the place, and for these, I am persuaded there is not a better medicine under the sun. Pori. Of leeks. They say they are hot and dry in the 4th degree. They breed ill-favoured nourishment at the best, they spoil the eyes, heat the body, cause troublesome sleep, and are noisome to the stomach, yet are they good for something else. For the juice of them dropped into the ears takes away the noise of them, mixed with a little vinegar and snuffed up the nose, it stays the bleeding of it. They are better of the two boiled than raw. But both ways exceedingly hurtful for ulcers in the bladder, and so are onions and garlic. Prunellorum sylvestrium. Of slow bush, or slow tree. I think the college set this amongst the roots only for fashion's sake, and I did it because they did. Pyrethri salivaris, and Pellitory of Spain. It is hot and dry in the 4th degree, chewed in the mouth, it draws away rheum in the toothache, bruised and boiled in oil, it provokes sweat by unction, inwardly taken, they say it helps palsies and other cold effects in the brain and nerves. Ropontici, Ropontic, or rhubarb of Pontus. It takes away windiness and weakness of the stomach, sighings, sobbings, spittings of blood, diseases of the liver and spleen, rickets, and if you take a dram at a time it will purge a little, but bind much, and therefore fit for foul bodies that have fluxes. Rhubarbery. Of rhubarb. It gently purges choler from the stomach and liver, opens stoppings, withstands the dropsy, hypochondriac melancholy. A little boiling takes away the virtue of it, and therefore it is best given by infusion only. If your body be anything strong, you may take 2 drams of it at a time, being sliced thin and steeped all night in white wine, in the morning strain it out and drink the white wine. It purges but gently, it leaves a binding quality behind it, therefore dried a little by the fire and beaten into powder, it is usually given in fluxes. Raffinii, Domestico and Sylvestris. Of radishes, garden and wild. Garden radishes provoke urine, break the stone, and purge by urine exceedingly, yet breed very bad blood, are offensive to the stomach, and hard of digestion, hot and dry in quality. Wild, or horse radishes, such as grow in ditches, are hotter and drier than the former, and more effectual. Rhodi rad rose root. Stamped and applied to the head it mitigates the pains thereof, being somewhat cool in quality. Rhubarbery monachorum. Monk's rhubarb, or bastard rhubarb, it also purges, and cleanses the blood, and opens obstructions of the liver. Rubii tinctorum. Of madder. It is both drying and binding, yet not without some opening quality, for it helps the yellow jaundice, and therefore opens obstructions of the liver and gall. It is given with good success, to such as have had bruises by falls, stops looseness, the hemorrhoids, and the menses. Russie. Of neholly or butcher's broom, or bruscus. They are meanly hot and dry, provoke urine, break the stone, and help such as cannot evacuate urine freely. Use them like grass roots. Sambuci. Of elder. I know no wonders the root will do. Sarsaparillii. Of sarsaparilla, or bindweed. Somewhat hot and dry, helpful against pains in the head, and joints, they provoke sweat, and are used familiarly in drying diet drinks. Satyrige utriusque. Of satyrian, each sort. They are hot and moist in temper, provoke venery, and increase seed. Each branch bears 2 roots, both spongy, yet the one more solid than the other, which is of most virtue, and indeed only to be used, for some say the most spongy root is quite contrary in operation to the other, as the one increaseth, the other decreaseth. Saxifragii albi. Of white saxifrage, in Sussex we call them lady smocks. The roots powerfully break the stone, expel wind, provoke urine, and cleanse the reins. Sanguisorbi. A kind of burnet. Scabiosa. Of scabious. The roots either boiled, or beaten into powder, and so taken, help such as are extremely troubled with scabs and itch, are medicinal in the French disease, hard swellings, inward wounds, being of a drying, cleansing, and healing faculty. Scordage. Of scordium, or water germander. See the herb. Scilly. Of squills. See vinegar, and wine of squills, in the compound. Scrofularii, and of figwort. The roots being of the same virtue with the herb, I refer you thither. Scorzoneri. Of viper's grass. The root cheers the heart and strengthens the vital spirits, resists poison, helps passions and tremblings of the heart, faintness, sadness, and melancholy, opens stoppings of the liver and spleen, provokes the menses. Ease women of the fits of the mother, and helps swimmings in the head. Cecilios. Of Cecily, or heartwort. The roots provoke urine, and help the falling sickness. Cicari, secacle. Of surets. They are hot and moist, of good nourishment, something windy, as all roots are. By reason of which, they provoke venery, they stir up appetite, and provoke urine. Skonky. Of sow thistles. See the herb. Spiny albi, bidegar. The Arabians called Our Lady's thistles by that name. The roots of which are drying and binding, stop fluxes, bleeding, take away cold swellings, and ease the pains of the teeth. Spatulae foetidi. Stinking gladen, a kind of flower de luce, called so for its unsavory smell. It is hot and dry in the 3rd degree, outwardly they help the king's evil, soften hard swellings, draw out broken bones, inwardly taken, they help convulsions, ruptures, bruises, infirmities of the lungs. Tamarici. Of tamaris. See the herbs, and barks. Tanaceae. Of tansy. The root eaten, is a singular remedy for the gout, the rich may bestow the cost to preserve it. Besai, and a venomous foreign root, therefore no more of it. Tormentilli. Of tormentil. A kind of cinquefoil, dry in the 3rd degree, but moderately hot, good in pestilences, provokes sweat, stays vomiting, cheers the heart, expels poison. Trifoliage. Of trefoil. See the herb. Tribuli aquatici. Of water caltrops. The roots lie too far under water for me to reach to. Trichelage. Of throatwort, by some called Canterbury bells, by some Coventry bells. They help diseases and ulcers in the throat. Trinitatis herbi. Heartsease, or pansies. I know no great virtue they have. Tunicis. I shall tell you the virtue when I know what it is. Tripolage. The root purges phlegm, expels poison. Turbith. The root purges phlegm, being hot in the 3rd degree, chiefly from the exterior parts of the body, it is corrected with ginger, or mastic. Let not the vulgar be too busy with it. Tubernum. Or toadstools. Whether these be roots or no, it matters not much, for my part one know but little need of them either in food or physic. Victorialis. A foreign kind of garlic. They say, being hung about the neck of cattle that are blind suddenly, it helps them. And defends those that bear it, from evil spirits. Swallowwort and teasels were handled before. Omerii, regini, prati, and mead sweet. Cold and dry, binding, stops fluxes, and the immoderate flowing of the menses, you may take a dram at a time. Urticae. Of nettles. See the leaves. Zetoarii. Of zetoarii, or setwall. This and Zurambet, according to Rhasis, and Meju, are all one. Avicenna thinks them different, I hold with Meju. Indeed they differ in form, for the one is long, the other round, they are both hot and dry in the second degree, expel wind, resist poison, stop fluxes, and the menses, stay vomiting, help the colic, and kill worms. You may take half a dram at a time. Zingiberis. Of ginger. Helps digestion, warms the stomach, clears the sight, and is profitable for old men, heats the joints, and therefore is profitable against the gout, expels wind. It is hot and dry in the second degree. Barks. A pill rad. Of the roots of smallage. Take notice here, that the barks both of this root, as also of parsley, fennel, and is all of the root which is in use, neither can it properly be called bark, for it is all the root, the hard pith in the middle excepted, which is always thrown away, when the roots are used. It is something hotter and drier than parsley, and more medicinal, it opens stoppings, provokes urine, helps digestion, expels wind, and warms a cold stomach, use them like grass roots. Avalinarum. Of hazel. The rind of the tree provokes urine, breaks the stone, the husks and shells of the nuts, dried and given in powder, stay the immoderate flux of the menses. Orantiarum. Of oranges. Both these, and also lemons and citrons, are of different qualities, the outward bark, viz. What looks red, is hot and dry, the white is cold and moist, the juice colder than it, the seeds hot and dry. The outward bark is that which here I am to speak to, it is somewhat hotter than either that of lemons or citrons, therefore it warms a cold stomach more, and expels wind better, but strengthens not the heart so much. Berber, and barberries. The rind of the tree according to Cloesius, being steeped in wine, and the wine drank, purges choler, and is a singular remedy for the yellow jaundice. Boil it in white wine and drink it. See the directions at the beginning. Cassia lignea, and it is something more oily than cinnamon, yet the virtues being not much different, I refer you thither. Capparis rad. Of caper roots. See the roots. Castanerum. Of chestnuts. The bark of the chestnut tree is dry and binding, and stops fluxes. Cinnamonum. Cinnamon, and Cassia lignea, are hot and dry in the second degree, strengthens the stomach, help digestion, cause a sweet breath, resist poison, provoke urine, and the menses, cause speedy delivery in women to travail. Help coughs and defluxions of humors upon the lungs, dropsy, and difficulty of urine. In ointments it takes away red pimples, and the like deformities from the face. There is scarce a better remedy for women in labor, than a dram of cinnamon newly beaten into powder, and taken in white wine. Citrage. Of palm citrons. The outward pill, which I suppose is that which is meant here, it strengthens the heart, resists poison, amends a stinking breath, helps digestion, comforts a cold stomach. Ebuli rad. Of the roots of dwarf elder, or wallwort. See the herbs. Enuli. Of elecampane. See the roots. Esseli rad. See the roots. Fabarum. Of beans. Bean cods, or pods, as we in Sussex call them, being bruised, the ashes are a sovereign remedy for aches in the joints, old bruises, gouts, and sciaticas. Funiculi rad. Of fennel roots. See the roots, and remember the observation given in smallage at the beginning of the barks. Fraxini rad. Of the bark of ash tree roots. The bark of the tree, helps the rickets, is moderately hot and dry, stays vomiting. Being burnt, the ashes made into an ointment, helps leprosy and other deformity of the skin, eases pains of the spleen. You may lay the bark to steep in white wine for the rickets, and when it hath stood so for 2 or 3 days, let the diseased child drink now and then a spoonful of it. Granatorum. Of pomegranates. The rind cools, and forcibly binds, stays fluxes, and the menses, helps digestion, strengthens weak stomachs, fastens the teeth, and are good for such whose gums waste. You may take a dram of it at a time inwardly. Pomegranate flowers are of the same virtue. Gatrajasi. See the wood. Juglandium virid. Of green walnuts. As for the outward green bark of walnuts, I suppose the best time to take them is before the walnuts be shelled at all. And then you may take nuts and all, if they may properly be called nuts at such a time, you shall find them exceeding comfortable to the stomach, they resist poison, and are a most excellent preservative against the plague. Inferior to none, they are admirable for such as are troubled with consumptions of the lungs. Lauri. Of the bay tree. See the root. Limonum. Of lemons. The outward peel is of the nature of citron, but helps not so effectually. However, let the poor country man that cannot get the other, use this. Mandragora rad. Be pleased to look back to the root. Myrobalanorum. Of myrobalans. See the fruits. Maces. Of mace. It is hot in the 3rd degree, strengthens the stomach and heart exceedingly, and helps concoction. Maceris, Andk. It is held to be the inner bark of nutmeg tree, helps fluxes and spitting of blood. Petroselini rad. Of parsley root, opens obstructions, provokes urine and the menses, warms a cold stomach, expels wind, and breaks the stone. Use them as grass roots, and take out the inner pith as you were taught in smallage roots. Prunelli sylvestris. Of sloe tree. I know no use of it. Pinearum putamini. Pine shucks, or husks. I suppose they mean of the cones that hold the seeds. Both those and also the bark of the tree, stop fluxes, and help the lungs. Quercy. Of oak tree. Both the bark of the oak and acorn cups are drying and cold, binding, stop fluxes and the menses, as also the running of the rains. Have a care how you use them before due purging. Raffinii. Of radishes. I could never see any bark they had. Suberis. Of cork. It is good for something else besides to stop bottles, being dry and binding, stanches blood, helps fluxes, especially the ashes of it being burnt. Paulus. Sambusi, Andk. Of elder roots and branches, purges water, helps the dropsy. Court. Medius tamarisis. The middle bark of tamaris, eases the spleen, helps the rickets. Use them as ash tree bark. Tillim. Of lime tree. Boiled, the water helps burnings. Thuris. Of frankincenses. I must plead ignoramus. Ulmi. Of elm. Moderately hot and cleansing, good for wounds, burns, and broken bones, viz. Boiled in water and the grieved place bathe with it. Woods and their chips, or raspings. Agallicus, lignum aloes. Wood of aloes. Is moderately hot and dry, a good cordial, a rich perfume, a great strengthener to the stomach. Aspalathus. Rosewood. It is moderately hot and dry, stops looseness, provokes urine, and is excellent to cleanse filthy ulcers. Brasilium. Brazil. All the use I know of it is, to dye cloth, and leather, and make red ink. Buxus. Box. Many physicians have written of it, but no physical virtue of it. Cypressus. Cypress. The wood laid amongst clothes, secures them from moths. See the leaves. Ebonum. Ebony. It is held to clear the sight, being either boiled in wine, or burnt to ashes. Guajacum, lignum vitam. Dries, attenuates, causes sweat, resists putrefaction, is good for the French disease, as also for ulcers, scabs, and leprosy. It is used in diet drinks. Juniperus. Juniper. The smoke of the wood drives away serpents. The ashes of it made into lye, cures itch and scabs. Nephriticum. It is a light wood and comes from Hispaniola. Being steeped in water, will soon turn it blue. It is hot and dry in the first degree, and so used as before, is an admirable remedy for the stone, and for obstructions of the liver and spleen. Rhodium. Increases milk in nurses. Santalum, album, rubrum, citrinum. White, red, and yellow sanders, they are all cold and dry in the second or third degree. The red stops defluxions from any part, and helps inflammations. The white and yellow, of which the yellow is best, cool the heat of fevers. Strengthen the heart, and cause cheerfulness. Sassafras. Is hot and dry in the second degree, it opens obstructions or stoppings, it strengthens the breast exceedingly. If it be weakened through cold, it breaks the stone, stays vomiting, provokes urine, and is very profitable in the venereal, used in diet drinks. Tamaris. Is profitable for the rickets, and burnings. Xylobalsamum. Wood of the balsam tree, it is hot and dry in the second degree, according to Galen. I never read any great virtues of it. Herbs and their leaves. Abrotanum, moss, foemina. Southernwood, male and female. It is hot and dry in the third degree, resists poison, kills worms, outwardly in plaisters, it dissolves cold swellings, and helps the bitings of venomous beasts, makes hair grow, take not above half a dram at a time in powder. Absinthium, Andk. Wormwood. Its several sorts, are all hot and dry in the second or third degrees. The common wormwood is thought to be hottest. They all help weakness of the stomach, cleanse choler, kill worms, open stoppings, help surfeits, clear the sight, resist poison. Cleanse the blood, and secure clothes from moths. Abugelissa, Andk. Alkanet. The leaves are something drying and binding, but inferior in virtue to the roots, to which I refer you. Acetosa. Sorrel. Is moderately cold, dry and binding, cuts tough humors, cools the brain, liver and stomach, cools the blood in fevers, and provokes appetite. Acanthus. Bear's breech, or Branx ursine, is temperate, something moist. See the root. Adiantum, album, nigrum. Maiden hair, white and black. They are temperate, yet drying. White maiden hair is that we usually call walrue. They both open obstructions, cleanse the breast and lungs of gross slimy humors, provoke urine, help ruptures and shortness of wind. Adiantum orcum polytricum. Golden maiden hair. Its temperature and virtues are the same with the former. Helps the spleen, burned, and lye made with the ashes, keeps the hair from falling off the head. Agrimonia. Agrimony. Galen's eupatorium. It is hot and dry in the first degree, binding, it amends the infirmities of the liver, helps such as evacuate blood instead of water, helps inward wounds, opens obstructions. Outwardly applied it helps old sores, ulcers, and inwardly, it helps the jaundice and the spleen. Take a dram of this or that following, inwardly in white wine, or boil the herb in white wine, and drink the decoction. Galen, Pliny, Dioscorides, Serapio. Ageritum. Hot and dry in the second degree, provokes urine and the menses, dries the brain, opens stoppings, helps the green sickness, and profits such as have a cold, weak liver. Outwardly applied, it takes away the hardness of the matrix, and fills hollow ulcers with flesh. Agnus castus, Endk. Chaste tree. The leaves are hot and dry in the third degree, expel wind, consume the seed, cause chastity being only born about one. It dissolves swellings of the testicles, being applied to them, headache, and lethargy. Alagula, Lugula, Endk. Wood sorrel. It is of the temperature of other sorrel, and held to be more cordial, cools the blood, helps ulcers in the mouth. Hot defluxions upon the lungs, wounds, ulcers, and Alsia. Vervain mallow. The root helps fluxes and burstness. Aetius, Dioscorides. Allium. Garlic. Hot and dry in the 4th degree, troublesome to the stomach. It dulls the sight, spoils a clear skin, resists poison, eases the pains of the teeth, helps the bitings of mad dogs, and venomous beasts, helps ulcers, leprosies, provokes urine, is exceedingly opening, and profitable for dropsies. Althea, and marshmallows. Are moderately hot and drier than other mallows, they help digestion, and mitigate pain, ease the pains of the stone, and in the sides. Use them as you were taught in the roots, whose virtues they have, and both together will do better. Alsine. Chickweed. Is cold and moist without any binding, assuages swelling, and comforts the sinews much. Therefore it is good for such as are shrunk up, it dissolves aposteums, hard swellings, and helps mange in the hands and legs, outwardly applied in a poultice. Galen. Alchemilla. Lady's mantle. Is hot and dry, some say in the 2nd degree, some say in the 3rd, outwardly it helps wounds, reduces women's breasts that hang down, inwardly, helps bruises, and ruptures, stays vomiting, and the fluor albus. And is very profitable for such women as are subject to miscarry through cold and moisture. Alcana. Privet hath a binding quality, helps ulcers in the mouth, is good against burnings and scaldings, cherishes the nerves and sinews, boil it in white wine to wash the mouth, and in hog's grease for burnings and scaldings. Amaracus, Majorana. Marjoram. Some say, 'tis hot and dry in the 2nd degree, some advance it to the 3rd. Sweet marjoram, is an excellent remedy for cold diseases in the brain, being only smelled to help such as are given to much sighing, easeth pains in the belly, provokes urine, being taken inwardly, you may take a dram of it at a time in powder. Outwardly in oils or salves, it helps sinews that are shrunk, limbs out of joint, all aches and swellings coming of a cold cause. Angelica. Is hot and dry in the 3rd degree. Opens, digests, makes thin, strengthens the heart, helps fluxes, and loathsomeness of meat. It is an enemy to poison and pestilence, provokes menses, and brings away the placenta. You may take a dram of it at a time in powder. Anagallis, Moss, Femina. Pimpernel, male and female. They are something hot and dry, and of such a drying quality that they draw thorns and splinters out of the flesh, amend the sight, cleanse ulcers, help infirmities of the liver and reins. Galen. Anethum. Dill, is hot and dry in the 2nd degree. It stays vomiting, eases hiccups, assuages swellings, provokes urine, helps such as are troubled with fits of the mother, and digests raw humors. Apium. Smallage, so it is commonly used. But indeed all parsley is called by the name of apium, of which this is one kind. It is something hotter and drier than parsley, and more efficacious. It opens stoppings of the liver, and spleen, cleanses the blood, provokes the menses, helps a cold stomach to digest its meat, and is good against the yellow jaundice. Both smallage and clevers may be well used in pottage in the morning instead of herbs. Aperine. Goosegrass, or clevers, they are meanly hot and dry, cleansing, help the bitings of venomous beasts, keep men's bodies from growing too fat, help the yellow jaundice, stay bleeding, fluxes, and help green wounds. Dioscorides, Pliny, Galen, Tragus. Aspergilla odorata. Wood roof, cheers the heart, makes men merry, helps melancholy, and opens the stoppings of the liver. Aquilegia. Columbines, help sore throats, are of a drying, binding quality. Argentina. Silverweed, or wild tansy. Cold and dry almost in the 3rd degree. Stops lascs, fluxes, and the menses, good against ulcers, the stone, and inward wounds, easeth gripings in the belly, fastens loose teeth, outwardly it takes away freckles, morphew, and sunburning, it takes away inflammations. And bound to the wrist stops the violence of the fits of the ague. Artemita. So bred, hot and dry in the 3rd degree, it is a dangerous purge, outwardly in ointments it takes away freckles, sunburning, and the marks which the small pox leaves behind them, dangerous for pregnant women. Aristolochia, longa, rotunda. Birthwort long and round. See the roots. Artemisia. Mugwort, is hot and dry in the second degree, binding, an herb appropriated to the female sex. It brings down the menses, brings away both birth and placenta, eases pains in the matrix. You may take a dram at a time. Asparagus. See the roots. Asarum, andk. Asarabaca, hot and dry, provokes vomiting and urine, and are good for dropsies. They are corrected with mace or cinnamon. Atriplex, andk. Arach, or arak. It is cold in the first degree, and moist in the second, saith Galen, and makes the belly soluble. It is an admirable remedy for the fits of the mother, and other infirmities of the matrix, and therefore the Latins called it vulvaria. Auricula muris, major. Mouse-ear, hot and dry, of a binding quality, it is admirable to heal wounds, inward or outward, as also ruptures or burstness. Edge tools quenched in the juice of it, will cut iron without turning the edge, as easy as they will lead, and, lastly, it helps the swelling of the spleen, coughs and consumptions, of the lungs. Attractivis hirsuta. Wild bastard saffron, distaff thistle, or spindle thistle. Is dry and moderately digesting, helps the biting of venomous beasts. Measure saith, it is hot in the first degree, and dry in the second, and clean set the breast and lungs of tough phlegm. Balsamita, andk. Costmary, ill cost, see maudlin. Barbajovis, sedum majus. Houseleek or sangreen, cold in the third degree, profitable against the shingles, and other hot creeping ulcers, inflammations, St. Anthony's fire, frenzies. It cools and takes away corns from the toes, being bathed with the juice of it, and a skin of the leaf laid over the place, stops fluxes, helps scalding and burning. Bardana. Clot burr, or burdock, temperately dry and wasting, something cooling. It is held to be good against the shrinking of the sinews, eases pains in the bladder, and provokes urine. Also Mazaldus saith, that a leaf applied to the top of the head of a woman draws the matrix upwards, but applied to the soles of the feet draws it downwards, and is therefore an admirable remedy for suffocations, precipitations, and dislocations of the matrix, if a wise man have but the using of it. Beta, alba, nigra, rubra. Beets, white, black, and red. Black beets I have no knowledge of. The white are something colder and moister than the red, both of them loosen the belly, but have little or no nourishment. The white provoke to stool, and are more cleansing. Open stoppings of the liver and spleen, help the vertigo or swimming in the head. The red stay fluxes, help the immoderate flowing of the menses, and are good in the yellow jaundice. Benedicta carofilera. Avens, hot and dry, help the colic and rawness of the stomach, stitches in the sides, and take away clotted blood in any part of the body. Botanica vulgaris. Common or wood betony, hot and dry in the second degree, helps the falling sickness and all headaches coming of cold, cleanses the breast and lungs, opens stoppings of the liver and spleen, as the rickets, and procures appetite, helps sour belchings, provokes urine, breaks the stone, mitigates the pains of the reins and bladder, helps cramps and convulsions, resists poison, helps the gout, such as evacuate blood, madness and headache, kills worms. Helps bruises, and cleanseth women after labor. You may take a dram of it at a time in white wine, or any other convenient liquor proper against the disease you are afflicted with. Botanica Pauli, andk. Paul's betony, or male Llewellyn, to which add elative, or female Llewellyn, which comes afterwards. They are pretty temperate, stop defluxions of humours that fall from the head into the eyes, are profitable in wounds, help filthy foul-eating cankers. Botanica coronaria, andk. Is clove gilliflowers. See the flowers. Bellis. Daces, are cold and moist in the second degree, they ease all pains and swellings coming of heat, in clysters they loose the belly, are profitable in fevers and inflammations of the testicles, they take away bruises, and blackness and blueness. They are admirable in wounds and inflammations of the lungs or blood. Blightum. Blights. Some say they are cold and moist, others cold and dry, none mention any great virtues of them. Borrego. Borage, hot and moist, comforts the heart, cheers the spirits, drives away sadness and melancholy, they are rather laxative than binding. Help swooning and heart qualms, breed good blood, help consumptions, madness, and such as are much weakened by sickness. Bonus Henricus. Good Henry, or all good, hot and dry, cleansing and scouring, inwardly taken it loosens the belly. Outwardly it cleanseth old sores and ulcers. Botries. Oak of Jerusalem, hot and dry in the second degree, help such as are short-winded, cuts and wastes gross and tough phlegm, laid among clothes they preserve them from moths, and give them a sweet smell. Branca acina. Bear's breech. Bryonia, and Bryony, white and black, both are hot and dry in the third degree, purge violently, yet are held to be wholesome physic for such as have dropsies, vertigo, or swimming in the head, falling sickness, and certainly it is a strong, troublesome purge, therefore not to be tampered with by the unskillful. Outwardly in ointments it takes away freckles, wrinkles, morphew, scars, spots, and from the face. Bursa pastoris. Shepherd's purse, is manifestly cold and dry, though Lobel and Pena thought the contrary, it is binding and stops blood, the menses, and cools inflammations. Buglossum. Bugloss. Its virtues are the same with borage. Bugula. Bugle, or middle comfrey, is temperate for heat, but very drying, excellent for falls or inward bruises, for it dissolves congealed blood, profitable for inward wounds, helps the rickets and other stoppings of the liver. Outwardly it is of wonderful force in curing wounds and ulcers, though festered, as also gangrenes and fistulas, it helps broken bones, and dislocations. Inwardly you may take it in powder a dram at a time, or drink the decoction of it in white wine, being made into an ointment with hog's grease, you shall find it admirable in green wounds. Ophthalmum, and ox eye. Matthiolus saith they are commonly used for black hellebore, to the virtues of which I refer. Buxus. Boxtree, the leaves are hot, dry, and binding, they are profitable against the biting of mad dogs. Both taken inwardly boiled and applied to the place, besides they are good to cure horses of the bots. Calamintha, Montana, palustris. Mountain and water calamint, for the water calamint, sea mints, than which it is accounted stronger. Mountain calamint, is hot and dry in the third degree, provokes urine and the menses, hastens the birth in women, brings away the placenta, helps cramps, convulsions, difficulty of breathing, kills worms, helps the dropsy, outwardly used. It helps such as hold their necks on one side, half a dram is enough at one time. Galen, Dioscorides, Apuleius. Calendula, and marigolds. The leaves are hot in the second degree, and something moist, loose in the belly, the juice held in the mouth, helps the toothache, and takes away any inflammation or hot swelling being bathed with it, mixed with a little vinegar. Calitricum. Maidenhair. C. adianthum. Capricolium. Honeysuckles, the leaves are hot, and therefore not for inflammations of the mouth and throat, for which the ignorant people oftentimes give them, and Galen was true in this, let modern writers write their pleasure. If you chew but a leaf of it in your mouth, experience will tell you that it is likelier to cause, than to cure a sore throat, they provoke urine, and purge by urine, bring speedy delivery to women in travail. Yet procure barrenness and hinder conception, outwardly they dry up foul ulcers, and cleanse the face from morphew, sunburning and freckles. Cardancelis, and groundsel. Cold and moist according to Tragus, helps the colic, and gripings in the belly, helps such as cannot make water, cleanses the reins, purges choler and sharp humors. The usual way of taking it is to boil it in water with currants, and so eat it. I hold it to be a wholesome and harmless purge. Outwardly it easeth women's breasts that are swollen and inflamed, as also inflammations of the joints, nerves, or sinews. Aegineta. Carduus B. Mariae. Our Lady's thistles. They are far more temperate than Carduus benedictus, open obstructions of the liver, help the jaundice and dropsy, provoke urine, break the stone. Carduus benedictus. Blessed thistle, but better known by the Latin name, it is hot and dry in the second degree, cleansing and opening, helps swimming and giddiness in the head, deafness, strengthens the memory, helps griping pains in the belly, kills worms. Provokes sweat, expels poison, helps inflammation of the liver, is very good in pestilence and venereal, outwardly applied, it ripens plague sores, and helps hot swellings, the bitings of mad dogs and venomous beasts, and foul filthy ulcers. Every one that can but make a Carduus posset, knows how to use it. Camerarius, Arnoldus velenovanus. Chalina. See the roots, under the name of white chameleon. Corallina. A kind of sea moss, cold, binding, drying, good for hot gouts, inflammations, also they say it kills worms, and therefore by some is called mulworm seed. Cusatha, Cascuta, Potigrellini. Daughter. C. epithemum. Caryophyllata. Avens, or herb bennet, hot and dry, they help the colic, rawness of the stomach, stitches in the sides, stoppings of the liver, and bruises. Cataputia minor. A kind of spurge. C. Tithymulus. Cateria, nepeta. Nep, or catmints. The virtues are the same with calaminth. Cauda equina. Horsetail. Is of a binding drying quality, cures wounds, and is an admirable remedy for sinews that are shrunk, it is a sure remedy for bleeding at the nose, or by wound, stops the menses, fluxes, ulcers in the reins and bladder, coughs, ulcers in the lungs. Difficulty of breathing. Collis, Brassica hortensis, sylvestris. Colewort, or cabbages, garden and wild. They are drying and binding, help dimness of the sight, help the spleen, preserve from drunkenness, and help the evil effects of it, provoke the menses. Centorium, magus, minus. Centauri the greater and less. They say the greater will do wonders in curing wounds, see the root. The less is a present remedy for the yellow jaundice, opens stoppings of the liver, gall, and spleen, purges choler, helps gout, clears the sight, purgeth the stomach, helps the dropsy and green sickness. It is only the tops and flowers which are useful, of which you may take a dram inwardly in powder, or half a handful boiled in posset drink at a time. Centenodium, Endk. Knotgrass, cold in the second degree, helps spitting and other evacuations of blood, stops the menses and all other fluxes of blood, vomiting of blood, gonorrhea, or running of the reins, weakness of the back and joints. Inflammations of the privities, and such as make water by drops, and it is an excellent remedy for hogs that will not eat their meat. Your only way is to boil it, it is in its prime about the latter end of July, or beginning of August, at which time being gathered it may be kept dry all the year. Brassavolis, Camerarius. Carifolium vulgar et miris. Common and great chervil, take them both together, and they are temperately hot and dry, provoke urine, stir up venerea, comfort the heart, and are good for old people, help pleuris's and pricking in the sides. Quepia, Anagallis aquatica. Brooklime, hot and dry, but not so hot and dry as watercresses, they help mangy horses, see watercresses. Ceterac, Endk. Spleenwort, moderately hot, waste and consumes the spleen, insomuch that Vitruvius affirms he hath known hogs that have fed upon it, that have had, when they were killed, no spleens at all. It is excellently good for melancholy people, helps the strangury, provokes urine, and breaks the stone in the bladder, boil it and drink the decoction. But because a little boiling will carry away the strength of it in vapors, let it boil but very little, and let it stand close stopped till it be cold before you strain it out, this is the general rule for all simples of this nature. Chamapides. Ground pine, hot in the second degree, and dry in the third, helps the jaundice, sciatica, stopping of the liver, and spleen, provokes the menses, cleanses the entrails, dissolves congealed blood, resists poison, cures wounds and ulcers. Strong bodies may take a dram, and weak bodies half a dram of it in powder at a time. Chamomillum, sativum, sylvestre. Garden and wild chamomile. Garden chamomile is hot and dry in the first degree, and as gallant a medicine against the stone in the bladder as grows upon the earth. You may take it inwardly, I mean the decoction of it, being boiled in white wine. Or inject the juice of it into the bladder with a syringe. It expels wind, helps belchings, and potently provokes the menses. Used in baths, it helps pains in the sides, gripings and gnawings in the belly. Comadris, and germander, hot and dry in the third degree. Cuts and brings away tough humors, opens stoppings of the liver and spleen, helps coughs and shortness of breath, strangury and stopping of urine, and provokes the menses. Half a dram is enough to take at a time. Chelidonium utrumque. Celandine both sorts. Small celandine is usually called pilewort. It is something hotter and drier than the former. It helps the hemorrhoids or piles, bruised and applied to the grief. Celandine the greater is hot and dry, they say in the third degree, any way used, either the juice or made into an oil or ointment, it is a great preserver of the sight, and an excellent help for the eyes. Cinara, and artichokes. They provoke venery, and purge by urine. Cicorium. Succory, to which add endive which comes after. They are cold and dry in the second degree, cleansing and opening. They cool the heats of the liver, and are profitable in the yellow jaundice, and burning fevers, help excoriations in the privities, hot stomachs, and outwardly applied, help hot rheums in the eyes. Cicuta. Hemlock, cold in the fourth degree, poisonous, outwardly applied, it helps priapismus, the shingles, St. Anthony's fire, or any eating ulcers. Clematis daphnoides, vinca provinca. Periwinkle. Hot in the second degree, something dry and binding. Stops lascs, spitting of blood, and the menses. Consolida major. Comfrey, I do not conceive the leaves to be so virtuous as the roots. Consolida media. Bugles, of which before. Consolida minima. Daisies. Consolida rubra. Golden rod, hot and dry in the second degree, cleanses the reins, provokes urine, brings away the gravel, an admirable herb for wounded people to take inwardly, stops blood, and Consolida regalis, delphinium. Lark heels, resist poison, help the bitings of venomous beasts. Saracenica solidago. Saracens confound. Helps inward wounds, sore mouths, sore throats, wasting of the lungs, and liver. Coronepus. Buchhorn plantain, or sea plantain, cold and dry, helps the bitings of venomous beasts, either taken inwardly, or applied to the wound, helps the colic, breaks the stone. Aegineta. Coronaria. Hath got many English names. Cottonweed, cudweed, chaffweed, and petty cotton. Of a drying and binding nature, boiled in lye, it keeps the head from nits and lice, being laid among clothes, it keeps them safe from moths, kills worms, helps the bitings of venomous beasts. Taken in a tobacco pipe, it helps coughs of the lungs, and vehement headaches. Cruciata. Crosswort, there is a kind of gentian called also by this name, which I pass by, is drying and binding, exceeding good for inward or outward wounds, either inwardly taken, or outwardly applied, and an excellent remedy for such as are burson. Crassula. Or pine. Very good, outwardly used with vinegar, it clears the skin. Inwardly taken, it helps gnawings of the stomach and bowels, ulcers in the lungs, bloody flux, and quinsy in the throat, for which last disease it is inferior to none. Take not too much of it at a time, because of its coolness. Crythamus, and Sampire. Hot and dry, helps difficulty of urine, the yellow jaundice, provokes the menses, helps digestion, opens stoppings of the liver and spleen. Galen. Cucumis acininus. Wild cucumbers. C. elaterium. Cyanus major, minor. Blue bottle, great and small, a fine cooling herb, helps bruises, wounds, broken veins, the juice dropped into the eye, helps the inflammations thereof. Cygnoglossum. Hound's tongue, cold and dry, applied to the fundament helps the hemorrhoids, heals wounds and ulcers, and is a present remedy against the bitings of dogs, burnings and scaldings. Cypressus, Shamo cyparisis. Cypress tree. The leaves are hot and binding, help ruptures, and polypus or flesh growing on the nose. Cami cyparisis. Is lavender cotton. Resists poison, and kills worms. Dicotamnus cretensis. Dictymny, or didymy of Crete, hot and dry, brings away dead children, hastens delivery, brings away the placenta, the very smell of it drives away venomous beasts, so deadly an enemy it is to poison. It is an admirable remedy against wounds and gunshot, wounds made with poisoned weapons, it draws out splinters, broken bones, and the dose from half a dram to a dram. Dipsacus, sativ. Sylv. Teasels, garden and wild, the leaves bruised and applied to the temples, allay the heat in fevers, qualify the rage in frenzies. The juice dropped into the ears, kills worms in them, dropped into the eyes, clears the sight, helps redness and pimples in the face, being anointed with it. Ebulus. Dwarf elder, or wallwort. Hot and dry in the 3rd degree. Waist hard swellings, being applied in form of a poultice, the hair of the head anointed with the juice of it turns it black, the leaves being applied to the place, help inflammations, burnings, scaldings, the bitings of mad dogs. Mingled with bull's suet is a present remedy for the gout, inwardly taken, is a singular purge for the dropsy and gout. Echium. Viper's bugloss, viper's herb, snake bugloss, wall bugloss, wild bugloss, several counties give it these several names, it is a singular remedy being eaten. For the biting of venomous beasts, continually eating of it makes the body invincible against the poison of serpents, toads, spiders, and however it be administered, it comforts the heart, expels sadness and melancholy. The rich may make the flowers into a conserve, and the herb into a syrup, the poor may keep it dry, both may keep it as a jewel. Empetron, calcifragra, herniaria, and rupture-wort, or burst-wort. The English name tells you it is good against ruptures, and so such as are bursten shall find it, if they please to make trial of it, either inwardly taken, or outwardly applied to the place, or both. Also the Latin names hold it forth to be good against the stone, which whoso tries shall find true. Enula campana. Elecampane. Provokes urine. See the root. Epithemum. Daughter of time, to which add common daughter, which is usually that which grows upon flax. Indeed every daughter retains a virtue of that herb or plant it grows upon, as daughter that grows upon broom, provokes urine forcibly, and loosens the belly. And is moister than that which grows upon flax, that which grows upon thyme, is hotter and drier than that which grows upon flax, even in the 3rd degree, opens obstructions, helps infirmities of the spleen, purgeth melancholy. Relieves drooping spirits, helps the rickets, that which grows on flax, is excellent for agues in young children, strengthens weak stomachs, purgeth choler, provokes urine, opens stoppings in the reins and bladder. That which grows upon nettles, provokes urine exceedingly. The way of using it is to boil it in white wine, or other convenient decoction, and boil it very little. Ishas, Meju, Actuarius, Serapio, Avancina. Iruch. Rocket, hot and dry in the 3rd degree, being eaten alone, causeth headache, by its heat procures urine. Galen. Eupatorium. C. ageratum. Euphragia. Eyebright is something hot and dry, the very sight of it refresheth the eyes. Inwardly taken, it restores the sight, and makes old men's eyes young, a dram of it taken in the morning is worth a pair of spectacles, it comforts and strengthens the memory, outwardly applied to the place, it helps the eyes. Filix foemina. See the roots. Follicula, Polypidium. Filipendula. Malahathrum. Indian leaf, hot and dry in the 2nd degree, comforts the stomach exceedingly, helps digestion, provokes urine, helps inflammations of the eyes, secures clothes from moths. Feniculum. Fennel, increaseth milk in nurses, provokes urine, breaks the stone, easeth pains in the reins, opens stoppings, breaks wind, provokes the menses, you may boil it in white wine. Fragaria. Strawberry leaves, are cold, dry, and binding, a singular remedy for inflammations and wounds, hot diseases in the throat, they stop fluxes and the terms, cool the heat of the stomach, and the inflammations of the liver. The best way is to boil them in barley water. Fraxinus, Endk. Ash trees, the leaves are moderately hot and dry, cure the bitings of adders, and serpents, they stop looseness, and stay vomiting, help the rickets, open stoppages of the liver and spleen. Fumaria. Fumitory, cold and dry, it opens and cleanses by urine, helps such as are itchy, and scabbed, clears the skin, opens stoppings of the liver and spleen, helps rickets, hypochondriac melancholy, madness, frenzies, quartan agues, loosens the belly. Gently purgeth melancholy, and a dust choler, boil it in white wine, and take this one general rule. All things of a cleansing or opening nature may be most commodiously boiled in white wine. Remember but this, and then I need not repeat it. Galega. Goat's rue, temperate in quality, resists poison, kills worms, helps the falling sickness, resists the pestilence. You may take a dram of it at a time in powder. Gallion. Lady's bed straw, dry and binding, stanch as blood, boiled in oil, the oil is good to anoint a weary traveler, inwardly it provokes venery. Gentiana. See the root. Genista. Brooms, hot and dry in the second degree, cleanse and open the stomach, break the stone in the reins and bladder, help the green sickness. Let such as are troubled with heart qualms or faintings, forbear it, for it weakens the heart and spirit vital. See the flowers. Geranium. Cranebill, the divers sorts of it, one of which is that which is called muscata. It is thought to be cool and dry, helps hot swellings, and by its smell amends a hot brain. Geranium columbinum. Dove's foot, helps the wind colic, pains in the belly, stone in the reins and bladder, and is good in ruptures, and inward wounds. I suppose these are the general virtues of them all. Grayman. Grass, see the root. Graciola. Hedge hyssop, purges water and phlegm, but works very churlishly. Gessner commends it in dropsies. Asphodylus foam. See the root. Hepatica, lichen. Liverwort, cold and dry, good for inflammations of the liver, or any other inflammations, yellow jaundice. Hetera arborea, terrostris. Tree and ground ivy. Tree ivy helps ulcers, burnings, scaldings, the bad effects of the spleen. The juice snuffed up the nose, purges the head, it is admirable for surfeits or headache, or any other ill effects coming of drunkenness. Ground ivy is that which usually is called ale hoof, hot and dry, the juice helps noise in the ears, fistulas, gouts, stoppings of the liver, it strengthens the reins and stops the menses, helps the yellow jaundice. And other diseases coming of stoppings of the liver, and is excellent for wounded people. Herba campharata. Stinking ground pine, is of a drying quality, and therefore stops defluxions either in the eyes or upon the lungs, the gout, cramps, palsies, aches, strengthens the nerves. Herboparalysis, primula veris. Primroses, or cowslips, which you will. The leaves help pains in the head and joints, see the flowers which are most in use. Herba paris. Herb true love, or oneberry. It is good for wounds, falls, bruises, opustumes, inflammations, ulcers in the privities. Herb true love, is very cold in temperature. You may take half a dram of it at a time in powder. Herba roberti. A kind of cranebill. Herba venti, anemone. Windflower. The juice snuffed up in the nose purgeth the head, it cleanses filthy ulcers, increases milk in nurses, and outwardly by ointment helps leprosies. Herniaria. The same with empetron. Helxine. Pellitory of the wall. Cold, moist, cleansing, helps the stone and gravel in the kidneys, difficulty of urine, sore throats, pains in the ears, the juice being dropped in them, outwardly it helps the shingles and St. Anthony's fire. Hippoglossum. Horse tongue, tongue blade or double tongue. The roots help the strangury, provoke urine, ease the hard labor of women, provoke the menses, the herb helps ruptures and the fits of the mother, it is hot in the 2nd degree, dry in the 1st, boil it in white wine. Hippolapathum. Patience, or monk's rhubarb, see the root. Hippusclinum. Alexanders, or Olisanders, provoke urine, expel the placenta, help the strangury, expel wind. Sage either taken inwardly or beaten and applied plaisterwise to the matrix, draws forth both menses and placenta. Hormonum. Clary, hot and dry in the 3rd degree. Helps the weakness in the back, stops the running of the reins, and the fluor albus, provokes the menses, and helps women that are barren through coldness or moisture, or both, causes fruitfulness, but is hurtful for the memory. The usual way of taking it is to fry it with butter, or make a tansy with it. Hydropiper. Ars Mart. Hot and dry, consumes all cold swellings and blood congealed by bruises, and stripes. Applied to the place, it helps that aposthume in the joints, commonly called a felon, strewed in a chamber, kills all the fleas there, this is hottest Ars Mart and is unfit to be given inwardly, there is a milder sort, called persicaria, which is of a cooler and milder quality, drying, excellently good for putrefied ulcers, kills worms. I had almost forgot that the former is an admirable remedy for the gout, being roasted between 2 tiles and applied to the grieved place. And yet I had it from Dr. Butler too. Hyssopus. Hyssop. Helps coughs, shortness of breath, wheezing, distillations upon the lungs, it is of a cleansing quality, kills worms in the body, amends the whole color of the body, helps the dropsy in spleen, sore throats, and noise in the ears. See syrup of hyssop. Hyoscyamus, and henbane. The white henbane is held to be cold in the 3rd degree, the black or common henbane and the yellow, in the 4th. They stupefy the senses, and therefore not to be taken inwardly, outwardly applied, they help inflammations, hot gouts, applied to the temples they provoke sleep. Hypericon. St. John's wort. It is as gallant a wound herb as any is, either given inwardly, or outwardly applied to the wound, it is hot and dry, opens stoppings, helps spitting and vomiting of blood, it cleanses the reins, provokes the menses. Helps congealed blood in the stomach and mesorrheic veins, the falling sickness, palsy, cramps and aches in the joints. You may give it in powder or any convenient decoction. Hypoglottis, Laurus, Alexandrina. Laurel of Alexandria, provokes urine and the menses, and is held to be a singular help to women in travail. Hypoglossum, the same with hypoglossum before, only different names given by different authors, the one deriving his name from the tongue of a horse, of which form the leaf is. The other the form of the little leaf, because small leaves like small tongues grow upon the greater. Iberis cardamentis. Sciatica crescens. I suppose so called because they help the sciatica, or hucklebone gout. Ingumalis, Aster. Setwort or shartwort, being bruised and applied, they help swellings, botches, and venerous swellings in the groin, whence they took their name, as also inflammation and falling out of the fundament. Iris. See the roots. Isatis, Glastum. Woad. Drying and binding, the side being bathed with it, it easeth pains in the spleen, cleanseth filthy corroding gnawing ulcers. Iva arthritica. The same with Camopitis. Iuncus odoratus. The same with Scunanthus. Labrum veneris. The same with Dipsicus. Lactuca. Lettuce. Cold and moist, cools the inflammation of the stomach, commonly called heartburning, provokes sleep, resists drunkenness, and takes away the ill effects of it. Cools the blood, quenches thirst, breeds milk, and is good for choleric bodies, and such as have a frenzy, or are frantic. It is more wholesome eaten boiled than raw. Logobus, Herba leporina. A kind of trefoil growing in France and Spain. Let them that live there look after the virtues of it. Lavendula. Lavender, hot and dry in the 3rd degree, the temples and forehead bathed with the juice of it. As also the smell of the herb helps swoonings, catalepsis, falling sickness, provided it be not accompanied with a fever. See the flowers. Laureola. Laurel. The leaves purge upward and downward, they are good for rheumatic people to chew in their mouths, for they draw forth much water. Laurus. Bay tree. The leaves are hot and dry, resist drunkenness, they gently bind and help diseases in the bladder, help the stinging of bees and wasps, mitigate the pain of the stomach, dry and heal, open obstructions of the liver and spleen, resist the pestilence. Lapa minor. The lesser burdock. Lentiscus. Mastic tree. Both the leaves and bark of it stop fluxes, being hot and dry in the 2nd degree, spitting and evacuations of blood, and the falling out of the fundament. Lens palustris. Duck meat, cold and moist in the 2nd degree, helps inflammations, hot swellings, and the falling out of the fundament, being warmed and applied to the place. Lepidium piperites. Ditander, pepperwort, or scarwort, a hot fiery sharp herb, admirable for the gout being applied to the place, being only held in the hand, it helps the toothache, and withal leaves a wan color in the hand that holds it. Levisticum. Lovage. Clears the sight, takes away redness and freckles from the face. Libanotis coronaria. See rosemary. Linaria. Toad flax, or wild flax, hot and dry, cleanses the reins and bladder, provokes urine, opens the stoppings of the liver and spleen, and helps diseases coming thereof, outwardly it takes away yellowness and deformity of the skin. Lilium convallium. Lily of the valley. See the flowers. Lingua cervina. Heart stung, drying and binding, stops blood, the menses and fluxes, opens stoppings of the liver and spleen, and diseases thence arising. The like quantity of heart stung, knotgrass and comfrey roots, being boiled in water, and a draught of the decoction drunk every morning, and the materials which have boiled applied to the place, is a notable remedy for such as are bursum. Limonium. Sea bugloss, or marsh bugloss, or sea lavender, the seeds being very drying and binding, stop fluxes and the menses, help the colic and strangury. Lotus urbana. Authors make some flutter about this herb, I conceive the best take it to be Trisolium odoratum, sweet trefoil, which is of a temperate nature, cleanses the eyes gently of such things as hinder the sight, cures green wounds, ruptures, or burstness. Helps such as urine blood or are bruised, and secures garments from moths. Lupulus. Hops. Opening, cleansing, provoke urine, the young sprouts open stoppings of the liver and spleen, cleanse the blood, clear the skin, help scabs and itch, help agues, purge choler, they are usually boiled and taken as they eat asparagus. But if you would keep them, for they are excellent for these diseases, you may make them into a conserve, or into a syrup. Lichnitis coronaria, or as others write it, likeness. Rose campion. I know no great physical virtue it hath. Maces. See the barks. Magistrantia, and Masterwort. Hot and dry in the 3rd degree, it is good against poison, pestilence, corrupt and unwholesome air, helps windiness in the stomach, causeth an appetite to one's victuals, very profitable in falls and bruises, congealed and clotted blood. The bitings of mad dogs. The leaves chewed in the mouth, cleanse the brain of superfluous humors, thereby preventing lethargies, and apoplexes. Malva. Mallows. The best of authors account wild mallows to be best, and hold them to be cold and moist in the 1st degree, they are profitable in the bitings of venomous beasts, the stinging of bees and wasps, and inwardly they resist poison, provoke to stool. Outwardly they assuage hard swellings of the privities or other places, in clysters they help roughness and fretting of the entrails, bladder, or fundament. And so they do being boiled in water, and the decoction drank, as I have proved in the bloody flux. Majorana. C. Amaracus. Mandragora. Mandrix. Fit for no vulgar use, but only to be used in cooling ointments. Marubium, album, nigrum, foetidum. Marubium album, is common horehound. Hot in the 2nd degree, and dry in the 3rd, opens the liver and spleen, cleanses the breast and lungs, helps old coughs, pains in the sides, tysics, or ulceration of the lungs, it provokes the menses, eases hard labor in childbearing. Brings away the placenta. See the syrups. Marubium, nigrum, et foetidum. Black and stinking horehound, I take to be all one. Hot and dry in the 3rd degree, cures the bitings of mad dogs, wastes and consumes hard knots in the fundament and matrix, cleanses filthy ulcers. Marum. Herb mastic. Hot and dry in the 3rd degree, good against cramps and convulsions. Matricaria. Feverfew. Hot in the 3rd degree, dry in the 2nd, opens, purges. A singular remedy for diseases incident to the matrix, and other diseases incident to women, eases their travail, and infirmities coming after it. It helps the vertigo or dizziness of the head, melancholy sad thoughts. You may boil it either alone, or with other herbs fit for the same purpose, with which this treatise will furnish you, applied to the wrists, it helps the ague. Matrisilva. The same with caprifolium. Meliodas. Melalot. Inwardly taken, provokes urine, breaks the stone, cleanses the reins and bladder, cutteth and cleanses the lungs of tough phlegm, the juice dropped into the eyes, clears the sight, into the ears, mitigates pain and noise there. The head bathed with the juice mixed with vinegar, takes away the pains thereof, outwardly in poultices, it assuages swellings in the privities and elsewhere. Melissa. Balm. Hot and dry, outwardly mixed with salt and applied to the neck, helps the king's evil, bitings of mad dogs, venomous beasts, and such as cannot hold their neck as they should do. Inwardly it is an excellent remedy for a cold and moist stomach, cheers the heart, refreshes the mind, takes away griefs, sorrow, and care, instead of which it produces joy and mirth. See the syrup. Galen, Avicenna. Mentha sativa. Garden mints, spear mints. Are hot and dry in the 3rd degree, provoke hunger, are wholesome for the stomach, stay vomiting, stop the menses, help sore heads in children, strengthen the stomach, cause digestion. Outwardly applied, they help the bitings of mad dogs, yet they hinder conception. Mentha aquatica. Water mints, ease pains of the belly, headache, and vomiting, gravel in the kidneys and stone. Methastrum. Horse mint. I know no difference between them and water mints. Mercurialis, moss, foemina. Mercury male and female, they are both hot and dry in the 2nd degree, cleansing, digesting, they purge watery humors, and further conception. Miserian. Spurge olive, or widow whale. A dangerous purge, better let alone than meddled with. Millefolium. Yarrow. Meanly cold and binding, and healing herb for wounds, stanches bleeding. And some say the juice snuffed up the nose, causeth it to bleed, whence it was called, nosebleed, it stops lasks, and the menses, helps the running of the reins, helps inflammations and excoriations of the priapus, as also inflammations of wounds. Galen. Muscus. Moss. Is something cold and binding, yet usually retains a smatch of the property of the tree it grows on, therefore that which grows upon oaks is very dry and binding. Serapio saith that it being infused in wine, and the wine drank, it stays vomiting in fluxes, as also the fleur albus. Myrtus. Myrtle tree. The leaves are of a cold earthly quality, drying and binding, good for fluxes, spitting and vomiting of blood, stop the fleur albus and menses. Nardus. See the root. Nasturtium, aquaticum, hortense. Water cresses, and garden cresses. Garden cresses are hot and dry in the 4th degree, good for the scurvy, sciatica, hard swellings, yet do they trouble the belly, ease pains of the spleen, provoke lust. Dioscorides. Watercresses are hot and dry, cleanse the blood, help the scurvy, provoke urine and the menses, break the stone, help the green sickness, cause a fresh lively color. Nasturtium alum, flaspy. Treacle mustard. Hot and dry in the 3rd degree, purges violently, dangerous for pregnant women. Outwardly it is applied with profit to the gout. Nicorimi. Tobacco. It is hot and dry in the 2nd degree, and of a cleansing nature. The leaves warmed and applied to the head, are excellently good in inveterate headaches and megrims, if the diseases come through cold or wind. Change them often till the diseases be gone, help such whose necks be stiff, it eases the faults of the breast, asthmas or head phlegm in the lappets of the lungs, eases the pains of the stomach and windiness thereof, being heated by the fire. And applied hot to the side, they loosen the belly, and kill worms being applied unto it in like manner. They break the stone being applied in like manner to the region of the bladder, help the rickets. Being applied to the belly and sides, applied to the navel, they give present ease to the fits of the mother, they take away cold aches in the joints applied to them, boiled. The liquor absolutely and speedily cures scabs and itch, neither is there any better salve in the world for wounds than may be made of it, for it cleanses, fetches out the filth though it lie in the bones, brings up the flesh from the bottom. And all this it doth speedily, it cures wounds made with poisoned weapons, and for this Clusius brings many experiences too tedious here to relate. It is an admirable thing for carbuncles and plague sores, inferior to none, green wounds, 'twill cure in a trice, ulcers and gangrenes very speedily, not only in men, but also in beasts, therefore the Indians dedicated it to their god. Taken in a pipe, it hath almost as many virtues. It easeth weariness, takes away the sense of hunger and thirst, provokes to stool, he saith, the Indians will travel 4 days without either meat or drink, by only chewing a little of this in their mouths, it eases the body of superfluous humors. Open stoppings. See the ointment of tobacco. Nummularia. Moneywort, or herb 2d, cold, dry, binding, helps fluxes, stops the menses, helps ulcers in the lungs, outwardly it is a special herb for wounds. Nymphea. See the flowers. Ocynum. Basil, hot and moist. The best use that I know of it, is, it gives speedy deliverance to women in travail. Let them not take above half a dram of it at a time in powder, and be sure also the birth be ripe, else it causes abortion. Oleifolia. Olive leaves, they are hard to come by here. Anones. Restero. See the roots. Ophioglossum. Adder's tongue. The leaves are very drying, being boiled in oil they make a dainty green balsam for green wounds, taken inwardly, they help inward wounds. Origanum. Origany, a kind of wild marjoram, hot and dry in the 3rd degree, helps the bitings of venomous beasts, such as have taken opium, hemlock, or poppy, provokes urine, brings down the menses, helps old coughs. In an ointment it helps scabs and itch. Oxalapithum. Sorrel. See acetosa. Papaver, Andk. Poppies, white, black, or eretic. I refer you to the syrups of each. Parietaria. Given once before under the name of Helxine. Pastinia. Parsnips. See the roots. Persicaria. See Hydropiper. This is the milder sort of arsmart I described there, if ever you find it amongst the compounds, take it under that notion. Pentaphylium. Cinquefoil, very drying, yet but meanly hot, if at all. Helps ulcers in the mouth, roughness of the windpipe, whence comes hoarseness and coughs, and helps fluxes, creeping ulcers, and the yellow jaundice. They say 1 leaf cures a quotidian ague, 3 a tertain, and 4 a quartan. I know it will cure agues without this curiosity, if a wise man have the handling of it, otherwise a cart load will not do it. Petroselinum. Parsley. See smallage. Porcolumbinus. See geranium. Persicarium folia. Peach leaves, they are a gentle, yet a complete purger of choler, and disease coming from thence, fit for children because of their gentleness. You may boil them in white wine, a handful is enough at a time. Pilacella. Mouse ear, once before and this is often enough. Pythiusa. A new name for spurge of the last edition. Plantago. Plantain. Cold and dry. An herb, though common, yet let none despise it, for the decoction of it prevails mightily against tormenting pains and excoriations of the entrails, bloody fluxes, it stops the menses, and spitting of blood, Thysix. Or consumptions of the lungs, the running of the reins, and the fluor albus, pains in the head, and frenzies, outwardly it clears the sight, takes away inflammations, scabs, itch, the shingles, and all spreading sores. And is as wholesome an herb as can grow about any in house. Tragus, Dioscorides. Polium, Andc. Poly, or Pelamountain, all the sorts are hot in the 2nd degree, and dry in the 3rd, helps dropsies, the yellow jaundice, infirmities of the spleen, and provokes urine. Dioscorides. Polygonum. Knotgrass. Polytricum. Maidenhair. Portulaca. Purslane, cold and moist in the 2nd or 3rd degree, cools hot stomachs, and it is admirable for one that hath his teeth on edge by eating sour apples, it cools the blood, liver, and is good for hot diseases. Or inflammations in any of these places, stops fluxes, and the menses, and helps all inward inflammations whatsoever. Porum. Leeks. See the roots. Primula veris. See cowslips, or the flowers, which you will. Prunella. Self-heal, carpenter's herb, and sicklewort. Moderately hot and dry, binding. See bugle, the virtues being the same. Pulegium. Pennyroyal. Hot and dry in the 3rd degree. Provokes urine, breaks the stone in the reins, strengthens women's backs, provokes the menses, easeth their labor in childbed, brings away the placenta, stays vomiting, strengthens the brain, breaks wind, and helps the vertigo. Pulmonaria, arborea, e symphytum maculosum. Lungwort. It helps infirmities of the lungs, as hoarseness, coughs, wheezing, shortness of breath, and you may boil it in hyssop water, or any other water that strengthens the lungs. Pulicaria. Fleabane. Hot and dry in the 3rd degree, helps the biting of venomous beasts, wounds and swellings, the yellow jaundice, the falling sickness, and such as cannot make water, being burnt, the smoke of it kills all the gnats and fleas in the chamber. It is dangerous for pregnant women. Pyrus sylvestris. Wild pear tree. I know no virtue in the leaves. Pyrola. Winter green. Cold and dry, and very binding, stops fluxes, and the menses, and is admirably good in green wounds. Quercus folia. Oak leaves, are much of the nature of the former, stay the fluor albus. See the bark. Ranunculus. Hath got a sort of English names, crowfoot, kingcob, goldcups, gold knobs, butterflowers, and they are of a notable hot quality, unfit to be taken inwardly. If you bruise the roots and apply them to a plague sore, they are notable things to draw the venom to them. Raparum folia. If they do mean turnip leaves, when they are young and tender, they are held to provoke urine. Rosmarirum. Rosemary, hot and dry in the 2nd degree, binding, stops fluxes, helps stuffings in the head, the yellow jaundice, helps the memory, expels wind. See the flowers. Serapio, Dioscorides. Rosa solis. See the water. Rosa alba, rubra, damascena. White, red, and damask roses. Rumex. Dock. All the ordinary sort of docks are of a cool and drying substance, and therefore stop fluxes, and the leaves are seldom used in physic. Rubus ideas, raspis, raspberries, or hindberries, I know no great virtues in the leaves. Ruta. Rue, or herb of grace. Hot and dry in the third degree, consumes the seed, and is an enemy to generation, helps difficulty of breathing, and inflammations of the lungs, pains in the sides, inflammations of the priapus and matrix. Not for pregnant women, no herb resists poison more. It strengthens the heart exceedingly, and no herb better than this in pestilential times, take it what manner you will or can. Ruta muraria. See adianthum. Sabina. Savon, hot and dry in the third degree, potently provokes the menses, expels both birth and afterbirth, they, boiled in oil and used in ointments, stay creeping ulcers, scour away spots, freckles and sunburning from the face. The belly anointed with it kills worms in children. Salvia. Sage, hot and dry in the second or third degree, binding, it stays abortion in such women as are subject to come before their times, it causes fruitfulness, it is singularly good for the brain, strengthens the senses and memory. Helps spitting and vomiting of blood, outwardly, heat hot with a little vinegar and applied to the side, help stitches and pains in the sides. Salix. Willow leaves, are cold, dry, and binding, stop spitting of blood, and fluxes, the boughs stuck about a chamber, wonderfully cool the air, and refresh such as have fevers, the leaves applied to the head, help hot diseases there, and frenzies. Samsicum. Marjoram. Sunicula. Sanicle, hot and dry in the second degree, cleanses wounds and ulcers. Saponaria. Soapwort, or bruisewort, vulgarly used in bruises and cut fingers, and is of notable use in the venereal disease. Sachuria. Savory. Summer savory is hot and dry in the third degree, winter savory is not so hot, both of them expel wind. Saxifragia alba. White saxifrage, breaks wind, helps the colic and stone. Scabiosa. Scabious, hot and dry in the second degree, cleanses the breast and lungs, helps old rotten coughs, and difficulty of breathing, provokes urine, and cleanses the bladder of filthy stuff, breaks apostiums, and cures scabs and itch. Boil it in white wine. Scariola. An Italian name for succory. Scunanthus. Scunanth, squinanth, or chamel's hay, hot and binding. It digests and opens the passages of the veins, surely it is as great an expeller of wind as any is. Scordium. Water germander, hot and dry, cleanses ulcers in the inward parts, it provokes urine and the menses, opens stopping of the liver, spleen, reins, bladder, and matrix, it is a great counterpoison. And eases the breast oppressed with phlegm, see Diascordium. Scrofularia. Figwort, so called of scrofula, the king's evil, which it cures they say, by being only hung about the neck. If not, bruise it, and apply it to the place, it helps the piles or hemorrhoids. Sedum. And all his sorts, see Barba Jovis. Senna. It heats in the second degree and dries in the first, cleanses, purges and digests, it carries downward both choler, phlegm, and melancholy, it cleanses the brain, heart, liver, spleen. It cheers the senses, opens obstructions, takes away dullness of sight, helps deafness, helps melancholy and madness, resists resolution of the nerves, pains of the head, scabs, itch, falling sickness. The windiness of it is corrected with a little ginger. You may boil half an ounce of it at a time, in water or white wine, but boil it not too much, half an ounce is a moderate dose to be boiled for any reasonable body. Serpillum. Mother of thyme, with thyme. It is hot and dry in the third degree, it provokes the menses, and helps the strangury or stoppage of urine, gripings in the belly, ruptures, convulsions, inflammation of the liver, lethargy, and infirmities of the spleen, boil it in white wine. Aetius, Galen. Sigillum Solomonis. Solomon's seal. See the root. Smyrnium. Alexander of Crete. Solanum. Nightshade, very cold and dry, binding, it is somewhat dangerous given inwardly, unless by a skillful hand, outwardly it helps the shingles, St. Anthony's fire, and other hot inflammations. Soldanella. Bindweed, hot and dry in the second degree, it opens obstructions of the liver, and purges watery humors, and is therefore very profitable in dropsies. It is very hurtful to the stomach. And therefore if taken inwardly it had need be well corrected with cinnamon, ginger, or aniseed, and Sonchus leavis asper. So thistles smooth and rough, they are of a cold, watery, yet binding quality, good for frenzies, they increase milk in nurses, and cause the children which they nurse to have a good color, help gnawings of the stomach coming of a hot cause. Outwardly they help inflammations, and hot swellings, cool the heat of the fundament and privities. Sophi chirurgorum. Fluxweed, drying without any manifest heat or coldness, it is usually found about old ruinous buildings. It is so called because of its virtue in stopping fluxes. Chinacea. Spinach. I never read any physical virtues of it. Spina alba. See the root. Spica. See nardus. Stebe. Silver knapweed, the virtues be the same with scabious, and some think the herbs too, though I am of another opinion. Stoichas. French lavender. Cassidony, is a great counterpoison, opens obstructions of the liver and spleen, cleanses the matrix and bladder, brings out corrupt humors, provokes urine. Saxisa, Marsis diaboli. Devil's bit. Hot and dry in the second degree, inwardly taken, it eases the fits of the mother, and breaks wind, takes away swellings in the mouth, and slimy phlegm that stick to the jaws. Neither is there a more present remedy in the world for those cold swellings in the neck which the vulgar call the almonds of the ears, than this herb bruised and applied to them. Suchaha. An Egyptian thorn. Very hard, if not impossible to come by here. Tanacetum. Tansy, hot in the second degree and dry in the third, the very smell of it stays abortion, or miscarriages in women. So it doth being bruised and applied to their navels, provokes urine, and is a special help against the gout. Taraxicon. Dandelion, or to write better French, dentalion, for in plain English, it is called lion's tooth. It is a kind of succory, and thither I refer you. Tamariscus. Tamiris. It hath a dry cleansing quality, and hath a notable virtue against the rickets, and infirmities of the spleen, provokes the menses. Galen, Dioscorides. Telephium. A kind of opine. Flaspy. See nasturtium. Thimbra. A wild savory. Thymum. Thyme. Hot and dry in the third degree, helps coughs and shortness of breath, provokes the menses, brings away dead children in the afterbirth. Purges phlegm, cleanses the breast and lungs, reins and matrix. Helps the sciatica, pains in the breast, expels wind in any part of the body, resists fearfulness and melancholy, continual pains in the head, and is profitable for such as have the falling sickness to smell to. Thymelia. The Greek name for spurge olive, Mazarian being the Arabic name. Tithamalis, Essela, and spurge. Hot and dry in the fourth degree, a dogged purge, better let alone than taken inwardly, hair anointed with the juice of it will fall off, it kills fish, being mixed with any thing that they will eat, outwardly it cleanses ulcers. Takes away freckles, sunburning and morphew from the face. Tormentilla. See the root. Trinitatis herba. Pansies, or heartsease, they are cold and moist, both herbs and flowers, excellent against inflammations of the breast or lungs, convulsions or falling sickness, also they are held to be good for venereal complaints. Trifolium. Trefoil, dry in the third degree, and cold, the ordinary meadow trefoil, cleanses the bowels of slimy humors that stick to them, being used either in drinks or clysters, outwardly they take away inflammations. Tussilago. Coltsfoot, something cold and dry, and therefore good for inflammations, they are admirably good for coughs, and consumptions of the lungs, shortness of breath, and it is often used and with good success taken in a tobacco pipe, being cut and mixed with a little oil of anise seeds. See the syrup of coltsfoot. Valeriana. Valerian, or setwall. See the roots. Verbascum, Thapsus barbatus. Mullein, or higtaper. It is something dry, and of a digesting, cleansing quality, stops fluxes and the hemorrhoids, it cures hoarseness, the cough, and such as are broken-winded. Verbena. Vervain, hot and dry, a great opener, cleanser, healer, it helps the yellow jaundice, defects in the reins and bladder, pains in the head, if it be but bruised and hung about the neck, all diseases in the privities. Made into an ointment it is a sovereign remedy for old headaches, as also frenzies, it clears the skin, and causes a lovely color. Veronica. See Botanica Pauli. Violaria. Violet leaves, they are cool, ease pains in the head proceeding of heat and frenzies, either inwardly taken, or outwardly applied, heat of the stomach, or inflammation of the lungs. Vitis vinaceria. The manured vine, the leaves are binding and cool withal, the burnt ashes of the sticks of a vine, scour the teeth and make them as white as snow, the leaves stop bleeding, fluxes, heartburnings, vomitings, as also the longings of pregnant women. The coals of a burnt vine, in powder, mixed with honey, doth make the teeth as white as ivory, which are rubbed with it. Vincitoxicum. Swallowwort. A poultice made with the leaves helps sore breasts, and also soreness of the matrix. Virga pastoris. A third name for teasels. C. dipsatis. Virga aurea. C. consolida. Ulmaria. See the root. Mead sweet. Umbilicus veneris. Navelwort, cold, dry, and binding, therefore helps all inflammations. They are very good for kibed heels, being bathed with it and a leaf laid over the sore. Urtica. Nettles, an herb so well known, that you may find them by the feeling in the darkest night, they are something hot, not very hot. The juice stops bleeding, they provoke lust, help difficulty of breathing, pleurisy, inflammations of the lungs, that troublesome cough that women call the chin cough. They exceedingly break the stone, provoke urine, and help such as cannot hold their necks upright. Boil them in white wine. Usnea. Moss, once before. Flowers. Borage and bugloss flowers strengthen the brain, and are profitable in fevers. Chamomile flowers, heat and assuage swellings, inflammation of the bowels, dissolve wind, are profitably given in clysters or drink, to such as are troubled with the colic, or stone. Stichia, opens stoppings in the bowels, and strengthens the whole body. Saffron powerfully concocts, and sends out whatever humor offends the body, drives back inflammations, applied outwardly, increases venery, and provokes urine. Clove gilliflowers, resist the pestilence, strengthen the heart, liver, and stomach, and provoke venery. Skunanth, which I touched slightly amongst the herbs, provokes urine potently, provokes the menses, breaks wind, helps such as spit or vomit blood, eases pains of the stomach, reins, and spleen, helps dropsies, convulsions, and inflammations of the womb. Lavender flowers, resist all cold afflictions of the brain, convulsions, falling sickness, they strengthen cold stomachs, and open obstructions of the liver, they provoke urine and the menses, bring forth the birth and placenta. Hops, open stoppings of the bowels, and for that cause beer is better than ale. Balm flowers, cheer the heart and vital spirits, strengthen the stomach. Rosemary flowers, strengthen the brain exceedingly, and resist madness, clear the sight. Winter gilliflowers, or wallflowers, help inflammation of the womb, provoke the menses, and help ulcers in the mouth. Honeysuckles, provoke urine, ease the pains of the spleen, and such as can hardly fetch their breath. Mallows, help coughs. Red roses, cool, bind, strengthen both vital and animal virtue, restore such as are in consumptions, strengthen. There are so many compositions of them which makes me more brief in the simples. Violets, to wit, the blue ones, cool and moisten, provoke sleep, loosen the belly, resist fevers, help inflammations, correct the heat of choler, ease the pains in the head, help the roughness of the windpipe, diseases in the throat. Inflammations in the breast and sides, pleurisy, open stoppings of the liver, and help the yellow jaundice. Chicory, or succory as the vulgar call it, cools and strengthens the liver, so doth endive. Water lilies, ease pains of the head coming of choler and heat, provoke sleep, cool inflammations, and the heat in fevers. Pomegranate flowers, dry and bind, stop fluxes, and the menses. Cowslips, strengthen the brain, senses, and memory, exceedingly, resist all diseases there, as convulsions, falling sickness, palsies, and Centauri, purges choler and gross humors, helps the yellow jaundice, opens obstructions of the liver, helps pains of the spleen, provokes the menses, brings away birth and afterbirth. Elder flowers, help dropsies, cleanse the blood, clear the skin, open stoppings of the liver and spleen, and diseases arising therefrom. Bean flowers, clear the skin, stop humors flowing into the eyes. Peach tree flowers, purge choler gently. Broom flowers, purge water, and are good in dropsies. The temperature of all these differ either very little or not at all from the herbs. The way of using the flowers I did forbear, because most of them may, and are usually made into conserves, of which you may take the quantity of a nutmeg in the morning. All of them may be kept dry a year, and boiled with other herbs conducing to the cures they do. Fruits and their buds. Green figs are held to be of ill juice, but the best is, we are not much troubled with them in England. Dry figs help coughs, cleanse the breast, and help infirmities of the lungs, shortness of wind, they loose the belly, purge the reins, help inflammations of the liver and spleen, outwardly they dissolve swellings. Pine nuts, restore such as are in consumptions, amend the failings of the lungs, concoct phlegm, and yet are not for such as are troubled with the headache. Dates, are binding, stop eating ulcers being applied to them. They are very good for weak stomachs, for they soon digest, and breed good nourishment, they help infirmities of the reins, bladder, and womb. Cibescens, cool choler, violent heat of the stomach, help roughness of the tongue and windpipe, cool the reins and bladder. Raisins of the sun, help infirmities of the breast and liver, restore consumptions, gently cleanse and move to stool. Walnuts, kill worms, resist the pestilence, I mean the green ones, not the dry. Capers eaten before meals, provoke hunger. Nutmegs, strengthen the brain, stomach, and liver, provoke urine, ease the pains of the spleen, stop looseness, ease pains of the head, and pains in the joints, strengthen the body, take away weakness coming of cold, and cause a sweet breath. Cloves, help digestion, stop looseness, provoke lust, and quicken the sight. Pepper, binds, expels wind, helps the colic, quickens digestion oppressed with cold, heats the stomach. Quinces. See the compositions. Pears are grateful to the stomach, drying, and therefore help fluxes. All plums that are sharp or sour, are binding, the sweet are loosening. Cucumbers, cool the stomach, and are good against ulcers in the bladder. Galls, are exceeding binding, help ulcers in the mouth, wasting of the gums, ease the pains of the teeth, help the falling out of the womb and fundament, make the hair black. Pompions are a cold and moist fruit, of small nourishment, they provoke urine, outwardly applied, the flesh of them helps inflammations and burnings, applied to the forehead they help inflammations of the eyes. Melons, have few other virtues. Apricots, are very grateful to the stomach, and dry up the humors thereof. Peaches are held to do the like. Cubebs, are hot and dry in the 3rd degree, they expel wind, and cleanse the stomach of tough and viscous humors, they ease the pains of the spleen, and help cold diseases of the womb, they cleanse the head of phlegm and strengthen the brain. They heat the stomach and provoke venery. Bitter almonds, are hot in the 1st degree and dry in the 2nd, they cleanse and cut thick humors, cleanse the lungs, and eaten every morning, they are held to preserve from drunkenness. Bayberries, heat, expel wind, mitigate pain. Are excellent for cold infirmities of the womb, and dropsies. Cherries, are of different qualities according to their different taste, the sweet are quickest of digestion, but the sour are more pleasing to a hot stomach, and procure appetite to one's meat. Medlars are strengthening to the stomach, binding, and the green are more binding than the rotten, and the dry than the green. Olives, cool and bind. English currants, cool the stomach, and are profitable in acute fevers, they quench thirst, resist vomiting, cool the heat of choler, provoke appetite, and are good for hot complexions. Services, or chalkers are of the nature of medlars, but something weaker in operation. Barberries, quench thirst, cool the heat of choler, resist the pestilence, stay vomiting and fluxes, stop the menses, kill worms, help spitting of blood, fasten the teeth, and strengthen the gums. Strawberries, cool the stomach, liver, and blood, but are very hurtful for such as have agues. Winter cherries, potently provoke urine, and break the stone. Cassia fistula, is temperate in quality, gently purgeth choler and phlegm, clarifies the blood, resists fevers, cleanses the breast and lungs, it cools the reins, and thereby resists the breeding of the stone, it provokes urine. And therefore is exceeding good for the running of the reins in men, and the fluor albus in women. All the sorts or myrobalans, purge the stomach, the Indian myrobalans, are held to purge melancholy most especially, the other phlegm. Yet take heed you use them not in stoppings of the bowels, they are cold and dry, they all strengthen the heart, brain, and sinews, strengthen the stomach, relieve the senses, take away tremblings and heart qualms. They are seldom used alone. Prunes, are cooling and loosening. Tamarinds, are cold and dry in the second degree, they purge choler, cool the blood, stay vomiting, help the yellow jaundice, quench thirst, cool hot stomachs, and hot livers. I omit the use of these also as resting confident a child of 3 years old, if you should give it raisins of the sun or cherries would not ask how it should take them. Seeds or grains. Coriander seed, hot and dry, expels wind, but is hurtful to the head, sends up unwholesome vapors to the brain, dangerous for mad people. Fenugreek seeds, are of a softening, discussing nature, they cease inflammations, be they internal or external, bruised and mixed with vinegar they ease the pains of the spleen, being applied to the sides, help hardness and swellings of the matrix. Being boiled, the decoction helps scabby heads. Linseed hath the same virtues with fenugreek. Gromwell seed, provokes urine, helps the colic, breaks the stone, and expels wind. Boil them in white wine, but bruise them first. Lupins, ease the pains of the spleen, kill worms and cast them out, outwardly, they cleanse filthy ulcers, and gangrenes, help scabs, itch, and inflammations. Dill seed, increases milk in nurses, expels wind, stays vomitings, provokes urine. Yet it dulls the sight, and is an enemy to generation. Smallage seed, provokes urine and the menses, expels wind, resists poison, and eases inward pains, it opens stoppings in any part of the body, yet it is hurtful for such as have the falling sickness, and for pregnant women. Rocket seed, provokes urine, stirs up lust, increases seed, kills worms, eases pains of the spleen. Use all these in like manner. Basil seed, if we may believe Dioscorides and Crescentius, cheers the heart, and strengthens a moist stomach, drives away melancholy, and provokes urine. Nettle seed, provokes venery, opens stoppages of the womb, helps inflammations of the sides and lungs, purgeth the breast, boil them, being bruised, in white wine also. The seeds of ammi, or bishop's weed, heat and dry, help difficulty of urine, and the pains of the colic, the bitings of venomous beasts, they provoke the menses, and purge the womb. Anise seeds, heat and dry, ease pain, expel wind, cause a sweet breath, help the dropsy, resist poison, breed milk, and stop the fluor albus in women, provoke venery, and ease the headache. Cardamoms, heat, kill worms, cleanse the reins, and provoke urine. Fennel seed, breaks wind, provokes urine and the menses, increases milk in nurses. Cumin seed, heat, bind, and dry, stop blood, expel wind, ease pain, help the bitings of venomous beast, outwardly applied, viz. In plaisters, they are of a discussing nature. Carrot seeds, are windy, provoke lust exceedingly, and encrease seed, provoke urine and the menses, cause speedy delivery to women in travail, and bring away the placenta. All these also may be boiled in white wine. Nigella seeds, boiled in oil, and the forehead anointed with it, ease pains in the head, take away leprosy, itch, scurf, and help scald heads. Inwardly taken they expel worms, they provoke urine, and the menses, help difficulty of breathing. Stavesacre, kills lice in the head, I hold it not fitting to be given inwardly. Olibanum mixed with as much barrow's grease, beat the olibanum first in powder, and boiled together, make an ointment which will kill the lice in children's heads, and such as are subject to breed them, will never breed them. A medicine cheap, safe, and sure, which breeds no annoyance to the brain. The seeds of watercresses, heat, yet trouble the stomach and belly. Ease the pains of the spleen, are very dangerous for pregnant women, yet they provoke lust, outwardly applied, they help leprosies, scald heads, and the falling off of hair, as also carbuncles, and cold ulcers in the joints. Mustard seed, heats, extenuates, and draws moisture from the brain, the head being shaved and anointed with mustard, is a good remedy for the lethargy, it helps filthy ulcers, and hard swellings in the mouth, it helps old aches coming of cold. French barley, is cooling, nourishing, and breeds milk. Sorrel seeds, potently resist poison, help fluxes, and such stomachs as loathe their meat. Succory seed, cools the heat of the blood, extinguishes lust, opens stoppings of the liver and bowels, it allays the heat of the body, and produces a good color, it strengthens the stomach, liver, and reins. Poppy seeds, ease pain, provoke sleep. Your best way is to make an emulsion of them with barley water. Mallow seeds, ease pains in the bladder. Chickpeas, are windy, provoke lust, increase milk in nurses, provoke the menses, outwardly, they help scabs, itch, and inflammations of the testicles, ulcers, and white saxifrage seeds, provoke urine, expel wind, and break the stone. Boil them in white wine. Rue seeds, help such as cannot hold their water. Lettuce seed, cools the blood, restrains venery. Also gourds, citrals, cucumbers, melons, purslane, and endive seeds, cool the blood, as also the stomach, spleen, and reins, and allay the heat of fevers. Use them as you are taught to do poppy seeds. Worm seed, expels wind, kills worms. Ash tree keys, ease pains in the sides, help the dropsy, relieve men weary with labor, provoke venery, and make the body lean. Peony seeds, help the ephialtes, or the disease the vulgar call the mare, as also the fits of the mother, and other such like infirmities of the womb, stop the menses, and help convulsions. Broom seed, potently provoke urine, break the stone. Citron seeds, strengthen the heart, cheer the vital spirit, resist pestilence and poison. Tears, liquors, and rosins. Laudanum, is of a heating, mollifying nature, it opens the mouth of the veins, stays the hair from falling off, helps pains in the ears, and hardness of the womb. It is used only outwardly in plaisters. Asafoetida is commonly used to allay the fits of the mother by smelling to it, they say, inwardly taken, it provokes lust and expels wind. Benzoin, or Benjamin, makes a good perfume. Sanguis draconis, cools and binds exceedingly. Aloes, purges choler and phlegm, and with such deliberation that it is often given to withstand the violence of other purges, it preserves the senses and betters the apprehension, it strengthens the liver, and helps the yellow jaundice. Yet is not for such as are troubled with the hemorrhoids, or have agues. I do not like it taken raw. See aloe rosata, which is nothing but it washed with the juice of roses. Manna, is temperately hot, of a mighty dilative quality, windy, cleanses choler gently, also it cleanses the throat and stomach. A child may take an ounce of it at a time melted in milk, and the dross strained out, it is good for them when they are scabby. Scammony, or diagridium, call it by which name you please, is a desperate purge, hurtful to the body by reason of its heat, windiness, corroding, or gnawing, and violence of working. I would advise my countrymen to let it alone. It will gnaw their bodies as fast as doctors gnaw their purses. Opopanax is of a heating, mollifying, digesting quality. Gum elemi is exceeding good for fractures of the skull, as also in wounds, and therefore is put in plaisters for that end. See Archaeus his liniment. Tragacanthum, commonly called gum traganth, and gum dragon, helps coughs, hoarseness, and distillations on the lungs. Delium, heats and softens, helps hard swellings, ruptures, pains in the sides, hardness of the sinews. Galbanum. Hot and dry, discussing. Applied to the womb, it hastens both birth and afterbirth. Applied to the navel it stays the strangling of the womb, commonly called the fits of the mother, helps pains in the sides, and difficulty of breathing, being applied to it. And the smell of it helps the vertigo or dizziness in the head. Myrh, heats and dries, opens and softens the womb, provokes the birth and afterbirth. Inwardly taken, it helps old coughs and hoarseness, pains in the sides, kills worms, and helps a stinking breath, helps the wasting of the gums, fastens the teeth. Outwardly it helps wounds, and fills up ulcers with flesh. You may take half a dram at a time. Mastic, strengthens the stomach exceedingly, helps such as vomit or spit blood, it fastens the teeth and strengthens the gums, being chewed in the mouth. Frankincense, and olibanum, heat and bind, fill up old ulcers with flesh, stop bleeding, but is extremely bad for mad people. Turpentine, purges, cleanses the reins, helps the running of them. Styrax calamitis, helps coughs, and distillations upon the lungs, hoarseness, want of voice, hardness of the womb, but it is bad for headaches. Ammoniacum, applied to the side, helps the hardness and pains of the spleen. Camphire, eases pains of the head coming of heat, takes away inflammations, and cools any place to which it is applied. Juices. That all juices have the same virtues with the herbs or fruits whereof they are made, I suppose few or none will deny, therefore I shall only name a few of them, and that briefly. Sugar is held to be hot in the first degree, strengthens the lungs, takes away the roughness of the throat, succors the reins and bladder. The juice of citrons cools the blood, strengthens the heart, mitigates the violent heat of fevers. The juice of lemons works the same effect, but not so powerfully. Juice of licorice, strengthens the lungs, helps coughs and colds. Things bred from plants. These have been treated of before, only two excepted. The first of which is agaricus. Agaric, it purges phlegm, choler, and melancholy, from the brain, nerves, muscles, marrow, or more properly brain, of the back, it cleanses the breast, lungs, liver, stomach, spleen, reins, womb, joints. It provokes urine, and the menses, kills worms, helps pains in the joints, and causes a good color. It is very seldom or never taken alone. See syrup of roses with agaric. Lastly, Vicus quercinus, or mistletoe of the oak, helps the falling sickness being either taken inwardly, or hung about one's neck. Living creatures. Millipedes, so called from the multitude of their feet, though it cannot be supposed they have 1,000, sows, hog lice, wood lice, being bruised and mixed with wine, they provoke urine, help the yellow jaundice, outwardly being boiled in oil. Help pains in the ears, a drop being put into them. The flesh of vipers being eaten, clear the sight, help the vices of the nerves, resist poison exceedingly, neither is there any better remedy under the sun for their bitings than the head of the viper that bit you, bruised and applied to the place. And the flesh eaten, you need not eat above a dram at a time, and make it up as you shall be taught in trochees of vipers. Neither any comparable to the stinging of bees and wasps, and then the same that sting you, bruised and applied to the place. Land scorpions cure their own stingings by the same means. The ashes of them, being burnt, potently provokes urine, and breaks the stone. Earthworms are an admirable remedy for cut nerves being applied to the place, they provoke urine. See the oil of them. Only let me not forget one notable thing quoted by Mizaldus, which is, that the powder of them put into an hollow tooth, makes it drop out. To draw a tooth without pain, fill an earthen crucible full of emmets, ants, or pismires, eggs and all, and when you have burned them, keep the ashes, with which if you touch a tooth it will fall out. Eels, being put into wine or beer, and suffered to die in it, he that drinks it will never endure that sort of liquor again. Oysters applied alive to a pestilential swelling, draw the venom to them. Crabfish, burned to ashes, and a dram of it taken every morning helps the bitings of mad dogs, and all other venomous beasts. Swallows, being eaten, clear the sight, the ashes of them, being burnt, eaten, preserve from drunkenness, help sore throats being applied to them, and inflammations. Grasshoppers, being eaten, ease the colic, and pains in the bladder. Hedge sparrows, being kept in salt, or dried and eaten raw, are an admirable remedy for the stone. Young pigeons being eaten, help pains in the reins, and the disease called tenesmus. Parts of living creatures, and excrements. The brain of sparrows being eaten, provokes lust exceedingly. The brain of an hare being roasted, helps trembling, it makes children breed teeth easily, their gums being rubbed with it, it also helps scald heads, and falling off of hair, the head being anointed with it. The head of a young kite, being burnt to ashes and the quantity of a dram of it taken every morning in a little water, is an admirable remedy against the gout. Crab eyes break the stone, and open stoppings of the bowels. The lungs of a fox, well dried, but not burned, is an admirable strengthener to the lungs, see the Lohawk of fox lungs. The liver of a duck, stops fluxes, and strengthens the liver exceedingly. The liver of a frog, being dried and eaten, helps quartan agues, or as the vulgar call them, third-day agues. Castoreum resists poison, the bitings of venomous beasts, it provokes the menses, and brings forth birth and afterbirth. It expels wind, eases pains and aches, convulsions, sighings, lethargies, the smell of it allays the fits of the mother. Inwardly given, it helps tremblings, falling sickness, and other such ill effects of the brain and nerves. A scruple is enough to take at a time, and indeed spirit of castoreum is better than castoreum, raw, to which I refer you. A sheep's or goat's bladder being burnt, and the ashes given inwardly, helps the diabetes. A flayed mouse dried and beaten into powder, and given at a time, helps such as cannot hold their water, or have a diabetes, if you do the like 3 days together. Ivory, or elephant's tooth, binds, stops the whites, it strengthens the heart and stomach, helps the yellow jaundice, and makes women fruitful. Those small bones which are found in the 4 feet of an hare, being beaten into powder and drank in wine, powerfully provoke urine. Goose grease, and capon's grease, are both softening, help gnawing sores, stiffness of the womb, and mitigate pain. I am of opinion that the suet of a goat mixed with a little saffron, is as excellent an ointment for the gout, especially the gout in the knees, as any is. Bear's grease stays the falling off of the hair. Fox grease helps pains in the ears. Elk's claws or hoofs are a sovereign remedy for the falling sickness, though it be but worn in a ring, much more being taken inwardly, but saith Mizaldus, it must be the hoof of the right foot behind. Milk is an extreme windy meat. Therefore I am of the opinion of Dioscorides, viz. that it is not profitable in headaches. Yet this is for certain, that it is an admirable remedy for inward ulcers in any part of the body, or any corrosions, or excoriations, pains in the reins and bladder, but it is very bad in diseases of the liver, spleen, the falling sickness. Vertigo, or dizziness in the head, fevers and headaches. Goat's milk is held to be better than cows for hectic fevers, phthisis, and consumptions, and so is asses also. Whey attenuates and cleanses both choler and melancholy, wonderfully helps melancholy and madness coming of it. Open stoppings of the bowels, help such as have the dropsy and are troubled with the stoppings of the spleen, rickets and hypochondriac melancholy, for such diseases you may make up your physic with whey. Outwardly it cleanses the skin of such deformities as come through choler or melancholy, as scabs, itch, morphew, leprosies, and honey is of a gallant cleansing quality, exceeding profitable in all inward ulcers in what part of the body soever. It opens the veins, cleanses the reins and bladder. I know no vices belonging to it, but only it is soon converted into choler. Wax, softens, heats, and meanly fills sores with flesh, it suffers not the milk to curdle in women's breasts. Inwardly it is given, 10 grains at a time, against bloody fluxes. Raw silk, heats and dries, cheers the heart, drives away sadness, comforts all the spirits, both natural, vital and animal. Belonging to the sea. Spermacoides, is well applied outwardly to eating ulcers, the marks which the smallpox leaves behind them, it clears the sight, provokes sweat. Inwardly it troubles the stomach and belly, helps bruises, and stretching of the nerves, and therefore is good for women newly delivered. Ambergris, heats and dries, strengthens the brain and nerves exceedingly, if the infirmity of them come of cold, resists pestilence. Sea sand, a man that hath the dropsy, being set up to the middle in it, it draws out all the water. Red coral, is cold, dry and binding, stops the immoderate flowing of the menses, bloody fluxes, the running of the rains, and the fluor albus, helps such as spit blood, it is an approved remedy for the falling sickness. Also if 10 grains of red coral be given to a child in a little breast milk so soon as it is born, before it take any other food, it will never have the falling sickness, nor convulsions. The common dose is from 10 grains to 30. Pearls, are a wonderful strengthener to the heart, increase milk in nurses, and amend it being naught, they restore such as are in consumptions, both they and the red coral preserve the body in health, and resist fevers. The dose is 10 grains or fewer, more, I suppose, because it is dear, than because it would do harm. Amber, viz. Yellow amber, heats and dries, therefore prevails against moist diseases of the head. It helps violent coughs, helps consumption of the lungs, spitting of blood, the fluor albus, it stops bleeding at the nose, helps difficulty of urine, you may take 10 or 20 grains at a time. The froth of the sea, it is hot and dry, helps scabs, itch, and leprosy, scald heads, and it cleanses the skin, helps difficulty of urine, makes the teeth white, being rubbed with it, the head being washed with it, it helps baldness, and trimly decks the head with hair. Metals, minerals, and stones. Gold is temperate in quality, it wonderfully strengthens the heart and vital spirits, which one perceiving, very wittily inserted these verses. For gold is cordial, and that's the reason your raking misers live so long a season. However, this is certain, in cordials, it resists melancholy, faintings, swoonings, fevers, falling sickness, and all such like infirmities, incident either to the vital or animal spirit. Alum. Heats, binds, and purges. Scours filthy ulcers, and fastens loose teeth. Brimstone, or flower of brimstone, which is brimstone refined, and the better for physical uses, helps coughs and rotten phlegm, outwardly in ointments it takes away leprosies, scabs, and itch. Inwardly it helps yellow jaundice, as also worms in the belly, especially being mixed with a little saltpetre, it helps lethargies being snuffed up in the nose. Litharge, both of gold and silver. Binds and dries much, fills up ulcers with flesh, and heals them. Lead is of a cold dry earthly quality, of an healing nature, applied to the place it helps any inflammation, and dries up humors. Pomphalix, cools, dries and binds. Jacinth, strengthens the heart being either beaten into powder, and taken inwardly, or only worn in a ring. Sapphire, quickens the senses, helps such as are bitten by venomous beasts, ulcers in the bowels. Emerald. Called a chaste stone because it resists lust, being worn in a ring, it helps, or at least mitigates the falling sickness and vertigo, it strengthens the memory, and stops the unruly passions of men. Ruby, or carbuncle, if there be such a stone, restrains lust, resists pestilence, takes away idle and foolish thoughts, makes men cheerful. Cardanus. Granite. Strengthens the heart, but hurts the brain, causes anger, takes away sleep. Diamond, is reported to make him that bears it unfortunate. Amethyst, being worn, makes men sober and steady, keeps men from drunkenness and too much sleep, it quickens the wit, is profitable in huntings and fightings, and repels vapors from the head. Bezoar, is a notable restorer of nature, a great cordial, no way hurtful nor dangerous, is admirably good in fevers, pestilences, and consumptions, viz. Taken inwardly, for this stone is not used to be worn as a jewel. The powder of it put upon wounds made by venomous beasts, draws out the poison. Topaz, if Epiphanius spake truth, if you put it into boiling water, it doth so cool it that you may presently put your hands into it without harm. If so, then it cools inflammations of the body by touching them. Toadstone, being applied to the place helps the bitings of venomous beasts, and quickly draws all the poison to it. It is known to be a true one by this. Hold it near to any toad, and she will make proffer to take it away from you if it be right, else not. Lemnius. Nephriticus lapis, helps pains in the stomach, and is of great force in breaking and bringing away the stone and gravel. Jasper. Being worn, stops bleeding, eases the labor in women, stops lust, resists fevers and dropsies. Methylis. Audites, or the stone with child, because being hollow in the middle, it contains another little stone within it, is found in an eagle's nest, and in many other places. This stone being bound to the left arm of women with child, stays their miscarriage or abortion, but when the time of their labor comes, remove it from their arm, and bind it to the inside of their thigh, and it brings forth the child. And that, almost, without any pain at all. Dioscorides, Pliny. Lapis lazuli, purges melancholy being taken inwardly, outwardly worn as a jewel, it makes men cheerful, fortunate and rich. And thus I end the stones, the virtues of which if any think incredible, I answer, 1. I quoted the authors where I had them. 2. I know nothing to the contrary but why it may be as possible as the sound of a trumpet is to incite a man to valor. Or a fiddle to dancing, and if I have added a few simples which the college left out, I hope my fault is not much, or at a leastwise, venial. A catalogue of simples. In the New Dispensatory. Roots. College. Sorrel, Calamus aromaticus, water flag, privet, garlic, marshmallows, alkanet, angelica, anthora, smallage, aran, birthwort long and round, sowbread, reeds, acerbaca, Virginian snakeweed, swalwort, asparagus, asphodel, male and female. Burdocks great and small, behen, or basil, valerian, white and red. Daisies, beets, white, red, and black. Marshmallows, bistort, barrage, bryony, white and black, bugloss, garden and wild. Calamus aromaticus, Our Lady's thistles, avens, coleworts, centaury the less. Onions, chameleon, white and black. Celandine, pilewort, china, succory, artichokes. Virginian snakeroot, comfrey greater and lesser. Contra yerba, costus, sweet and bitter. Turmeric, wild cucumbers, sowbread, hound's tongue, cypraise, long and round. Toothwort, white dittany, doronicum, dragons, woody nightshade, viper's bugloss, smallage, hellebore, white and black, endive, elecampane, eringo, coltsfoot, fern, male and female, philopendula or dropwort, fennel, white dittany, galanga. Great and small, gentian, licorice, dog grass, hermodactyls. Swallowwort, jacinth, henbane, jalap, masterwort, orris or flower de luce, both English and Florentine, sharp-pointed dock, burdock greater and lesser, lovage, privet, white lilies, licorice, mallows, machocan, jalap, spignal, mercury. Devil's bit, sweet navew, spikenard, Celtic and Indian, water lilies, rest harrow, sharp-pointed dock, peony, male and female. Parsnips, garden and wild, cinquefoil, butterbur, parsley, hog's fennel, valerian, greater and lesser, burnet, land and water plantain, polypodium of the oak, Solomon's seal, leeks, pellitory of Spain, cinquefoil, turnips, radishes. Garden and wild, rapuntic, common rhubarb, monk's rhubarb, rose root, madder bruscus. Soapwort, sarsaparilla, satyrian, male and female, white saxifrage, squills, figwort, scorzonera, English and Spanish, Virginian snake weed, Solomon's seal, Cicers, stinking gladen, devil's bit, dandelion, thapsus, tormentil, turbith, colt's foot. Valerian, greater and lesser, vervain, swallowwort, nettles, zedoary long and round, ginger. Culpeper. These be the roots the college hath named, and but only named, and in this order I have set them down. It seems the college holds a strange opinion, viz. that it would do an Englishman a mischief to know what the herbs in his garden are good for. But my opinion is, that those herbs, roots, plants, and which grow near a man, are far better and more congruous to his nature than any outlandish rubbish whatsoever, and this I am able to give a reason of to any that shall demand it of me, therefore I am so copious in handling of them. You shall observe them ranked in this order. 1. The temperature of the roots, herbs, flowers, and viz. hot, cold, dry, moist, together with the degree of each quality. 2. What part of the body each root, herb, flower, is appropriated to, viz. head, throat, breast, heart, stomach, liver, spleen, bowels, reins, bladder, womb, joints, and in those which heat those places, and which cool them. 3. The property of each simple, as they bind, open, mollify, harden, extenuate, discuss, draw out, suppure, cleanse, glutinate, break wind, breed seed, provoke or stop the menses, resist poison, abate swellings, ease pain. This I intend shall be my general method throughout the simples, which, having finished I shall give you a paraphrase explaining these terms, which rightly considered, will be the key of Galen's way of administering physic. Temperature of the roots. Roots hot in the first degree. Marshmallows, basil, valerian, spatling, poppy, burdocks, borage, bugloss, calamus aromaticus, avens, pilewort, china, self-heal, licorice, dog-grass, white lilies, peony, male and female, wild parsnips, parsley, valerian, great and small. Nihali, satyrion, scorzonera, skirrets. Hot in the second degree. Water flag, reeds, swallowwort, asphodel, male, carline thistle, cypress, long and round, fennel, lovage, spignal, mercury, devil's bit, butterbur, hog's fennel, sarsaparilla, squills, zedoary. Hot in the third degree. Angelica, aran, birthwort long and round, sowbread, asrabaca, bryony, white and black, salandine, Virgianian snakeroot, hemeric, white dittany, doronicum, hellebore, white and black, elecampane, philopendula, galena greater and lesser. Masterwort, orris English and Florentine, restharrow, stinking gladen, turbith, ginger. Hot in the fourth degree. Garlic, onions, leeks, pellitory of Spain. Roots temperate in respect of heat, are bear's breech, asparagus, Our Lady's thistle, eringo, jalap, mallows, machocan, garden parsnips, cinquefoil, tormentil. Roots cold in the first degree. Sorrel, beets, white and red, comfrey the greater, plantain, rose root, madder. Cold in the second degree. Alkanet, daisies, succory, hound's tongue, endive, jacinth. Cold in the third degree. Bistort and mandrakes are cold in the third degree, and henbane in the fourth. Roots dry in the first degree. Bear's breech, burdocks, red beets, calamus aromaticus, pilewort, self-heal, endive, eringo, jacinth, madder, nihali. Dry in the second degree. Water flag, marshmallows, alkanet, smallage, reeds, sorrel, swallowwort, asphodel male, basil, valerian and spatling poppy, according to the opinion of the Greeks. Our Lady's thistles, avens, succory, hound's tongue, cypress long and round, fennel, lovage, spignal, mercury, devil's bit, butterbur, parsley, plantain, zedoary. Dry in the third degree. Angelica, aran, birthwort, long and round, sowbread, bistort, asrabaca, bryony white and black, carline thistle, china, salandine, Virginian snakeroot, white dittany, Doronicum, hellebore white and black, elecampane, filipendula. Galanga greater and lesser, masterwort, orris, English and Florentine, restero, peony male and female, cinquefoil, hog's fennel, sarsaparilla, stinking gladen, tormentil, ginger. Dry in the 4th degree. Garlic, onions, costus, leeks, pellitory of Spain. Roots moist are, basil, valerian, and spatling poppy, according to the Arabian physicians, daisies, white beets, borage, bugloss, licorice, dog grass, mallows, satyrion, scorzonera, parsnips, skirrets. Roots appropriated to several parts of the body. Heat the head. Doronicum, fennel, jalap, machocan, spikenard, Celtic and Indian. Peony male and female. Neck and throat. Pilewort, devil's bit. Breast and lungs. Birthwort long and round, elecampane, licorice, orris English and Florentine, calamus aromaticus, cinquefoil, squills. Heart. Angelica, borage, bugloss, carline thistle, Doronicum, butterbur, scorzonera, tormentil, zedoary, basil, valerian white and red. Stomach. Elecampane, galanga greater and lesser, spikenard, Celtic and Indian, ginger, fennel, avens, radishes. Bowels. Valerian great and small, zedoary, ginger. Liver. Smallage, carline thistle, celandine, china, turmeric, fennel, gentian, dog grass, cinquefoil, parsley, smallage, asparagus, rhubarb, rapontic, niholly. Spleen. Smallage, carline thistle, fern male and female, parsley, water flag, asparagus, round birthwort, fennel, capers, ash, gentian. Reins and bladder. Marshmallows, smallage, asparagus, burdock, basil, valerian, spatling poppy, carline thistle, china, cypress long and round, filipendula, dog grass, spikenard, Celtic and Indian, parsley, niholly, white saxifrage. Womb. Birthwort long and round, galanga greater and lesser, peony male and female, hog's fennel. Fundament. Pilewort. Joints. Bear's breech, hermodactyls, jalap, macoacan, ginger, costus. Roots cool the head. Rose root. Stomach. Sow thistles, endive, succory, bistort. Liver. Madder, endive, chicory. Properties of the roots. Although I confess the properties of the simples may be found out by the ensuing explanation of the terms, and I suppose by that means they were found out at first. And although I hate a lazy student from my heart, yet to encourage young students in the art, I shall quote the chief of them. I desire all lovers of physic to compare them with the explanation of these rules, so shall they see how they agree. So may they be enabled to find out the properties of all simples to their own benefit in physic. Roots, bind. Cypress, bistort, tormentil, cinquefoil, bear's breech, water flag, alkanet, toothwort, and discuss. Birthwort, asphodel, bryony, capers, and cleanse. Birthwort, aran, asparagus, grass, asphodel, celandine, and open. Asarabaca, garlic, leeks, onions, rapontic, turmeric, carline thistle, succory, endive, filipendula, fennel, parsley, bruscus, asparagus, smallage, gentian, and extenuate. Orris English and Florentine, capers, and burn. Garlic, onions, pellitory of Spain, and mollify. Mallows, marshmallows, and sapur. Marshmallows, bryony, white lilies, and glutinate. Comfrey, Solomon seal, gentian, birthwort, daisies, and expel wind. Smallage, parsley, fennel, water flag, garlic, costus, galanga, hog's fennel, zedoary, spikenard Indian, and Celtic, and breed seed. Water flag, Iringo, Satyrian, Galanga, and provoke the menses. Birthwort, Asarabaca, Aran, water flag, white dittany, asphodel, garlic, centauri the less, cyperus long and round, costus, capers, calamus aromaticus, dittany of Crete, carrots, Iringo, fennel, parsley, smallage, grass, elecampane, peony, valerian, nihali, and stop the menses. Comfrey, tormentil, bistort, and provoke sweat. Carolina thistle, china, sarsaparilla, and resist poison. Angelica, garlic, long birthwort, smallage, doronicum, costus, zedoary, cypress, gentian, Carolina thistle, bistort, tormentil, swallowwort, viper's bugloss, elecampane, and help burnings. Asphodel, jacinth, white lilies, and ease pains. Water flag, Iringo, orris, restharrow, and purge choler. Asarabaca, rhubarb, rapuntic, fern, and relieve melancholy. Hellebore, white and black, polypodium. Purge phlegm and watery humors. Squills, turbith, hermodactyls, jalap, macoacan, wild cucumbers, sowbread, male asphodel, bryony white and black, elder, spurge great and small. I quoted some of these properties to teach you the way how to find the rest, which the explanation of these terms will give you ample instructions in. I quoted not all because I would fain have you studious. Be diligent gentle reader. How to use your bodies in, and after taking purges, ye shall be taught by and by. Barks mentioned by the college are these. College. Hazelnuts, oranges, barberries, birch tree, caper roots, cassia lignia, chestnuts, cinnamon, citron pills, dwarf elder, spurge roots, alder, ash, pomegranates, guajacum, walnut tree, green walnuts, laurel, bay, lemon, mace, pomegranates. Mandrake roots, mezereon, mulberry tree roots, sloe tree roots, pine nuts, fistic nuts, poplar tree, oak, elder, sassafras, cork, tamarisk, lime tree, frankincense, elm, captain. Winter's cinnamon. Culpeper. Of these, Captain Winter's cinnamon, being taken as ordinary spice, or half a dram taken in the morning in any convenient liquor, is an excellent remedy for the scurvy. The powder of it being snuffed up in the nose, cleanses the head of rheum gallantly. The bark of the black alder tree purges choler and phlegm if you make a decoction with it. Agrimony, wormwood, dodder, hops, endive and succory roots, parsley and smallage roots, or you may bruise a handful of each of them, and put them in a gallon of ale, and let them work together, put the simples into a bolter bag, and a draught. Half a pint, more or less, according to the age of him that drinks it, being drunk every morning, helps the dropsy, jaundice, evil disposition of the body. Also helps the rickets, strengthens the liver and spleen, makes the digestion good, troubles not the stomach at all, causes appetite, and helps such as are scabby and itchy. The rest of the barks that are worth the noting, and the virtues of them, are to be found in the former part of the book. Barks are hot in the first degree. Guajacum, tamarisk, oranges, lemons, citrons. In the second. Cinnamon, cassia, lignia, Captain Winter's cinnamon, frankincense, capers. In the third. Mace. Cold in the first. Oak, pomegranates. In the third. Mandrakes. Appropriated to parts of the body. Heat the head. Captain Winter's cinnamon. The heart. Cinnamon, cassia, lignia, citron pills, walnuts, lemon pills, mace. The stomach. Orange pills, cassia lignia, cinnamon, citron pills, lemon pills, mace, sassafras. The lungs. Cassia lignia, cinnamon, walnuts. The liver. Barberry tree, bay tree, Captain Winter's cinnamon. The spleen. Caper bark, ash tree bark, bay tree. The reins and bladder. Bay tree, sassafras. The womb. Cassia lignea, cinnamon. Cool the stomach. Pomegranate pills. Purge choler. The bark of barberry tree. Purge phlegm and water. Elder, dwarf elder, spurge, laurel. Woods. College. Fir, wood of aloes, rhodium, Brazil, box, willow, cypress, ebony, guajacum, juniper, lentisk, nephriticum, rhodium, rosemary, sanders, white, yellow, and red, sassafras, tamarisk. Of these some are hot. Wood of aloes, rhodium, box, ebony, guajacum, nephriticum, rosemary, sassafras, tamarisk. Some cold. As cypress, willow, sanders white, red, and yellow. Rosemary is appropriated to the head, wood of aloes to the heart and stomach, rhodium to the bowels and bladder, nephriticum to the liver, spleen, reins and bladder, sassafras to the breast, stomach and bladder, tamarisk to the spleen. Sanders cools the heart and spirits in fevers. For the particular virtues of each, see that part of the book preceding. Herbs. College. Southernwood male and female. Wormwood, common, Roman, and such as bear worm seed, sorrel, wood sorrel, maidenhair common, white or wall rue, black and golden maudlin, agrimony, vervain, mallow, lady's mantle, chickweed, marshmallows, and pimpernel both male and female. Water pimpernel, dill, angelica, smallage, goosegrass, or cleavers, columbine, wild tansy, or silver weed, mugwort, acerbaca, woodruff, barack, distaff thistle, mousehir, costmary, or alcost, burdock greater and lesser, brooklime. Or water pimpernel, beets white, red, and black, betony of the wood and water. Daisies greater and lesser, blight, mercury, borage, oak of Jerusalem, cabbages, sodanella, bryony white and black, bugloss, bugless, shepherd's purse, ox-eye, box leaves, calaminth of the mountains and fens, ground pine, woodbine. Or honeysuckles, lady smocks, marigolds, Our Lady's thistle, Carduus benedictus, avens, small spurge, horsetail, coleworts, centaury the less, knotgrass, serval, germander, chamomile, Chamaepitis female southernwood, keeline, pilewort, chicory. Hemlock, garden and sea scurvy grass, fleawort, comfrey great, middle, or bugle, least or daisies, serracins, confound, buckhorn, plantain, mayweed, or margweed, as we in Sussex call it, orpine, sampier, crowswort, dodder. Blue bottle great and small, artichokes, houndstone, cypress leaves, dandelion, dittany of treat, box leaves, teasel's garden and wild, dwarf elder, viper's bugloss, llewellyn, smallage, endive, elecampane, horsedale, epithemum, groundsel. Hedge mustard, spurge, agrimony, maudlin, eyebright, orpine, fennel, sampier, philopendula, Indian leaf, strawberry leaves, ash tree leaves, fumitory, goat's rue, lady's bedstraw, broom, muscatu, herb robert, dove's foot, cottonweed, hedge hyssop. Tree ivy, ground ivy, or ale hoof, elecampane, pellitory of the wall, liverwort, cowslips, rupturewort, hawkweed, monk's rhubarb, alexanders, clary garden and wild, henbane, st. John's wort, horsetongue, or double tongue, hyssop, sciatica cresses, small green, sharewort, woad, reeds, skeninth, comepides, glasswort, lettuce, lagobus, archangel, burdock great and small, lavender, laurel, bay leaves. English and Alexandrian, duckweed, ditander, or pepperwort, lovage, privet, sea bugloss, toad flax, hart's tongue, sweet trefoil, wood sorrel, hops, willow herb, marjoram, common and tree mallows, mandrake, horehound white and black, herb mastic. Featherfew, woodbine, melilot, balm garden and water, mince, horse mince, mercury, mezzarian, yarrow, devil's bit, moss, sweet chivel, myrtle leaves, garden and water cresses, nep, tobacco, moneywort, water lilies, basil, olive leaves, rest harrow. Adder's tongue, origanum, sharp-pointed dock, poppy, white, black, and red, or eretic, pellitory of the wall, cinquefoil, arsmart spotted and not spotted, peach leaves, thoroughwax, parsley, hart's tongue, valeriac, mouse ear, burnet. Small spurge, plantain common and narrow-leaved, mountain and cretic poley, knotgrass, golden maidenhair, poplar leaves and buds, leeks, purslane, silverweed, or wild tansy, horehound white and black, primroses, self-heal, field pellitory. Or sneezewort, pennyroyal, fleabane, lungwort, wintergreen, oak leaves and buds, docks, common rue, wall rue or white maidenhair, wild rue, savon, osier leaves, garden sage the greater and lesser, wild sage, elder leaves and buds, marjoram, burnet. Sanicle, soapwort, savory, white saxifrage, scabious, chicory, skunanth, clary, scordium, figwort, houseleek, or sengreen the greater and lesser, groundsel, senna leaves and pods, mother of thyme, Solomon's seal, Alexander's, nightshade, soldanilla. Sow thistles, smooth and rough, flaxweed, common spike, spinach, hawthorn, devil's bit, comfrey, tamarisk leaves, tansy, dandelion, mullein or higcaper, thyme, lime tree leaves, spurge, tormentil, common and golden trefoil, wood sorrel, sweet trefoil. Colt's foot, valerian, mullein, vervain, Paul's betony, llewellyn, violets, tansy, periwinkles, swallowwort, golden rod, vine leaves, mead sweet, elm leaves, navelwort, nettles, common and Roman, archangel, or dead nettles, white and red. Culpeper. These be the herbs as the college set down to look upon. We will see if we can translate them in another form to the benefit of the body of man. Herbs temperate in respect of heat, are common maidenhair, wallrue, black and golden maidenhair, woodroof, bugle, goat's rue, hartstung, sweet trefoil, flaxweed, cinquefoil, trefoil, Paul's betony, llewellyn. Intemperate and hot in the first degree, are agrimony, marshmallows, goosegrass or cleavers, distaff thistle, borage, bugloss, or ladies' thistles, avens, cetrac, chervil, chamomile, eyebright, cowslips, melilot, basil, self-heal. In the second, common and Roman wormwood, maudlin, lady's mantle, pimpernel male and female, dill, smallage, mugwort, costmary, betony, oak of Jerusalem, marigold, cuckoo flowers, carduus benedictus, centauri the less, comepodes, scurvygrass, Indian leaf, broom. Alehoof, Alexander's, double tongue, or tongue blade, archangel, or dead nettles, bay leaves, marjoram, horehound, balm, mercury, devil's bit, tobacco, parsley, holy mountain, rosemary, sage, sanicle scabious, senna, soldanella, tansy, vervain. Periwinkle. In the third degree. Southernwood male and female, brooklime, angelica, bryony white and black, calaminth, germander, celandine, pilewort, fleabane, dwarf elder, epithamen, bankcresses, clary, glasswort, lavender, lovage, herb mastic, featherfew, mints. Watercresses, beriganum, biting arsmart, called in Latin hydropiper, the college confounds this with persicaria, or mild arsmart, which is cold, sneezewort, pennyroyal, rue, savon, summer and winter savory, mother of thyme, lavender, spike, thyme. Nettles. In the fourth degree. Sciatica cresses, stone crop, dittany, or pepperwort, garden cresses, leeks, crowfoot, rosa solis, spurge. Herbs cold in the first degree. Sorrel, wood sorrel, barack, burdock, shepherd's purse, pellitory of the wall, hawkweed, mallows, yarrow, mild arsmart, called persicaria, burnet, coltsfoot, violets. Cold in the second degree. Chickweed, wild tansy, or silverweed, daisies, knotgrass, succory, buckhorn, plantain, dandelion, endive, fumitory, strawberry leaves, lettuce, duck meat, plantain, purslane, willow leaves. In the third degree. Sungreen, or house leek, nightshade. In the fourth degree. Hemlock, henbane, mandrakes, poppies. Herbs dry in the first degree. Agrimony, marshmallows, cleavers, burdocks, shepherd's purse, Our Lady's thistle, chervil, chamomile, eyebright, cowslips, hawkweed, tongue-blade, or double-tongue, melilot, mild arsmart, self-heal, senna, flaxweed, coltsfoot, periwinkle. Dry in the second degree. Common and Roman wormwood, sorrel, wood sorrel, maudlin, lady's mantle, pimpernel male and female, dill, smallage, wild tansy, or silverweed, mugwort, distaff thistle, costmary, betony, bugle, cuckoo flowers, carduus benedictus, avens. Centaury the less, chicory, commonly called succory, scurvy grass, buckhorn, plantain, dandelion, endive, Indian leaf, strawberry leaves, fumitory, broom, elhoof, alexanders, archangel, or dead nettles, white and red, bay leaves, marjoram. Featherfew, balm, mercury, devil's bit, tobacco, parsley, burnet, plantain, rosemary, willow leaves, sage, santicle, scabious, soldanella, vervain. Dry in the third degree. Southernwood, male and female, brooklime, angelica, bryony, white and black, calamint, germander, comepodes, celandine, pilewort, fleabane, epithinum, dwarfelder, bank cresses, clary, glasswort, lavender, lovage, horehound, herb mastic, mints. Watercresses, origanum, cinquefoil, hot arsmart, holy mountain, sneezewort, pennyroyal, rue, or herb of grace, savon, winter and summer savory, mother of thyme, lavender, silk, tansy, thyme, trefoil. In the fourth degree. Garden cresses, wild rue, leeks, onions, crowfoot, rosa solis, garlic, spurge. Herbs moist in the first degree. Borage, bugloss, marigolds, pellitory of the wall, mallows, basil. In the fourth degree. Chickweed, arack, daisies, lettuce, duck meat, purslane, sow thistles, violets, water lilies. Herbs appropriated to certain parts of the body. Of man. Heat the head. Maudlin, costmary, betony, carduus benedictus, celandine, scurvy grass, eyebright, goat's rue, cowslips, lavender, laurel, lovage, herb mastic, featherfew, melilot, sneezewort, pennyroyal, senna, mother of thyme, vervain, rosemary. Heat the throat. Archangel white and red, otherwise called dead nettles, devil's bit. Heat the breast. Maidenhair, white, black, common and golden, distaff thistle, thyme, betony, calaminth, chamomile, fennel, Indian leaf, bay leaves, hyssop, balm, horehound, oak of Jerusalem, germander, melilot, origanum, rue, scabious, periwinkles, nettles. Heat the heart. Southernwood male and female, angelica, woodroof, bugloss, carduus benedictus, borage, goat's rue, senna, basil, rosemary, elecampane. Heat the stomach. Wormwood common and Roman, smallage, avens, Indian leaf, broom, skeninth, bay leaves, balm, mints, parsley, fennel, thyme, mother of thyme, sage. Heat the liver. Agrimony, maudlin, pimpernel, male and female, smallage, costmary, or ale cost, Our Lady's thistles, centaury the less, germander, camopitis, celandine, sampier, foxgloves, ash tree leaves, bay leaves, toadflax, hops, horehound, watercresses. Parsley, holy mountain, sage, scordium, senna, mother of thyme, soldanella, asrabaca, fennel, hyssop, spikenard. Heat the bowels. Chamomile, elhoof, alexanders. Heat the spleen. All the four sorts of maidenhair, agrimony, smallage, centaury the less, cetrac, germander, comepodes, samphire, foxglove, epithemum, ash tree, bay leaves, toadflax, hops, horehound, parsley, holy, mountain sage, scordium, senna. Mother of thyme, tamarisk, wormwood, watercresses, heart-stung. Heat the reins and bladder. Agrimony, maudlin, marshmallows, pimpernel male and female, brooklime, costmary, betony, chervil, germander, chamomile, samphire, broom, rupturewort, clary, skeanth, bay leaves, toadflax, hops, melilot, watercresses, origanum, pennyroyal. Scordium, vervain, mother of thyme, rocket, spikenard, saxifrage, nettles. Heat the womb. Maudlin, angelica, mugwort, costmary, calaminth, fleabane, mayweed, ormargweed, dittany of Crete, skeanth, archangel or dead nettles, melilot, featherfew, mince, devil's bit, origanum, basil, pennyroyal, savon, sage, scordium, tansy, thyme. Vervain, periwinkles, nettles. Heat the joints. Cowslips, sciatica cresses, hot ars mart, garden cresses, costmary, agrimony, chamomile, St. John's wort, melilot, watercresses, rosemary, rue, sage, stechas. Herbs cooling the head. Wood sorrel, teasels, lettuce, plantain, willow leaves, singreen or houseleek, strawberry leaves, violet leaves, fumitory, water lilies. Cool the throat. Orpine, strawberry leaves, privet, bramble leaves. Breast. Mulberry leaves, bramble leaves, violet leaves, strawberry leaves, sorrel, wood sorrel, poppies, orpine, moneywort, plantain, coltsfoot. Heart. Sorrel, wood sorrel, viper's bugloss, lettuce, burnet, violet leaves, strawberry leaves, and water lilies. Stomach. Sorrel, wood sorrel, succory, orpine, dandelion, endive, strawberry leaves, hawkweed, lettuce, purslane, sow thistles, violet leaves. Liver. Sorrel, wood sorrel, dandelion, endive, succory, strawberry leaves, fumitory, liverwort, lettuce, purslane, nightshade, water lilies. Bowels. Fumitory, mallows, buckthorn, plantain, orpine, plantain, burnet. Spleen. Fumitory, endive, succory, lettuce. Reins and bladder. Knotgrass, mallows, yarrow, moneywort, plantain, endive, succory, lettuce, purslane, water lilies, houseleek or singreen. The womb. Wild tansy, arac, burdocks, willow herb, myrtle leaves, moneywort, purslane, sow thistles, endive, succory, lettuce, water lilies, singreen. The joints. Willow leaves, vine leaves, lettuce, henbane, nightshade, singreen or houseleek. Herbs altering according to property, in operation. Some bind, as amomus, agnus castus, shepherd's purse, cypress, horsetail, ivy, bay leaves, melilot, balm, myrtles, sorrel, plantain, knotgrass, comfrey, cinquefoil, fleawort, purslane. Oak leaves, willow leaves, singreen or houseleek, and open, as, garlic, onions, wormwood, mallows, marshmallows, pellitory of the wall, endive, succory, and soften. Mallows, marshmallows, beets, pellitory of the wall, violet leaves, strawberry leaves, arac, cypress leaves, bay leaves, fleawort, and harden. Purslane, nightshade, houseleek or singreen, duck meat, and most other herbs that are very cold. Extenuate. Mugwort, chamomile, hyssop, pennyroyal, stoiches, thyme, mother of thyme, juniper, and discuss. Southernwood male and female, all the 4 sorts of maidenhair, marshmallows, dill, mallows, arac, beets, chamomile, mince, melilot, pellitory of the wall, chickweed, rue, stoiches, marjoram. Draw. Pimpernel, birthwort, dittany, leeks, onions, garlic, and also take this general rule, as all cold things bind and harden, so all things very hot are drying. Sup pure. Mallows, marshmallows, white lily leaves, and cleanse. Pimpernel, southernwood, asparagus, cetrac, arac, wormwood, beet, pellitory of the wall, camopitis, dodder, liverwort, horehound, willow leaves, and glutinate. Marshmallows, pimpernel, centauri, camopitis, mallows, germander, horsetail, agrimony, maudlin, strawberry leaves, woad chervil, plantain, cinquefoil, comfrey, bugle, self-heal, woundwort, tormentil, rupturewort, knotgrass, tobacco. Expel wind. Wormwood, garlic, dill, smallage, chamomile, epithemum, fennel, juniper, marjoram, origanum, savory both winter and summer. Tansy is good to cleanse the stomach and bowels of rough viscous phlegm, and humors that stick to them, which the phlegmatic constitution of the winter usually infects the body of man with, and occasions gouts and other diseases of like nature and lasting long. This was the original of that custom to eat tansies in the spring. The herb may be made into a conserve with sugar, or boil it in wine and drink the decoction, or make the juice into a syrup with sugar, which you will. Herbs breed seed. Clary, rocket, and most herbs that are hot and moist, and breed wind. Provoke the terms. Southernwood, garlic, all the sorts of maidenhair, mugwort, wormwood, bishop's weed, cabbages, betony, centaury, chamomile, calaminth, germander, dodder, didney, fennel, st. John's wort, marjoram, horehound, balm, watercresses, origanum, basil, pennyroyal, holy mountain, parsley, smallage, rue, rosemary, sage, savon, heartwort, thyme, mother of thyme, scordium, nettles. Stop the terms. Shepherd's purse, strawberries, myrtles, water lilies, plantain, houseleek or singreen, comfrey, knotgrass. Resist poison. Southernwood, wormwood, garlic, all sorts of maidenhair, smallage, betony, carduus benedictus, germander, calaminth, alexanders, carline thistle, agrimony, fennel, juniper, horehound, origanum, pennyroyal, holy mountain, rue, scordium, plantain. Discuss swellings. Maidenhair, cleavers, or goosegrass, mallows, marshmallows, docks, balm, watercresses, cinquefoil, scordium, and ease pain. Dill, wormwood, arac, chamomile, calaminth, camopitis, henbane, hops, hog's fennel, parsley, rosemary, rue, marjoram, mother of thyme. Herbs purging. Collar. Groundsel, hops, peach leaves, wormwood, centaury, mallows, senna. Melancholy. Oxeye, epithemum, fumitory, senna, dodder. Phlegm and water. Bryony, white and black, spurge, both work most violently and are not fit for a vulgar use, dwarf elder, hedge hyssop, laurel leaves, mercury, Mazarian also purges violently, and so doth sneezewort, elder leaves, senna. For the particular operations of these, as also how to order the body after purges, the quantity to be taken at a time, you have been in part instructed already, and shall be more fully hereafter. Flowers. College. Wormwood, Agnus castus, amaranthus, dill, rosemary, columbines, oranges, balostins, or pomegranate flowers, betony, borage, bugloss, marigolds, woodbine or honeysuckles, clove gillyflowers, centaury the less, chamomile, winter gillyflowers. Succory, comfrey the greater, saffron, bluebottle great and small, Sinosbatis, tragus, and Dedonius hold our white thorn to be it, Cordus and Marcellus think it to be briars, Lugdunensis takes it for the sweet briar. But what our college takes it for, I know not. Sidnus, Dioscorides calls the flowers of the manured pomegranates, Sidnus, but Pliny calls the flowers of the wild kind by that name, foxglove, viper's bugloss, rocket, eyebright, beans, fumitory. Broom, cowslips, st. John's wort, hyssop, jessamine or shrub, trefoil, archangel, or dead nettles white and red, lavender, wallflowers, or winter gillyflowers, privet, lilies white, and of the valley, hops, common and tree mallows, featherfew, woodbine. Or honeysuckles, melilot, balm, walnuts, water lilies white and yellow, origanum, poppies white and red, or eretics, poppies, or corn roses, so called because they grow amongst corn, peony, honeysuckles, or woodbine, peach flowers, primroses. Self-heal, slow bush, rosemary flowers, roses, white, damask and red, sage, elder, white saxifrage, scabious, siligo. I think they mean wheat by it, authors are not agreed about it, stechas, tamarisk, tansy, mullein or higtaper, lime tree. Clove gillyflowers, coltsfoot, violets, agnus castus, dead nettles white and red. Culpeper. That these may be a little explained for the public good, be pleased to take notice. Some are hot in the first degree, as borage, bugloss, betony, oxeye, melilot, chamomile, stoichas. Hot in the second degree. Amomus, saffron, clove gillyflowers, rocket, balm, spikenard, hops, skeninth, lavender, jasmine, rosemary. In the third degree. Agnus castus, epithemum, winter gillyflowers, or wallflowers, woodbine, or honeysuckles. Cold in the first degree. Mallows, roses, red, white, and damask violets. In the second. Anemone, or windflower, endive, succory, water lilies, both white and yellow. In the third. Balostins, or pomegranate flowers. In the fourth. Henbane, and all the sorts of poppies, only whereas authors say, field poppies, which some call red, others eritic and corn roses, are the coldest of all the others, yet my opinion is, that they are not cold in the fourth degree. Moist in the first degree. Borage, bugloss, mallows, succory, endive. In the second. Water lilies, violets. Dry in the first degree. Oxeye, saffron, chamomile, melilot, roses. In the second. Windflower, amomus, clove gillyflowers, rocket, lavender, hops, peony, rosemary, spikenard. In the third. Woodbine, or honeysuckles, balostines, epithemum, germander, camopitis. The temperature of any other flowers not here mentioned are of the same temperature with the herbs. You may gain skill by searching there for them, you can lose none. For the parts of the body, they are appropriated. 2. Some heat. The head. As, rosemary flowers, self-heal, chamomile, betony, cowslips, lavender, melilot, peony, sage, stoichas. The breast. Betony, balm, scabious, skunanth. The heart. Balm, rosemary flowers, borage, bugloss, saffron, spikenard. The stomach. Rosemary flowers, spikenard, skunanth. The liver. Centauri, skeninth, elder, betony, chamomile, spikenard. The spleen. Betony, wallflowers. The reins and bladder. Betony, marshmallows, melilot, skunanth, spikenard. The womb. Betony, squinanth or skeninth, sage, orris or flower de luce. The joints. Rosemary flowers, cowslips, chamomile, melilot. Flowers, as they are cooling, so they cool. The head. Violets, roses, the three sorts of poppies, and water lilies. The breast and heart. Violets, red roses, water lilies. The stomach. Red roses, violets. The liver and spleen. Endive, and succory. Violets, borage, and bugloss, moisten the heart, rosemary flowers, balm and betony, dry it. According to property, so they bind. Balostins, saffron, succory, endive, red roses, melilot, balm, clove gillyflowers, agnus castus. Discuss. Dill, chamomile, marshmallows, mallows, melilot, stoichas, and cleanse. Damask roses, elder flowers, bean flowers, and extenuate. Orris, or flower de luce, chamomile, melilot, stoichas, and mollify. Saffron, white lilies, mallows, marshmallows, and suppure. Saffron, white lilies, and glutinate. Balostines, centauri, and Provoke the terms. Betony, centaury, chamomile, skunanth, wallflowers, balm peony, rosemary, sage. Stop the terms. Balostines, or pomegranate flowers, water lilies. Expel wind. Dill, chamomile, skunanth, spikenard. Help burnings. White lilies, mallows, marshmallows. Resist poison. Betony, centaury. Ease pain. Dill, chamomile, centaury, melilot, rosemary. Flowers purge choler. Peach flowers, damask roses, violets. Phlegm. Broom flowers, elder flowers. If you compare but the quality of the flowers with the herbs, and with the explanation of these terms at the latter end, you may easily find the temperature and property of the rest. The flowers of ox-eye being boiled into a poultice with a little barley meal, take away swellings and hardness of the flesh, being applied warm to the place. Chamomile flowers heat, discuss, loosen and rarefy, boiled in clysters, they are excellent in the wind colic, boiled in wine, and the decoction drunk, purges the reins, break the stone, opens the pores, cast out choleric humors, succors the heart. And eases pains and aches, or stiffness coming by traveling. The flowers of rocket used outwardly, discuss swellings, and dissolve hard tumors, you may boil them into a poultice, but inwardly taken they send but unwholesome vapors up to the head. Hops open obstructions of the bowels, liver, and spleen, they cleanse the body of choler and phlegm, provoke urine. Jasmine flowers boiled in oil, and the grieved place bathed with it, takes away cramps and stitches in the sides. The flowers of woodbine, or honeysuckles, being dried and beaten into powder, and a dram taken in white wine in the morning, helps the rickets, difficulty of breathing, provoke urine, and help the strangury. The flowers of mallows being bruised and boiled in honey, 2 ounces of the flowers is sufficient for a pound of honey, and having first clarified the honey before you put them in, then strained out. This honey taken with a licorice stick, is an excellent remedy for coughs, asthmas, and consumptions of the lungs. Fruits. College. Winter cherries, love apples, almonds sweet and bitter, anacardia, oranges, hazel nuts, the oily nut ben, barberries, capers, guinea pepper, figs, carpobalsamum, cloves, cassia fistula, chestnuts, cherries black and red, cicers, white. Black and red, pome citrons, cocculus indi, colocynthus, currants, cornels or cornelian cherries, cubebs, cucumbers garden and wild, gourds, cynosbatis, cypress, cones, quinces, dates, dwarfelder, green figs, strawberries, common and turkey galls. Acorns, acorn cups, pomegranates, gooseberries, ivy, herb truelove, walnuts, jujubes, juniper berries, bayberries, lemons, oranges, citrons, quinces, pomegranates, lemons, mandrakes, peaches, stramonium, apples, garden and wild. Or crabs and apples, musk melons, medlars, mulberries, myrobalans, belricks, chebs, imblics, citron and Indian, myrtle, berries, water nuts, hazelnuts, chestnuts, cypress nuts, walnuts, nutmegs, fistic nuts, vomiting nuts. Olives pickled in brine, heads of white and black poppies, pompions, peaches, French or kidney beans, pine, cones, white, black, and long pepper, fistic nuts, apples and crabs, prunes, French and damask, sloes, pears, English currants. Berries of purging thorn, black berries, raspberries, elderberries, sebasins, services, or checkers, hawthorn berries, pine nuts, water nuts, grapes, gooseberries, raisins, currants. Culpeper. That you may reap benefit by these, be pleased to consider, that they are some of them. Temperate in respect of heat. Raisins of the sun, currants, figs, pine nuts, dates, sebasins. Hot in the 1st degree. Sweet almonds, jujubes, cypress nuts, green hazelnuts, green walnuts. Hot in the 2nd degree. The nut ben, capers, nutmegs, dry walnuts, dry hazelnuts, fistic nuts. In the 3rd degree. Juniper berries, cloves, carpobalsamum, cubebs, anacardium, bitter almonds. In the 4th degree. Pepper, white, black and long, Guinea pepper. Cold in the 1st degree. The flesh of citrons, quinces, pears, prunes, and in the 2nd. Gourds, cucumbers, melons, pompions, oranges, lemons, citrons, pomegranates, viz. The juice of them, peaches, prunes, galls, apples. In the 3rd. Mandrakes. In the 4th. Stramonium. Moist in the 1st degree. The flesh of citrons, lemons, oranges, viz. The inner rind which is white, the outer rind is hot. In the 2nd. Gourds, melons, peaches, prunes, and dry in the 1st degree. Juniper berries. In the 2nd. The nut ben, capers, pears, fistic nuts, pine nuts, quinces, nutmegs, bay berries. In the 3rd. Cloves, galls, and in the 4th. All sorts of pepper. As appropriated to the body of man, so they heat the head, as anacardia, cubebs, nutmegs. The breast. Bitter almonds, dates, cubebs, hazelnuts, pine nuts, figs, raisins of the sun, jujubes. The heart. Walnuts, nutmegs, juniper berries. The stomach. Sweet almonds, cloves, ben, juniper berries, nutmegs, pine nuts, olives. The spleen. Capers. The reins and bladder. Bitter almonds, juniper berries, cubebs, pine nuts, raisins of the sun. The womb. Walnuts, nutmegs, bayberries, juniper berries. Cool the breast. Sebasins, prunes, oranges, lemons. The heart. Oranges, lemons, citrons, pomegranates, quinces, pears. The stomach. Quinces, citrals, cucumbers, gourds, musk melons, pompions, cherries, gooseberries, cornelian cherries, lemons, apples, medlars, oranges, pears, English currants, cerevisies or checkers. The liver. Those that cool the stomach and barberries. The reins and womb. Those that cool the stomach, and strawberries. By their several operations, some bind. As the berries of myrtles, barberries, chestnuts, cornels, or cornelian cherries, quinces, galls, acorns, acorn cups, medlars, checkers or cerevisies, pomegranates, nutmegs, olives, pears, peaches. Discuss. Capers, all the sorts of pepper. Extenuate. Sweet and bitter almonds, bayberries, juniper berries. Glutinate. Acorns, acorn cups, dates, raisins of the sun, currants. Expel wind. Bay berries, juniper berries, nutmegs, all the sorts of pepper. Breed seed. Raisins of the sun, sweet almonds, pine nuts, figs, and provoke urine. Winter cherries. Provoke the terms. Ivy berries, capers, and stop the terms. Barberries, and resist poison. Bay berries, juniper berries, walnuts, citrons, commonly called pome citrons, all the sorts of pepper. Ease pain. Bay berries, juniper berries, ivy berries, figs, walnuts, raisins, currants, all the sorts of pepper. Fruits purging. Choler. Cassia fistula, citron myrobalans, prunes, tamarinds, raisins. Melancholy. Indian myrobalans. Phlegm. Colocynthus and wild cucumbers purge violently, and therefore not rashly to be meddled withal. I desire my book should be beneficial, not hurtful to the vulgar, but myrobalans of all sorts, especially chebs, belrix and imblix. Purge phlegm very gently, and without danger. Of all these give me leave to commend only one to you as of special concernment, which is juniper berries. Seeds. College. Sorrel, Agnus castus, marshmallows, bishop's weed true and common, amomus, dill, angelica, anise, rose seed, smallage, columbines, asparagus, arac, oats, oranges, burdocks, basil, barberries, cotton, bruscus or knee holly, hemp. Cardamoms greater and lesser, Carduus benedictus, Our Lady's thistles, bastard, saffron, caraway, spurge greater and lesser, coleworts, onions, the kernels of cherry stones, chervil, succory, hemlock, citrons, citrals, garden scurvy-grass. Colocynthus, coriander, samphire, cucumbers garden and wild, gourds, quinces, cumin, cynosbatis, date stones, carrots English, and Cretish, dwarf elder, endive, rocket, hedge mustard, orobus, beans, fennel, fenugreek, ash tree keys, fumitory. Brooms, grains of paradise, pomegranates, wild rue, alexanders, barley, white henbane, st. John's wort, hyssop, lettuce, sharp-pointed dock, spurge, laurel, lentils, lovage, lemons, ash tree keys, linseed, or flaxweed, gromwell, darnel, sweet trefoil, lupins, masterwort, marjoram, mallows, mandrakes, melons, medlars, mezereon, gromwell. Sweet navew, nigella, the kernels of cherries, apricots, and peaches, basil, orobus, rice, panic, poppies white and black, parsnips garden and wild, thorough wax, parsley, English and Macedonian, burnet, peas, plantain, peony, leeks, purslane. Fleawort, turnips, radishes, sumac, spurge, roses, rue, garden and wild, wormseed, saxifrage, succory, sesame, heartwort, common and Cretish, mustard seed, alexanders, nightshade, Steve's agar, sumac, treacle, mustard, sweet trefoil, wheat. Both the fine flour and the bran, and that which starch is made of, vetches or tares, violets, nettles, common and Roman, the stones of grapes, Greek wheat, or spelt wheat. Culpeper. That you may receive a little more benefit by these, than the bare reading of them, which doth at the most but tell you what they are, the following method may instruct you what they are good for. Seeds are hot in the first degree. Linseed, fenugreek, coriander, rice, gromwell, lupins. In the second. Dill, smallage, orobus, rocket, basil, nettles. In the third. Bishop's weed, anise, amomus, caraway, fennel, and so I believe smallage too, let authors say what they will, for if the herb of smallage be somewhat hotter than parsley, I know little reason why the seed should not be so hot, cardamoms, parsley, cumin, carrots, nigella, navew, heartwort, Steve's agar. In the fourth. Watercresses, mustard seed. Cold in the first degree. Barley, andk. In the second. Endive, lettuce, purslane, succory, gourds, cucumbers, melons, citrals, pompions, sorrel, nightshade. In the third. Henbane, hemlock, poppies white and black. Moist in the first degree. Mallows, andk. Dry in the first degree. Beans, fennel, fenugreek, barley, wheat, andk. In the second. Orobus, lentils, rice, poppies, nightshade, and the like. In the third. Dill, smallages, bishop's weed, anise, caraway, cumin, coriander, nigella, gromwell, parsley. Appropriated to the body of man, and so they heat the head. Fennel, marjoram, peony, andk. The breast. Nettles. The heart. Basil, rue, andk. Mustard seed, andk. The stomach. Anise, bishop's weed, amomus, smallage, cumin, cardamoms, cubebs, grains of paradise. The liver. Anise, fennel, bishop's weed, amomus, smallage, asparagus, cumin, caraway, carrots. The spleen. Anise, caraway, watercresses. The reins and bladder. Cicers, rocket, saxifrage, nettles, gromwell. The womb. Peony, rue. The joints. Watercresses, rue, mustard seed. Cool the head. Lettuce, purslane, white poppies. The breast. White poppies, violets. The heart. Orange, lemon, citron and sorrel seeds. Lastly, the 4 greater and 4 lesser cold seeds, which you may find in the beginning of the compositions, as also the seed of white and black poppies cool the liver and spleen, reins and bladder, womb and joints. According to operation some seeds bind, as rose seeds, barberries, shepherd's purse, purslane, and discuss. Dill, carrots, linseeds, fenugreek, nigella, and cleanse. Beans, orobus, barley, lupins, nettles, and mollify. Linseed, or flax seed, fenugreek seed, mallows, nigella. Harden. Purslane seed, and sup pure. Linseed, fenugreek seed, darnel, barley husked, commonly called French barley. Glutinate. Orobus, lupins, darnel, and expel wind. Anise, dill, smallage, caraway, cumin, carrots, fennel, nigella, parsley, heartwort, wormseed. Breed seed. Rocket, beans, sicers, ash tree keys. Provoke the menses. Amomus, asparagus, anise, fennel, bishop's weed, sicers, carrots, smallage, parsley, lovage, heartwort. Break the stone. Mallows, marshmallows, gromwell, and stop the terms. Rose seeds, cumin, burdock, and resist poison. Bishop's weed, anise, smallage, cardamoms, oranges, lemons, citrons, fennel, and ease pain. Dill, amomus, cardamoms, cumin, carrots, orobus, fenugreek, linseed, gromwell, parsley, panic. Assuage swellings. Linseed, fenugreek seeds, marshmallows, mallows, coriander, barley, lupins, darnel, and the college tells you a tale that there are such things in rerum natura, as these, gums, rosins, balsams, and juices made thick, viz. College. Juices of wormwood and maudlin, acacia, aloes, lees of oil, asafoetida, balsam of Peru and India. Delium, benzoin, camphire, carana, colifonia, juice of maudlin, euphorbium, lees of wine, lees of oil, gums of galbanum, ammoniacum, anime, arabic, cherry trees, copal, elemi, juniper, ivy, plum trees, cambuge, hypocystis, labdanum, laca. Liquid amber, manna, mastic, myrrh, olibanum, opium, opopanax, pies bitumen, pitch of the cedar of Greece, liquid and dry rosins of fir tree, larch tree, pine fruit, mastic. Venice and cypress turpentine. Sugar, white, red, and crystalline, or sugar candy white and red, sagapen, juniper, gum, sanguis draconis, sarcicala, scammony, styrax, liquid and calamitis, tacha, mahaca, tartar, frankincense, olibanum, tragacanth, birdlime. Culpeper. That my country may receive more benefit than ever the College of Physicians intended them from these, I shall treat of them severally. 1. Of the juices. 2. Of the gums and rosins. Concrete juices, or juices made thick, are either temperate, as, juice of licorice, white starch. Hot in the 1st degree. Sugar. In the 2nd. Labdanum. In the 3rd. Benzoin, asafoetida. Cold in the 3rd degree. Sanguis draconis, acacia. In the 3rd. Hypocystis. In the 4th. Opium, and yet some authors think opium is hot because of its bitter taste. Aloes and manna purge choler gently. And scammony doth purge choler violently, that it is no ways fit for a vulgar man's use, for it corrodes the bowels. Apopoanax purges phlegm very gently. White starch gently levigates or makes smooth such parts as are rough, syrup of violets being made thick with it and so taken on the point of a knife, helps coughs, roughness of the throat, wheezing, excoriations of the bowels, the bloody flux. Juice of licorice helps roughness of the trachea arteria, which is in plain English called the windpipe, the roughness of which causes coughs and hoarseness, difficulty of breathing, and it allays the heat of the stomach and liver, eases pains, soreness and roughness of the reins and bladder, it quencheth thirst, and strengthens the stomach exceedingly, it may easily be carried about in one's pocket, and eat a little now and then. Sugar cleanses and digests, takes away roughness of the tongue, it strengthens the reins and bladder, being weakened, being beaten into fine powder and put into the eyes, it takes away films that grow over the sight. Labdanum is in operation, thickening, heating and mollifying, it opens the passage of the veins, and keeps the hair from falling off. The use of it is usually external, being mixed with wine, myrrh, and oil of myrtles, and applied like a plaister, it takes away filthy scars, and the deformity the small pox leaves behind them. Being mixed with oil of roses, and dropped into the ears, it helps pains there, being used as a pessary, it provokes the menses, and helps hardness or stiffness of the womb. It is sometimes used inwardly in such medicines as ease pains and help the cough. If you mix a little of it with old white wine and drink it, it both provokes urine and stops looseness or fluxes. Dragon's blood, cools, binds, and repels. Acacia, and hypocystis, do the like. The juice of maudlin, or, for want of it costmary, which is the same in effect, and better known to the vulgar, the juice is made thick for the better keeping of it. First clarify the juice before you boil it to its due thickness, which is something thicker than honey. It is appropriated to the liver, and the quantity of a dram taken every morning, helps the cachexia, or evil disposition of the body proceeding from coldness of the liver, it helps the rickets and worms in children, provokes urine. And gently, without purging, disburdens the body of choler and phlegm. It succors the lungs, opens obstructions, and resists putrefaction of blood. Gums are either temperate, as, laca, elemi, tragacanth, and intemperate, and so are hot in the first degree, as delium, gum of ivy. In the second, galbanum, myrrh, mastic, frankincense, olibanum, pitch, rosin, styrax. In the third, ammoniacum. In the fourth, euphorbium. Gum arabic is cold. Colifonia and styrax soften. Gum arabic and tragacanth, sandarac or juniper gum, and sarcocolla bind. Gum of cherry trees, breaks the stone. Styrax provokes the menses. Opopanax gently purges phlegm. From the prickly cedar when it is burned comes forth that which, with us, is usually known by the name of tar, and is excellently good for unction either for scabs, itch or manginess, either in men or beasts, as also against the leprosy, tetters, ringworms, and scald heads. All sorts of rosins fill up hollow ulcers, and relieve the body sore pressed with cold griefs. The rosin of pitch tree, is that which is commonly called burgundy pitch, and is something hotter and sharper than the former, being spread upon a cloth is excellently good for old aches coming of former bruises or dislocations. Pitch mollifies hard swellings, and brings boils and sores to suppuration, it breaks carbuncles, disperses aposthumes, cleanses ulcers of corruption and fills them with flesh. Delium heats and mollifies, and that very temperately, being mixed with any convenient ointment or plaister, it helps kernels in the neck and throat, scrofula, or that disease which was called the king's evil. Inwardly taken in any convenient medicine, it provokes the menses, and breaks the stone, it helps coughs and bitings of venomous beasts, it helps windiness of the spleen, and pains in the sides thence coming. Both outwardly applied to the place and inwardly taken, it helps ruptures or such as are burst, it softens the hardness of the womb, dries up the moisture thereof and expels the dead child. Bitumen judaicum is a certain dry pitch which the Dead Sea, or Lake of Sodom in India casts forth at certain times, the inhabitants thereabouts pitch their ships with it. It is of excellent use to mollify the hardness of swellings and disgust them, as also against inflammations. The smoke of it burnt is excellently good for the fits of the mother, and the falling sickness. Inwardly taken in wine it provokes the menses, helps the bitings of venomous beasts, and dissolves congealed blood in the body. Ambergris is hot and dry in the second degree. I will not dispute whether it be a gum or not, it strengthens nature much which way soever it be taken. There are but few grains usually given of it at a time, mixed with a little ointment of orange flowers, and the temples and forehead anointed with it. It eases the pains of the head and strengthens the brain exceedingly. The same applied to the privities, helps the fits of the mother. Inwardly taken it strengthens the brain and memory, the heart and vital spirit, warms cold stomachs, and is an exceeding strengthener of nature to old people, adding vigor to decayed and worn-out spirits. It provokes venery, and makes barren women fruitful, if coldness and moisture or weakness be the cause impediting. Asafoetida being smelled to, is vulgarly known to repress the fits of the mother. A little bit put into an aching tooth, presently eases the pain. 10 grains of it taken before dinner, walking half an hour after it, provokes appetite, helps digestion, strengthens the stomach, and takes away loathing of meat. It provokes lust exceedingly and expels wind as much. Borax, besides the virtues it has to solder gold, silver, copper, and inwardly given in small quantities, it stops fluxes, and the running of the rains, being in fine powder, and put into green wounds, it cures them at once dressing. Gambuge, which the college calls gutta-gamba. I know no good of it. Corana outwardly applied, is excellent for aches and swellings in the nerves and joints. If you lay it behind the ears, it draws back humors from the eyes. Applied to the temples as they usually do mastic, it helps the toothache. Gum elemi, authors appropriate to fractures in the skull and head. See archaeus liniment. Gum laca being well purified, and the quantity of half a dram taken in any convenient liquor, strengthens the stomach and liver, opens obstructions, helps the yellow jaundice and dropsy, provokes urine, breaks the stone in the reins and bladder. Liquid amber is not much unlike liquid styrax. By unction it warms and comforts a cold and moist brain, it eases all griefs coming of a cold cause, it mightily comforts and strengthens a weak stomach, being anointed with it. And helps digestion exceedingly, it dissolves swellings. It is hot in the third degree, and moist in the first. I think it would do the Commonwealth no harm if I should speak a word or two on manna here, although it be no gum. I confess authors make some flutter about it, what it is, some holding it to be the juice of a tree. I am confident it is the very same condensate that our honeydews here are, only the countries whence it comes being far hotter, it falls in great abundance. Let him that desires reason for it, be pleased to read Butler's Book of Bees, a most excellent experimental work, there he shall find reason enough to satisfy any reasonable man. Choose the driest and whitest. It is a very gentle purger of choler, quenches thirst, provokes appetite, eases the roughness of the throat, helps bitterness in the throat, and often proneness to vomit. It is very good for such as are subject to be costive to put it into their drink instead of sugar. It hath no obnoxious quality at all in it, but may be taken by a pregnant woman without any danger. A child of a year old may take an ounce of it at a time dissolved in milk, it will melt like sugar, neither will it be known from it by the taste. Myrrh is hot and dry in the second degree, dangerous for pregnant women, it is bitter, and yet held to be good for the roughness of the throat and windpipe. Half a dram of it taken at a time helps rheumatic distillations upon the lungs, pains in the sides, it stops fluxes, provokes the menses, brings away both birth and afterbirth, softens the hardness of the womb. Being taken 2 hours before the fit comes, it helps agues. Matthiolus saith he seldom used any other medicine for the quartan ague than a dram of myrrh given in muscadel an hour before the fit usually came. If you make it up into pills with treacle, and take one of them every morning fasting, it is a sovereign preservative against the pestilence, against the poison of serpents, and other venomous beasts. A singular remedy for a stinking breath if it arise from putrefaction of the stomach, it fastens loose teeth, and stays the shedding off of the hair, outwardly used it breeds flesh in deep wounds, and covers the naked bones with flesh. Olibanum is hot in the second degree, and dry in the first. You may take a dram of it at a time. It stops looseness and the running of the reins. It strengthens the memory exceedingly, comforts the heart, expels sadness and melancholy, strengthens the heart, helps coughs, rheums and pleurisy. Your best way, in my opinion, to take it is to mix it with conserve of roses, and take it in the morning fasting. Takamatcha is seldom taken inwardly, outwardly spread upon leather, and applied to the navel. It stays the fits of the mother, applied to the side, it mitigates speedily, and in little time quite takes away the pain and windiness of the spleen. The truth is, whatsoever ache or swelling proceeds of wind or cold raw humours, I know no better plaister coming from beyond sea than this gum. It strengthens the brain and memory exceedingly, and stops all such defluxions thence as trouble the eyes, ears, or teeth. It helps the gout and sciatica. Gum cupal, and gum anime, are very like one another both in body and operation. The former is hard to come by, the last not very easy. It stops defluxions from the head. If you perfume your cap with the smoke of it, it helps the headache and megrim, strengthens the brain, and therefore the sinews. Gum tragacanth, which the vulgar call gum dragon, being mixed with pectoral syrups, which you shall find noted in their proper places, it helps coughs and hoarseness, salt and sharp distillations upon the lungs, being taken with a licorice stick. Being dissolved in sweet wine, it helps, being drank, gnawing in the bowels, sharpness and freetings of the urine, which causes excoriations either in the reins or bladder, being dissolved in milk and the eyes washed with it. It takes away wheals and scabs that grow on the eyelids. It is excellently good to be put in poultice to fodder wounds, especially if the nerves or sinews be hurt. Saga pen, dissolved in juice of rue and taken, wonderfully breaks the stone in the bladder, expels the dead child and afterbirth, clears the sight. Dissolved in wine and drank, it helps the cough, and distillation upon the lungs, and the fits of the mother. Outwardly in oils or ointments, it helps such members as are out of joint or overstretched. Galbanum is of the same operation, and also taken from the same plant, viz. Fennel, giant. Gum arabic, thickens and cools, and corrects choleric sharp humours in the body, being dissolved in the white of an egg, well beaten, it helps burnings, and keeps the place from blistering. Mastic stays fluxes, being taken inwardly any way. 3 or 4 small grains of mastic, swallowed at night going to bed, is a remedy for pains in the stomach, being beaten into powder, and mixed with conserve of roses. It strengthens the stomach, stops distillations upon the lungs, stay, vomiting, and causes a sweet breath. Being mixed with white wine and the mouth washed with it, it cleanses the gums of corruption, and fastens loose teeth. Frankincense being used outwardly in the way of a plaister, heats and binds. Being applied to the temples, stops the rheums that flow to the eyes, helps green wounds, and fills hollow ulcers with flesh, stops the bleeding of wounds, though the arteries be cut. Being made into an ointment with vinegar and hog's grease, helps the itch, pains in the ears, inflammations in women's breasts commonly called agues in the breast. Beware of taking it inwardly, lest it cause madness. Turpentine is hot in the 2nd degree. It heals, softens, it discusses and purges, cleanses the reins, provokes urine. Styrax calamitis is hot and dry in the 2nd degree, it heals, mollifies, and concocts. Being taken inwardly helps the cough, and distillations of the lungs, hoarseness and loss of voice, helps the hardness of the womb, and provokes the menses. Ammoniacum, hot and dry in the 3rd degree, softens, draws, and heats. Being dissolved in vinegar, strained and applied plaisterwise, it takes away carbuncles and hardness in the flesh. It is one of the best remedies that I know for infirmities of the spleen, being applied to the left side. Being made into an ointment with oil, it is good to anoint the limbs of such as are weary. A scruple of it being taken in the form of a pill loosens the belly, gives speedy delivery to women in travail, helps diseases of the spleen, the sciatica and all pains in the joints, and have any humor afflicting their breast. Camphire, it is held by all authority to be cold and dry in the 3rd degree. It is of very thin subtle parts, insomuch that being beaten into very fine powder it will vanquish away into the air, being beaten into powder and mixed with oil. And the temples anointed therewith, eases headaches proceeding of heat, all inflammations whatsoever, the back being anointed with the same, cools the reins, and seminal vessels, stops the running of the reins and fluor albus. The moderate use of venery, the like it doth if it be drank inwardly with betony water, take but a small quantity of it at a time inwardly, it resist poison and bitings by venomous beasts. Outwardly, applied as before, and the eyes anointed with it, stops hot rheums that flow thither. Opopanax purges thick phlegm from the most remote parts of the body, viz. the brain, joints, hands, and feet, the nerves and breast, and strengthens all those parts when they are weak, if the weakness proceed of cold, as usually it doth. It helps weakness of the sight, old rotten coughs, and gouts of all sorts, dropsies, and swellings of the spleen, it helps the strangury in difficulty of making urine, provokes the menses, and helps all cold afflictions of the womb. Have a care you give it not to any pregnant women. The dose is 1 dram at most, corrected with a little mastic, dissolved in vinegar and outwardly applied helps the passions of the spleen. In the next place the college tells you a tale concerning liquid, juices, and tears, which are to be kept for present use, viz. College. Vinegar, juice of citrons, juice of sour grapes, oranges, barberries, tears of a birch tree, juice of cherries, quinces, pomegranates, lemons, wood sorrel, oil of unripe olives, and ripe olives, both new and old, juice of red and damask roses. Wine tears of a vine. Culpeper. The virtues of the most of these may be found in the syrups, and are few of them used alone. Then the college tells you there are things. Bread of plants. College. Agaric, Jew's ears, the berries of cherms, the spongy substance of the briar, moss, viscus quercinus, oak, apples. Culpeper. As the college would have you know this, so would I know what the chief of them are good for. Jew's ears boiled in milk and drank, help sore throats. Moss is cold, dry, and binding, therefore good for fluxes of all sorts. Misleto of the oak, it helps the falling sickness and the convulsions, being discreetly gathered and used. Oak apples are dry and binding, being boiled in milk and drank, they stop fluxes and the menses, and being boiled in vinegar, and the body anointed with the vinegar, cures the itch. Then the college acquaints you, that there are certain living creatures called college. Bees, woodlice, silkworms, toads, crabs of the river, little puppy dogs, grasshoppers, cantharides, cothinol, hedgehogs, emmets or ants, larks, swallows, and their young ones, horseleeches, snails, earthworms, dishwashers or wagtails. House sparrows and hedge sparrows, frogs, cineas, land scorpions, moles, ormonts, tortoise of the woods, tenches, vipers and foxes. Culpeper. That part of this crew of cattle and some others which they have not been pleased to learn, may be made beneficial to your sick bodies, be pleased to understand, that bees being burnt to ashes, and a lye made with the ashes, trimly decks a bald head being washed with it. Snails with shells on their backs, being first washed from the dirt, then the shells broken, and they boiled in spring water, but not scummed at all, for the scum will sink of itself. And the water drank for ordinary drink is a most admirable remedy for consumption. Being bruised and applied to the place they help the gout, draw thorns out of the flesh, and held to the nose help the bleeding thereof. Therefore consider that the college gave the apothecaries a catalogue of what parts of living creatures and excrements they must keep in their shops. College. The fat, grease, or suet, of a duck, goose, eel, boar, heron, thymallus, if you know where to get it, dog, capon, beaver, wild cat, stork, coney, horse, hedgehog, hen, man, lion, hare, pike, or jack, if they have any fat. I am persuaded 'tis worth 12d. a grain, wolf, mouse of the mountains, if you can catch them, pardal, hog, serpent, badger, grey or brock fox, vulture, if you can catch them, album Greecum, lice, dog's dung. The hucklebone of a hare and a hog, east and west bezoar, butter not salted and salted, stone taken out of a man's bladder, viper's flesh, fresh cheese, castoreum, white, yellow, and virgin's wax, the brain of hares and sparrows, crab's claws. The rennet of a lamb, a kid, a hare, a calf, and a horse, the heart of a bullock, a stag, hog, and a wether, the horn of an elk, a hart, a rhinoceros, an unicorn, the skull of a man killed by a violent death, a coxcomb, the tooth of a boar. An elephant, and a sea-horse, ivory, or elephant's tooth, the skin a snake hath cast off, the gall of a hawk, bullock, a she-goat, a hare, a kite, a hog, a bull, a bear, the cases of silkworms, the liver of a wolf, an otter, a frog, isinglass. The guts of a wolf and a fox, the milk of a she-ass, a she-goat, a woman, an ewe, a heifer, east and west bezoar, the stone in the head of a crab, and a perch, if there be any stone in an ox gall, stone in the bladder of a man. The jaw of a pike or jack, pearls, the marrow of the leg of a sheep, ox, goat, stag, calf, common and virgin honey, musk, mummy, a swallow's nest, crab's eyes, the omentum or caul of a lamb, ram, wether, calf, the whites, yolks. And shells of hen's eggs, emmet's eggs, bone of a stag's heart, an ox leg, a sepio, the inner skin of a hen's gizzard, the wool of hares, the feathers of partridges, that which bees make at the entrance of the hive, the pizzle of a stag, of a bull. Fox lungs, fasting spittle, the blood of a pigeon, of a cat, of a he-goat, of a hare, of a partridge, of a sow, of a bull, of a badger, of a snail, silk, whey, the suet of a bullock, of a stag, of a he-goat, of a sheep, of a heifer, spermaceti. A bullock's spleen, the skin a snake hath cast off, the excrements of a goose, of a dog, of a goat, of pigeons, of a stone horse, of a hen, of swallows, of a hog, of a heifer, the ankle of a hare, of a sow, cobwebs, waterthels, as blada byzantia. Bacchini, crabs, cockles, dentalis, entalis, mother of pearl, Micheli purpuri, oscpe, umbilius marinus, the testicles of a horse, a cock, the hoof of an elk, of an ass, a bullock, of a horse, of a lion, the urine of a boar, of a she-goat. Culpeper. The liver of an hedgehog being dried and beaten into powder and drank in wine, strengthens the reins exceedingly, and helps the dropsy, convulsions, and the falling sickness, together with all fluxes of the bowels. The liver being in like manner brought into powder, strengthens the liver exceedingly, and helps the dropsy. Then the college tells you these things may be taken from the SEA, as college. Ambergris, sea water, sea sand, bitumen, amber white and yellow, jet, carlini, coral, white and red, foam of the sea, sponge, stone pumice, sea salt, sponges, amber. Metals, stones, salts, and other minerals. Verdigris, scales of brass, etitis, alana terra, alabaster, alectorians, alum sisal and roach amethyst, amianth, amphilites, antimony, leaves and filings of silver, quicksilver, lapis, armenius, native arsenic, both white and red. Artificial arsenic, white and realgar, argilla, asteria, leaves and filings of gold, belamites, beryl, bolarmenic, borax, toadstone, lapis calaminatus, cadmia, lime quick and quenched, vitriol, white, blue, and green, steel, borax. Chrysolite, chrysopis, cinabris, native and artificial, whetstones, chalk, white and green, crystal diffrages, the rust, dust, scales, and flakes of iron, granite, mortar, such as walls are daubed with, hematitis, heliotropium, jacinth, hyber. Nicias, jasper, lapis judaceus, tiles, lapis lazuli, lapis linsis, lithanthrax, litharge of silver and gold, lodestone, marcasite, or fire stone marble, red lead, native and artificial, miss, naphtha, lapis nephriticus, niter, ochre yellow and red. Onyx, opalus, ophites, oscocala, lead white and black, plumbago, pomphylix, marcasite, realgar, ruby, red ochre, sal ammoniac, sal gem, and salt niter, sapphire and sardine, selenitis, flints, emerald, smearies, sori, spodium, pewter, brimstone. Quick and common, tolth, earth of Simolia, sames, lemnos, silesia, topaz, alana, terra, tutty, vitriol, white, blue, and green. Precious stones alter by a way manifest or hidden. By a way manifest, they are hot, in the first degree. Hematitis, pyritis, lopes aegius, thyiitis, smires, lapis schistus. Precious stones cold, are in the first degree. Jacinth, sapphire, emerald, crystal, lapis samius, lapis phrygius. In the second degree. Ruby, carbuncle, granite, sardonyx. In the fourth degree. Diamond. In respect of property, they bind, as lapis aegius, nexius, geodes, pumice stone. Emollient, as alabaster, jet, lapis thracius. Stupefy, as memphitis, jasper, ophites. Cleanse, as lapis arabicus. Glutinate, as galactitis, melodies. Scarify, as maractus. Break the stone, as lapis linsis, lapis judaicus, lapis sponge. Retain the fruit in the womb, as etitis, jasper. Provoke the menses. Ostracites. Stones altering by a hidden property, as they call it, are. Bezoar, topaz, lapis colibrinus, toadstone, emerald, alectorius, chalcedonius, amethyst, sapphire, jasper, lapis nephriticus, lapis tiburnum, lapis, spongites. The stone found in the maw of a swallow, lodestone, lapis vulturis, mauritius, coral, lenturius, jet, etites, the stones of crabs, amber, crystal, and the lodestone purges gross humors. Lapis armenius and lapis lazuli, purge melancholy. Pyrites heat and cleanse, take away dimness of sight. Dioscorides. Lapis aegius binds and moderately corrodes and cleanses filthy ulcers, and fills them up with flesh, being mixed with honey, and applied to the place, is an admirable remedy for the gout. Crystal being beaten into very fine powder, and a dram of it taken at a time helps the bloody flux, stops the fluor albus, and increases milk in nurses. Methylis. Lapis samius is cooling and binding, it is very comfortable to the stomach, but it dulls the senses, helps fluxes of the eyes and ulcers. Geodites binds and dries, being beaten into powder and mixed with water, and applied to the place, takes away inflammations of the testicles. Pumice stone being beaten into powder and the teeth rubbed with it, cleanses them. Dioscorides. Jet, it is of a softening and discussing nature, it resists the fits of the mother. Lapis arabicus being beaten into powder, and made into an ointment helps the hemorrhoids. Ostracites, a dram of it taken in powder provokes the menses. Being taken after that purgation, causes conception, also being made into an ointment, helps inflammations of the breast. Myexis being born about one takes away pains in the reins, and hinders the breeding of the stone. Lapis armenius purges melancholy, and also causes vomiting. I hold it not very safe for our English bodies, and therefore I will speak no more of it. Explanation of certain vacuations. The 5 opening roots. Smallage, asparagus, fennel, parsley, nihali. The 2 opening roots. Fennel, parsley. The 5 emollient herbs. Marshmallows, mallows, beets, mercury, pellitory of the wall, violet leaves. The 5 capillary herbs. Maidenhair, wall rue, cetrac, heart-stung, polytrichum. The 4 cordial flowers. Borage, bugloss, roses, violets. The 4 greater hot seeds, carminative, or breaking wind. Anise, caraway, cumin, fennel. The 4 lesser hot seeds. Bishop's weed, amomus, smallage, carrots. The 4 greater cold seeds. Citral, cucumber, gourds, melon. The 4 lesser cold seeds. Succory, endive, lettuce, purslane. 5 fragments of precious stones. Granite, jacinth, sapphire, sardine, emerald. The Right Worshipful, the College of Physicians of London in their new dispensatory give you free leave to distill these common waters that follow, but they never intend you should know what they are good for. Simple distilled waters of fresh roots of bryony, onions, elecampane, orris, or flower de luce, turnips. Of flowers and buds of southernwood, both sorts of wormwood, wood sorrel, lady's mantle, marshmallows, angelica, pimpernel with purple flowers, smallage, columbines, asparagus, mouse ear, borage, shepherd's purse, calaminth. Woodbine or honeysuckles, carduus benedictus, Our Lady's thistles, knotgrass, succory, dragons, colt's foot, fennel, goat's rue, grass, hyssop, lettuce, lovage, toadflax, hops, marjoram, mallows, horehound, featherfew, balm, mince, horsemince. Watercresses, English tobacco, white poppies, pellitory of the wall, parsley, plantain, purslane, self-heal, pennyroyal, oak leaves, sage, scabious, figwort or throatwort, house leek, orson green, the greater and lesser mother of thyme, nightshade. Tansy, tormentil, valerian. Of flowers of oranges, if you can get them, blue bottle the greater, beans, water lilies, lavender, nut tree, cowslips, sloes, rosemary, roses white, damask, and red, satyrion, lime tree, clove gillyflowers, violets. Of fruits of oranges, black cherries, palm citrons, quinces, cucumbers, strawberries, winter cherries, lemons, raspberries, unripe walnuts, apples. Of parts of living creatures and their excrements. Lobsters, cockles, or snails, hartshorn, bullock's dung made in May, swallows, earthworms, magpies, spawn of frogs. Simple waters distilled, being digested beforehand. Of the fresh roots of nettles. Of the leaves of agrimony, wild tansy, or silverweed, mugwort, betony, marigolds, chamomile, comepades, celandine, pilewort, scurvygrass, comfrey the greater, dandelion, ash tree leaves, eyebright, fumitory, alehoof, or ground ivy, horsetail, st. John's wort, yarrow, moneywort, restharrow, Solomon's seal, residential solice, rue, savon, saxifrage, hart's tongue, scordium, tamarisk, mullein, vervain, Paul's betony, meadsweet, nettles. Of the flowers of mayweed, broom, cowslips, butterbur, peony, elder. Of the berries of broom, elder. Culpeper. Then the college gives you an admonition concerning these, which being converted into your native language, is as follows. We give you warning that these common waters be better prepared for time to come either in common stills, putting good store of ashes underneath, the roots, and herbs being drier, and or if they be full of juice, by distilling the juice in a convenient bath, that so burning may be avoided, which hitherto hath seldom been. But let the other herbs, flowers, or roots, be bruised, and by adding tartar, common salt, or leaven be digested, then putting spring water to them, distill them in an alembic with its refrigeratory, or worm, till the change of the taste shew the virtue to be drawn off. Then let the oil, if any, be separated from the water according to art. Into the number of these waters may be ascribed the tears of vines, the liquor of the birch tree, may do. Culpeper. That my country may receive the benefit of these waters, I shall first shew the temperatures, secondly, the virtues of the most usual and most easy to come by. If any should take exceptions that I mention not all, I answer first, I mention enough. Secondly, whoever makes this objection, they shew extreme ingratitude, for had I mentioned but only one, I had revealed more to them than ever the college intended they should know, or give me thanks for doing. The qualities and appropriation of the simple distilled waters. Simple distilled waters either cool or heat, such as either cool the blood or choler. Waters cooling the blood. Lettuce, purslane, water lilies, violets, sorrel endive, succory, fumitory. Waters cooling and repressing choleric humors. Or vapors in the head. Nightshade, lettuce, water lilies, plantain, poppies, viz. The flowers both of white, black and red poppies, black cherries. The breast and lungs. Violets, poppies all three sorts, coltsfoot. In the heart. Sorrel, quinces, water lilies, roses, violets, green or unripe walnuts. In the stomach. Quinces, roses, violets, nightshade, houseleeks, orson green, lettuce, purslane. In the liver. Endive, succory, nightshade, purslane, water lilies. In the reins and bladder. Endive, succory, winter cherries, plantain, water lilies, strawberries, houseleek orson green, black cherries. In the womb. Endive, succory, lettuce, water lilies, purslane, roses. Simple waters which are hot, concoct either phlegm or melancholy. Waters concocting phlegm in the head, are betony, sage, marjoram, chamomile, fennel, calaminthe, rosemary flowers, primroses, eyebright. In the breast and lungs. Maidenhair, betony, hyssop, horehound, carduus benedictus, scabious, orris, or flower de lucis, balm, self-heal, and in the heart. Balm, rosemary. In the stomach. Wormwood, mints, fennel, chervil, thyme, mother of thyme, marigolds. In the liver. Wormwood, centaury, origanum, marjoram, maudlin, costmary, agrimony, fennel. In the spleen. Watercresses, wormwood, calaminthe. In the reins and bladder. Rocket, nettles, saxifrage, pellitory of the wall, alecampane, burnet. In the womb. Mugwort, calaminthe, pennyroyal, savon, mother of thyme, lovage. Waters concocting melancholy in the head. Are hops, fumitory. The breast. Balm, carduus benedictus. The heart. Borage, bugloss, balm, rosemary. The liver. Endive, chicory, hops. The spleen. Dodder, heartstung, tamarisk, thyme. Having thus ended the appropriation, I shall speak briefly of the virtues of distilled waters. Lettuce water cools the blood when it is overheated, for when it is not, it needs no cooling, it cools the head and liver, stays hot vapors ascending to the head, and hinders sleep. It quenches immoderate thirst, and breeds milk in nurses, distill it in May. Purslane water cools the blood and liver, quenches thirst, helps such as spit blood, have hot coughs, or pestilences. The distilled water of water lily flowers cools the blood and the bowels, and all internal parts of the body. Help such as have the yellow jaundice, hot coughs and pleurisy, the headache, coming of heat, fevers pestilential and not pestilential, as also hectic fevers. The water of violet flowers cools the blood, the heart, liver and lungs, overheated, and quenches an insatiable desire of drinking. They are in their prime about the latter end of March, or beginning of April, according as the year falls out. The water of sorrel cools the blood, heart, liver, and spleen. If Venice treacle be given with it, it is profitable in pestilential fevers, distill it in May. Endive and succory water are excellent against heat in the stomach. If you take an ounce of either, for their operation is the same, morning and evening, for days one after another, they cool the liver, and cleanse the blood, they are in their prime in May. Fumitory water is usual with the city dames to wash their faces with, to take away morphe, freckles, and sunburning. Inwardly taken, it helps the yellow jaundice and itch, cleanses the blood, provokes sweat, strengthens the stomach, and cleanses the body of adust humors. It is in its prime in May and June. The water of nightshade helps pains in the head coming of heat. Take heed you distill not the deadly nightshade instead of the common, if you do, you may make mad work. Let such as have not wit enough to know them asunder, have wit enough to let them both alone till they do. The water of white poppies extinguishes all heat against nature, helps headaches coming of heat, and too long standing in the sun. Distill them in June or July. Coltsfoot water is excellent for burns to wash the place with it, inwardly taken it helps thysicks and other diseases incident to the lungs, distill them in May or June. The water of distilled quinces strengthens the heart and stomach exceedingly, stays vomiting and fluxes, and strengthens the retentive faculty in man. Damask rose water cools, comforts, and strengthens the heart, so doth red rose water, only with this difference, the one is binding, the other loosening. If your body be costive, use damask rose water, because it is loosening; if loose, use red, because it is binding. White rose water is generally known to be excellent against hot rheums, and inflammations in the eyes, and for this it is better than the former. The water of red poppy flowers, called by many corn roses, because they grow so frequently amongst corn, cools the blood and spirits overheated by drinking or labor, and is therefore excellent in surfeits. Green walnuts gathered about the latter end of June or July, and bruised, and so stilled, strengthen the heart, and resist the pestilence. Plantain water helps the headache. Being dropped into the ear it helps the toothache, helps the thysicks, dropsy and fluxes, and is an admirable remedy for ulcers in the reins and bladder, to be used as common drink. The herb is in its prime in May. Strawberry water cools, quenches thirst, clarifies the blood, breaks the stone, helps all inward inflammations, especially those in the reins, bladder and passages of the urine. It strengthens the liver and helps the yellow jaundice. The distilled water of dog grass, or couch grass, as some call it, cleanses the reins gallantly, and provokes urine, opens obstructions of the liver and spleen, and kills worms. Black cherry water provokes urine, helps the dropsy. It is usually given in diseases of the brain, as convulsions, falling sickness, palsy and apoplexy. Betony is in its prime in May. The distilled water thereof is very good for such as are pained in their heads, it prevails against the dropsy and all sorts of fevers. It succors the liver and spleen, and helps want of digestion and evil disposition of the body thence arising. It hastens travail in women with child, and is excellent against the bitings of venomous beasts. Distill sage whilst the flowers be on it, the water strengthens the brain, provokes the menses, helps nature much in all its actions. Marjoram is in its prime in June. Distilled water is excellent for such whose brains are too cold, it provokes urine, heats the womb, provokes the menses, strengthens the memory and helps the judgment, causes an able brain. Distill chamomile water about the beginning of June. It eases the cholic and pains in the belly, it breaks the stone in the reins and bladder, provokes the menses, expels the dead child, and takes away pains in the head. Fennel water strengthens the heart and brain, dilates the breast, the cough, provokes the menses, increases milk in nurses, and if you wash your eyes with it, it clears the sight. The hooves of the 4 feet of a cow dried and taken any away, increase milk in nurses, the smoke of them drives away mice. Mizaldus. Calamint water heats and cleanses the womb, provokes the menses, and eases the pains of the head, distill it in May. The distilled water of rosemary flowers, helps such as are troubled with the yellow jaundice, asthmas, it cleanses the blood, helps concoction, strengthens the brain and body exceedingly. Water of the flowers of lilies of the valley, strengthens the brain and all the senses. The water of cowslip flowers helps the palsy, takes away pains in the head, the vertigo and megrim, and is exceeding good for pregnant women. The eyes being washed every morning with eyebright water, most strangely clears and strengthens the sight. Maidenhair distilled in May, the water cleanses both liver and lungs, clarifies the blood, and breaks the stone. Hyssop water cleanses the lungs of phlegm, helps coughs and asthmas, distill it in August. The water of horehound, helps the cough and straightness of the breast, it strengthens the breast, lungs and stomach, and liver, distill it in June. Carduous water succors the head, strengthens the memory, helps such as are troubled with vertigos and quartan agues, it provokes sweat, strengthens the heart, and all other fevers of choler. It is in its prime in May and June. Scabious water helps pleurisy and pains, and pricking in the sides, opustules, coughs, pestilences, and straightness of the breast. Water of flower de luce is very profitable in dropsies, an ounce being drank continually every morning and evening. As also pains and torments in the bowels. Balm water distilled in May, restores memory, it quickens all the senses, strengthens the brain, heart, and stomach, causes a merry mind and a sweet breath. The water of comfrey solders broken bones, being drank, helps ruptures, outwardly it stops the bleeding of wounds, they being washed with it. Wormwood water distilled cold, about the end of May, heats and strengthens the stomach, helps concoction, stays vomiting, kills worms in the stomach and bowels, it mitigates the pains in the teeth, and is profitably given in fevers of choler. Mint water strengthens the stomach, helps concoction and stays vomiting, distill it in the latter end of May, or beginning of June, as the year is in forwardness or backwardness, observe that in all the rest. Chervil water distilled about the end of May, helps ruptures, breaks the stone, dissolves congealed blood, strengthens the heart and stomach. The water of mother of time strengthens the brain and stomach, gets a man a good stomach to his victuals, provoke urine and the menses, heats the womb. It is in its prime about the end of June. The water of marigold flowers is appropriated to most cold diseases of the head, eyes, and stomach, they are in their vigor when the sun is in the lion. The distilled water of centaury comforts a cold stomach, helps in fever of choler, it kills worms, and provokes appetite. Maudlin and costmary water distilled in May or June, strengthens the liver, helps the yellow jaundice, opens obstructions, and helps the dropsy. Watercress is distilled in March, the water cleanses the blood, and provokes urine exceedingly, kills worms, outwardly mixed with honey, it clears the skin of morphew and sunburning. Distill nettles when they are in flower, the water helps coughs and pains in the bowels, provokes urine, and breaks the stone. Saxifrage water provokes urine, expels wind, breaks the stone, cleanses the reins and bladder of gravel, distill them when they are in flower. The water of pellitory of the wall opens obstructions of the liver and spleen, by drinking an ounce of it every morning, it cleanses the reins and bladder, and eases the gripings of the bowels coming of wind. Distill it in the end of May, or beginning of June. Cinquefoil water breaks the stone, cleanses the reins, and is of excellent use in putrefied fevers. Distill it in May. The water of radishes breaks the stone, cleanses the reins and bladder, provokes the menses, and helps the yellow jaundice. Elecampane water strengthens the stomach and lungs, provokes urine, and cleanses the passages of it from gravel. Distill burnet in May or June, the water breaks the stone, cleanses the passages of urine, and is exceeding profitable in pestilential times. Mugwort water distilled in May, is excellent in coughs and diseases proceeding from stoppage of the menses, it warms the stomach, and helps the dropsy. Distill pennyroyal when the flowers are upon it, the water heats the womb gallantly, provokes the menses, expels the afterbirth, cuts, and casts out thick and gross humors in the breast, eases pains in the bowels, and consumes phlegm. The water of lovage distilled in May, eases pains in the head, and cures ulcers in the womb being washed with it, inwardly taken it expels wind, and breaks the stone. The tops of hops when they are young, being distilled, the water cleanses the blood of melancholy humors, and therefore helps scabs, itch, and leprosy, and such like diseases thence proceeding. It opens obstructions of the spleen, helps the rickets, and hypochondriac melancholy. The water of borage and bugloss distilled when their flowers are upon them, strengthens the heart and brain exceedingly, cleanses the blood, and takes away sadness, griefs and melancholy. Dodder water cleanses the liver and spleen, helps the yellow jaundice. Tamarisk water opens obstructions, and helps the hardness of the spleen, and strengthens it. English tobacco distilled, the water is excellently good for such as have dropsy, to drink an ounce or two every morning, it helps ulcers in the mouth, strengthens the lungs, and helps such as have asthmas. The water of dwarf elder, hath the same effects. Thus you have the virtues of enough of cold waters, the use of which is for mixtures of other medicines, whose operation is the same, for they are very seldom given alone, if you delight most in liquid medicines, having regard to the disease. And part of the body afflicted by it, these will furnish you with wherewithal to make them so as will please your palate best. Compounds. Spirit and compound distilled waters. Culpeper. Before I begin these, I thought good to premise a few words. They are all hot in operation, and therefore not to be meddled with by people of hot constitutions when they are in health, for fear of fevers and adustion of blood. But for people of cold constitutions, as melancholy and phlegmatic people, if they drink of them moderately now and then for recreation, due consideration being had to the part of the body which is weakest, they may do them good, yet in diseases of melancholy, neither strong waters nor sack is to be drank. For they make the humour thin, and then up to the head it flies, where it fills the brain with foolish and fearful imaginations. 2. Let all young people forbear them whilst they are in health, for their blood is usually hot enough without them. 3. Have regard to the season of the year, so shall you find them more beneficial in summer than in winter, because in summer the body is always coldest within, and digestion weakest. And that is the reason why men and women eat less in summer than in winter. Thus much for people in health, which drink strong waters for recreation. As for the medicinal use of them, it shall be shewed at the latter end of every receipt, only in general they are, due respect had to the humours afflicting, and part of the body afflicted, medicinal for diseases of cold and phlegm. Chilliness of the spirits, and But that my countrymen may not be mistaken in this, I shall give them some symptoms of each complexion how a man may know when it exceeds its due limits. Signs of choler abounding. Leanness of body, costiveness, hollow eyes, anger without a cause, a testy disposition, yellowness of the skin, bitterness in the throat, pricking pains in the head, the pulse swifter and stronger than ordinary, the urine higher colored, thinner and brighter, troublesome sleeps, much dreaming of fire, lightning, anger, and fighting. Signs of blood abounding. The veins are bigger, or at least they seem so, and fuller than ordinary, the skin is red, and as it were swollen. Pricking pains in the sides, and about the temples, shortness of breath, headache, the pulse great and full, urine high-colored and thick, dreams of blood, and signs of melancholy abounding. Fearfulness without a cause, fearful and foolish imaginations, the skin rough and swarthy, leanness, want of sleep, frightful dreams, sourness in the throat, the pulse very weak, solitariness, thin clear urine, often sighing, and signs of phlegm abounding. Sleepiness, dullness, slowness, heaviness, cowardliness, forgetfulness, much spitting, much superfluities at the nose, little appetite to meat and as bad digestion, the skin whiter, colder and smoother than it was wont to be. The pulse slow and deep, the urine thick and low-colored, dreams of rain, floods, and water, and these things thus premised, I come to the matter. The first the college presents you with, is Spiritus et aqua absinthius minus composita. Or, spirit and water of wormwood, the lesser composition. College. Take of the leaves of dried wormwood 2 pounds, anise seeds, half a pound, steep them in 6 gallons of small wine 24 hours, then distill them in an alembic, adding to every pound of the distilled water 2 ounces of the best sugar. Let the 2 first pound you draw out be called spirit of wormwood, those which follow, wormwood water the lesser composition. Culpeper. I like this distinction of the college very well, because what is first stilled out, is far stronger than the rest, and therefore very fitting to be kept by itself. You may take which you please, according as the temperature of your body, either to heat or cold, and the season of year requires. It hath the same virtues wormwood hath, only fitter to be used by such whose bodies are chilled by age, and whose natural heat abates. You may search the herbs for the virtues, it heats the stomach, and helps digestion. The college. After the same manner, only omitting the anise seeds, is distilled spirit in water of angelica, both herb and root, balm, mints, sage, and the flowers of rosemary, clary, clove gilliflowers, and the seeds of caraway, and juniper berries, orange pills, lemons, citrons, and cinnamon, nutmegs, and Spiritus et aqua absinthiae magis composita. Or spirit and water of wormwood, the greater composition. The college. Take of common and Roman wormwood, of each a pound. Sage, mints, balm, of each 2 handfuls, the roots of galanga, ginger, calamus, aromaticus, elecampane, of each 3 drams, licorice, an ounce, raisins of the sun stoned, 3 ounces, anise seeds, and sweet fennel seeds, of each 3 drams. Cinnamon, cloves, nutmegs, of each 2 drams. Cardamoms, cubebs, of each 1 dram, let the things be cut that are to be cut, and the things be bruised that are to be bruised, all of them infused in 24 pints of Spanish wine, for 24 hours, then, distilled in an alembic. Adding 2 ounces of white sugar to every pint of distilled water. Let the first pint be called spirit of wormwood, the greater composition. Culpeper. The opinion of authors is, that it heats the stomach, and strengthens it and the lungs, expels wind, and helps digestion in ancient people. Spiritus et aqua angelica magis composita. Or spirit and water of angelica, the greater composition. The college. Take of the leaves of angelica 8 ounces, of carduus benedictus 6 ounces, of balm and sage, of each 4 ounces, angelica seeds 6 ounces, sweet fennel seeds 9 ounces. Let the herbs, being dried, and the seeds be grossly bruised, to which add of the species called aromaticum rosarum. And of the species called diamasca dulce, of each 1 ounce and a half, infuse them 2 days in 32 pints of Spanish wine, then distill them with a gentle fire, and with every pound mix 2 ounces of sugar dissolved in rosewater. Let the 3 first pounds be called by the name of spirit, the rest by the name of water. Culpeper. The chief end of composing this medicine, was to strengthen the heart and resist infection, and therefore is very wholesome in pestilential times, and for such as walk in stinking air. I shall now quote you their former receipt in their former dispensatory. Angelica water, the greater composition. The college. Take of angelica 2 pounds, anise seed half a pound, coriander and caraway seeds, of each 4 ounces, zedoary bruised, 3 ounces, steep them 24 hours in 6 gallons of small wine, then draw out the spirit, and sweeten it with sugar. Culpeper. It comforts the heart, cherishes the vital spirits, resists the pestilence, and all corrupt airs, which indeed are the natural causes of epidemical diseases. The sick may take a spoonful of it in any convenient cordial, and such as are in health, and have bodies either cold by nature, or cooled by age, may take as much either in the morning fasting, or a little before meat. Spiritus lavandula compositus Matthii. Or compound spirit of lavender. Matthias. The college. Take of lavender flowers 1 gallon, to which pour 3 gallons of the best spirits of wine, let them stand together in the sun 6 days, then distill them with an alembic with this refrigeratory. Take of the flowers of sage, rosemary, and betony, of each 1 handful. The flowers of borage, bugloss, lilies of the valley, cowslips, of each 2 handfuls, let the flowers be newly and seasonably gathered, being infused in 1 gallon of the best spirits of wine, and mingled with the foregoing spirit of lavender flowers, adding the leaves of balm, featherfew, and orange tree fresh gathered. The flowers of stoichas and orange tree, bay berries, of each 1 ounce. After convenient digestion distill it again, after which add citron pills the outward bark, peony seed husked, of each 6 drams, cinnamon, mace, nutmegs, cardamoms, cubebs, yellow sanders, of each half an ounce, wood of aloes 1 dram. The best jujubes, the stones being taken out, half a pound, digest them 6 weeks, then strain it and filter it, and add to it prepared pearls 2 drams, emeralds prepared a scruple, ambergris, musk, saffron, of each half a scruple. Red roses dried, red sanders, of each half an ounce, yellow sanders, citron pills, dried, of each 1 dram. Let the species being tied up in a rag, be hung into the aforementioned spirit. Culpeper. I could wish the apothecaries would desire to be certified by the college. 1. Whether the gallon of lavender flowers must be filled by heap, or by strike. 2. Next, whether the flowers must be pressed down in the measure or not. 3. How much must be drawn off in the first distillation. 4. Where they should get orange leaves and flowers fresh gathered. 5. What they mean by convenient digestion. 6. Where you shall find borage, bugloss, and cowslips, flowering together, that so you may have them all fresh according to their prescript, the one flowering in the latter end of April, and beginning of May, the other in the end of June, and beginning of July. 7. If they can make a shift to make it, how, or which way the virtues of it will countervail the one half of the charge and cost, to leave the pains and trouble out. Spiritus Castorii. Or Spirit of Castoreum. The College. Take of fresh castoreum 4 ounces, lavender flower an ounce, the tops of sage and rosemary, of each half an ounce, cinnamon 6 drams, mace, cloves, of each 2 drams, spirits of wine rectified, 6 pounds. Digest them in a phial filled only to the third part, close stopped with cork and bladder in warm ashes for 2 days, then distilled in balneo mariae, and the distilled water kept close stopped. Culpeper. By reason of its heat it is no ways fit to be taken alone, but mixed with other convenient medicines appropriated to the diseases you would give it for, it resists poison. And helps such as are bitten by venomous beasts, it causes speedy delivery to women in travail, and casteth out the placenta, it helps the fits of the mother, lethargies and convulsions, being mixed with white wine, and dropped into the ears. It helps deafness. If stopping be the cause of it, the dose to be given inwardly is between 1 dram, and half a dram, according to the strength and age of the patient. Aqua pediciditis composita. Or, compound water of butterbur. The College. Take of the fresh roots of butterbur bruised, 1 pound and a half, the roots of angelica and masterwort, of each half a pound, steep them in 10 pints of strong ale. Then distill them till the change of the taste gives a testimony that the strength is drawn out. Culpeper. This water is very effectual being mixed with other convenient cordials, for such as have pestilential fevers, also a spoonful taken in the morning, may prove a good preservative in pestilential times, it helps the fits of the mother. And such as are short-winded, and being taken inwardly, dries up the moisture of such sores as are hard to be cured. Aqua raphani composita. Or compound water of radishes. The College. Take of the leaves of both sorts of scurvy grass, of each 6 pound, having bruised them, press the juice out of them, with which mix of the juice of brooklime, and watercresses, of each 1 pound and a half, of the best white wine, 8 pounds. 12 whole lemons, pills and all, fresh bryony roots 4 pound, the roots of wild radishes 2 pound, Captain Winter's cinnamon half a pound, nutmegs 4 ounces, steep them all together, and then distill them. Culpeper. I fancy it not, and so I leave it, I suppose they intended it for purgation of women in childbed. Aqua peonii composita. Or compound water of peony. The College. Take of the flowers of lilies of the valley, 1 pound, infuse them in 4 gallons of Spanish wine so long till the following flowers may be had fresh. Take of the forenamed flowers half a pound, peony flowers 4 ounces, steep them together 14 days, then distill them in balneo mariae till they be dry, in the distilled liquor infuse again male peony roots gathered in due time. 2 ounces and a half, white dittany, long birthwort, of each half an ounce, the leaves of mistletoe of the oak, and rue, of each 2 handfuls, peony seeds husked, 10 drams, rue seeds 3 drams and a half, castoreum 2 scruples, cubebs, mace. Of each 2 drams, cinnamon an ounce and a half, squills prepared, 3 drams, rosemary flowers 6 pugils, Arabian stechas, lavender, of each 4 pugils, the flowers of betony, clove gilliflowers, and cowslips, of each 8 pugils. Then adding 4 pound of the juice of black cherries, distill it in a glass till it be dry. Aqua bezoartica. Or bezoar water. College. Take of the leaves of celandine, roots and all, 3 handfuls and a half, rue 2 handfuls, scordium 4 handfuls, dittany of Crete, carduus, of each 1 handful and a half, zedoary and angelica roots, of each 3 drams, citrons and lemon pills. Of each 6 drams, clove gilliflowers 1 ounce and a half, red rose, centauri the less, of each 2 drams, cinnamon, cloves, of each 3 drams, Venice treacle 3 ounces, mithridates 1 ounce and a half, camphire 2 scruples. Troches of vipers 2 ounces, mace 2 drams, wood of aloes half an ounce, yellow sanders 1 dram and a half, carduus seeds 1 ounce, citron seeds 6 drams, let them be cut and infused in spirits of wine, and Malaga wine. Of each 3 pound and a half, vinegar of clove gilliflowers, juice of lemons, of each 1 pound, and distilled in a glass still in balneo mariae, after it is half distilled off, the residue may be strained through a linen cloth. And be reduced to the thickness of honey, and called the bezoartic extract. Culpeper. Extracts have the same virtues with the waters they are made from, only the different form is to please the palates of such whose fancy loathes any one particular form. This bezoar water strengthens the heart, arteries, and vital spirits, it provokes sweat, and is exceeding good in pestilential fevers, in health it withstands melancholy in consumptions, and makes a merry, blithe, cheerful creature. Of the extract you may take 10 grains at a time, or somewhat more, if your body be not feverish, half a spoonful of water is sufficient at a time, and that mixed with other cordials or medicines appropriated to the disease that troubles you. Aqua et spiritus lambricorum, magistralis. Or water and spirit of earthworms. College. Take of earthworms well cleansed, 3 pound, snails, with shells on their backs cleansed, 2 gallons, beat them in a mortar, and put them into a convenient vessel, adding stinging nettles, roots and all, 6 handfuls, wild angelica. 4 handfuls, branch ursine, 7 handfuls, agrimony, betony, of each 3 handfuls, rue 1 handful, common wormwood 2 handfuls, rosemary flowers 6 ounces, dock roots 10 ounces, the roots of sorrel 5 ounces, turmeric. The inner bark of barberries, of each 4 ounces, fenugreek seeds 2 ounces, cloves 3 ounces, hartshorn, ivory and gross powder, of each 4 ounces, saffron 3 drams, small spirits of wine 4 gallons and a half. After 24 hours infusion, distill them in an alembic. Let the 4 first pounds be reserved for spirit, the rest for water. Culpeper. 'Tis a mess altogether, it may be they intended it for an universal medicine. Aqua gentiani compositi. Or gentian water compound. College. Take of gentian roots sliced, 1 pound and a half, the leaves and flowers of centauri the less, of each 4 ounces, steep them 8 days in 12 pounds of white wine, then distill them in an alembic. Culpeper. It conduces to preservation from ill air, and pestilential fevers, it opens obstructions of the liver, and helps such as they say are liver grown. It eases pains in the stomach, helps digestion, and eases such as have pains in their bones by ill lodging abroad in the cold, it provokes appetite, and is exceeding good for the yellow jaundice. As also for prickings or stitches in the sides, it provokes the menses, and expels both birth and placenta, it is not for pregnant women. If there be no fever, you may take a spoonful by itself, if there be, you may, if you please, mix it with some cooler medicine appropriated to the same use you would give it for. Aqua Gilbertii. Or Gilbert's water. College. Take of scabious, burnet, dragons, balm, angelica, pimpernel, with purple flowers, tormentil, roots and all, of each 2 handfuls, let all of them, being rightly gathered and prepared, be steeped in 4 gallons of canary wine. Still off 3 gallons in an alembic, to which add 3 ounces of each of the cordial flowers, clove gilliflowers 6 ounces, saffron half an ounce, turmeric 2 ounces, galanga, basil seeds, of each 1 dram, citron pills 1 ounce. The seed of citrons and carduus, cloves of each 5 ounces, hartshorn 4 ounces, steep them 24 hours and then distill them in balneo mariae, to the distilled water add pearls prepared, 1.5 ounces, red coral, crab's eyes. White amber, of each 2 drams, crab's claws, 6 drams, bezoar, ambergris, of each 2 scruples, steep them 6 weeks in the sun, in a vessel well stopped, often shaking it, then filter it. You may keep the powders for spikenard. Temp, by mixing 12 ounces of sugar candy, with 6 ounces of red rose water, and 4 ounces of spirit of cinnamon with it. Culpeper. I suppose this was invented for a cordial to strengthen the heart, to relieve languishing nature. It is exceeding dear. I forbear the dose. They that have money enough to make it themselves, cannot want time to study both the virtues and dose. I would have gentlemen to be studious. Aqua cordialis frigida saccinii. College. Take of the juice of borage, bugloss, balm, bistort, tormentil, scordium, vervain, sharp-pointed dock, sorrel, goat's rue, miris, blue bottle great and small, roses, marigolds, lemon, citrons, of each 3 ounces, white wine vinegar 1 pound. Purslane seeds 2 ounces, citron and carduus seeds, of each half an ounce, water lily flowers 2 ounces, the flowers of borage, bugloss, violets, clove gilliflowers, of each 1 ounce, diatrian centillin 6 drams, let all of them, being rightly prepared, be infused 3 days, then distilled in a glass still. To the distilled liquor add earth of lemnos, silesia, and samos, of each 1 ounce and an half, pearls prepared with the juice of citrons, 3 drams, mix them, and keep them together. Culpeper. It mightily cools the blood, and therefore profitable in fevers, and all diseases proceeding of heat of blood. It provokes sleep. You may take half an ounce at a time, or 2 drams if the party be weak. Aqua theriacalis. Or treacle water. College. Take of the juice of green walnuts, 4 pounds, the juice of rue 3 pounds, juice of carduus, marigolds, and balm, of each 2 pounds, green pedicitis roots 1 pound and a half, the roots of burrs 1 pound, angelica and masterwort. Of each half a pound, the leaves of scordium 4 handfuls, old Venice treacle, mithridates, of each 8 ounces, canary wine 12 pounds, vinegar 6 pounds, juice of lemons 2 pounds, digest them 2 days, either in horse dung, or in a bath. The vessel being close shut, then distill them in sand. In the distillation you may make a theriacal extraction. Culpeper. This water is exceeding good in all fevers, especially pestilential. It expels venomous humors by sweat, it strengthens the heart and vitals. It is an admirable counterpoison, special good for such as have the plague, or are poisoned, or bitten by venomous beasts, and expels virulent humors from such as have the venereal disease. If you desire to know more virtues of it, see the virtues of Venice treacle. The dose is from a spoonful to an ounce. Aqua bryonii composita. Or bryony water compound. College. Take of the juice of bryony roots, 4 pounds, the leaves of rue and mugwort, of each 2 pounds, dried savon 3 handfuls, featherfew, nep, pennyroyal, of each 2 handfuls, basil, dittany, of Crete, of each 1 handful and a half. Orange pills 4 ounces, myrrh 2 ounces, castoreum 1 ounce, canary wine 12 pounds, digest them 4 days in a convenient vessel, then still them in balneo mariae, about the middle of the distillation strain it out, and make an hysterical extraction of the residue. Culpeper. A spoonful of it taken, eases the fits of the mother in women that have them, it potently expels the afterbirth, and clears the body of what a midwife by heedlessness or accident hath left behind. It cleanses the womb exceedingly, and for that I fancy it much, take not above a tasterful at a time, and then in the morning fasting, for it is of a purging quality, and let pregnant women forbear it. Aqua imperialis. Or imperial water. The college. Take of dried citron, and orange pills, nutmegs, cloves, cinnamon, of each 2 ounces, the roots of cypress, orris, florentine, calamus aromaticus, of each 1 ounce, zedoary galina, ginger, of each half an ounce, the tops of lavender and rosemary. Of each 2 handfuls, the leaves of bay, marjoram, balm, mints, sage, thyme, of each 1 handful, the flowers of white and damask roses fresh, of each half a handful, rosewater 4 pounds, white wine 8 pounds. Let all of them be bruised and infused 24 hours, then distill them according to art. Culpeper. You must distill it in a bath, and not in sand. It comforts and strengthens the heart against faintings and swoonings, and is held to be a preservative against consumptions and apoplexies. You may take half a spoonful at a time. Aqua mirabilis. College. Take of cloves, galanga, cubebs, mace, cardamoms, nutmegs, ginger, of each 1 dram, juice of celandine half a pound, spirits of wine 1 pound, white wine 3 pounds, infuse them 24 hours, and draw off 2 pounds with an alembic. Culpeper. The simples also of this, regard the stomach, and therefore the water heats cold stomachs, besides authors say it preserves from apoplexies, and restores lost speech. Aqua protheriacalis. College. Take of scordium, scabious, carduus, goat's rue, of each 2 handfuls, citron and orange pills, of each 2 ounces, the seeds of citrons, carduus, heartwort, treacle, mustard, of each 1 ounce, the flowers of marigolds and rosemary. Of each 1 handful, cut them, and bruise them grossly, then infuse them in 4 pounds of white wine, and 2 pounds of carduus water, in a glass, close stopped, and set it in the sun of bath for a fortnight, often shaking it. Then distill it in balneo mariae. Let the 2 first pounds be kept by themselves for use, and the remainder of the distillation by itself. Lastly, mix 1 ounce of julep of Alexandria, and a spoonful of cinnamon water with each pound. Culpeper. Aqua protheriacalis signifies a water for treacle, so then if you put Dioscoridum to it, it is a water for Dioscoridum. Well then, we will take it for a general water for all physic. Aqua caponis. Or capon water. College. Take a capon, the guts being pulled out, cut in pieces, the fat being taken away, boiled in a sufficient quantity of spring water in a close vessel, take of this broth 3 pounds. Borage and violet water, of each 1.5 pounds, white wine 1 pound, red rose leaves 2 drams and a half, the flowers of borage, violets and bugloss, of each 1 dram, pieces of bread, hot out of the oven, ½ pound, cinnamon bruised. Half an ounce, distill it in a glass still according to art. Culpeper. The simples are most of them appropriated to the heart, and in truth the composition greatly nourishes and strengthens such as are in consumptions, and restores lost strength. Either by fevers or other sickness, it is a sovereign remedy for hectic fevers, and marasmos, which is nothing else but a consumption coming from them. Let such as are subject to these diseases, hold it for a jewel. Aqua limicum magistra. Or water of snails. College. Take of the juice of ground ivy, colt's foot, scabious, lungwort, of each 1.5 pounds, the juice of purslane, plantain, ambrosia, Paul's betony, of each 1 pound, hog's blood, white wine, of each 4 pounds, garden snails, 2 pound. Dried tobacco leaves 8, powder of licorice 2 ounces, of elecampane ½ an ounce, of orris an ounce, cotton seeds an ounce and a half, the greater cold seeds, anise seeds of each 6 drams, saffron 1 dram, the flowers of red roses. 6 pugils, of violets and borage, of each 4 pugils, steep them 3 days warm, and then distill them in a glass still, in sand. Culpeper. It purges the lungs of phlegm and helps consumptions there. If you should happen to live where no better nor readier medicine can be gotten, you may use this. Aqua scordii composita. Or compound water of scordium. College. Take of the juice of goat's rue, sorrel, scordium, citrons, of each 1 pound, London treacle, ½ pound, steep it 3 days, and distill it in sand. Culpeper. A tasterful taken in the morning, preserves from ill airs. Aqua mariae. College. Take of sugar candy 1 pound, canary wine 6 ounces, rose water 4 ounces. Boil it well into a syrup, and add to it imperial water 2 pounds, ambergris, musk, of each 18 grains, saffron 15 grains, yellow sanders infused in imperial water, 2 drams, make a clear water of it. Aqua papaveris composita. Or poppy water compound. College. Take of red poppies 4 pounds, sprinkle them with white wine 2 pounds, then distill them in a common still, let the distilled water be poured upon fresh flowers and repeated 3 times. To which distilled water add 2 nutmegs sliced, red poppy flowers a pugil, sugar 2 ounces, set it in the sun to give it a pleasing sharpness. If the sharpness be more than you would have it, put some of the same water to it which was not set in the sun. Aqua juglandium composita. Or walnut water compound. College. Take of green walnuts a pound and a half, radish roots 1 pound, green acerbaca 6 ounces, radish seeds, 6 ounces. Let all of them, being bruised, be steeped in 3 pounds of white wine for 3 days, then distilled in a leaden still till they be dry. Tinctures. Tinctura crocei. Or tincture of saffron. College. Take 2 drams of saffron, 8 ounces of treacle water, digest them 6 days, then strain it. Culpeper. See the virtues of treacle water, and then know that this strengthens the heart something more, and keeps melancholy vapors thence by drinking a spoonful of it every morning. Tinctura castorii. Or tincture of castoreum. College. Take of castoreum in powder 1/2 ounce, spirit of castoreum 1/2 pound, digest them 10 days cold, strain it, and keep the liquor for tincture. Culpeper. A learned invention. 'Tis something more prevalent than the spirit. Tinctura fragraram. Or tincture of strawberries. College. Take of ripe wood strawberries 2 pounds, put them in a phial, and put so much small spirits of wine to them, that it may overtop them the thickness of 4 fingers, stop the vessel close, and set it in the sun 2 days, then strain it. And press it but gently. Pour this spirit to as many fresh strawberries, repeat this 6 times, at last keep the clear liquor for your use. Culpeper. A fine thing for gentlemen that have nothing else to do with their money, and it will have a lovely look to please their eyes. Tinctura scordii. Or tincture of scordium. College. Take of the leaves of scordium gathered in a dry time, 1/2 pound, digest them in 6 pounds of small spirits of wine, in a vessel well stopped, for 3 days, press them out gently, and repeat the infusion 3 times. And keep the clarified liquor for use. So is made tincture of celandine, restero, and rosa solis. Culpeper. See the herbs for the virtues, and then take notice that these are better for cold stomachs, old bodies. Tinctura theriacalis bulgo aqua theriacalis. Ludge. Per infus. Or tincture of treacle. College. Take of canary wine oftentimes distilled, vinegar in which 1/2 ounce of rue seeds have been boiled, 2 pounds choice treacle, the best mithridate, of each 1/2 pound. Mix them and set them in the sun, or heat of a bath, digest them, and keep the water for use. Tinctura cinnamoni, vulgo, aqua chlorida. Cinnam. Or tincture of cinnamon. College. Take of bruised cinnamon 2 ounces, rectified spirits of wine 2 pounds, infuse them 4 days in a large glass stopped with cork and bladder, shake it twice a day, then dissolve 1/2 pound of sugar candy by itself in 2 pounds of rose water. Mix both liquors, into which hang a nodule containing, ambergris 1/2 scruple, musk 4 grains. Tinctura viridis. Or a green tincture. College. Take of verdigris, 1/2 ounce, or pigmentum 6 drams, alum 3 drams, boil them in a pound of white wine till half be consumed, adding, after it is cold, the water of red roses, and nightshade, of each 6 ounces. Culpeper. This was made to cleanse ulcers, but I fancy it not. Aqua aluminosa magistralis. College. Take of plantain and red rose water, of each a pound, rock alum and sublimatum, of each 2 drams. Let the alum and sublimatum, being in powder, boil in the waters, in a vessel with a narrow mouth till half be consumed, when it has stood 5 days, strain it. Physical wines. Vinum absinthitis. Or wormwood wine. College. Take a handful of dried wormwood, for every gallon of wine, stop it in a vessel close, and so let it remain in steep, so is prepared wine of rosemary flowers, and eyebright. Culpeper. It helps cold stomachs, breaks wind, helps the wind colic, strengthens the stomach, kills worms, and helps the green sickness. Rosemary flower wine, is made after the same manner. It is good against all cold diseases of the head, consumes phlegm, strengthens the gums and teeth. Eyebright wine is made after the same manner. It wonderfully clears the sight being drank, and revives the sight of elderly men. A cup of it in the morning is worth a pair of spectacles. All other wines are prepared in the same manner. The best way of taking any of these wines is, to drink a draught of them every morning. You may, if you find your body old or cold, make wine of any other herb, the virtues of which you desire, and make it and take it in the same manner. Vinum sarasorum nigrorum. Or wine of black cherries. College. Take a gallon of black cherries, keep it in a vessel close, stop till it begin to work, then filter it, and an ounce of sugar being added to every pound, loti pass through Hippocrates' sleeve, and keep in a vessel close stopped for use. Vinum helliboratum. Or helliborated wine. College. Take of white hellebore cut small, 4 ounces, Spanish wine 2 pounds, steep it in the sun in a phial close stopped, in the dog days, or other hot weather. Vinum rubellum. College. Take of stibium, in powder, 1 ounce, cloves sliced 2 drams, claret wine 2 pounds, keep it in a phial close shut. Vinum benedictum. College. Take of crocus metallorum, in powder, 1 ounce, mace 1 dram, Spanish wine 1 pound and a half, steep it. Vinum antimonial. Or antimonial wine. College. Take of regulus of antimony, in powder, 4 ounces, steep it in 3 pounds of white wine in a glass well stopped, after the first shaking let the regulus settle. Culpeper. These last mentioned are vomits, and vomits are fitting medicines for but a few, the mouth being ordained to take in nourishment, not to cast out excrements, and to regulate a man's body in vomiting. And doses of vomits require a deeper study in physic, than I doubt the generality of people yet have. I omit it therefore at this time, not because I grudge at my country, but because I would not willingly have them do themselves a mischief. I shall shortly teach them in what diseases vomits may be used, and then, and not till then. The use of vomits. Vinum soliticum. Or wine of squills. College. Take of a white squill of the mountains, gathered about the rising of the dog star, cut it in thin pieces, and dried for a month, 1 pound, put it in a glass bottle, and pour to it 8 pounds of French wine, and when it hath stood so 4 days. Take out the squill. The virtues of this are the same with vinegar of squills, only it is hotter. Physical vinegars. Acetum distillatum. Or distilled vinegar. College. Fill a glass or stone alembic with the best vinegar to the 3rd part, separate the phlegm with a gentle fire, then increase the fire by degrees, and perform the work. Acetum rosarum. Or rose vinegar. College. Take of red rose buds, gathered in a dry time, the whites cut off, dried in the shade 3 or 4 days, 1 pound, vinegar 8 sextaries, set them in the sun 40 days, then strain out the roses, and repeat the infusion with fresh ones. After the same manner is made vinegar of elder flowers, rosemary flowers, and clove gilliflowers. Culpeper. For the virtues of all vinegars, take this one only observation, they carry the same virtues with the flowers whereof they are made, only as we said of wines, that they were better for cold bodies than the bare simples whereof they are made. So are vinegars for hot bodies. Besides, vinegars are often, nay, most commonly used externally, viz. To bathe the place, then look amongst the simples, and see what place of the body the simple is appropriated to, and you cannot but know both what vinegar to use, and to what place to apply it. Acetum solidicum. Or vinegar of squills. College. Take of that part of the squill which is between the outward bark and the bottom, cut in thin slices, and place 30 or 40 days in the sun or some remiss heat. Then a pound of them, being cut small with a knife made of ivory or some white wood, being put in a vessel, and 6 pounds of vinegar put to them. Set the vessel, being close stopped, in the sun 30 or 40 days, afterward strain it, and keep it for use. Culpeper. A little of this medicine being taken in the morning fasting, and walking half an hour after, preserves the body in health, to extreme old age, as Sanius tried, who using no other medicine but this, lived in perfect health till 117 years of age. It makes the digestion good, a long wind, a clear voice, an acute sight, a good color. It suffers no offensive thing to remain in the body, neither wind, phlegm, choler, melancholy, dung, nor urine, but brings them forth. It brings forth filth though it lie in the bones, it takes away salt and sour belchings, though a man be never so licentious in diet, he shall feel no harm. It hath cured such as have the physic that have been given over by all physicians. It cures such as have the falling sickness, gouts, and diseases and swellings of the joints. It takes away the hardness of the liver and spleen. We should never have done if we should reckon up the particular benefits of this medicine, therefore we commend it as a wholesome medicine for soundness of body, preservation of health, and vigor of mind. Thus Galen. Acetum theriacale, Nuremberg. Or treacle vinegar. College. Take of the roots of celandine the greater, 1 ounce and a half, the roots of angelica, masterwort, gentian, bistort, valerian, burnet, white dittany, elecampane, zedoary, of each 1 dram, of plantain the greater 1 dram and a half. The leaves of mousir, sage, scabious, scordium, dittany of Crete, carduus, of each half an handful, barks and seeds of citrons, of each half a dram, bole ammoniac 1 dram, saffron 3 drams, of these let the saffron, hartshorn, dittany, and bole, be tied up in a rag, and steeped with the things before mentioned, in 5 pints of vinegar, for certain days by a temperate heat in a glass well stopped, strain it, and add 6 drams of the best treacle to it, shake it together, and keep it for your use. Acetum theriacale. Or treacle vinegar. College. Add to the description of treacle water, clove gillyflowers 2 ounces, lavender flowers 1 ounce and a half, rose, and elderflower vinegar, of each 4 pounds, digest it without boiling, 3 days, then strain it through Hippocrates' sleeve. Culpeper. See treacle water for the virtues, only this is more cool, a little more fantastical. Decoctions. Decoctum commune pro clistier. Or a common decoction for a clister. College. Take of mallows, violets, pellitory, beets, and mercury, chamomile flowers, of each 1 handful, sweet fennel seeds half an ounce, linseeds 2 drams, boil them in a sufficient quantity of common water to a pound. Culpeper. This is the common decoction for all clysters, according to the quality of the humour abounding, so you may add what simples, or syrups, or electuaries you please, only half a score linseeds, and a handful of chamomile flowers are added. Decoctum epithymi. Or a decoction of epithymum. College. Take of myrobalans, chebs, and inns, of each half an ounce, stoichas, raisins of the sun-stoned, epithymum, senna, of each 1 ounce, fumitory half an ounce, maudlin 5 drams, polypodium 6 drams, turbith half an ounce. Whey made with goat's milk, or heifer's milk 4 pounds, let them all boil to 2 pounds, the epithymum excepted, which boil but a second or 2, then take it from the fire, and add black hellebore 1 dram and a half, agaric half a dram, sal, gem 1 dram and a half, steep them 10 hours, then press it strongly out. Culpeper. It purges melancholy, as also choler, it resists madness, and all diseases coming of melancholy, and therefore let melancholy people esteem it as a jewel. Decoctum seni geriones. Or a decoction of senna. College. Take of senna 2 ounces, polypodium half an ounce, ginger 1 dram, raisins of the sun stoned 2 ounces, cibescens, prunes, of each 12, the flowers of borage, violets, roses, and rosemary, of each 2 drams. Boil them in 4 pounds of water till half be consumed. Culpeper. It is a common decoction for any purge, by adding other simples or compounds to it, according to the quality of the humor you would have purged, yet, in itself, it chiefly purges melancholy. Decoctum pectorale. Or a pectoral decoction. College. Take of raisins of the sun stoned, an ounce, cibescens, jujubes, of each 15, dates 6, figs 4, French barley 1 ounce, licorice half an ounce, maidenhair, hyssop, scabious, coltsfoot, of each 1 handful. Boil them in 3 pounds of water till 2 remain. Culpeper. The medicine is chiefly appropriated to the lungs, and therefore causes a clear voice, a long wind, resists coughs, hoarseness, asthmas, and You may drink 1/4 of a pint of it every morning, without keeping to any diet, for it purges not. I shall quote some syrups fitting to be mixed with it, when I come to the syrups. Decoctum traumaticum. College. Take of agrimony, mugwort, wild angelica, St. John's wort, mousseer, of each 2 handfuls, wormwood half a handful, southernwood, betony, bugloss, comfrey the greater and lesser, roots and all, avens, both sorts of plantain, sanicle, tormentil with the roots, the buds of barberries and oak. Of each a handful, all these being gathered in May and June and diligently dried, let them be cut and put up in skins or papers against the time of use, then take of the forenamed herbs 3 handfuls. Boil them in 4 pounds of conduit water and 2 pounds of white wine gently till half be consumed, strain it, and a pound of honey being added to it, let it be scummed and kept for use. Culpeper. If sight of a medicine will do you good, this is as like to do it as any I know. Syrups. Altering syrups. Culpeper. Reader, before we begin with the particular syrups, I think good to advertise thee of these few things, which concern the nature, making, and use of syrups in general. 1. A syrup is a medicine of a liquid body, compounded of decoction, infusion, or juice, with sugar or honey, and brought by the heat of the fire, into the thickness of honey. 2. Because all honey is not of a thickness, understand new honey, which of all other is thinnest. 3. The reason why decoctions, infusions, juices, are thus used, is, because thereby, first, they will keep the longer. Secondly, they will taste the better. 4. In boiling syrups have a great care of their just consistence, for if you boil them too much they will candy, if too little, they will sour. 5. All simple syrups have the virtues of the simples they are made of, and are far more convenient for weak people, and delicate stomachs. Syrupus de absinthio simplex. Or syrup of wormwood simple. The college. Take of the clarified juice of common wormwood, clarified sugar, of each 4 pounds, make it into a syrup according to art. After the same manner, are prepared simple syrups of betony, borage, bugloss, carduus, chamomile, succory, endive, hedge mustard, strawberries, fumitory, ground ivy, St. John's wort, hops, mercury, mousseer, plantain, apples, purslane, raspberries, sage, scabious, scordium, houseleek, coltsfoot, Paul's betony, and other juices not sour. Culpeper. See the simples, and then you may easily know both their virtues, and also that they are pleasanter and fitter for delicate stomachs when they are made into syrups. Syrupus de absinthio compositus. Or syrup of wormwood compound. College. Take of common wormwood meanly dry, half a pound, red roses 2 ounces, Indian spikenard 3 drams, old white wine, juice of quinces, of each 2 pounds and an half, steep them a whole day in an earthen vessel, then boil them gently. And strain it, and by adding 2 pounds of sugar, boil it into a syrup according to art. Culpeper. Measure is followed verbatim in this. And the receipt is appropriated to cold and phlegmatic stomachs, and it is an admirable remedy for it strengthens both stomach and liver, as also the instruments of concoction, a spoonful taken in the morning. Is admirable for such as have a weak digestion, it provokes an appetite to one's victuals, it prevails against the yellow iondis, breaks wind, purges humors by urine. Syrupus de acetosis simplex. Or syrup of vinegar simple. College. Take of clear water 4 pounds, white sugar 5 pounds, boil them in a glazed vessel over a gentle fire, scumming it till half the water be consumed, then by putting in 2 pounds of white wine vinegar by degrees, perfect the syrup. Culpeper. That is, only melt the sugar with the vinegar over the fire, scum it, but boil it not. Syrupus acetosis simplicer. Or syrup of vinegar more simple. College. Take of white sugar 5 pounds, white wine vinegar 2 pounds, by melting it in a bath, make it into a syrup. Culpeper. Of these 2 syrups let every one use which he finds by experience to be best, the difference is but little. They both of them cut phlegm, as also tough, hard viscous humors in the stomach, they cool the body, quench thirst, provoke urine, and prepare the stomach before the taking of a vomit. If you take it as a preparative for an emetic, take half an ounce of it when you go to bed the night before you intend it to operate, it will work the easier, but if for any of the foregoing occasions, take it with a licorice stick. Syrupus acetosis compositus. Or syrup of vinegar compound. College. Take of the roots of smallage, fennel, endive, of each 3 ounces, the seeds of anise, smallage, fennel, of each 1 ounce, of endive half an ounce, clear water 6 pounds, boil it gently in an earthen vessel till half the water be consumed. Then strain and clarify it, and with 3 pounds of sugar, and 1.5 pounds of white wine vinegar, boil it into a syrup. Culpeper. This in my opinion is a gallant syrup for such whose bodies are stuffed either with phlegm, or tough humors, for it opens obstructions or stoppings both of the stomach, liver, spleen, and reins. It cuts and brings away tough phlegm and choler, and is therefore a special remedy for such as have a stuffing at their stomach. Syrupus de agno casto. Or syrup of Agnus castus. College. Take of the seeds of rue and hemp, of each half a dram, of endive, lettuce, purslane, gourds, melons, of each 2 drams, of fleawort half an ounce, of Agnus castus 4 ounces, the flowers of water lilies, the leaves of mints. Of each half a handful, decoction of seeds of lentils, and coriander seeds, of each half an ounce, 3 pounds of the decoction, boil them all over a gentle fire till 2 pounds be consumed, add to the residue, being strained. 2 ounces of juice of lemons, 1.5 pounds of white sugar, make it into a syrup according to art. Culpeper. A pretty syrup, and good for little. Syrupus de althea. Or syrup of marshmallows. College. Take of roots of marshmallows, 2 ounces, the roots of grass asparagus, licorice, raisins of the sun stoned, of each half an ounce, the tops of mallows, marshmallows, pellitory of the wall, burnet, plantain, maidenhair white and black. Of each a handful, red sicers an ounce, of the 4 greater and 4 lesser cold seeds, of each 3 drams, boil them in 6 pounds of clear water till 4 remain, which being strained, boil into a syrup with 4 pounds of white sugar. Culpeper. It is a fine cooling, opening, slippery syrup, and chiefly commendable for the colic, stone, or gravel, in the kidneys or bladder. Syrupus de ammoniaca. Or syrup of ammoniacum. College. Take of maudlin and cetrac, of each 4 handfuls, common wormwood an ounce, the roots of succory, asparagus, bark of caper roots, of each 2 ounces, after due preparation steep them 24 hours in 3 ounces of white wine. Radish and fumitory water, of each 2 pounds, then boil it away to 1 pound 8 ounces, let it settle, in 4 ounces of which, whilst it is warm, dissolve by itself gum ammoniacum, first dissolved in white wine vinegar, 2 ounces. Boil the rest with 1.5 pounds of white sugar into a syrup, adding the mixtures of the gum at the end. Culpeper. It cools the liver, and opens obstructions both of it and the spleen, helps old surfeits, and such like diseases, as scabs, itch, leprosy, and what else proceed from the liver overheated. You may take an ounce at a time. Syrupus de Artemisia. Or syrup of mugwort. College. Take of mugwort 2 handfuls, pennyroyal, calaminth, origanum, balm, ars mart, dittany of Crete, savon, marjoram, germander, st. John's wort, camopitis, featherfew with the flowers, centaury the less, rue, betony, bugloss, of each a handful, the roots of fennel, smallage, parsley, asparagus, bruscus, saxifrage, elecampane, cypress, madder, orris, peony, of each an ounce. Juniper berries, the seeds of lovage, parsley, smallage, anise, nigella, carpobalsamum or cubebs, costus, cassia lignea, cardamoms, calamus aromaticus, the roots of astrabaca, pellitory of Spain, valerian, of each half an ounce, being cleansed. Cut, and bruised, let them be infused 24 hours in 14 pounds of clear water, and boiled till half be consumed, being taken off from the fire, and rubbed between your hands whilst it is warm, strain it, and with honey and sugar. Of each 2 pounds, sharp vinegar 4 ounces, boil it to a syrup, and perfume it with cinnamon and spikenard, of each 3 drachms. Culpeper. It helps the passion of the matrix, and retains it in its place, it dissolves the coldness, wind, and pains thereof, it strengthens the nerves, opens the pores, corrects the blood, it corrects and provokes the menses. You may take a spoonful of it at a time. Syrupus de botanica compositus. Or syrup of betony compound. College. Take of betony 3 handfuls, marjoram 4 handfuls and a half, thyme, red roses, of each a handful, violets, stoichas, sage, of each half a handful, the seeds of fennel, anise, and ammi, of each half an ounce, the roots of paeans, polypodium. And fennel, of each 5 drachms, boil them in 6 pounds of river water, to 3 pounds, strain it, and add juice of betony 2 pounds, sugar 3 pounds and a half, make it into a syrup. Culpeper. It helps diseases coming of cold, both in the head and stomach, as also such as come of wind, vertigos, madness, it concocts melancholy, it provokes the menses, and so doth the simple syrup more than the compound. Syrupus byzantinus, simple. College. Take of the juice of the leaves of endive and smallage, of each 2 pounds, of hops and bugloss, of each 1 pound, boil them together and scum them, and to the clarified liquor, add 4 pounds of white sugar, to as much of the juices. And with a gentle fire boil it to a syrup. Syrupus byzantinus, compound. College. Take of the juices so ordered as in the former, 4 pounds, in which boil red roses, 2 ounces, licorice half an ounce, the seeds of anise, fennel, and smallage, of each 3 drachms, spikenard 2 drachms, strain it. And to the 3 pounds remaining, add 2 pounds of vinegar, 4 pounds of sugar, make it into a syrup according to art. Culpeper. They both of them, viz. Both simple and compound, open stoppings of the stomach, liver, and spleen, help the rickets in children, cut and bring away tough phlegm, and help the yellow jaundice. You may take them with a licorice stick, or take a spoonful in the morning fasting. Syrupus botrios. Or syrup of oak of Jerusalem. College. Take of oak of Jerusalem, hedge mustard, nettles, of each 2 handfuls, coltsfoot, 1 handful and a half, boil them in a sufficient quantity of clear water till half be consumed. To 2 pounds of the decoction, add 2 pounds of the juice of turnips baked in an oven in a close pot, and with 3 pounds of white sugar, boil it into a syrup. Culpeper. This syrup was composed against coughs, shortness of breath, and other the like infirmities of the breast proceeding of cold, for which, if you can get it, you may take it with a licorice stick. Syrupus capillorum veneris. Or syrup of maidenhair. College. Take of licorice 2 ounces, maidenhair 5 ounces, steep them a natural day in 4 pounds of warm water, then after gentle boiling, and strong straining, with 1.5 pounds of fine sugar make it into a syrup. Culpeper. It opens stoppings of the stomach, strengthens the lungs, and helps the infirmities of them. This may be taken also either with a licorice stick, or mixed with the pectoral decoction like syrup of coltsfoot. Syrupus cardiacus, vel julipum cardiacum. Or a cordial syrup. College. Take of Rhenish wine 2 pounds, rose water 2 ounces and a half, cloves 2 scruples, cinnamon half a dram, ginger 2 scruples, sugar 3 ounces and a half, boil it to the consistence of a julep, adding ambergris 3 grains, musk 1 grain. Culpeper. If you would have this julep keep long, you may put in more sugar, and yet if close stopped, it will not easily corrupt because it is made up only of wine. Indeed, the wisest way is to order the quantity of sugar according to the palate of him that takes it. It restores such as are in consumptions, comforts the heart, cherishes the drooping spirits, and is of an opening quality, thereby carrying away those vapors which might otherwise annoy the brain and heart. You may take an ounce at a time. Or 2 if you please. Syrupus infusionis florum caryophyllarum. Or syrup of clove gilliflowers. College. Take a pound of clove gilliflowers, the whites being cut off, infuse them a whole night in 2 pounds of water, then with 4 pounds of sugar melted in it, make it into a syrup without boiling. Culpeper. This syrup is a fine temperate syrup, it strengthens the heart, liver, and stomach, it refreshes the vital spirits, and is a good cordial in fevers, and usually mixed with other cordials. You can hardly err in taking it, it is so harmless a syrup. Syrupus de cinnamomo. Or syrup of cinnamon. College. Take of cinnamon grossly bruised, 4 ounces, steep it in white wine, and small cinnamon water, of each half a pound, 3 days, in a glass, by a gentle heat. Strain it, and with 1.5 pounds of sugar, boil it gently to a syrup. Culpeper. It refreshes the vital spirits exceedingly, and cheers both heart and stomach languishing through cold, it helps digestion exceedingly, and strengthens the whole body. You may take a spoonful at a time in a cordial. College. Thus also you may conveniently prepare syrups, but only with white wine, of anise seeds, sweet fennel seeds, cloves, nutmegs, ginger, and Syrupus acetositatis citriorum. Or syrup of juice of citrons. College. Take of the juice of citrons, strained without expression, and cleansed, 1 pound, sugar 2 pounds, make it into a syrup like syrup of clove gilliflowers. Culpeper. It prevails against all diseases proceeding from choler, or heat of blood, fevers, both pestilential, and not pestilential, it resists poison, cools the blood, quenches thirst, cures the vertigo or dizziness in the head. College. After the same manner is made syrups of grapes, oranges, barberries, cherries, quinces, lemons, wood sorrel, mulberries, sorrel, English currants, and other sour juices. Culpeper. If you look the simples you may see the virtues of them, they all cool and comfort the heart and strengthen the stomach, syrup of quinces stays vomiting, so doth all syrup of grapes. Syrupus corticum citriorum. Or syrup of citron pills. College. Take of fresh yellow citron pills 5 ounces, the berries of cherms, or the juice of them brought over to us, 2 drams, spring water 4 pounds, steep them all night, boil them till half be consumed, taking off the scum, strain it. And with 2 pounds of sugar boiled it into a syrup, let half of it be without musk, but perfume the other half with 3 grains of musk tied up in a rag. Culpeper. It strengthens the stomach, resists poison, strengthens the heart, and resists the passions thereof, palpitation, faintings, swoonings. It strengthens the vital spirits, restores such as are in consumptions, and hectic fevers, and strengthens nature much. You may take a spoonful at a time. Syrupus e corallius simplex. Or syrup of coral simple. College. Take of red coral in very fine powder 4 ounces, dissolve it in clarified juice of barberries in the heat of a bath, 1 pound, in a glass well stopped with wax and cork, a digestion being made 3 or 4 days, pour off what is dissolved. Put in fresh clarified juice, and proceed as before, repeat this so often till all the coral be dissolved. Lastly, to 1 pound of this juice add 1.5 pounds of sugar, and boil it to a syrup gently. Syrupus e corallius compositus. Or syrup of coral compound. College. Take of red coral 6 ounces, in very fine powder, and levigated it upon a marble, add of clarified juice of lemons, the phlegm being drawn off in a bath, 16 ounces, clarified juice of barberries, 8 ounces, sharp white wine vinegar. And juice of wood sorrel, of each 6 ounces, mix them together, and put them in a glass stopped with cork and bladder, shaking it every day till it have digested 8 days in a bath, or horse dung, then filter it, of which take 1.5 pounds. Juice of quinces 1/2 pound, sugar of roses 12 ounces, make them into a syrup in a bath, adding syrup of clove gilliflower 16 ounces, keep it for use, omitting the 1/2 dram of ambergris. And 4 grains of musk till the physician command it. Culpeper. Syrup of coral both simple and compound, restore such as are in consumptions, are of a gallant cooling nature, especially the last, and very cordial, good for hectic fevers, it stops fluxes, the running of the rains, and the fleur albus. Help such as spit blood, and such as have the falling sickness, it stays the menses. 1/2 spoonful in the morning is enough. Syrupus sidoniorum. Or syrup of quinces. College. Take of the juice of quinces clarified 6 pounds, boil it over a gentle fire till 1/2 of it be consumed, scumming it, adding red wine 3 pounds, white sugar 4 pounds, boil it into a syrup, to be perfumed with 1.5 drams of cinnamon. Cloves and ginger, of each 2 scruples. Culpeper. It strengthens the heart and stomach, stays looseness and vomiting, relieves languishing nature. For looseness, take a spoonful of it before meat, for vomiting after meat, for both, as also for the rest, in the morning. Syrupus de irissimo. Or syrup of hedge mustard. College. Take of hedge mustard, fresh, 6 handfuls, the roots of elecampane, colt's foot, licorice, of each 2 ounces, borage, succory, maidenhair, of each 1.5 handfuls, the cordial flowers, rosemary and betony, of each 1/2 handful. Anise seeds 1/2 ounce, raisins of the sun stoned, 2 ounces, let all of them, being prepared according to art, be boiled in a sufficient quantity of barley water and hydromel, with 6 ounces of juice of hedge mustard to 2 pounds and 1/2. The which, with 3 pounds of sugar, boil it into a syrup according to art. Culpeper. It was invented against cold afflictions of the breast and lungs, as asthmas, hoarseness, and You may take it either with a licorice stick, or which is better, mix 1 ounce of it with 3 or 4 ounces of pectoral decoction, and drink it off warm in the morning. Syrupus de fumaria. Or syrup of fumitory. College. Take of endive, common wormwood, hops, dodder, heartstung, of each 1 handful, epithemum 1.5 ounces, boil them in 4 pounds of water till 1/2 be consumed, strain it, and add the juice of fumitory 1.5 pounds. Of borage and bugloss, of each 1/2 pound, white sugar 4 pounds, make them into a syrup according to art. Culpeper. The receipt is a pretty concoctor of melancholy, and therefore a rational help for diseases arising thence, both internal and external. It helps diseases of the skin, as leprosies, cancers, warts, corns, itch, tetters, ringworms, scabs, and it is the better to be liked, because of its gentleness. It helps surfeits exceedingly, cleanses, cools, and strengthens the liver, and causes it to make good blood, and good blood cannot make bad flesh. I commend this receipt to those whose bodies are subject to scabs and itch. If you please you may take 2 ounces by itself every morning. Syrupus de glycyrrhiza. Or syrup of licorice. College. Take of green licorice, scraped and bruised, 2 ounces, white maidenhair 1 ounce, dried hyssop 1/2 ounce, steep these in 4 pounds of hot water, after 24 hours, boil it till 1/2 be consumed, strain it, and clarify it. And with honey, peanuts, and sugar, of each 8 ounces, make it into a syrup, adding, before it be perfectly boiled, red rose water 6 ounces. Culpeper. It cleanses the breast and lungs, and helps continual coughs and pleurisy. You may take it with a licorice stick, or add an ounce of it or more to the pectoral decoction. Syrupus granatorum comacito, vulgo. Oxysaccharum simplex. Or syrup of pomegranates with vinegar. College. Take of white sugar 1.5 pounds, juice of pomegranates 8 ounces, white wine vinegar 4 ounces, boil it gently into a syrup. Culpeper. Look the virtues of pomegranates among the simples. Syrupus de hysopo. Or syrup of hyssop. College. Take 8 pounds of spring water, half an ounce of barley, boil it about half an hour, then add the roots of smallage, parsley, fennel, licorice, of each 10 drams, jujubes, sebescens, of each 15, raisins of the sun stoned. 1.5 ounces, figs, dates, of each 10, the seeds of mallows and quinces, gum tragacanth tied up in a rag, of each 3 drams, hyssop meanly dried, 10 drams, maidenhair 6 drams, boil them together, yet so that the roots may precede the fruits the seeds, and the seeds the herbs, about 1/4 hour. At last, 5 pounds of water being consumed, boil the other 3, being first strained and clarified, into a syrup with 2.5 pounds of sugar. Culpeper. It mightily strengthens the breast and lungs, causes long wind, clears the voice, is a good remedy against coughs. Use it like the syrup of licorice. Syrupus IV arthritici, Siv Camapitios. Or syrup of Camepides. College. Take of Camepides, 2 handfuls, sage, rosemary, holy mountain, origanum, calaminth, wild mints, pennyroyal, hyssop, thyme, rue, garden and wild, betony, mother of thyme, of each a handful, the roots of acorns, birthwort long and round, bryony. Dittany, gentian, hog's fennel, valerian, of each half an ounce, the roots of smallage, asparagus, fennel, parsley, bruscus, of each an ounce, pellitory of Spain, 1.5 ounces, stoichas, the seeds of anise, ammi, caraway, fennel, lovage. Heartwort, of each 3 drams, raisins of the sun 2 ounces, boil them in 10 pounds of water to 4, to which add honey and sugar, of each 2 pounds, make it into a syrup to be perfumed with sugar, nutmegs, and cubebs, of each 3 drams. Syrupus jujubinus. Or syrup of jujubes. College. Take of jujubes, violets, 5 drams, maidenhair, licorice, French barley, of each an ounce, the seeds of mallows 5 drams, the seeds of white poppies, melons, lettuce, seeds of quinces and gum tragacanth tied up in a rag, of each 3 drams. Boil them in 6 pounds of rain or spring water till half be consumed, strain it, and with 2 pounds of sugar make it into a syrup. Culpeper. It is a fine cooling syrup, very available in coughs, hoarseness, and pleurisy, ulcers of the lungs and bladder, as also in all inflammations whatsoever. You may take a spoonful of it once in 3 or 4 hours, or if you please take it with a licorice stick. Syrupus de meconio, Siv diacodium. Or syrup of meconium, or diacodium. College. Take of white poppy heads with their seeds, gathered a little after the flowers are fallen off, and kept 3 days, 8 ounces, black poppy heads, so ordered, 6 ounces, rain water 8 pounds, steep them 24 hours. Then boil and press them gently, boil it to 3 pounds, and with 24 ounces of sugar boil it into a syrup according to art. Syrupus de meconio compositus. Or syrup of meconium compound. College. Take of white and black poppy heads with their seeds, 50 drams, maidenhair 15 drams, jujubes 30, the seeds of lettuce, 40 drams, of mallows and quinces tied up in a rag, 1.5 drams, licorice 5 drams, water 8 pounds. Boil it according to art, strain it, and to 3 pounds of decoction add sugar and peanuts, of each 1 pound, make it into a syrup. Culpeper. Meconium is nothing else but the juice of English poppies boiled till it be thick, it prevails against dry coughs, thigh-sicks, hot and sharp gnawing rheums, and provokes sleep. It is in usual fashion for nurses when they have heated their milk by exercise or strong liquor, no marvel then if their children be froward, then run for syrup of poppies, to make their young ones sleep. I would fain have that fashion left, therefore I forbear the dose. Let nurses keep their own bodies temperate, and their children will sleep well enough, never fear. Syrupus melissophyllae. Or syrup of balm. College. Take of the bark of bugloss roots, an ounce, the roots of white dittany, cinquefoil, scorzonera, of each half an ounce, the leaves of balm, scabious, devil's bit, the flowers of both sorts of bugloss, and rosemary, of each a handful. The seeds of sorrel, citrons, fennel, carduus, basil, of each 3 drams, boil them in 4 pounds of water till half be consumed, strain it, and add 3 pounds of white sugar, juice of balm and rose water, of each half a pound. Boil them to a syrup, the which perfume with cinnamon and yellow sanders, of each half an ounce. Culpeper. It is an excellent cordial, and strengthens the heart, breast, and stomach. It resists melancholy, revives the spirits, is given with good success in fevers, it strengthens the memory, and relieves languishing nature. You may take a spoonful of it at a time. Syrupus de mentha. Or syrup of mints. College. Take of the juices of quinces sweet and between sweet and sour, the juice of pomegranates sweet, between sweet and sour, of each 1.5 pounds, dried mints half a pound, red roses 2 ounces, let them lie in steep 1 day. Then boil it half away, and with 4 pounds of sugar boil it into a syrup according to art, perfume it not unless the physicians command. Culpeper. The syrup is in quality binding, yet it comforts the stomach much, helps digestion, stays vomiting, and is as excellent a remedy against sour or offensive belchings, as any is in the dispensatory. Take a spoonful of it after meat. Syrupus de mucilaginibus. Or syrup of mucilages. College. Take of the seeds of marshmallows, mallows, quinces, of each an ounce, gum tragacanth 3 drams, let these infuse 6 hours in warm decoction of mallows, white poppy seeds, and winter cherries. Then press out the mucilage to 1.5 ounces, with which, and 3 ounces of the aforesaid decoction, and 2 ounces of sugar, make a syrup according to art. Culpeper. A spoonful taken by itself, or in any convenient liquor, is excellent for any sharp corroding humours be they in what part of the body soever, thigh 6, bloody flux, stone in the reins or bladder. Or ulcers there, it is excellent good for such as have taken purges that are too strong for their bodies, for by its slippery nature it helps corrosions, and by its cooling helps inflammations. Syrupus myrtinus. Or syrup of myrtles. College. Take of myrtle berries 2 ounces and 1/2, sanders white and red, sumac, balostines, barberry stones, red roses, of each 1.5 ounces, medlars half a pound, bruise them in 8 pounds of water to 4, strain it. And add juice of quinces and sour pomegranates, of each 6 ounces, then with 3 pounds of sugar, boil it into a syrup. Culpeper. The syrup is of a very binding, yet comforting nature, it helps such as spit blood, all fluxes of the belly, or corrosions of the internal parts, it strengthens the retentive faculty, and stops immoderate flux of menses. A spoonful at a time is the dose. Syrupus florum nymphae simplex. Or syrup of water lily flowers, simple. College. Take of the whitest of white water lily flowers, 1 pound, steep them in 3 pounds of warm water 6 or 7 hours, let them boil a little, and strain them out, put in the same weight of flowers again the 2nd and 3rd time. When you have strained it the last time, add its weight of sugar to it, and boil it to a syrup. Syrupus florum nymphae compositus. Syrup of water lily flowers compound. College. Take of white water lily flowers half a pound, violets 2 ounces, lettuce 2 handfuls, the seeds of lettuce, purslane, and gourds, of each half an ounce, boil them in 4 pounds of clear water till one be consumed, strain it. And add half a pound of red rose water, white sugar 4 pounds, boil it into a syrup according to art. Culpeper. They are both fine cooling syrups, allay the heat of choler, and provoke sleep. They cool the body, both head, heart, liver, reins, and matrix, and therefore are profitable for hot diseases in either. You may take an ounce of it at a time when your stomach is empty. Syrupus de papavera erratico, Civ rubro. Or syrup of erratic poppies. College. Take of the fresh flowers of red poppies 2 pounds, steep them in 4 pounds of warm spring water, the next day strain it, and boil it into a syrup with its equal weight in sugar. Culpeper. The syrup cools the blood, helps surfeits, and may safely be given in frenzies, fevers, and hot agues. Syrupus de pilacella. Or syrup of mouse-ear. College. Take of mouse-ear 3 handfuls, the roots of lady's mantle an ounce and an half, the roots of comfrey the greater, madder, white dibney, tormentil, bistort, of each an ounce, the leaves of wintergreen, horsedale, ground ivy, plantain. Adder's tongue, strawberries, St. John's wort with the flowers, goldenrod, agrimony, betony, burnet, avens, cinquefoil the greater, red coleworts, balostines, red roses, of each a handful, boil them gently in 6 pounds of plantain water to 3, then strain it strongly. And when it is settled, add gum tragacanth, the seeds of fleawort, marshmallows and quinces, made into a mucilage by themselves in strawberry and betony water, of each 3 ounces, white sugar 2 pounds, boil it to the thickness of honey. Culpeper. It is drying and healing, and therefore good for ruptures. Syrupus infusionis florum peonii. Or syrup of the infusion of peony flowers. College. It is prepared in the same manner as syrup of clove gilliflowers. Syrupus de peonia compositus. Or syrup of peony compound. College. Take of the roots of both sorts of peony taken up at the full moon, cut in slices, and steeped in white wine a whole day, of each an ounce and an half, contra yerba half an ounce, Siler mountain 6 drams, elk's claws an ounce. Rosemary with the flowers on, 1 handful, betony, hyssop, origanum, comepades, rue, of each 3 drams, wood of aloes, cloves, cardamoms the less, of each 2 drams, ginger, spikenard, of each a dram, stoiches, nutmegs. Of each 2 drams and an half, boil them after 1 day's warm digestion, in a sufficient quantity of distilled water of peony roots, to 4 pounds, in which, being strained through Hippocrates' sleeve, put 4 pounds and an half of white sugar. And boil it to a syrup. Culpeper. It helps the falling sickness, and convulsions. Syrupus de pomes aderans. Or syrup of apples. College. Take 4 pounds of the juice of sweet-scented apples, the juice of bugloss, garden and wild, of violet leaves, rose water, of each a pound, boil them together, and clarify them, and with 6 pounds of pure sugar. Boil it into a syrup according to art. Culpeper. It is a fine cooling syrup for such whose stomachs are overpressed with heat, and may safely be given in fevers, for it rather loosens than binds, it breeds good blood, and is profitable in hectic fevers. And for such as are troubled with palpitation of the heart, it quenches thirst admirably in fevers, and stays hiccups. You may take an ounce of it at a time in the morning, or when you need. Syrupus de prajo. Or syrup of horehound. College. Take of white horehound fresh, 2 ounces, licorice, polypodium of the oak, fennel, and smallage roots, of each half an ounce, white maidenhair, origanum, hyssop, calamint, thyme, savory, scabious, coltsfoot, of each 6 drams. The seeds of anise and cotton, of each 3 drams, raisins of the sun stoned 2 ounces, fat figs 10, boil them in 8 pounds of hydromel till half be consumed, boil the decoction into a syrup with honey and sugar, of each 2 pounds. And perfume it with an ounce of the roots of orris florentine. Culpeper. It is appropriated to the breast and lungs, and is a fine cleanser to purge them from thick and putrefied phlegm. It helps thysicks and coughs, and diseases subject to old men, and cold natures. Take it with a licorice stick. Syrupus de quinque. Radicibus. Or syrup of the 5 opening roots. College. Take of the roots of smallage, fennel, parsley, bruscus, asparagus of each 2 ounces, spring water, 6 pounds, boil away the third part, and make a syrup with the rest according to art, with 3 pounds of sugar. Adding 8 ounces of white wine vinegar, towards the latter end. Culpeper. It cleanses and opens very well, is profitable against obstructions, provokes urine, cleanses the body of phlegm, and is safely and profitably given in the beginning of fevers. An ounce at a time upon an empty stomach is a good dose. Syrupus raphani. Or syrup of radishes. College. Take of garden and wild radish roots, of each an ounce, the roots of white saxifrage, lovage, bruscus, eringo, restharrow, parsley, fennel, of each half an ounce, the leaves of betony, burnet, pennyroyal, nettles, watercresses, samphire. Maidenhair, of each 1 handful, winter cherries, jujubes, of each 10, the seeds of basil, burr, parsley of Macedonia, heartwort, caraway, carrots, gromwell, the bark of the root of bay tree, of each 2 drams, raisins of the sun-stoned, licorice. Of each 6 drams, boil them in 12 pounds of water to 8, strain it, and with 4 pounds of sugar, and 2 pounds of honey, make it into a syrup, and perfume it with an ounce of cinnamon, and half an ounce of nutmegs. Culpeper. A tedious long medicine for the stone. Syrupus regius, alias Julapium alexandrinum. Or julep of Alexandria. College. Boil 4 pounds of rose water, and 1 pound of white sugar into a julep. Julep of roses is made with damask rose water, in the very same manner. Culpeper. 2 fine cooling drinks in the heat of summer. Syrupus de rosis sixis. Or syrup of dried roses. College. Make 4 pounds of spring water hot, in which infuse a pound of dried roses, by some at a time, press them out and with 2 pounds of sugar, boil it into a syrup according to art. Culpeper. Syrup of dried roses, strengthens the heart, comforts the spirits, binds the body, helps fluxes, and corrosions, or gnawings of the bowels, it strengthens the stomach, and stays vomiting. You may take an ounce at a time, before meat, if for fluxes. After meat if for vomiting. Syrupus scabiosi. Or syrup of scabious. College. Take of the roots of elecampane, and polypodium of the oak, of each 2 ounces, raisins of the sun-stone an ounce, sebescens 20, coltsfoot, lungwort, savory, calaminth, of each a handful and an half, licorice, Spanish tobacco. Of each half an ounce, the seeds of nettles and cotton, of each 3 drams, boil them all, the roots being infused in white wine the day before, in a sufficient quantity of wine and water to 8 ounces, strain it. And adding 4 ounces of the juice of scabious, and 10 ounces of sugar, boil it to a syrup, adding to it 20 drops of oil of sulfur. Culpeper. It is a cleansing syrup appropriated to the breast and lungs, when you perceive them oppressed by phlegm, crudité, or stoppings, your remedy is to take now and then a spoonful of this syrup, it is taken also with good success by such as are itchy. Or scabby. Syrupus de scolopendrio. Or syrup of heart-stung. College. Take of heart-stung 3 handfuls, polypodium of the oak, the roots of both sorts of bugloss, bark of the roots of capers and tamarisk, of each 2 ounces, hops, dodder, maidenhair, balm, of each 2 handfuls. Boil them in 9 pounds of spring water to 5, and strain it, and with 4 pounds of white sugar, make it into a syrup according to art. Culpeper. It helps the stoppings of melancholy, opens obstructions of the liver and spleen, and is profitable against splenetic evils, and therefore is a choice remedy for the disease which the vulgar call the rickets. Or liver groan, a spoonful in a morning is a precious remedy for children troubled with that disease. Men that are troubled with the spleen, which is known by pain and hardness in their left side, may take 3 or 4 spoonfuls, they shall find this one receipt worth the price of the whole book. Syrupus de stochade. Syrup of stoichas. College. Take of stoichas flowers 4 ounces, rosemary flowers half an ounce, thyme, calaminth, origanum, of each an ounce and a half, sage, betony, of each half an ounce, the seeds of rue, peony, and fennel, of each 3 drachms, spring water 10 pounds. Boil it till half be consumed, and with honey and sugar, of each 2 pounds, boil it into a syrup, which perfume with cinnamon, ginger, and Calmas aromaticus, of each 2 drachms tied up in a rag. Syrupus de symphyto. Or syrup of comfrey. College. Take of roots and tops of comfrey, the greater and lesser, of each 3 handfuls, red roses, betony, plantain, burnet, knot grass, scabious, colt's foot, of each 2 handfuls, press the juice out of them all, being green and bruised, boil it. Scum it, and strain it, add its weight of sugar to it that it may be made into a syrup, according to art. Culpeper. The syrup is excellent for all inward wounds and bruises, excoriations, vomitings, spittings, or evacuation of blood. It unites broken bones, helps ruptures, and stops the menses. You cannot err in taking of it. Syrupus violarum. Or syrup of violets. College. Take of violet flowers fresh and picked, a pound, clear water made boiling hot, 2 pounds, shut them up close together into a new glazed pot, a whole day, then press them hard out. And in 2 pounds of the liquor dissolve 4 pounds and 3 ounces of white sugar, take away the scum, and so make it into a syrup without boiling. Syrup of the juice of violets, is made with its double weight of sugar, like the former. Culpeper. This syrup cools and moistens, and that very gently. It corrects the sharpness of choler, and gives ease in hot vices of the breast. It quenches thirst in acute fevers, and resists the heat of the disease. It comforts hot stomachs exceedingly, cools the liver and heart, and resists putrefaction, pestilence, and poison. College. Julep of violets is made of the water of violet flowers and sugar, like julep of roses. Culpeper. It is cooling and pleasant. Purging syrups. Syrupus de cicorio cum rhubarbaro. Or syrup of succory with rhubarb. College. Take of whole barley, the roots of smallage, fennel, and sparagus, of each 2 ounces, succory, dandelion, endive, smooth sow thistles, of each 2 handfuls, lettuce, liverwort, fumitory, tops of hops, of each 1 handful, maidenhair. White and black, cetrax, licorice, winter cherries, dodder, of each 6 drachms. To boil these take 16 pounds of spring water, strain the liquor, and boil in it 6 pounds of white sugar, adding towards the end 6 ounces of rhubarb. 6 drachms of spikenard, bound up in a thin slack rag, the which crush often in boiling, and so make it into a syrup according to art. Culpeper. It cleanses the body of venomous humors, as boils, carbuncles, and the like. It prevails against pestilential fevers, it strengthens the heart and nutritive virtue, purges by stool and urine, it makes a man have a good stomach to his meat, and provokes sleep. But by my author's leave, I never accounted purges to be proper physic in pestilential fevers. This I believe. The syrup cleanses the liver well, and is exceeding good for such as are troubled with hypochondriac melancholy. The strong may take 2 ounces at a time, the weak, 1, or you may mix an ounce of it with the decoction of senna. Syrupus de epithemo. Or syrup of epithemum. College. Take of epithemum 20 drachms, myrobalans, citron, and Indian of each 15 drachms, imblix, bellorix, polypodium, licorice, agric, thyme, calaminth, bugloss, stoichas of each 6 drachms, dodder, fumitory, of each 10 drachms, red roses. Anise seeds and sweet fennel seeds of each 2 drachms and a half, sweet prunes 10, raisins of the sun stoned 4 ounces, tamarinds 2 ounces and a half, after 24 hours infusion in 10 pints of spring water, boil it away to 6. Then take it from the fire and strain it, and with 5 pounds of fine sugar boil it into syrup according to art. Culpeper. It is best to put in the dodder, stoichas and agaric, towards the latter end of the decoction. It purges melancholy, and other humors, it strengthens the stomach and liver, cleanses the body of adust choler and adust blood, as also of salt humors, and helps diseases proceeding from these, as scabs, itch, tetters, ringworms, leprosy, and a man may take 2 ounces at a time, or add 1 ounce to the decoction of epithemum. Syrupus e floribus persicorum. Or syrup of peach flowers. College. Take of fresh peach flowers a pound, steep them a whole day in 3 pounds of warm water, then boil a little and strain it out, repeat this infusion 5 times in the same liquor. In 3 pounds of which dissolve 2 pounds and a half of sugar and boil it into a syrup. Culpeper. It is a gentle purger of choler, and may be given even in fevers to draw away the sharp choleric humors. Syrupus de pomes purgans. Or syrup of apples purging. College. Take of the juice of sweet-smelling apples 2 pounds, the juice of borage and bugloss of each 1 pound and a half, senna 2 ounces, anise seeds half an ounce, saffron 1 dram, let the senna be steeped in the juices 24 hours. And after a boil or 2 strain it, and with 2 pounds of white sugar boil it to a syrup according to art, the saffron being tied up in a rag, and often crushed in the boiling. Culpeper. The syrup is a cooling purge, and tends to rectify the distempers of the blood, it purges choler and melancholy, and therefore must needs be effectual both in yellow and black jaundice, madness, scurf, leprosy, and scabs, it is very gentle. The dose is from 1 ounce to 3, according as the body is in age and strength. An ounce of it in the morning is excellent for such children as break out in scabs. Syrupus de pomes magistralis. Or syrup of apples magisterial. College. Take of the juice and water of apples of each a pound and a half, the juice and water of borage and bugloss of each 9 ounces, senna half a pound, anise seeds, and sweet fennel seeds, of each 3 drams, epithemum of Crete, 2 ounces, agaric. Rhubarb, of each half an ounce, ginger, mace, of each 4 scruples, cinnamon 2 scruples, saffron half a dram, infuse the rhubarb and cinnamon apart by itself, in white wine and juice of apples, of each 2 ounces, let all the rest. The saffron excepted, be steeped in the waters above mentioned, and the next day put in the juices, which being boiled, scummed, and strained, then with 4 ounces of white sugar boil it into a syrup. Crushing the saffron in it being tied up in a linen rag, the infusion of the rhubarb being added at the latter end. Culpeper. Out of doubt this is a gallant syrup to purge choler and melancholy, and to resist madness. Syrupus de rhubarbaro. Or syrup of rhubarb. College. Take of the best rhubarb and senna of each 2 ounces and a half, violet flowers a handful, cinnamon 1 dram and a half, ginger half a dram, betony, succory and bugloss water of each 1 pound and a half. Let them be mixed together warm all night, and in the morning strained and boiled into a syrup, with 2 pounds of white sugar, adding towards the end 4 ounces of syrup of roses. Culpeper. It cleanses choler and melancholy very gently, and is therefore fit for children, old people, and weak bodies. You may add an ounce of it to the decoction of epithemum or to the decoction of senna. Syrupus rosaceus solutivus. Or syrup of roses solutive. College. Take of spring water boiling hot 4 pounds, damask rose leaves fresh, as many as the water will contain, let them remain 12 hours in infusion, close stopped. Then press them out and put in fresh rose leaves. Do so 9 times in the same liquor, increasing the quantity of the roses as the liquor increases, which will be almost by the 3rd part every time. Take 6 parts of this liquor, and with 4 parts of white sugar. Boil it to a syrup according to art. Culpeper. It loosens the belly, and gently brings out choler and phlegm, but leaves a binding quality behind it. Syrupus e succo rosarum. Or syrup of the juice of roses. College. It is prepared without steeping, only with the juice of damask roses pressed out, and clarified, and an equal proportion of sugar added to it. Culpeper. This is like the other. Syrupus rosaceus solutivus cum agarico. Or syrup of roses solutive with agaric. College. Take of agaric cut thin an ounce, ginger 2 drams, sal. Gem. 1 dram, polypodium bruised 2 ounces, sprinkle them with white wine and steep them 2 days over warm ashes, in a pound and a half of the infusion of damask roses prescribed before. And with 1 pound of sugar boil it into a syrup according to art. Culpeper. It purges phlegm from the head, relieves the senses oppressed by it, provokes the menses, purges the stomach and liver, and provokes urine. Syrupus rosaceus solutivus cum hellebore. Or syrup of roses solutive with hellebore. College. Take of the bark of all the myrobalans, of each 4 ounces, bruise them grossly, and steep them 24 hours in 12 pounds of the infusion of roses before spoken, senna, epithemum, polypodium of the oak, of each 4 ounces. Cloves an ounce, citron seeds, licorice, of each 4 ounces, the bark of black hellebore roots 6 drams, let the 4th part of the liquor gently exhale, strain it, and with 5 pounds of sugar. And 16 drams of rhubarb tied up in a linen rag, make it into a syrup according to art. Culpeper. The syrup, rightly used, purges melancholy, resists madness. Syrupus rosaceus solutivus cum senna. Or syrup of roses solutive with senna. College. Take of senna 6 ounces, caraway, and sweet fennel seeds, of each 3 drams, sprinkle them with white wine, and infuse them 2 days in 3 pounds of the infusion of roses aforesaid, then strain it. And with 2 pounds of sugar boil it into a syrup. Culpeper. It purges the body of choler and melancholy, and expels the relics a disease hath left behind it. The dose is from 1 ounce to 2, you may take it in a decoction of senna, it leaves a binding quality behind it. Syrupus de spina cervina. Or syrup of purging thorn. College. Take of the berries of purging thorn, gathered in September, as many as you will, bruise them in a stone mortar, and press out the juice, let the 4th part of it evaporate away in a bath, then to 2 pounds of it add 16 ounces of white sugar. Boil it into a syrup, which perfume with mastic, cinnamon, nutmegs, aniseeds in fine powder, of each 3 drams. Syrups made with vinegar and honey. Melanthosatum. Or honey of rosemary flowers. College. Take of fresh rosemary flowers a pound, clarified honey 3 pounds, mix them in a glass with a narrow mouth, set them in the sun, keep them for use. Culpeper. It hath the same virtues with rosemary flowers, to which I refer you, only by reason of the honey it may be somewhat cleansing. Mel helleboratum. Or honey helleborated. College. Take of white hellebore roots bruised a pound, clear water 14 pounds, after 3 days infusion, boil it till half be consumed, then strain it diligently, and with 3 pounds of honey, boil it to the thickness of honey. Mel mercurial. Or honey of mercury. College. Boil 3 pounds of the juice of mercury, with 2 pounds of honey to the thickness of honey. Culpeper. It is used as an emollient in clysters. Mel mororum, vel jamoran. Or honey of mulberries. College. Take of the juice of mulberries and blackberries, before they be ripe, gathered before the sun be up, of each 1.5 pounds, honey 2 pounds, boil them to their due thickness. Culpeper. It is vulgarly known to be good for sore mouths, as also to cool inflammations there. Mel nusium, alias, diacarian et dianucum. Or honey of nuts. College. Take of the juice of the outward bark of green walnuts, gathered in the dog days 2 pounds, boil it gently till it be thick, and with 1 pound of honey, boil it to the thickness of honey. Culpeper. It is a good preservative in pestilential times, a spoonful being taken as soon as you are up. Mel pacillatum. Or honey of raisins. College. Take of raisins of the sun cleansed from the stones 2 pounds, steep them in 6 pounds of warm water, the next day boil it half away, and press it strongly, and with 2 pounds of honey, let the expressed liquor boil to its thickness. Culpeper. It is a pretty pleasing medicine for such as are in consumptions, and are bound in body. Mel rosatum commune, sive foliatum. Or common honey of roses. College. Take of red roses not quite open 2 pounds, honey 6 pounds, set them in the sun according to art. Mel rosatum collatum. Or honey of roses strained. College. Take of the best clarified honey 10 pounds, juice of fresh red roses 1 pound, set it handsomely over the fire, and when it begins to boil, put in 4 pounds of fresh red roses, the whites being cut off. The juice being consumed by boiling and stirring, strain it and keep it for use. Culpeper. They are both used for diseases in the mouth. Mel rosatum solutivum. Or honey of roses solutive. College. Take of the often infusion of damask roses 5 pounds, honey rightly clarified 4 pounds, boil it to the thickness of honey. Culpeper. It is used as a laxative in clysters, and some use it to cleanse wounds. College. After the same manner is prepared honey of the infusion of red roses. Mel soliticum. Or honey of squills. College. Take 1 squill full of juice, cut in bits, and put it in a glass vessel, the mouth close stopped, and covered with a skin, set in the sun 40 days, to wit, 20 before and after the rising of the dog star, then open the vessel. And take the juice which lies at the bottom, and preserve it with the best honey. College. Honey of violets is prepared like as honey of roses. Oxymol, simple. College. Take of the best honey 4 pounds, clear water and white wine vinegar, of each 2 pounds, boil them in an earthen vessel, taking the scum off with a wooden scummer, till it be come to the consistence of a syrup. Culpeper. It cuts phlegm, and it is a good preparative against a vomit. Oxymol compound. College. Take of the bark of the root of fennel, smallage, parsley, bruscus, asparagus, of each 2 ounces, the seeds of fennel, smallage, parsley, anise, of each 1 ounce. Steep them all, the roots being first cleansed and the seeds bruised, in 6 pounds of clear water and 1.5 pounds of wine vinegar, the next day boil it to the consumption of the third part, boil the rest being strained. With 3 pounds of honey into a liquid syrup according to art. Culpeper. First having bruised the roots and seeds, boil them in the water till half be consumed, then strain it and add the honey, and when it is almost boiled enough, add the vinegar. Oxymol helloboratum. Or oxymol helloborated. College. Take of rue, thyme, dittany of Crete, hyssop, pennyroyal, horehound, carduus, the roots of Celtic, spikenard without leaves, the inner bark of elders, of each a handful, mountain calamint 2 pugils, the seeds of anise, fennel, basil. Roman nettles, dill, of each 2 drams, the roots of angelica, marshmallows, aran, squills prepared, birthwort, long, round, and climbing, turbith, English orris, costus, polypodium, lemon pills, of each an ounce, the strings of black hellebore. Spurge, agric, added at the end of the decoction, of each 2 drams, the bark of white hellebore 1/2 ounce, let all of them being dried and bruised, be digested in a glass, or glazed vessel close stopped, in the heat of the sun. Or of a furnace, posca, made of equal parts of water and vinegar, 8 pounds, sapa 2 ounces, 3 days being expired, boil it little more than half away, strain it, pressing it gently, and add to the liquor 1.5 pounds of honey roses. Wherein 2 ounces of citron pills have been infused, boil it to the thickness of honey, and perfume it with cloves, saffron, ginger, galanga, mace, of each a dram. Oxymol julianizans. College. Take of the bark of caper roots, the roots of orris, fennel, parsley, bruscus, chicory, asparagus, cypress, of each 1/2 ounce, the leaves of hartstongue, skeanth, tamarisk, of each 1/2 handful, sweet fennel seed 1/2 ounce. Infuse them in 3 pounds of posca, which is something sour, afterwards boil it till half be consumed, strain it, and with honey and sugar clarified, of each 1/2 pound, boil it to the thickness of honey. Culpeper. This medicine is very opening, very good against hypochondriac melancholy, and as fit a medicine as can be for that disease in children called the rickets. College. Oxymol of squills simple, is made of 3 pounds of clarified honey. Vinegar of squills 2 pounds, boil them according to art. Culpeper. It cuts and divides humors that are tough and viscous, and therefore helps the stomach and bowels afflicted by such humors, and sour belchings. If you take but a spoonful in the morning, an able body will think enough. Oxymol solidicum compositus. Or oxymol of squills compound. College. Take of origanum, dried hyssop, thyme, lovage, cardamoms the less, stoichas, of each 5 drams, boil them in 3 pounds of water to 1, strain it and with 2 pounds of honey, honey of raisins half a pound, juice of bryony 5 ounces. Vinegar of squills 1.5 pounds, boil it and scum it according to art. Culpeper. This is good against the falling sickness, megrim, headache, vertigo, or swimming in the head, and if these be occasioned by the stomach as many times they are, it helps the lungs obstructed by humor. And is good for women not well cleansed after labor, it opens the passage of the womb. Syrup of purslane. Measure. College. Take of the seeds of purslane grossly bruised, 1/2 pound, of the juice of endive, boiled and clarified, 2 pounds, sugar 2 pounds, vinegar 9 ounces, infuse the seeds in the juice of endive 24 hours. Afterwards boil it half away with a gentle fire, then strain it, and boil it with the sugar to the consistence of a syrup, adding the vinegar towards the latter end of the decoction. Culpeper. It is a pretty cooling syrup, fit for any hot disease incident to the stomach, reins, bladder, matrix, or liver. It thickens phlegm, cools the blood, and provokes sleep. You may take an ounce of it at a time when you have occasion. Compound syrup of coltsfoot. Renaud. College. Take 6 handfuls of green coltsfoot, 2 handfuls of maidenhair, 1 handful of hyssop, and 2 ounces of licorice, boil them in 4 pints, either of rain or spring water till the 4th part be consumed, then strain it and clarify it. To which add 3 pounds of white sugar, boil it to the perfect consistence of a syrup. Culpeper. The composition is appropriated to the lungs, and therefore helps the infirmities, weaknesses, or failings thereof as want of voice, difficulty of breathing, coughs, hoarseness, cathars, and The way of taking it is with a licorice stick, or if you please, you may add an ounce of it to the pectoral decoction before mentioned. Syrup of poppies, the lesser composition. College. Take of the heads of white poppies and black, when both of them are green, of each 6 ounces, the seeds of lettuce, the flowers of violets, of each 1 ounce, boil them in 8 pints of water till the virtue is out of the heads. Then strain them, and with 4 pounds of sugar boil the liquor to a syrup. Syrup of poppies, the greater composition. College. Take of the heads of both white and black poppies, seeds and all, of each 50 drams, maidenhair, 15 drams, licorice, 5 drams, jujubes, 30 by number, lettuce seeds, 40 drams, of the seeds of mallows and quinces. Tied up in a thin linen cloth, of each 1 dram and a half, boil these in 8 pints of water till 5 pints be consumed. When you have strained out the 3 pints remaining, add to them, peanuts and white sugar, of each 1 pound. Boil them into a syrup according to art. Culpeper. All these former syrups of poppies provoke sleep, but in that, I desire they may be used with a great deal of caution and wariness, such as these are not fit to be given in the beginning of fevers, nor to such whose bodies are costive. Yet to such as are troubled with hot, sharp rheums, you may safely give them. The last is appropriated to the lungs. It prevails against dry coughs, thysicks, hot and sharp gnawing rheums, and provokes sleep. It is an usual fashion for nurses when they have heated their milk by exercise or strong liquor then run for syrup of poppies to make their young ones sleep. I would fain have that fashion left off, therefore I forbear the dose. Let nurses keep their own bodies temperate, and their children will sleep well enough. Syrup of eupatorium, or maudlin. Measure. College. Take of the roots of smallage, fennel, and succory, of each 2 ounces, licorice, skeanth, dodder, wormwood, roses, of each 6 drams, maidenhair, bedegger, or instead thereof, the roots of Carduus mariae. Such a ha or instead thereof the roots of avens, the flowers or roots of bugloss, anise seeds, sweet fennel seeds, ageratum, or maudlin, of each 5 drams, rhubarb, mastic, of each 3 drams, spikenard, Indian leaf. Or instead of it put Roman spike, of each 2 drams, boil them in 8 pints of water till the 3rd part be consumed, then strain the decoction, and with 4 pounds of sugar, clarified juice of smallage and endive, of each half a pound. Boil it into a syrup. Culpeper. It amends infirmities of the liver coming of cold, opens obstructions, helps the dropsy, an evil state of the body, it extenuates gross humors, strengthens the liver, provoke urine, and is a present succor for hypochondriac melancholy. You may take an ounce at a time in the morning, it opens but purges not. Honey of Imblix. Augustinus. College. Take 50 imblic myrobalans, bruise them and boil them in 3 pints of water till 2 be consumed, strain it, and with the like weight of honey, boil it into a syrup. Culpeper. It is a fine gentle purger both of phlegm and melancholy, it strengthens the brain and nerves, and senses both internal and external, helps tremblings of the heart, stays vomiting, provokes appetite. You may take a spoonful at a time. Rob, or sapa, and juices. Culpeper. 1. Rob, or sapa, is the juice of a fruit, made thick by the heat either of the sun, or the fire, that it is capable of being kept safe from putrefaction. 2. Its use was first invented for diseases in the mouth. 3. It is usually made, in respect of body, somewhat thicker than new honey. 4. It may be kept about a year, little more or less. Rob siv sapa, simplex. Or simple rob, or sapa. College. Take of wine newly pressed from white and ripe grapes, boil it over a gentle fire to the thickness of honey. Culpeper. Whenever you read the word rob, or sapa throughout the dispensatory, simply quoted in any medicine without any relation of what it should be made, this is that you ought to use. Rob de barbaris. Or rob of barberries. College. Take of the juice of barberries strained as much as you will, boil it by itself or else by adding half a pound of sugar to each pound of juice, to the thickness of honey. Culpeper. It quenches thirst, closes the mouth of the stomach, thereby staying vomiting, and belching, it strengthens stomachs weakened by heat, and procures appetite. Of any of these robs you may take a little on the point of a knife when you need. Rob de ceraces. Or rob of cherries. College. Take of the juice of red cherries somewhat sourish, as much as you will, and with half their weight in sugar boil them like the former. Culpeper. See the virtue of cherries, and there you have a method to keep them all the year. Rob de cornis. Or rob of cornels. College. Take of the juice of cornels 2 pounds, sugar 1.5 pounds, boil it according to art. Culpeper. Of those cornel trees are 2 sorts, male and female, the fruit of the male cornel, or cornelian cherry is here to be used. The fruit of male cornel, binds exceedingly, and therefore good in fluxes, and the immoderate flowing of the menses. Rob sidoniorum. Or rob of quinces. College. Take of the clarified juice of quinces, boil it till 2 parts be consumed and with its equal weight in sugar boil it into a rob. Miva vel gelatina earundum. Or jelly of quinces. College. Take of the juice of quinces clarified 12 pounds, boil it half away, and add to the remainder, old white wine 5 pounds, consume the 3rd part over a gentle fire, taking away the scum, all you ought, let the rest settle, and strain it. And with 3 pounds of sugar boil it according to art. Culpeper. Both are good for weak and indisposed stomachs. College. Rob of sour plums is made as rob of quinces, the use of sugar is indifferent in them both. Rob of English currants is made in the same manner, let the juice be clarified. Culpeper. The virtues are the same with rob of barberries. Rob baccarum sambuci. Or rob of elderberries. College. Take of the juice of elderberries, and make it thick with the help of a gentle fire, either by itself, or a quarter of its weight in sugar being added. Culpeper. Both rob of elderberries, and dwarf elder, are excellent for such whose bodies are inclining to dropsies, neither let them neglect nor despise it. They may take the quantity of a nutmeg each morning, it will gently purge the watery humor. College. In the same manner is made rob of dwarf elder, junipers, and Paul's betony, only in the last, the sugar and juice must be equal in weight. Succus glycyrrhizae simplex. Or juice of licorice simple. College. Infuse licorice roots cleansed and gently bruised, 3 days in spring water, so much that it may overtop the roots the breadth of 3 fingers, then boil it a little, and press it hard out. And boil the liquor with a gentle fire to its due thickness. Culpeper. It is vulgarly known to be good against coughs, colds, and a strengthener of the lungs. Succus glycyrrhizae compositus. Or juice of licorice compound. College. Take of the water of tender oak leaves, of scabious, of each 4 pounds, English licorice scraped and bruised 2 pounds, boil them by degrees till they be soft, then press out the liquor strongly in a press. To which add 3 pounds of juice of hyssop, and dry it away in the sun in a broad earthen vessel. Culpeper. The virtues are the same with the former. Succus pranorum sylvestrum. Or juice of sloes, called acacia. College. Take of sloes hardly ripe, press out the juice, and make it thick in a bath. Culpeper. It stops fluxes, and procures appetite. College. So are the juices of wormwood, maudlin, and fumitory made thick, to wit, the herbs bruised while they be tender, and the juice pressed out and after it be clarified, boil over the fire to its just thickness. Lohak, or eclegmata. Culpeper. Because this word also is understood but by few, we will first explain what it is. 1. The word lohak is an Arabic word, called in Greek eclegma, in Latin linctus, and signifies a thing to be licked up. 2. It is in respect of body, something thicker than a syrup, and not so thick as an electuary. 3. Its use was against the roughness of the windpipe, diseases, and inflammations of the lungs, difficulty of breathing, colds, coughs, and 4. Its manner of reception is with a licorice stick, bruised at the end, to take up some and retain it in the mouth, till it melt of its own accord. Lohak de farfara. Or lohak of coltsfoot. College. Take of coltsfoot roots cleansed 8 ounces, marshmallow roots 4 ounces cleansed, boil them in a sufficient quantity of water, and press the pulp out through a sieve, dissolve this again in the decoction, and let it boil once or twice. Then take it from the fire, and add 2 pounds of white sugar, honey of raisins 14 ounces, juice of licorice 2 drams and an half, stir them stoutly with a wooden pestle, mean season sprinkle in saffron and cloves, of each a scruple. Cinnamon and mace, of each 2 scruples, make them into a lohak according to art. Culpeper. It was invented for the cough. Lohak de papavra. Or lohak of poppies. College. Take white poppy seeds 24 drams, sweet almonds blanched in rose water, pine nuts cleansed, gum arabic and tragacanth, of each 10 drams, juice of licorice an ounce, starch 3 drams, the seeds of lettuce, purslane, quinces. Of each half an ounce, saffron a dram, peanuts 4 ounces, syrup of meconium 3 pounds, make it into a lohak according to art. Culpeper. It helps salt, sharp and thin distillations upon the lungs, it allays the fury of such sharp humors, which occasion both roughness of the throat, want of sleep, and fevers. It is excellent for such as are troubled with pleurisy to take now and then a little of it. Lohak e passulus. Or lohak of raisins. College. Take of male peony roots, licorice, of each half an ounce, hyssop, balm, hartsdung, or cetrac, of each half a handful, boil them in spring water, and press them strongly, and by adding a pound of raisins bruised, boil it again. Pressing it through a linen cloth, then with a pound of white sugar, make it into a lohak according to art. Culpeper. It is very good against coughs, consumptions of the lungs, and other vices of the breast, and is usually given to children for such diseases, as also for convulsions, and falling sickness. Lohak e pino. Or lohak of pine nuts. College. Take of pine nuts, 15 drams, sweet almonds, hazelnuts gently roasted, gum arabic and tragacanth, powder and juice of licorice, white starch, maidenhair, orris roots, of each 2 drams, the pulp of dates 17 drams. Bitter almonds 1 dram and a half, honey of raisins, white sugar candy, fresh butter, of each 2 ounces, honey 1 pound and a half, dissolve the gums in so much decoction of maidenhair as is sufficient. Let the rest be mixed over a gentle fire, and stirred, that so it may be made into a lohak. Culpeper. The medicine is excellent for continual coughs, and difficulty of breathing, it succors such as are asthmatic, for it cuts and attenuates tough humors in the breast. Lohak de portulaca. Or lohak of purslane. College. Take of the strained juice of purslane 2 pounds, troches of terra lemnia 2 drams, troches of amber, gum arabic, dragon's blood of each 1 dram, lapis hematilis, the wool of a hare toasted, of each 2 scruples, white sugar 1 pound. Mix them together, that so you may make a lohak of them. Culpeper. The medicine is so binding that it is better let alone than taken, unless in inward bruises when men spit blood, then you may safely take a little of it. Lohak e pulmon vulpes. Or lohak of fox lungs. College. Take of fox lungs rightly prepared, juice of licorice, maidenhair, anise seeds, sweet fennel seeds, of each equal parts, sugar dissolved in coltsfoot, and scabious water, and boiled into a syrup, 3 times their weight. The rest being in fine powder, let them be put to it and strongly stirred together, that it may be made into a lohak according to art. Culpeper. It cleanses and unites ulcers in the lungs and breast, and is a present remedy in thysix. Lohak sanum et expertum. Or a sound and well-experienced lohak. College. Take of dried hyssop and calaminth, of each half an ounce, jujubes, sebescens, the stones being taken out, 15 raisins of the sun-stoned, fat figs, dates, of each 2 ounces, linseed, fenugreek seed, of each 5 drams, maidenhair 1 handful. Anise seeds, sweet fennel seeds, orris roots cut, licorice, cinnamon, of each an ounce, boil them according to art in 4 pounds of clear water till half be consumed, and with 2 pounds of peanuts boil it into a syrup. Afterwards cut and bruise very small pine nuts 5 drams, sweet almonds blanched, licorice, gum tragacanth and arabic, white starch of each 3 drams, let these be put into the syrup when it is off the fire. And stir it about swiftly with a wooden pestle till it look white. Culpeper. It succors the breast, lungs, throat, oppressed by cold, it restores the voice lost by reason of cold, and attenuates thick and gross humors in the breast and lungs. Lohak solidicum. Or lohak of squills. College. Take 3 drams of a squill baked in paste, orris roots 2 drams, hyssop, horehound, of each 1 dram, saffron, myrrh, of each half a dram, honey 2 ounces and a half, bruise the squill, after it is baked, in a stone mortar. And after it hath boiled a walm or 2 with the honey, put in the rest of the things in powder, diligently stirring it, and make it into a lohak according to art. Eclegma of squills. Meju. College. Take of the juice of squills and honey, both of them clarified, of each 2 pounds, boil them together according to art to the consistence of honey. Culpeper. For the virtues of it see vinegar of squills, and oxymel of squills, only this is more mild, and not so harsh to the throat, because it hath no vinegar in it, and therefore is far more fitting for asthmas. And such as are troubled with difficulty of breathing, it cuts and carries away humors from the breast, be they thick or thin, and wonderfully helps indigestion of victuals, and eases pains in the breast, and for this I quote the authority of Galen. Lohak of Coleworts. Gordonius. College. Take 1 pound of the juice of coleworts, clarified saffron 3 drams, clarified honey, and sugar, of each half a pound, make of them a lohak according to art. Culpeper. It helps hoarseness, and loss of voice, eases surfeits and headache coming of drunkenness, and opens obstructions of the liver and spleen, and therefore is good for that disease in children called the rickets. Preserved roots, stalks, barks, flowers, fruits. College. Take of eringo roots as many as you will, cleanse them without and within, the pith being taken out, steep them 2 days in clear water, shifting the water sometimes, then dry them with a cloth, then take their equal weight in white sugar. And as much rose water as will make it into a syrup, which being almost boiled, put in the roots, and let them boil until the moisture be consumed, and let it be brought to the due body of a syrup. Not much unlike to this are preserved the roots of acarus, angelica, borage, bugloss, succory, elecampane, burnet, satyrion, cicers, comfrey the greater, ginger, zedoary. Take of the stalks of artichokes, not too ripe, as many as you will, and, contrary to the roots, take only the pith of these, and preserve them with their equal weight in sugar, like the former. So is prepared the stalks of angelica, burrs, lettuce, and before they be too ripe. Take of fresh orange pills as many as you will, take away the exterior yellowness, and steep them in spring water 3 days at the least, often renewing the water, then preserve them like the former. In like manner are lemon and citron pills preserved. Preserve the flowers of citrons, oranges, borage, primroses, with sugar, according to art. Take of apricots as many as you will, take away the outer skin and the stones, and mix them with their like weight in sugar, after 4 hours take them out, and boil the sugar without any other liquor, then put them in again, and boil them a little. Other fruits may be preserved in the same manner, or at least not much unlike to it, as whole barberries, cherries, cornels, citrons, quinces, peaches, common apples, the 5 sorts of myrobalans, hazelnuts, walnuts, nutmegs, raisins of the sun. Pepper brought green from India, plums, garden and wild pears, grapes. Pulps are also preserved, as barberries, cassia fistula, citrons, cinospatis, quinces, and sloes, and take of barberries as many as you will, boil them in spring water till they are tender, then having pulped them through a sieve, that they are free from the stones, boil it again in an earthen vessel over a gentle fire. Often stirring them for fear of burning, till the watery humour be consumed, then mix 10 pounds of sugar with 6 pounds of this pulp, boil it to its due thickness. Broom buds are also preserved, but with brine and vinegar, and so are olives and capers. Lastly, amongst the barks, cinnamon, amongst the flowers, roses, and marigolds, amongst the fruits, almonds, cloves, pine nuts, and fistic nuts, are said to be preserved, but with this difference, they are encrusted with dry sugar, and are more called confects than preserves. Conserves and sugars. College. Conserves of the herbs of wormwood, sorrel, wood sorrel, the flowers of oranges, borage, bugloss, betony, marigolds, the tops of carduus, the flowers of centauri the less, clove gillyflowers, germander, succory, the leaves of scurvy grass. The flowers of comfrey the greater. Citraceae, sinus body, the roots of spurge, herbs and flowers of eyebright, the tops of fumitory, goat's rue, the flowers of broom not quite open, hyssop, lavender, white lilies, lilies of the valley, marjoram, mallows, the tops of balm. The leaves of mints, the flowers of water lilies, red poppies, peony, peaches, primroses, roses, the leaves of rue, the flowers of sage, elder scabious, the leaves of scordium, the flowers of lime tree, coltsfoot, violets. With all these are conserves made with their treble proportion of white sugar. Yet note, that all of them must not be mixed alike, some of them must be cut, beaten, and gently boiled, some neither cut, beaten nor boiled, and some admit but one of them. which every artist in his trade may find out by this premonition and avoid error. Sugars. Diacodium solidum, sive tabulatum. College. Take of white poppy heads, meanly ripe, and newly gathered, 20, steep them in 3 pounds of warm spring water, and the next day boil them until the virtue is out, then strain out the liquor, and with a sufficient quantity of good sugar. Boil it according to art, that you may make it up into lozenges. Culpeper. The virtues are the same with the common diacodium, viz. to provoke sleep, and help thin rheums in the head, coughs, and roughness of the throat, and may easily be carried about in one's pocket. Sacrum tabulatum simplex, perlatum. Or lozenges of sugar both simple and pearled. College. The first is made by pouring the sugar upon a marble, after a sufficient boiling in half its weight in damask rose water, and the latter by adding to every pound of the former towards the latter end of the decoction, pearls, prepared and bruised. Half an ounce, with 8 or 10 leaves of gold. Culpeper. It is naturally cooling, appropriated to the heart, it restores lost strength, takes away burning fevers, and false imaginations, I mean that with pearls, for that without pearls is ridiculous, it hath the same virtues pearls have. Sacrum tabulatum compositum. Or lozenges of sugar compound. College. Take of choice rhubarb 4 scruples, agaric trochiscated, corallins, burnt hartshorn, dittany of Crete, worm seed and sorrel seed, of each a scruple, cinnamon, zedoary, cloves, saffron, of each half a scruple, white sugar a pound. Dissolved in 4 ounces of wormwood water, wormwood wine, an ounce, cinnamon water a spoonful, with the forenamed powders make it into lozenges according to art. Culpeper. The title shews you the virtues of it. Saccharum panidium. Or sugar peanuts. College. Are prepared of sugar dissolved in spring water by a gentle fire, and the whites of eggs diligently beaten, and clarified once, and again whilst it is boiling, then strain it and boil it gently again, till it rise up in great bubbles. And being chewed it stick not to your teeth, then pour it upon a marble, anointed with oil of almonds, let the bubbles first sink, after it is removed from the fire, bring back the outsides of it to the middle till it look like larch rosin, then, your hands being rubbed with white starch, you may draw it into threads either short or long, thick or thin, and let it cool in what form you please. Culpeper. I remember country people were wont to take them for coughs, and they are sometimes used in other compositions. Confectio de Thur. Or confection of frankincense. College. Take coriander seeds prepared half an ounce, nutmegs, white frankincense, of each 3 drams, licorice, mastic, of each 2 drams, cubebs, hartshorn prepared, of each 1 dram, conserve of red roses an ounce. White sugar as much as is sufficient to make it into mean bits. Culpeper. I cannot boast much of the rarity nor virtues of this receipt. Saccharum rosatum. Or sugar of roses. College. Take of red rose leaves, the whites being cut off, and speedily dried in the sun an ounce, white sugar a pound, melt the sugar in rose water and juice of roses of each 2 ounces which being consumed by degrees, put in the rose leaves in powder. Mix them, put it upon a marble, and make it into lozenges according to art. Culpeper. As for the virtues of this, it strengthens weak stomachs, weak hearts, and weak brains, restores such as are in consumptions, restores lost strength, stays fluxes, eases pains in the head, ears and eyes, helps spitting, vomiting, and urinating of blood. It is a fine commodity for a man in a consumption to carry about with him, and eat now and then a bit. Species, or powders. Aromaticum caryophyllatum. College. Take of cloves 7 drams, mace, zedoary, galena the less, yellow sanders, troches, diaridon, cinnamon, wood of aloes, Indian spikenard, long pepper, cardamoms the less, of each a dram, red roses 4 ounces, gallia muscata, licorice. Of each 2 drams, of Indian leaf, cubebs of each 2 scruples, beat them all diligently into powder. Culpeper. This powder strengthens the heart and stomach, helps digestion, expels wind, stays vomiting, and cleanses the stomach of putrefied humors. Aromaticum rosatum. College. Take of red roses exungulated 15 drams, licorice 7 drams, wood of aloes, yellow sanders, of each 3 drams, cinnamon 5 drams, cloves, mace, of each 2 drams and a half, gum arabic and tragacanth, of each 8 scruples, nutmegs. Cardamoms the less, galanga of each 1 dram, Indian spikenard 2 scruples, make it into a powder to be kept in a glass for use. Culpeper. It strengthens the brain, heart and stomach, and all such internal members as help towards decoction, it helps digestion, consumes the watery excrements of the bowels, strengthens such as are pined away by reason of the violence of a disease, and restores such as are in consumption. Pulvis ex chelis cancrorum compositus. Or powder of crab's claws compound. College. Take of pearls prepared, crab's eyes, red coral, white amber, hart's horn, oriental bezoar, of each half an ounce, powder of the black tops of crab's claws, the weight of them all, beat them into powder, which may be made into balls with jelly. And the skins which our vipers have cast off, warily dried and kept for use. Culpeper. This is that powder they ordinarily call Gascoigne's powder, there are divers receipts of it, of which this is none of the worst, 4, or 5, or 6 grains is excellently good in a fever to be taken in any cordial. For it cheers the heart and vital spirits exceedingly, and makes them impregnable. Species cordiales temperati. College. Take of wood of aloes, spodium of each a dram, cinnamon, cloves, bone of a stag's heart, the roots of angelica, avens, and tormentil, of each a dram and a half, pearls prepared 6 drams, raw silk toasted, both sorts of coral of each 2 drams. Jacinth, emerald, samphire, of each half a dram, saffron a scruple, the leaves of gold and silver, of each 10, make them into powder according to art. Culpeper. It is a great cordial, a great strengthener of the heart and brain. Diacalaminth simple. College. Take of mountain calaminth, pennyroyal, origanum, the seeds of Macedonian parsley, common parsley, and heartwort, of each 2 drams, the seeds of smallage, the tops of thyme of each half an ounce, the seeds of lovage, black pepper, of each an ounce. Make them into powder according to art. Culpeper. It heats and comforts cold bodies, cuts thick and gross phlegm, provokes urine and the menses. I confess this differs something from Galen, but is better for our bodies in my opinion than his. It expels wind exceedingly, you may take half a dram of the powder at a time. There is nothing surer than that all their powders will keep better in electuaries than they will in powders, and into such a body, you may make it with 2 pound and a half of white sugar dissolved in rose water. Diacalaminth compound. College. Take of diacalaminth simple, half an ounce, the leaves of horehound, marjoram, balm, mugwort, savon dried, of each a dram, cypress roots, the seeds of madder and rue, mace, cinnamon, of each 2 scruples. Beat them and mix them diligently into a powder according to art. Culpeper. This seems to be more appropriated to the feminine gender than the former, viz. To bring down the terms, to bring away the birth, and afterbirth, to purge them after labor, yet it is dangerous for pregnant women. Dianisum. College. Take of anise seeds 2 ounces and a half, licorice, mastic, of each an ounce, the seeds of caraway, fennel, galanga, mace, ginger, cinnamon, of each 5 drams, the 3 sorts of pepper, cassia lignea, mountain calaminth, pellitory of Spain. Of each 2 drams, cardamoms the greater, cloves, cubebs, Indian spikenard, saffron, of each a dram and a half, make them into powder. Culpeper. It is chiefly appropriated to the stomach, and helps the cold infirmities thereof, raw, phlegm, wind, continual coughs, and other such diseases coming of cold. You may safely take a dram of the electuary at a time. You may make an electuary of it with its treble weight of clarified honey. Pulvis radicum ari compositus. Or powder of aran roots compound. College. Take of aran roots 2 ounces, of common water flag, and burnet, of each 1 ounce, crab's eyes, half an ounce, cinnamon 3 drams, salt of wormwood, and juniper, of each 1 dram, make them into powder. Culpeper. And when you have done tell me what it is good for. Diario simple. College. Take of orris roots half an ounce, sugar candy, Diatragacanthum frigidum, of each 2 drams, make them into powder. Culpeper. I do not mean the Diatragacanthum frigidum, for that is in powder before. It comforts the breast, is good in colds, coughs, and hoarseness. You may mix it with any pectoral syrups which are appropriated to the same diseases, and so take it with a licorice stick. Dialaca. College. Take of gum laca, prepared rhubarb, skeanth, of each 3 drams, Indian spikenard, mastic, the juice of wormwood and agrimony, made thick, the seeds of smallage, anise, fennel, ammi, savon, bitter almonds, myrrh, costus, or zedoary. The roots of madder, acerbaca, birthwort long and round, gentian, saffron, cinnamon, dried hyssop, cassia lignia, delium, of each a dram and an half, black pepper, ginger, of each a dram, make them into powder according to art. Culpeper. It strengthens the stomach and liver, opens obstructions, helps dropsies, yellow jaundice, provokes urine, breaks the stone in the reins and bladder. Half a dram is a moderate dose, if the patient be strong they may take a dram in white wine. Let pregnant women forbear it. Pulvis cardiacus magistralis. College. Take of East Bezoar, bone of a stag's heart, of each a dram and an half, magisterium, of white and red coral, white amber, magisterium of pearl, hart's horn, ivory, bolammoniac, earth of Germany, samos and lemnos, elk's claw, tormentil roots. Of each a dram, wood of aloes, citron peels, the roots of angelica and zedoary, of each 2 scruples, leaves of gold 20, ambergris 1 scruple, musk 6 grains, mix them and make them into powder. Culpeper. It is too dear for a vulgar purse, yet a mighty cordial and great strengthener of the heart and vitals in fevers. Dimargaritan frigidum. College. Take of the 4 greater cold seeds, the seeds of purslane, white poppies, endive, sorrel, citrons, the 3 sanders, wood of aloes, ginger, red roses exungulated, the flowers of water lilies, bugloss, violets, the berries of myrtles. Bone in a stag's heart, ivory, contra yerba, cinnamon of each 1 dram, both sorts of coral, of each half a dram, pearls 3 drams, camphire 6 grains, make them into powder according to art. Observe that the 4 greater cold seeds, and the poppy seeds, are not to be added before the powder be required by physician for use. Do so by the other powder in the composition of which these powders are used. Culpeper. Authors hold it to be restorative in consumptions, to help such as are in hectic fevers, to restore strength lost, to help coughs, asthmas, and consumptions of the lungs, and restore such as have labored long under languishing or pining diseases. Diamosca dulce. College. Take of saffron, galanga, zedoary, wood of aloes, mace, of each 2 drams, pearls, raw silk toasted, white amber, red coral prepared, gallia muscata, basil, of each 2 drams and an half, ginger, cubebs, long pepper, of each a dram and an half. Nutmegs, Indian leaf or cinnamon, cloves, of each 1 dram, musk 2 scruples, make them into powder according to art. Culpeper. It wonderfully helps cold afflictions of the brain, that come without a fever, melancholy and its attendants, viz. Sadness without a cause, vertigo or dizziness in the head, falling sickness, palsies, resolution of the nerves, convulsions, heart qualms, afflictions of the lungs, and difficulty of breathing. The dose of the powder is half a dram, or 2 scruples, or less, according to the age or strength of him or her that takes it. Mesu appoints it to be made into an electuary with clarified honey, and of the electuary, 2 drams is the dose, the time of taking it is, in the morning fasting. Diamosco almarum. College. Is prepared by adding to the forenamed wormwood, dried roses, of each 3 drams, aloes half an ounce, cinnamon 2 drams and an half, castoreum and lovage, of each 1 dram, make them into powder. Culpeper. Besides the virtues of the former, it purges the stomach of putrefied humors. Specia dianthus. College. Take of rosemary flowers an ounce, red roses, violets, licorice, of each 6 drams, cloves, Indian spikenard, nutmegs, galanga, cinnamon, ginger, zetoary, mace, wood of aloes, cardamoms the less, the seeds of dill and anise, of each 4 scruples. Make them into powder according to art. Culpeper. It strengthens the heart and helps the passions thereof, it causes a joyful and cheerful mind, and strengthens such as have been weakened by long sickness, it strengthens cold stomachs, and helps digestion notably. The dose is half a dram, you may make it into an electuary with honey, and take 2 drams of that at a time. Diapendium. College. Take of peanides 2 ounces, pine nuts, sweet almonds blanched, white poppy seeds, of each 3 drams and a scruple, cinnamon, cloves, ginger, which 3 being omitted, it is a diapendium without spices, juice of licorice. Gum tragacanth and arabic, white starch, the 4 greater cold seeds husked, of each a dram and an half, camphire 7 grains, make them into powder. Culpeper. It helps the vices of the breast, coughs, colds, hoarseness, and consumptions of the lungs, as also such as spit matter. You may mix it with any pectoral syrup, and take it with a licorice stick, if you fancy the powder best, but if the electuary, you may take a dram of it upon a knife's point at any time when the cough comes. Diaridon abatis. College. Take of sanders white and red, of each 2 drams and an half, gum tragacanth, arabic, ivory of each 2 scruples, acerbaca roots, mastic, Indian spikenard, cardamoms, licorice, saffron, wood of aloes, cloves, gallia muscata. Anise and sweet fennel seeds, cinnamon, rhubarb, basil seeds, barberry seeds, the seeds of succory, purslane, the 4 greater cold seeds cleansed, white poppy seeds, of each a scruple, pearls, bone of a stag's heart of each half a scruple. Red roses exungulated, 1 ounce and 3 drams, camphire 7 grains, make them into powder according to art. Culpeper. It cools the violent heat of the heart and stomach, as also of the liver, lungs, and spleen, eases pains in the body, and most infirmities coming to the body by reason of heat. The dose of the powder is half a dram, and 2 ounces of the electuary, into which with sugar dissolved in rosewater you may make it. Diospoliticum. College. Take of cumin seeds steeped in vinegar and dried, long pepper, rue leaves, of each an ounce, niter half an ounce, make them into powder. Culpeper. It is an admirable remedy for such whose meat is putrefied in their stomachs, it helps cold stomachs, cold belchings and windy. You may take half a dram after meat either in a spoonful of muscadel, or in a syrup of myrtles or quinces, or any cordial water whose effects is the same. Species Diatragacanthi frigidae. College. Take of gum tragacanth 2 ounces, gum arabic an ounce and 2 drams, white starch half an ounce, licorice, the seeds of melons and white poppies, of each 3 drams, the seeds of citrals, cucumbers and gourds, of each 2 drams. Peanuts 3 ounces, camphire half a scruple, make of them a powder according to art. Also you may make an electuary of them with a sufficient quantity of syrup of violets, but have a care of what was told you before of the seeds. Culpeper. Make up into an electuary. It helps the faults of the breast and lungs coming of heat and dryness, it helps consumptions, leanness, inflammations of the sides, pleuris's, and hot and dry coughs, roughness of the tongue and jaws. Diatrian piperion. College. Take of the 3 sorts of peppers, of each 6 drams and 15 grains, anise seeds, thyme, ginger, of each 1 dram, beat them into gross powder. Culpeper. It heats the stomach and expels wind. Half a dram in powder, or 2 drams in electuary, for so Galen, who was author of it, appoints it to be made with clarified honey, a sufficient quantity, if age and strength permit, if not, half so much, is a sufficient dose, to be taken before meat. If to heat the stomach and help digestion. After meat, if to expel wind. Dietrian Santillan. College. Take of all the sorts of sanders, red roses, of each 3 drams, rhubarb, ivory, juice of licorice, purslane seeds, of each 2 drams and 15 grains, white starch, gum arabic, tragacanth, the seeds of melons, cucumbers, citrals, gourds. Endive, of each 1.5 drams, camphire a scruple, make them into powder according to art. Culpeper. It is very profitable against the heat of the stomach and liver. Besides, it wonderfully helps such as have the yellow jaundice, and consumptions of the lungs. You may safely take 1 dram of the powder, or 2 drams of the electuary in the morning fasting, for most of these powders will keep better by half in electuaries. Pulvis Halley. College. Take of white poppy seeds 10 drams, white starch, gum arabic and tragacanth, of each 3 drams, the seeds of purslane, marshmallows, mallows, of each 5 drams, cucumbers, melons, gourds, citrals, quinces of each 7 drams, ivory, licorice. Of each 3 drams, peanuts the weight of them all, make them into powder according to art. Culpeper. It is a gallant cool powder, fit for all hot imperfections of the breast and lungs, as consumptions, pleurisy, and Your best way is to make it into a soft electuary with syrups of violets, and take it as Diatragacanthum frigidum. Laetificans. College. Take the flowers of clove basil, or the seeds thereof, saffron, zedoary, wood of aloes, cloves, citron pills, galanga, mace, nutmegs, styrax calamitis, of each 2 drams and 1/2, ivory, anise seeds, thyme, epithemum, of each 1 dram. Bone of a stag's heart, pearls, camphire, of each 1/2 dram, leaves of gold and silver, of each 1/2 scruple, make it into powder according to art. Culpeper. It causes a merry heart, a good color, helps digestion, and keeps back old age. You may mix 1/2 dram of it to take at one time, or less if you please, in any cordial syrup, or cordial electuary appropriated to the same uses. Pulvis saxonicus. College. Take of the roots of both sorts of angelica, swallowwort, garden valerian, polypodium of the oak, marshmallows, nettles, of each 1/2 ounce, the bark of German mezereon, 2 drams, 20 grains of herb true love, the leaves of the same. Roots and all, 36, the roots being steeped in vinegar and dried, beat it all into powder. Culpeper. It seems to be as great an expeller of poison, and as great a preservative against it, and the pestilence, as one shall usually read of. Roseate novelli. College. Take of red roses, licorice, of each 1 ounce, 1 dram, 2 scruples and 1/2, cinnamon 2 drams, 2 scruples, and 2 grains, cloves, Indian spikenard, ginger, galanga, nutmegs, zedoary, styrax, calamitis, cardamoms, parsley seeds. Of each 1 scruple 8 grains, beat them into powder. Culpeper. It quenches thirst, and stays vomiting, and the author saith it helps hot and dry stomachs, as also heat and dryness of the heart, liver, and lungs, yet is the powder itself hot, it strengthens the vital spirits, takes away heart qualms. It provokes sweat, and strengthens such as have labored under long chronical diseases. You may take 1 dram of the electuary every morning, if with clarified honey you please to make it into such a body. Pulvis thuralos. College. Take of frankincense 1 dram, aloes 1/2 dram, beat them into powder. Culpeper. And when you have occasion to use it, mix so much of it with the white of an egg, beat the white of the egg well first, as will make it of the thickness of honey, then dip the wool of a hare in it, and apply it to the sore or part that bleeds. Binding it on. Pulvis hermodactylorum compositus. Or powder of hermodactyls compound. College. Take of men's bones burnt, scammony, hermodactyls, turbith, senna, sugar, of each equal parts, beat them into powder. Pulvis sine compositus major. Or powder of senna the greater composition. College. Take of the seeds of anise, caraway, fennel, cumin, spikenard, cinnamon, galanga, of each half an ounce, licorice, gromwell, of each an ounce, senna, the weight of them all, beat it into powder. Culpeper. That this receipt is gallantly composed none can deny, and is an excellent purge for such whose bodies as are troubled with the wind colic, or stoppage either of guts or kidneys. 2 drams taken in white wine will work sufficiently with any ordinary body. Let weak men and children take less, keeping within doors, and warm. Pulvis sine compositus minor. Or powder of senna, the lesser composition. College. Take of senna 2 ounces, creamer tartar half an ounce, mace 2 scruples and an half, ginger, cinnamon, of each a dram and an half, salgem 1 dram, beat it into powder according to art. Culpeper. This powder purges melancholy, and cleanses the head. Diasini. College. Take of senna, creamer tartar, of each 2 ounces, cloves, cinnamon, galanga, ammi, of each 2 drams, diacridium half an ounce, beat it into powder according to art. Diaturbith with rhubarb. College. Take of turbith, hermodactyls, of each an ounce, rhubarb 10 drams, diacridium half an ounce, sanders red and white, violets, ginger, of each a dram and an half, mastic, anise seeds, cinnamon, saffron, of each half a dram, make it into powder. Culpeper. This also purges phlegm and choler. Once more let me desire such as are unskilful in the rules of physic, not to meddle with purges of this nature, unless prescribed by a skilful physician, lest they do themselves more mischief in half an hour, than they can remove in half a year. The lesser cordial powder. Fernelius. College. Take of hartshorn, unicorn's horn, pearls, ivory, of each 6 grains, beat them into fine powder. If you mean to keep it, you may increase the quantity analogically. The greater cordial powder. Fern. College. Take of the roots of tormentil, dittany, clove gilliflowers, scabious, the seed of sorrel, coriander prepared, citron, carduus benedictus, endive, rue, of each 1 dram, of the 3 sorts of sanders, white, red, and yellow, bin. White and red, or if you cannot get them, take the roots of avens and tormentil, in their stead, Roman doronicum, a kind of wolfbane, cinnamon, cardamoms, saffron, the flowers of both sorts of bugloss, viz. Borage and bugloss, red roses, and water lilies, wood of aloes, mace, of each 2 scruples, ivory, spodium, bone of a stag's heart, red coral, pearls, emerald, jacinth, granite of each 1 scruple, raw silk torrefied. Dried or roasted by the fire, bolammoniac, earth of lemnos, of each half a dram, camphire, ambergris, musk, of each 6 grains, beat them into powder according to art, and with 8 times their weight in white sugar, dissolved in rosewater. You may make them into lozenges, if you please. Culpeper. Both this and the former powder, are appropriated to the heart, as the title shew, therefore they do strengthen that, and the vital spirit, and relieve languishing nature. All these are cordial powders, and seldom above half a dram of them given at a time. A powder for such as are bruised by a fall. The Augustan physicians. College. Take of terra sigillata, sanguis draconis, mummy of each 2 drams, spermaceti 1 dram, beat them into powder according to art. Culpeper. You must beat the rest into powder, and then add the spermaceti to them afterwards, for if you put the spermaceti in the rest all together and go to beat them in that fashion, you may as soon beat the mortar into powder, as the simples. Indeed your best way is to beat them severally, and then mix them all together, which being done, makes you a gallant medicine for the infirmities specified in the title, a dram of it taken in muscadel and sweating after it. Species Electuariae diasimini. Nicholas. College. Take of cumin seeds infused a natural day in vinegar, 1 ounce and 1 scruple, cinnamon, cloves, of each 2 drams and an half, galanga, savory, calamine, of each 1 dram and 2 scruples, ginger, black pepper. Of each 2 drams and 5 grains, the seeds of lovage, and ammi, bishop's weed, of each 1 dram and 18 grains, long pepper 1 dram, spikenard, nutmegs, cardamoms, of each 2 scruples and an half. Beat them and keep them diligently in powder for your use. Culpeper. It heats the stomach and bowels, expels wind exceedingly, helps the wind colic, helps digestion hindered by cold or wind, is an admirable remedy for wind in the bowels, and helps quartan agues. The powder is very hot, half a dram is enough to take at one time, and too much if the patient be feverish, you may take it in white wine. It is in my opinion a fine composed powder. Species Electuarii diagalangi. Measure. College. Take of galanga, wood of aloes, of each 6 drams, cloves, mace, seeds of lovage of each 2 drams, ginger, long and white pepper, cinnamon, calamus aromaticus of each a dram and an half, calamine, and mince dried, cardamoms the greater. Indian spikenard, the seeds of smallage, anise, fennel, caraway, of each 1 dram, beat them into powder according to art. Also it may be made into an electuary with white sugar dissolved in Malaga wine, or 12 times the weight of it of clarified honey. Culpeper. Measure quotes it only as an electuary, which he saith prevails against wind, sour belchings, and indigestion, gross humours and cold afflictions of the stomach and liver. You may take half a dram of the powder at a time, or 2 of the electuary in the morning fasting, or an hour before meat. It helps digestion exceedingly, expels wind, and heats a cold stomach. Species Electuarii diamargaritan calidi. Avicenna. College. Take of pearls and pellitory of the wall, of each 1 dram, ginger, mastic, of each half an ounce, doronicum, zetoary, smallage seeds, both sorts of cardamoms, nutmegs, mace, of each 2 drams, bin of both sorts. If they cannot be procured, take the roots of avens and tormentil, black and long pepper of each 3 drams, beat them into powder and keep them for your use. Culpeper. This, quoth Avicenna, is appropriated to women, and in them to diseases incident to their matrix, but his reasons I know not. It is cordial and heats the stomach. Lithontrebon Nicholas, according to Fernelius. College. Take of spikenard, ginger, cinnamon, black pepper, cardamoms, cloves, mace, of each half a dram, costus, licorice, cypress, tragacanth, germander, of each 2 scruples, the seeds of bishop's weed, ammi, smallage, asparagus, basil, nettles. Citrons, saxifrage, burnet, caraway, carrots, fennel, bruscus, parsley of Macedonia, burrs, seseli, or heartwort, acerbaca, of each 1 dram, lapis spongii, linsis, cancri, judaicei, of each 1 dram and an half. Goat's blood prepared an ounce and half, beat them all into powder according to art. Culpeper. It heats the stomach, and helps want of digestion coming through cold, it eases pains in the belly and loins, the iliac passion, powerfully breaks the stone in the reins and bladder, it speedily helps the colic, strangury, and dysury. The dose is from a dram to half a dram, take it either in white wine, or decoction of herbs tending to the same purposes. Pliers archonticon. Nicholas. College. Take of cinnamon, cloves, galanga, wood of aloes, Indian spikenard, nutmegs, ginger, spodium, schonanthus, cypress, roses, violets of each 1 dram, Indian leaf or mace, licorice, mastic, styrax calamitis, marjoram, costmary, or watermints. Basil, cardamoms, long and white pepper, myrtle berries, and citron pills, of each half a dram and 6 grains, pearls, bin white and red, or, if they be wanting, take the roots of avens and tormentil in their stead, red coral, torrefied silk. Of each 18 grains, musk 6 grains, camphire 4 grains, beat them into powder according to art, and with 10 times their weight in sugar dissolved in balm water, you may make them into an electuary. Culpeper. It is exceedingly good for sad, melancholy, lumpish, pensive, grieving, vexing, pining, sighing, sobbing, fearful, careful spirits. It strengthens weak stomachs exceedingly, and helps such as are prone to faintings and swoonings. It strengthens such as are weakened by violence of sickness. It helps bad memories, quickens all the senses, strengthens the brain and animal spirits, helps the falling sickness, and succors such as are troubled with asthmas or other cold afflictions of the lungs. It will keep best in an electuary, of which you may take a dram in the morning, or more, as age and strength requires. A preservative powder against the pestilence. Montagnum. College. Take of all the sanders, white, red, and yellow, the seeds of basil, of each an ounce and an half, bole ammoniac, cinnamon, of each an ounce, the roots of dittany, gentian, and tormentil, of each 2 drams and an half. The seeds of citron and sorrel, of each 2 drams, pearls, sapphire, bone of a stag's heart, of each 1 dram, beat them into powder according to art. Culpeper. The title tells you the virtue of it. Besides, it cheers the vital spirits, and strengthens the heart. You may take half a dram every morning either by itself, or mixed with any other convenient composition, whether syrup or electuary. Diaturbeth the Greater, without rhubarb. College. Take of the best turbith an ounce, diagridium, ginger, of each half an ounce, cinnamon, cloves, of each 2 drams, galena, long pepper, mace, of each 1 dram, beat them into powder. And with 8 ounces and 5 drams of white sugar dissolved in succory water, it may be made into an electuary. Culpeper. It purges phlegm, being rightly administered by a skillful hand. I fancy it not. A powder for the worms. College. Take of wormseed, 4 ounces, senna, 1 ounce, coriander seeds prepared, hartshorn, of each half a dram, rhubarb half an ounce, dried rue, 2 drams, beat them into powder. Culpeper. I like this powder very well. The quantity, or to write more scholastically, the dose, must be regulated according to the age of the patient, even from 10 grains to a dram, and the manner of taking it by their palate. It is something purging. Electuaries. Antidotus analeptica. College. Take of red roses, licorice of each 2 drams and 5 grains, gum arabic and tragacanth, of each 2 drams and 2 scruples, sanders white and red, each 4 scruples, juice of licorice, white starch, the seeds of white poppies, purslane. Lettuce, and endive, of each 3 drams, the 4 greater cold seeds husked, of quinces, mallows, cotton, violets, pine nuts, fistic nuts, sweet almonds, pulp of sebescens, of each 2 drams, cloves, spodium, cinnamon, of each 1 dram. Saffron 5 grains, peanuts half an ounce, being beaten, make them all into a soft electuary with 3 times their weight in syrup of violets. Culpeper. It restores consumptions, and hectic fevers, lost strength, it nourishes much, and restores radical moisture, opens the pores, resists choler, takes away coughs, quenches thirst, and resists fevers. You may take an ounce in a day, by a dram at a time, if you please. Confectio alkermes. College. Take of the juice of apples, damask rose water, of each a pound and an half, in which infuse for 24 hours, raw silk 4 ounces, strain it strongly, and add syrup of the berries of cherms brought over to us, 2 pounds, sugar 1 pound. Boil it to the thickness of honey. Then removing it from the fire whilst it is warm, add ambergris cut small, half an ounce, which being well mingled, put in these things following in powder, cinnamon, wood of aloes, of each 6 drams, pearls prepared, 2 drams, leaf gold a dram. Musk a scruple, make it up according to art. Culpeper. Questionless this is a great cordial, and a mighty strengthener of the heart, and vital spirits, a restorer of such as are in consumptions, a resister of pestilences and poison, a relief to languishing nature. It is given with good success in fevers, but give not too much of it at a time, lest it prove too hot for the body, and too heavy for the purse. You may mix 10 grains of it with other convenient cordials to children, 20 or 30 to men. Electuarium e sassafras. College. Take of sassafras 2 ounces, common water 3 pounds, boil it to the consumption of the third part, adding, towards the end, cinnamon bruised half an ounce, strain it, and with 2 pounds of white sugar, boil it to the thickness of a syrup. Putting in powder, cinnamon, a dram, nutmegs, half a scruple, musk 3 grains, ambergris, 2 and 30 grains, 10 leaves of gold, spirit of vitriol 4 drops, and so make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It opens obstruction of the liver and spleen, helps cold rheums or defluxions from the head to the lungs, or teeth, or eyes. It is excellent in coughs, and other cold afflictions of the lungs and breast. It helps digestion. Expels wind and the gravel of the kidneys, it provokes the menses, warms and dries up the moisture of the womb, which is many times the cause of barrenness, and is generally a helper of all diseases coming of cold, raw thin humours. You may take half a dram at a time in the morning. Electuarium de Bacchis Lauri. Or electuary of bayberries. College. Take of the leaves of dried rue 10 drams, the seeds of ammi, cumin, lovage, origanum, nigella, caraway, carrots, parsley, bitter almonds, pepper black and long, wild mints, calamus aromaticus, bayberries, castoreum of each 2 drams. Sagopinum half an ounce, opopanix 3 drams, clarified honey a pound and a half, the things to be beaten. Being beaten, and the gums dissolved in wine, make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It is exceeding good either in the colic, or iliac passion, or any other disease of the bowels coming of cold or wind. It generally eases pains in the bowels. You may give a dram in the morning fasting, or half an ounce in a clyster, according as the disease is. Diacaperit. College. Take of capers 4 ounces agrimony roots, nigella seeds, squills, acerbaca, centauri, black pepper, smallage, thyme of each an ounce, honey 3 times their weight, make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. They say it helps infirmities of the spleen, and indeed the name seems to promise so much. It may be good for cold bodies, if they have strength of nature in them. Diacinnamomum. College. Take of cinnamon 15 drams, cassia lignea, elecampane roots, of each half an ounce, galanga, 7 drams, cloves, long pepper, both sorts of cardamoms, ginger, mace, nutmegs, wood of aloes, of each 3 drams, saffron, 1 dram. Sugar 5 drams, musk 2 scruples, adding according to the prescript of the physician, and by adding 3 pounds 8 ounces of clarified honey, boil it and make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. Diacinnamomum, or in plain English, a composition of cinnamon, heats the stomach, causes digestion, provokes the menses, strengthens the stomach and other parts that distribute the nourishment of the body. A dram of it taken in the morning fasting is good for ancient people and cold bodies, such as are subject to dropsies and diseases of phlegm, or wind, for it comforts and strengthens nature much. If you take it to help digestion, take it an hour before meat, do so in all things of like quality. Diacorallion. College. Take of coral white and red, bolammoniac, dragon's blood, of each 1 dram, pearls half a dram, wood of aloes, red roses, gum tragacanth, cinnamon, of each 2 scruples, sanders white and red, of each 1 scruple. With 4 times its weight in sugar dissolved in small cinnamon water, make it into an electuary, according to art. Culpeper. It comforts and strengthens the heart exceedingly, and restores such as are in consumptions. It is cooling, therefore good in hectic fevers, very binding, and therefore stops fluxes. Neither do I know a better medicine in all the dispensatory for such as have a consumption accompanied with looseness. It stops the menses and fleur albus. Take but a dram at a time every morning, because of its binding quality, except you have a looseness, for then you may take so much 2 or 3 times a day. Diacorum. College. Take of the roots of cicers, acarus, or calamus aromaticus, pine nuts, of each 1.5 pounds, let the cicers roots, being cleansed, cut, boiled, and pulped, be added to 10 pounds of clarified honey, and boiled. Stirring it, to its just thickness, then being removed from the fire, add the acarus roots beaten, the pine nuts cut, and these following in powder. Take of black pepper an ounce, long pepper, cloves, ginger, mace, of each half an ounce, nutmegs, galanga, cardamoms, of each 3 drams, mix them with the roots and honey into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. The electuary provokes lust, heats the brain, strengthens the nerves, quickens the senses, causes an acute wit, eases pains in the head, helps the falling sickness and convulsions, coughs, cathars, and all diseases proceeding from coldness of the brain. Half a dram is enough to take at one time, because of its heat. Peony is an herb of the sun, the roots of it cure the falling sickness. Diacidonium simple. College. Take of the flesh of quinces cut and boiled in fair water to a thickness, 8 pounds, white sugar 6 pounds, boil it to its just thickness. Diacidonium with species. College. Take of the juice of quinces, sugar, of each 2 pounds, white wine vinegar half a pound, added at the end of the decoction, it being gently boiled, and the scum taken away, add ginger 2 ounces, white pepper 10 drams and 2 scruples. Bruise them grossly, and boil it again to the thickness of honey. Diacidonium compound, magisterial. College. Take of white sugar 6 pounds, spring water 4 pounds, clarify them well with the white of an egg, scumming them, then take of ripe quinces cleansed from the rind and seeds, and cut in 4 quarters, 8 pounds. Boil them in the foregoing syrup till they be tender, then strain the syrup through a linen cloth, boccata anglice, bolter. Boil them again to a jelly, adding 4 ounces of white wine vinegar towards the end. Remove it from the fire, and whilst it is warm put in these following species in powder, ginger an ounce, white pepper, cinnamon, nutmegs, of each 2 drams, keep it for use. Culpeper. The virtues of all these 3 are, they comfort the stomach, help digestion, stays vomiting, belchings, and stop fluxes and the menses. They are all harmless, you may take the quantity of a nutmeg of them at a time, before meat to help digestion and fluxes, after meat to stay vomiting, in the morning for the rest. Confectio de Hyacinto. College. Take of jacinth, red coral, bolammoniac, earth of lemnos, of each half an ounce, the berries of cherms, the roots of tormentil and dittany, the seeds of citrons, sorrel, and purslane, saffron, myrrh, red roses exungulated. All the sorts of sanders, bone of a stag's heart, hart's horn, ivory prepared, of each 4 scruples, samphire, emerald, topaz, pearls, raw silk, leaves of gold and silver, of each 2 scruples, camphire, musk, ambergris, of each 5 grains. With syrup of lemons make it into a confection according to art. Culpeper. It is a great cordial and cool, exceeding good in acute fevers and pestilences, it mightily strengthens and cherishes the heart. Never above half a dram is given at a time, very seldom so much. Antidotum hemagogum. College. Take of lupins husked 2 drams, black pepper 5 scruples and 6 grains, licorice 4 scruples, long birthwort, mugwort, cassia lignea, Macedonian parsley seed, pellitory of Spain, rue seed, spikenard, myrrh, pennyroyal. Of each 2 scruples and 14 grains, the seeds of smallage, savon, of each 2 scruples and 13 grains, centauri the greater, Cretish carrots, nigella, caraway, anise, cloves, alum, of each 2 scruples, bay leaves 1 scruple. 1/2 scruple, and 3 grains, skeaneth 1 scruple and 13 grains, acerbaca, calamus aromaticus, amo mum, centauri the less, the seed of auric, peony, fennel, of each 1 scruple and 6 grains, wood of aloes. A scruple and 14 grains, cypress, elecampane, ginger, kapar roots, cumin, orobus, of each 1 scruple, all of them being beaten into very fine powder, let them be made into an electuary according to art. With 4 times their weight in sugar, let it stand 1 month before you use it. Culpeper. It provokes the menses, brings away both birth and afterbirth, the dead child, purges such as are not sufficiently purged after travail, it provokes urine, breaks the stone in the bladder, helps the strangury, dysury, ischiary, and helps indigestion, the colic, opens any stoppings in the body, it heats the stomach, purges the liver and spleen, consumes wind, stays vomiting, but let it not be taken by pregnant women, nor such people as have the hemorrhoids. The dose is from 1 dram to 2 drams. Diacetyrian. College. Take of cetyrian roots 3 ounces, dates, bitter almonds, Indian nuts, pine nuts, festic nuts, green ginger, eringo roots preserved, of each 1 ounce, ginger, cloves, galanga, pepper long and black, of each 3 drams, ambergris 1 scruple. Musk 2 scruples, pennons 4 ounces, cinnamon, saffron, of each half an ounce, Malaga wine 3 ounces, nutmegs, mace, grains of paradise, of each 2 drams, ash tree keys, the belly and loins of sinks, borax, benjamin, of each 3 drams. Wood of aloes, cardamoms, of each 2 drams, the seeds of nettles and onions, the roots of avens, of each 1 dram and a half, with 2 pounds and a half of syrup of green ginger, make them into an electuary according to art. Electuarium diaspermatum. College. Take of the 4 greater and lesser cold seeds, the seeds of asparagus, burnet, basil, parsley, winter cherries, of each 2 drams, gromwell, juice of licorice, of each 3 drams, cinnamon, mace, of each 1 dram. With 8 times their weight in white sugar dissolved in marshmallows water, make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It breaks the stone, and provokes urine. Men may take half an ounce at a time, and children half so much, in water of any herb or roots, and or decoction of them, that break the stone. Mycleta. College. Take of the barks of all the myrobalans torrefied, of each 2 drams and a half, the seeds of watercresses, cumin, anise, fennel, ammi, caraway, of each 1 dram and a half, bruise the seeds and sprinkle them with sharp white wine vinegar. Then beat them into powder, and add the myrobalans, and these things that follow, spodium, balostines, sumac, mastic, gum arabic, of each 1 dram and 15 grains, mix them together, and with 10 ounces of syrup of myrtles. Make them into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It gently eases the bowels of the wind colic, wringing of the bowels, infirmities of the spleen, it stops fluxes, the hemorrhoids, as also the menses. Electuarium pectorali. Or a pectoral electuary. College. Take of the juice of licorice, sweet almonds, hazelnuts, of each half an ounce, pine nuts an ounce, hyssop, maidenhair, orris, nettle seeds, round birthwort, of each 1 dram and a half, black pepper, the seeds of watercresses. The roots of elecampane, of each half 1 dram, honey 14 ounces, make them into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It strengthens the stomach and lungs, and helps the vices thereof. Take it with a licorice stick. Theriaca diatessarin. College. Take of gentian, bayberries, myrrh, round birthwort, of each 2 ounces, honey 2 pounds, make them into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. This is a gallant electuary. It wonderfully helps cold infirmities of the brain, as convulsions, falling sickness, dead palsies, shaking palsies, and as also the stomach, as pains there, wind, want of digestion, as also stoppings of the liver, dropsies, it resists the pestilence and poison, and helps the bitings of venomous beasts. The dose is from half 1 dram to 2 drams, according to the age and strength of the patient, as also the strength of the diseases. You may take it either in the morning, or when urgent occasion calls for it. Diascordium. College. Take of cinnamon, cassia lignea, of each half an ounce, scordium, an ounce, dittany of Crete, tormentil, bistort, galbanum, gum arabic, of each half an ounce, opium 1 dram and a half, sorrel seeds 1 dram and a half, gentian half an ounce. Bolammoniac an ounce and a half, earth of lemnos half an ounce, long pepper, ginger, of each 2 drams, clarified honey 2 pounds and a half, sugar of roses 1 pound, canary wine 10 ounces, make them into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It is a well-composed electuary, something appropriated to the nature of women, for it provokes the menses, hastens labor, helps their usual sickness at the time of their lying in. I know nothing better, it stops fluxes, mightily strengthens the heart and stomach, neither is it so hot but it may safely be given to weak people, and besides provokes sleep. It may safely be given to young children 10 grains at a time, ancient people may take a dram or more. It is given as an excellent cordial in such fevers as are accompanied with want of sleep. Mithridate. College. Take of myrrh, saffron, agaric, ginger, cinnamon, spikenard, frankincense, treacle, mustard seeds, of each 10 drams, the seeds of heartwort, apobalsamum, or oil of nutmegs by expression, skeninth, stoiches, costus, galbanum, turpentine. Long pepper, castoreum, juice of hypocystis, styrax, calamitis, apopanax, Indian leaf, or for want of it mace, of each an ounce, cassia lignia, holy mountain, white pepper, scordium, the seeds of carrots of Crete, carpobalsamum or cubebs, troch. Siphios, delium, of each 7 drams, Celtic spikenard, gum arabic, Macedonian parsley seeds, opium, cardamoms the less, fennel seed, gentian, red rose leaves, dittany of Crete, of each 5 drams, anise seeds, asrabaca, orris acarus. The greater valerian, saga pen, of each 3 drams, Mium acacia, the bellies of sinks, the tops of st. John's wort, of each 2 drams and an half, Malaga wine, so much as is sufficient to dissolve the juices and gums, clarified honey the treble weight of all, the wine excepted, make them into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It is good against poison in such as have done themselves wrong by taking filthy medicines, it provokes sweat, it helps continual waterings of the stomach, ulcers in the body, consumptions, weakness of the limbs, rids the body of cold humors and diseases coming of cold, it remedies cold infirmities of the brain, and stopping of the passage of the senses, viz. Hearing, seeing, smelling, and by cold, it expels wind, helps the colic, provokes appetite to one's victuals, it helps ulcers in the bladder, if Galen say true, as also difficulty of urine, it casts out the dead child, and helps such women as cannot conceive by reason of cold. It is an admirable remedy for melancholy, and all diseases of the body coming through cold, it would fill a whole sheet of paper to reckon them all up particularly. You may take a scruple or half a dram in the morning, and follow your business, 2 drams will make you sweat, yea 1 dram if your body be weak, for then 2 drams may be dangerous because of its heat. Philomum persicum. College. Take of white pepper, the seeds of white henbane, of each 2 drams, opium, earth of lemnos, of each 10 drams, lap, hematitis, saffron, of each 5 drams, castoreum, Indian spikenard, euphorbium prepared, pellitory of Spain, pearls, amber. Zedoary, elecampane, troch, ramash, of each a dram, camphire a scruple, with their treble weight in honey of roses, make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It stops blood flowing from any part of the body, the immoderate flowing of the menses, the hemorrhoids in men, spitting of blood, bloody fluxes, and is profitable for such women as are subject to miscarry, see the next receipt. Philonium romanum. College. Take of white pepper, white henbane seeds, of each 5 drams, opium 2 drams and an half, cassia lignia a dram and an half, the seeds of smallage a dram, parsley of Macedonia, fennel, carrots of Crete, of each 2 scruples and 5 grains. Saffron a scruple and an half, Indian spikenard, pellitory of Spain, zedoary 15 grains, cinnamon a dram and an half, euphorbium prepared, myrrh, castoreum, of each a dram with their treble weight in clarified honey, make it into an electuary. Electuarium de ovo. Or electuary of eggs. College. Take a hen's egg new laid, and the white being taken out by a small hole, fill up the void place with saffron, leaving the yolk in, then the hole being stopped, roast it in ashes till the shell begin to look black. Take diligent heed the saffron burn not, for then is the whole medicine spoiled, then the matter being taken out dry, if so that it may be beaten into powder and add to it as much powder of white mustard seed as it weighs. Then take the roots of white dittany and tormentil, of each 2 drams, myrrh, hartshorn, petacitus roots, of each 1 dram, the roots of angelica and burnet, juniper berries, zedoary, camphire of each half an ounce. Mix them all together in a mortar, then add Venice treacle the weight of them all, stir them about with a pestle 3 hours together, putting in so much syrup of lemons, as is enough to make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. A dram of it given at a time, is as great a help in a pestilential fever as a man shall usually read of in a gale mist. It provokes sweat, and then you shall be taught how to use yourself. If years do not permit, give not so much. Theriaca andromache. Or Venice treacle. College. Take of troches of squills 48 drams, troches of vipers, long pepper, opium of Thebes, magma, hetichroi dried, of each 24 drams, red roses exungulated, orris, illyric, juice of licorice, the seeds of sweet navu, scordium. Apobalsamum, cinnamon, agric, of each 12 drams, myrrh, costus, or zedoary, saffron, cassia lignea, Indian spikenard, skeninth, pepper white and black, olibanum, dittany of Crete, rapontic, stoichas, horehound, Macedonian parsley seed. Calaminth, cypress, turpentine, the roots of cinquefoil and ginger, of each 6 drams, Poly mountain, camopitis, Celtic spikenard, amomus, styrax calamitis, the roots of meum, the tops of germander, the roots of rapontic, earth of lemnos. Indian leaf, calcitus burnt, or instead thereof Roman vitriol burnt, gentian roots, gum arabic, the juice of hypocyatis, carpobalsamum or nutmegs, or cubebs, the seeds of anise, cardamoms, fennel, heartwort, acacia. Or instead thereof the juice of sloes made thick, the seeds of treacle mustard, and ammi, the tops of ast. John's wort, saga pen, of each 4 drams, castorium, the roots of long birthwort, bitumen, judaicum, carrot seed, opopanax, centauri the less, galbanum, of each 2 drams, canary wine enough to dissolve what is to be dissolved. Honey the treble weight of the dry species, make them into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It resists poison, and the bitings of venomous beasts, inveterate headaches, vertigo, deafness, the falling sickness, astonishment, apoplexies, dullness of sight, want of voice, asthmas, old and new coughs, such as spit or vomit blood. Such as can hardly spit or breathe, coldness of the stomach, wind, the colic, and iliac passion, the yellow jaundice, hardness of the spleen, stone in the reins and bladder, difficulty of urine, ulcers in the bladder, fevers, dropsies, leprosies. It provokes the menses, brings forth birth and afterbirth, helps pains in the joints, it helps not only the body, but also the mind, as vain fears, melancholy, and is a good remedy in pestilential fevers. You may take half a dram and go about your business, and it will do you good if you have occasion to go in ill airs, or in pestilent times, if you shall sweat under it, as your best way is, if your body be not in health, then take 1 dram. Or between 1 and 2, or less than 1, according as age and strength is. If you cannot take this or any other sweating medicine by itself, mix it with a little carduus or dragon's water, or angelica water. Which in my opinion is the best of the 3. Theriaca londinensis. Or London treacle. College. Take of hartshorn 2 ounces, the seeds of citrons, sorrel, peony, basil, of each 1 ounce, scordium, corolliana, of each 6 drams, the roots of angelica, tormentil, peony, the leaves of dittany, bayberries, juniper berries. Of each half an ounce, the flowers of rosemary, marigolds, clove gillyflowers, the tops of St. John's wort, nutmegs, saffron, of each 3 drams, the roots of gentian, zedoary, ginger, mace, myrrh, the leaves of scabious, devil's bit, carduus. Of each 2 drams, cloves, opium, of each a dram, Malaga wine as much as is sufficient, with their treble weight in honey, mix them according to art. Culpeper. The receipt is a pretty cordial, resists the pestilence, and is a good antidote in pestilential times. It resists poison, strengthens cold stomachs, helps digestion, crudities of the stomach. A man may safely take 2 drams of it in a morning, and let him fear no harm. Diacrocuma. College. Take of saffron, acerbaca roots, the seeds of parsley, carrots, anise, smallage, of each half an ounce, rhubarb, the roots of mium, Indian spikenard, of each 6 drams, cassia lignea, costus, myrrh, skeninth, cubebs, madder roots. The juices of maudlin, and wormwood made thick, opobalsamum, or oil of nutmegs, of each 2 drams, cinnamon, calamus aromaticus, of each 1.5 drams, scordium, cetrac, juice of licorice, of each 2 drams and 1/2, tragacantha dram. With 8 times their weight in white sugar, dissolved in endive water, and clarified, make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It is exceeding good against cold diseases of the stomach, liver, or spleen, corruption of humours and putrefaction of meat in the stomach, ill-favoured colour of the body, dropsies, cold faults in the reins and bladder, provokes urine. Take 1 dram in the morning. Purging electuaries. Benedicta laxativa. College. Take of choice turbith 10 drams, diacridium, bark of spurge roots prepared, hermodactyls, red roses, of each 5 drams, cloves, spikenard, ginger, saffron, long pepper, amomus, or for want of it calamus aromaticus, cardamoms the less. The seeds of smallage, parsley, fennel, asparagus, bruscus, saxifrage, gromwell, caraway, sal. Gem. Galena, mace, of each 1 dram, with their treble weight of clarified honey, make them into an electuary according to art. Also you may keep the species itself in your shops. Culpeper. It purges phlegm, chiefly from the joints, also it purges the reins and bladder. Caryocostinum. College. Take of cloves, costus, or zedoary, ginger, cumin, of each 2 drams, hermodactyls, diacridium, of each half an ounce, with their double weight of honey clarified in white wine, make them into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. Authors say it purges hot rheums, and takes away inflammations in wounds. I assure you the electuary works violently, and may safely be given in clysters, and so you may give 2 or 3 drams at a time, if the patient be strong. For taken otherwise it would kill a horse cum privilegio. Cassia extracta pro clysteribus. Or cassia extracted for clysters. College. Take of the leaves of violets, mallows, beets, mercury, pellitory of the wall, violet flowers, of each 1 handful, boil them in a sufficient quantity of water, the benefit of which let the cassia be extracted, and the canes washed. Then take of this cassia so drawn, and boil it to its consistence, 1 pound, sugar 1.5 pounds, boil them to the form of an electuary according to art. Culpeper. You may take it in white wine, it is good for gentle bodies, for if your body be hard to work upon, perhaps it will not work at all. It purges the reins gallantly, and cools them, thereby preventing the stone, and other diseases caused by their heat. Electuarium almarum magistrale magis. Or the greater bitter electuary. College. Take of agaric, turbith, species hiera simplex, rhubarb, of each 1 dram, choice aloes unwashed 2 drams, ginger, crystal of tartar, of each 2 scruples, orris, florentine, sweet fennel seeds, of each 1 scruple. Syrup of roses solutive as much as is sufficient to make it into an electuary according to art. Electuarium almarum minus. Or the lesser bitter electuary. College. Take of epithemum half an ounce, the roots of angelica 3 drams, of gentian, zedoary, acarus, of each 2 drams, cinnamon 1 dram and 1/2, cloves, mace, nutmegs, saffron, of each 1 dram, aloes 6 ounces, with syrup of fumitory. Scabious and sugar so much as is sufficient to make it into a soft electuary. Culpeper. Both these purge choler, the former phlegm, and this melancholy, the former works strongest, and this strengthens most, and is good for such whose brains are annoyed. You may take half an ounce of the former, if your body be anything strong, in white wine, if very strong an ounce, a reasonable body may take an ounce of the latter, the weak less. I would not have the unskillful too busy about purges without advice of a physician. Diacacia with manna. College. Take of damask prunes 2 ounces, violet flowers a handful and an half, spring water a pound and an half, boil it according to art till half be consumed, strain it, and dissolve in the decoction 6 ounces of cassia newly drawn, sugar of violets. Syrup of violets, of each 4 ounces, pulp of tamarinds an ounce, sugar candy an ounce and an half, manna 2 ounces, mix them, and make them into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It is a fine cool purge for such as are bound in the body, for it works gently, and without trouble, it purges choler, and may safely be given in fevers coming of choler, but in such cases, if the body be much bound. The best way is first to administer a clyster, and then the next morning an ounce of this will cool the body, and keep it in due temper. Cassia extracta sine soli acini. Or cassia extracted without the leaves of senna. College. Take 12 prunes, violet flowers a handful, French barley, the seed of anise, and bastard saffron, polypodium of the oak, of each 5 drams, maidenhair, thyme, epithymum, of each half a handful, raisins of the sun stoned half an ounce. Sweet fennel seeds 2 drams, the seeds of purslane, and mallows, of each 3 drams, licorice half an ounce, boil them in a sufficient quantity of water, strain them and dissolve in the decoction, pulp of cassia 2 pounds, of tamarinds an ounce. Cinnamon 3 drams, sugar a pound, boil it into the form of an electuary. Cassia extracta cum soli acini. Or cassia extracted with the leaves of senna. College. Take of the former receipt 2 pounds, senna in powder 2 ounces, mix them according to art. Culpeper. This is also a fine cool gentle purge, cleansing the bowels of choler and melancholy without any griping, very fit for feverish bodies, and yet the former is gentler than this. They both cleanse and cool the reins. A reasonable body may take an ounce and an half of the former, and an ounce of the latter in white wine, if they keep the house, or their bodies be oppressed with melancholy, let them take half the quantity in 4 ounces of decoction of epithymum. Diacarthymum. College. Take of Diatragicanthum frigidum, half an ounce, pulp of preserved quinces an ounce, the inside of the seeds of bastard saffron half an ounce, ginger 2 drams, diacritium beaten by itself 3 drams, turbot 6 drams, manna 2 ounces. Honey of roses solutive, sugar candy, of each an ounce, permadactyls half an ounce, sugar 10 ounces and an half, make of them a liquid electuary according to art. Diaphenicon. College. Take of the pulp of dates boiled in hydromel, peanuts, of each half a pound, sweet almonds blanched, 3 ounces and an half, to all of them being bruised and mixed, add clarified honey 2 pounds, boil them a little, and then strew in ginger. Long pepper, mace, cinnamon, rue leaves, the seeds of fennel and carrots, of each 2 drams, turbot 4 ounces, diacritium an ounce and an half, make of them an electuary according to art. Culpeper. I cannot believe this is so profitable in fevers taken downwards as authors say, for it is a very violent purge. Diapronum lenitive. College. Take 100 damask prunes, boil them in water till they be soft, then pulp them, and in the liquor they were boiled in, boil gently 1 of violet flowers, strain it, and with 2 pounds of sugar boil it to a syrup. Then add half a pound of the aforesaid pulp, the pulp of cassia, and tamarinds, of each 1 ounce, then mix with it these powders following, sanders white and red, spodium, rhubarb, of each 3 drams, red roses, violets, the seeds of purslane. Succory, barberries, gum tragacanth, licorice, cinnamon, of each 2 drams, the 4 greater cold seeds, of each 1 dram, make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It may safely, and is with good success, given in acute, burning, and all other fevers, for it cools much, and loosens the body gently, it is good in agues, hectic fevers, and marasmos. You may take an ounce of it at a time, at night when you go to bed, 3 hours after a light supper, neither need you keep your chamber next day, unless the weather be very cold, or your body very tender. Diaprunum solutive. College. Take of diaprunum lenitive whilst it is warm, 4 pounds, scammony prepared 2 ounce and 5 drams, mix them into an electuary according to art. Seeing the dose of scammony is increased according to the author in this medicine, you may use a less weight of scammony if you please. Catholicon. College. Take of the pulp of cassia and tamarinds, the leaves of senna, of each 2 ounces, polypodium, violets, rhubarb, of each 1 ounce, anise seeds, peanuts, sugar candy, licorice, the seeds of gourds, citrals, cucumbers, melons, of each 2 drams. The things to be bruised, being bruised, take of fresh polypodium 3 ounces, sweet fennel seed 6 drams, boil them in 4 pounds of water till the third part be consumed, strain it, and with 2 pounds of sugar. Boil the decoction to the thickness of a syrup. Then with the pulps and powder make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It is a fine cooling purge for any part of the body, and very gentle. It may be given, an ounce, or half an ounce at a time, according to the strength of the patient, in acute or peracute diseases, for it gently loosens the belly. And adds strength, it helps infirmities of the liver and spleen, gouts of all sorts, quotidian, tertian, and quartan agues, as also headaches. It is usually given in clysters. If you like to take it inwardly, you may take an ounce at night going to bed, in the morning drink a draught of hot posset drink and go about your business. Electuarium de citro solutivum. Or electuary of citrons, solutive. College. Take of citron pills preserved, conserves of the flowers of violets and bugloss, diatragocanthum frigidum, diacridium, of each half an ounce, turbith 5 drams, ginger half a dram, senna 6 drams, sweet fennel seeds 1 dram. White sugar dissolved in rosewater, and boiled according to art, 10 ounces, make a solid electuary according to art. Culpeper. Here are some things very cordial, others purge violently, both put together, make a composition no way pleasing to me, therefore I account it a pretty receipt, good for nothing. Electuarium elescuf. College. Take of diacridium, turbith, of each 6 drams, cloves, cinnamon, ginger, myrobalans, imblix, nutmegs, polypodium, of each 2 drams and an half, sugar 6 ounces, clarified honey 10 ounces, make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It purges choler and phlegm, and wind from all parts of the body, helps pains of the joints and sides, the colic, it cleanses the reins and bladder, yet I advise you not to take too much of it at a time, for it works pretty violently. Let half an ounce be the most, for such whose bodies are strong, always remembering that you had better 10 times take too little, than once too much. You may take it in white wine, and keep yourself warm. If you would have my opinion of it, I do not like it. Confectio hammock. College. Take of the bark of citron, myrobalans 2 ounces, myrobalans, chebs and blacks, violets, colocynthus, polypodium of the oak, of each 1 ounce and an half, wormwood, thyme, of each half an ounce, the seeds of anise, and fennel. The flowers of red roses of each 3 drams, let all of them being bruised, be infused 1 day in 6 pounds of whey, then boiled till half be consumed, rubbed with your hands and pressed out, to the decoction add juice of fumitory, pulp of prunes. And raisins of the sun, of each half a pound, white sugar, clarified honey, of each 1 pound, boil it to the thickness of honey, strewing in towards the end. Agaric trochiscated, senna of each 2 ounces, rhubarb 1 ounce and an half, epithemum 1 ounce, diacridium 6 drams, cinnamon half an ounce, ginger 2 drams, the seeds of fumitory in anise, spikenard, of each 1 dram. Make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. The receipt is chiefly appropriated as a purge for melancholy and salt phlegm, and diseases thence arising, as scabs, itch, leprosies, cancers, infirmities of the skin. It purges adust humors, and is good against madness, melancholy, forgetfulness, vertigo. It purges very violently, and is not safe given alone. I would advise the unskilful not to meddle with it inwardly. You may give half an ounce of it in clysters, in melancholy diseases, which commonly have astringency a constant companion with them. Electuarium lenitivum. Or lenitive electuary. College. Take of raisins of the sun stoned, polypodium of the oak, senna, of each 2 ounces, mercury 1 handful and an half, jujubes, sebescens, of each 20, maidenhair, violets, French barley, of each 1 handful, damask prunes stoned. Tamarinds of each 6 drams, licorice half an ounce, boil them in 10 pounds of water till 2 parts of the 3 be consumed. Strain it, and dissolve in the decoction, pulp of cassia, tamarinds, and fresh prunes, sugar of violets, of each 6 ounces, sugar 2 pounds, at last add powder of senna leaves, 1 ounce and an half, anise seeds in powder. 2 drams to each pound of electuary, and so bring it into the form of an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It gently opens and mollifies the bowels, brings forth choler, phlegm, and melancholy, and that without trouble. It is cooling, and therefore is profitable in pleurisy. And for wounded people, a man of reasonable strength may take an ounce of it going to bed, which will work next morning. Electuarium pacellatum. College. Take of fresh polypodium roots 3 ounces, fresh marshmallow roots, senna, of each 2 ounces, anise seeds 2 drams, steep them in a glazed vessel, in a sufficient quantity of spring water, boil them according to art. Strain it and with pulp of raisins of the sun half a pound, white sugar, manna, of each 4 ounces, boil it to the thickness of a sidoniate and renew it 4 times a year. Culpeper. It gently purges both choler and melancholy, cleanses the reins and bladder, and therefore is good for the stone and gravel in the kidneys. Electuarium e succo rosarum. Or electuary of the juice of roses. College. Take of sugar, the juice of red roses clarified, of each a pound and 4 ounces, the 3 sorts of sanders of each 6 drams, spodium 3 drams, diacidonium 12 drams, camphire a scruple. Let the juice be boiled with the sugar to its just thickness, then add the rest in powder, and so make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It purges choler, and is good in tertian agues, and diseases of the joints. It purges violently, therefore let it be warily given. Hiera picra simple. College. Take of cinnamon, xylobalsamum, or wood of aloes, the roots of astrabaca, spikenard, mastic, saffron, of each 6 drams, aloes not washed 12 ounces and an half, clarified honey 4 pounds and 3 ounces. Mix them into an electuary according to art. Also you may keep the species by itself in your shops. Culpeper. It is an excellent remedy for vicious juices which lie furring the tunicle of the stomach, and such idle fancies and symptoms which the brain suffers thereby, whereby some think they see, others that they hear strange things. Especially when they are in bed, and between sleeping and waking. Besides this, it very gently purges the belly, and helps such women as are not sufficiently purged after their travail. Hiera with agaric. College. Take of species hiera, simple without aloes, agaric trochiscated, of each half an ounce, aloes not washed 1 ounce, clarified honey 6 ounces, mix it, and make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. Look but to the virtues of agaric and add them to the virtues of the former receipt, so is the business done without any further trouble. Hiera logadii. College. Take of coloquintida, polypodium, of each 2 drams, euphorbium, pulley mountain, the seeds of spurge, of each 1 dram and an half, and 6 grains, wormwood, myrrh, of each 1 dram and 12 grains, centaury the less, agaric, gum ammoniacum. Indian leaf or mace, spikenard, squills prepared, diacritium of each 1 dram, aloes, thyme hermander, cassia lignea, delum, horehound, of each 1 scruple and 14 grains, cinnamon, apopanax, castoreum, long birthwort. The 3 sorts of pepper, sagapen, saffron, parsley of each 2 drams, hellebore black and white, of each 6 grains, clarified honey a pound and a half, mix them, and make of them an electuary according to art. Let the species be kept dry in your shops. Culpeper. It takes away by the roots daily evils coming of melancholy, falling sickness, vertigo, convulsions, megrim, leprosies, and many other infirmities. For my part one should be loath to take it inwardly unless upon desperate occasions, or in clysters. It may well take away diseases by the roots, if it takes away life and all. Hiera diacolosynthedos. College. Take of colocynthus, agaric, germander, white horehound, stoichas, of each 10 drams, opopanax, sagapen, parsley seeds, round birthwort roots, white pepper of each 5 drams, spikenard, cinnamon, myrrh, Indian leaf or mace, saffron. Of each 4 drams, bruise the gums in a mortar, sift the rest, and with 3 pounds of clarified honey, 3 ounces and 5 drams, make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It helps the falling sickness, madness, and the pain in the head called cephalalgia, pains in the breast and stomach whether they come by sickness or bruises, pains in the loins or backbone, hardness of women's breasts, putrefaction of meat in the stomach, and sour belchings. It is but used seldom and therefore hard to be gotten. Trifera the Greater. College. Take of myrobalans, chebs, belrix, ins and imblix, nutmegs, of each 5 drams, watercress seeds, acerbaca roots, Persian origanum, or else dittany of Crete, black pepper, olibanum, ammi, ginger, tamarisk, Indian nard, squinanth. Cypress roots of each half an ounce, filings of steel prepared with vinegar 20 drams, let the myrobalans be roasted with fresh butter, let the rest, being powdered, be sprinkled with oil of sweet almonds, then add musk 1 dram. And with their treble weight in honey, make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It helps the immoderate flowing of the menses in women, and the hemorrhoids in men, it helps weakness of the stomach, and restores color lost, it frees the body from crude humors, and strengthens the bladder, helps melancholy, and rectifies the distempers of the spleen. You may take a dram in the morning, or 2 if your body be anything strong. Trifera solutive. College. Take of diacridium, 10 drams, turbith, an ounce and an half, cardamoms the less, cloves, cinnamon, honey, of each 3 drams, yellow sanders, licorice, sweet fennel seeds, of each half an ounce, acorns, skunanth, of each a dram, red roses. Citron pills preserved, of each 3 drams, violets 2 drams, peanuts 4 ounces, white sugar half a pound, honey clarified in juice of apples 1 pound, make an electuary according to art. Culpeper. The diacridium and turbith are a couple of untoward purges, the rest are all cordials. Athanasia mithridatis. Galen. College. Take of cinnamon, cassia, skunanth, of each an ounce and an half, saffron, myrrh, of each 1 ounce, costus, spignal, meum, acarus, waterflag perhaps they mean. See the root in the catalogue of simples, agaric, scordium, carrots, parsley, of each half an ounce, white pepper 11 grains, honey so much as is sufficient to make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It prevails against poison, and the bitings of venomous beasts, and helps such whose meat putrefies in their stomach, stays vomiting of blood, helps old coughs, and cold diseases in the liver, spleen, bladder, and matrix. The dose is half a dram. Electuarium scoriiferi. Rhasis. College. Take of the flakes of iron infused in vinegar 7 days and dried, 3 drams, Indian spikenard, skunanth, cypress, ginger, pepper, bishop's weed, frankincense, of each half an ounce, myrobalans, Indian belrix, and imblix. Honey boiled with the decoction of imblix, 16 ounces, mix them together, and make of them an electuary. Culpeper. The medicine heats the spleen gently, purges melancholy, eases pains in the stomach and spleen, and strengthens digestion. People that are strong may take half an ounce in the morning fasting, and weak people 3 drams. It is a good remedy for pains and hardness of the spleen. Confectio humine. Mesua. College. Take of eyebright 2 ounces, fennel seeds 5 drams, cloves, cinnamon, cubebs, long pepper, mace, of each 1 dram, beat them all into powder, and with clarified honey 1 pound, in which boil juice of fennel 1 ounce, juice of celandine and rue. Of each half an ounce, and with the powders make it up into an electuary. Culpeper. It is chiefly appropriated to the brain and heart, quickens the senses, especially the sight, and resists the pestilence. You may take half a dram if your body be hot, a dram if cold, in the morning fasting. Diarios Solomonis. Niche. College. Take of orris roots 1 ounce, pennyroyal, hyssop, licorice, of each 6 drams, tragacanth, white starch, bitter almonds, pine nuts, cinnamon, ginger, pepper, of each 3 drams, fat figs, the pulp of raisins of the sun, and dates. Of each 3 drams and an half, styrax, calamitis 2 drams and an half, sugar dissolved in hyssop water, and clarified honey, of each twice the weight of all the rest, make them into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. The electuary is chiefly appropriated to the lungs, and helps cold infirmities of them, as asthmas, coughs, difficulty of breathing, and you may take it with a licorice stick, or on the point of a knife, a little of it at a time, and often. Diasarian. Niche. College. Take of the roots of satyrion fresh and sound, garden parsnips, eringo, pine nuts, Indian nuts, or if Indian nuts be wanting, take the double quantity of pine nuts, fistic nuts, of each 1 ounce and an half, cloves, ginger, the seeds of anise. Rocket, ash keys, of each 5 drams, cinnamon, the tails and loins of cincus, the seeds of bulbous nettles, of each 2 drams and an half, musk 7 grains, of the best sugar dissolved in Malaga wine, 3 pounds. Make it into an electuary according to art. Culpeper. It helps weakness of the reins and bladder, and such as make water with difficulty, it provokes lust exceedingly, and speedily helps such as are impotent in the acts of Venus. You may take 2 drams or more at a time. Matthiolus' great antidote against poison and pestilence. College. Take of rhubarb, rapontic, valerian roots, the roots of acarus, or calamus aromaticus, cypress, cinquefoil, tormentil, round birthwort, male peony, elecampane, costus, illyric, orris, white chameleon, or avens, of each 3 drams. The roots of gallinga, masterwort, white dictamne, angelica, yarrow, philopendula or dropwort, zedoary, ginger, of each 2 drams, rosemary, gentian, devil's bit, of each 2 drams and an half, the seeds of citrons, and agnus castus. The berries of kermes, the seeds of ash tree, sorrel, wild parsnips, navew, nigella, peony the male, basil, hedge mustard, ireo, treacle mustard, fennel, bishop's weed, of each 2 drams, the berries of bay, juniper, and ivy, sarsaparilla. Or for want of it the double weight of cubebs, of each 1 dram and an half, the leaves of scordium, germander, comepides, centauri the less, stoiches, Celtic spikenard, calaminth, rue, mince, betony, vervain, scabious, carduus benedictus. Balm, of each 1 dram and an half, dittany of Crete 3 drams, marjoram, st. John's wort, skunanth, horehound, goat's rue, savon, burnet, of each 2 drams, figs, walnuts, fistic nuts, of each 3 ounces, imblix, myrobalans half an ounce, the flowers of violets, borage, bugloss, roses, lavender, sage, rosemary. Of each 4 scruples, saffron 3 drams, cassia lignea 10 drams, cloves, nutmegs, mace, of each 2 drams and an half, black pepper, long pepper, all the 3 sorts of sanders, wood of aloes, of each 1 dram and an half. Hartshorn half an ounce, unicorn's horn, or in its stead, bezoar stone, 1 dram, bone in a stag's heart, ivory, stag's pizzle, castoreum, of each 4 scruples, earth of lemnos 3 drams, opium 1 dram and a half, orient pearls, emeralds. Jacinth, red coral, of each 1 dram and a half, camphire 2 drams, gum arabic, mastic, frankincense, styrax, turpentine, sagopinum, opopanax, lazarpicium, or myrrh, of each 2 drams and a half, musk, ambergris, of each 1 dram. Oil of vitriol half an ounce, species cordiales temperati, diamargaritan, diamascu, diambra, electurage de gemmes, troches of camphire, of squills, of each 2 drams and a half, troches of vipers 2 ounces, the juice of sorrel, so thistles. Scordium, vipers bugloss, borage, balm, of each half a pound, hypocystis 2 drams, of the best treacle and mithridate, of each 6 ounces, old wine 3 pounds, of the best sugar, or choice honey 8 pounds 6 ounces. These being all chosen and prepared with diligence and art, let them be made into an electuary just as treacle or mithridate is. Culpeper. The title shews you the scope of the author in compiling it. I believe it is excellent for those uses. The dose of this is from a scruple to 4 scruples, or a dram and a half. It provokes sweating abundantly, and in this or any other sweating medicine, order your body thus, take it in bed, and cover yourself warm, in your sweating. Drink posset drink as hot as you can, if it be for a fever, boil sorrel and red sage in posset drink, sweat an hour or 2 if your strength will bear it, then the chamber being kept very warm, shift yourself all but your head. About which, your cap which you sweat in being kept on, wrap a hot napkin, which will be a means to repel the vapors back. This I hold the best method for sweating in fevers and pestilences, in which this electuary is very good. I am very loath to leave out this medicine, which if it were stretched out, and cut in thongs, would reach round the world. Requise. Nicholas College. Take of red rose leaves, the whites being cut off, blue violets, of each 3 drams, opium of Thebes, dissolved in wine, the seeds of white henbane, poppies white and black, the roots of mandrakes, the seeds of endive, purslane, garden lettuce. Psyllium, spodium, gum tragacanth, of each 2 scruples and 5 grains, nutmegs, cinnamon, ginger, of each a dram and a half, sanders, yellow, white, and red, of each a dram and a half, sugar 3 times their weight. Dissolve in rose water, mix them together, and make of them an electuary according to art. Culpeper. I like not the receipt taken inwardly. Electuarium Regini Colonians. College. Take of the seeds of saxifrage and gromwell, juice of licorice, of each half an ounce, the seeds of caraway, anise, smallage, fennel, parsley of Macedonia, broom, carrots, bruscus, asparagus, lovage, cumin, juniper, rue, Siler mountain. The seeds of acarus, pennyroyal, cinquefoil, bayberries, of each 2 drams, Indian spikenard, skunanth, amber, valerian, hog's fennel, lapis linsis, of each a dram and a half, galanga, ginger, turbith, of each 2 drams, senna an ounce. Goat's blood prepared half an ounce, mix them together, first beat them into powder, then make them into an electuary according to art, with 3 times their weight in sugar dissolved in white wine. Culpeper. It is an excellent remedy for the stone and wind colic, a dram of it taken every morning. I assure such as are troubled with such diseases, I commend it to them as a jewel. Pills. Culpeper. Pills in Greek are called, catapotia, in Latin, piluli, which signifies little balls, because they are made up in such a form, that they may be the better swallowed down, by reason of the offensiveness of their taste. Piluli de augurico. Or pills of auguric. College. Take of auguric 3 drams, our own blue orris roots, mastic, horehound, of each 1 dram, turbith 5 drams, species hierapicra half an ounce, colocynthus, sarcocol, of each 2 drams, myrrh 1 dram. Sapa as much as is sufficient to make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. It was invented to cleanse the breast and lungs of phlegm, it works pretty strongly. Half a dram at a time, keeping yourself warm, cannot well do you harm, unless your body be very weak. Piliuli aggregativi. College. Take of citron, myrobalans, rhubarb, of each half an ounce, juice of agrimony in wormwood made thick, of each 2 drams, diagridium 5 drams, agaric, colocynthus, polypodium of each 2 drams, turbith, aloes, of each 6 drams, mastic. Red roses, sal. Gem. Epithymum, anise, ginger, of each a dram, with syrup of damask roses, make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. It purges the head of choler, phlegm and melancholy, and that stoutly. It is good against quotidian agues, and faults in the stomach and liver, yet because it is well corrected if you take but half a dram at a time, and keep yourself warm. I suppose you may take it without danger. Piliuli aloephangini. College. Take of cinnamon, cloves, cardamoms the less, nutmegs, mace, calamus aromaticus, carpobalsamum, or juniper berries, squinanth, wood of aloes, yellow sanders, red roses dried, wormwood, of each half an ounce, let the tincture be taken out of these. Being grossly bruised in spirit of wine, the vessel being close stopped. In 3 pounds of this tincture, being strained, dissolve aloes 1 pound, which being dissolved, add mastic, myrrh, of each half an ounce, saffron 2 drams, balsam of Peru 1 dram, the superfluous liquor being consumed, either over hot ashes or a bath, bring it into a mass of pills. Culpeper. It cleanses both stomach and brain of gross and putrefied humors, and sets the senses free when they are thereby troubled. It cleanses the brain offended by ill humors, wind, and helps vertigo and headaches, and strengthens the brain exceedingly, helps concoction, and strengthens the stomach. 1 dram taken at night going to bed, will work gently next day. If the party be weak, you may give less, if strong more. If you take but half a dram, you may go abroad the next day, but if you take a dram, you may keep the house, there can be no harm in that. Piliuli de aloe loda. Or pills of washed aloes. College. Take of aloes washed with juice of red roses, 1 ounce, agaric 3 drams, mastic 2 drams, diamasca dulce half a dram, syrup of damask roses, so much as is sufficient to make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. It purges both brain, stomach, bowels, and eyes of putrefied humors, and also strengthens them. Use these as the succeeding. Aloe rosata. College. Take of aloes in powder 4 ounces, juice of damask roses clarified 1 pound, mix them and digest them in the sun, or in a bath, till the superfluous liquor be drawn off, digest it, and evaporate it 4 times over, and keep the mass. Culpeper. It is a gallant gentle purger of choler, frees the stomach from superfluous humors, open stoppings, and other infirmities of the body proceeding from choler and phlegm, as yellow jaundice, and strengthens the body exceedingly. Take a scruple, or half a dram at night going to bed, you may walk abroad, for it will hardly work till next day in the afternoon. Piliuli aurii. College. Take of aloes, diacridium, of each 5 drams, red roses, smallage seeds, of each 2 drams and an half, the seeds of anise and fennel, of each 1 dram and an half, mastic, saffron, troch, alhandle, of each 1 dram. With a sufficient quantity of honey roses, make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. They are held to purge the head, to quicken the senses, especially the sight, and to expel wind from the bowels, but work something harshly. Half a dram is the utmost dose. Keep the fire, take them in the morning, and sleep after them, they will work before noon. Piliuli coccii, the greater. College. Take of species, Hierapicra, 10 drams, troch, alhandle, 3 drams and an half, diacridium 2 drams and an half, turbith, stoichas, of each 5 drams, with a sufficient quantity of syrup of stoichas, make it into a mass, according to art. Culpeper. It is held to purge the head, but it is but a dogged purge at best, and must be given only to strong bodies, and but half a dram at a time, and yet with great care. Piliuli coccii, the less. College. Take of aloes, scammony, colocynthis, of each 1 ounce, with equal parts of syrup of wormwood, and of purging thorn, make it into a mass according to art. Piluli de sinoglosso. Or pills of hound's tongue. College. Take of the roots of hound's tongue dried, white henbane seed, opium prepared, of each 1/2 ounce, myrrh 6 drams, olibanum 5 drams, saffron, castoreum, styrax, calamitis, of each 1 dram and 1/2, with syrup of stoichas. Make it into a mass. Culpeper. It stays hot rheums that fall down upon the lungs, therefore is good in tisics, also it mitigates pain, a scruple is enough to take at a time going to bed. And too much if your body be weak, have a care of opiates for fear they make you sleep your last. Piluli ex duobus. Or pills of 2 things. College. Take of colocynthis, and scammony, of each 1 ounce, oil of cloves as much as is sufficient to malax them well, then with a little syrup of purging thorn, make it into a mass. Piluli de eupatorio. Or pills of eupatorium. College. Take of the juice of maudlin, and wormwood made thick, citron, myrobalans, of each 3 drams, rhubarb 3 drams and 1/2, mastic 1 dram, aloes 5 drams, saffron 1/2 dram, syrup of the juice of endive. As much as is sufficient to make it into a mass. Culpeper. It is a gallant gentle purge, and strengthening, fitted for such bodies as are much weakened by disease of choler. The author appropriates it to such as have tertian agues, the yellow jaundice, obstructions or stoppings of the liver. 1/2 dram taken at night going to bed, will work with an ordinary body, the next day by noon. Piluli fietidi. Or stinking pills. College. Take of aloes, colocynthis, ammoniacum, sagapen, myrrh, rue seeds, epithymum, of each 5 drams, scammony 3 drams, the roots of turbith 1/2 ounce, the roots of spurge the less prepared, hermidactyls of each 2 drams. Ginger 1 dram and 1/2, spikenard, cinnamon, saffron, castoreum, of each 1 dram, euphorbium prepared 2 scruples, dissolve the gums in juice of leeks, and with syrup made with the juice of leeks and sugar, make it into a mass. Culpeper. They purge gross and raw phlegm, and diseases thereof arising, gouts of all sorts, pains in the backbone, and other joints, it is good against leprosies, and other such like infirmities of the skin. I fancy not the receipt much. Piluli de hermidactylis. Or pills of hermidactyls. College. Take of sagapen 6 drams, opopanax 3 drams, melt them in warm juice of coleworts, so much as is sufficient, then strain it through a convenient rag, afterwards boil it to a mean thickness, then take of hermidactyls, aloes, citron, myrobalans. Turbith, coloquintida, soft delium, of each 6 drams, euphorbium prepared, the seeds of rue and smallage, castoreum, sarcicole, of each 3 drams, saffron 1 dram and 1/2, with the syrup of the juice of coleworts made with honey. Make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. They are good against the gout, and other cold afflictions of the joints. These are more moderate by half than piluli foetidi, and appropriated to the same diseases. Piluli de hiera cum augurico. Or pills of hiera with auguric. College. Take of species hiera picra, auguric, of each 1/2 ounce, aloes 1 ounce, honey roses so much as is sufficient to make it into a mass according to art. Piluli imperialis. Or imperial pills. College. Take of aloes 2 ounces, rhubarb 1 ounce and 1/2, auguric, senna, of each 1 ounce, cinnamon 3 drams, ginger 2 drams, nutmegs, cloves, spikenard, mastic, of each 1 dram with syrup of violets, make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. It cleanses the body of mixed humors, and strengthens the stomach exceedingly, as also the bowels, liver, and natural spirits, it is good for cold natures, and cheers the spirits. The dose is a scruple or 1/2 dram, taken at night. Piluli de lapide lazuli. Or pills of lapis lazuli. College. Take of lapis lazuli in powder and well washed, 5 drams, epithymium, polypodium, agaric, of each an ounce, scammony, black hellebore roots, sal. Gem. Of each 2 drams and an half, cloves, anise seeds, of each half an ounce, species hieros simple 15 drams, with syrup of the juice of fumitory, make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. It purges melancholy very violently. Piluli macri. College. Take of aloes 2 ounces, mastic half an ounce, dried marjoram 2 drams, salt of wormwood 1 dram, make them all, being in powder, into a mass according to art with juice of coleworts and sugar, so much as is sufficient. Culpeper. It strengthens both stomach and brain, especially the nerves and muscles, and eases them of such humors as afflict them, and hinder the motion of the body, they open obstructions of the liver and spleen, and takes away diseases thence coming. Piluli masticini. Or mastic pills. College. Take of mastic 2 ounces, aloes 4 ounces, agaric, species hieros simple, of each 1 ounce and an half, with syrup of wormwood, make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. They purge very gently, but strengthen much, both head, brain, eyes, belly, and reins. Piluli mecoacani. Or pills of machocan. College. Take of machocan roots half an ounce, turbot 3 drams, the leaves of spurge steeped in vinegar and dried, the seeds of walwort, agaric trochiscated, of each 2 drams, spurge roots prepared, mastic, of each 1 dram and an half, mace. Cinnamon, sal. Gem. Of each 2 scruples, beat them into powder, and with white wine, bring them into a mass. When it is dry, beat it into powder, and with syrup made with the juice of orris roots and sugar, make it the second time into a mass for pills. Culpeper. They purge phlegm very violently. Piluli de apopanis. Or pills of apopanax. College. Take of apopanax, sagapen, delium, ammoniacum, hermodactyls, coloquintida, of each 5 drams, saffron, castoreum, myrrh, ginger, white pepper, cassia lignea, citron, myrobalans, of each 1 dram, scammony 2 drams, turbot half an ounce. Aloes an ounce and an half, the gums being dissolved in clarified juice of coleworts, with syrup of the juice of coleworts, make them into a mass according to art. Culpeper. It helps tremblings, palsies, gouts of all sorts, cleanses the joints, and is helpful for such as are troubled with cold afflictions of the nerves. It works violently. Piluli rudii. College. Take of coloquintida 6 drams, agaric, scammony, the roots of black hellebore, and turbith, of each half an ounce, aloes 1 ounce, diaridon abatis half an ounce, let all of them, the dire abatis excepted, be grossly bruised, and infused 8 days in the best spirits of wine in a vessel close stopped, in the sun. So that the liquor may swim at top the breadth of 6 fingers, afterwards infuse the diaridon abatis in the same manner 4 days in aqua vitae, then having strained and pressed them hard, mix them both together, casting the dross away. And draw off the moisture in a glass alembic, and let the thick matter remain in a mass. Culpeper. It cleanses both head and body of choler, phlegm, and melancholy. It must not be taken in any great quantity, half a dram is sufficient for the strongest body. Piluli russi. College. Take of aloes 2 ounces, myrrh 1 ounce, saffron half an ounce, with syrup of the juice of lemons, make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. A scruple taken at night going to bed, is an excellent preservative in pestilential times. Also they cleanse the body of such humors as are gotten by surfeits, they strengthen the heart, and weak stomachs, and work so easily that you need not fear following your business the next day. Piluli sine cabus. Or pills without witch. College. Take of washed aloes 14 drams, scammony prepared 6 drams, agaric, rhubarb, senna, of each half an ounce, wormwood, red roses exungulated, violet flowers, dodder, mastic, of each 1 dram, salt of wormwood, of each half a dram. With syrup of the juice of fennel made with honey, make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. It purges phlegm, choler, and melancholy from the head, makes the sight and hearing good, and gives ease to a burdened brain. Pilulae stomachii. Or stomach pills. College. Take of aloes 6 drams, mastic, red roses, of each 2 drams, with syrup of wormwood, make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. They cleanse and strengthen the stomach, they cleanse but gently, strengthen much, help digestion. Pilulae stomachii cum gummi. Or stomach pills with gums. College. Take of aloes an ounce, senna 5 drams, gum ammoniacum dissolved in elderflower vinegar half an ounce, mastic, myrrh, of each a dram and an half, saffron, salt of wormwood, of each half a dram, with syrup of purging thorn. Make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. They work more strongly than the former. Pilulae e styrace. Or pills of styrax. College. Take of styrax calamitis, olibanum, myrrh, juice of licorice, opium, of each half an ounce, with syrup of white poppies, make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. They help such as are troubled with defluxion of rheum, coughs, and provoke sleep to such as cannot sleep for coughing. Pilulae de sacchino. Or pills of amber. College. Take of white amber, mastic, of each 2 drams, aloes 5 drams, agaric a dram and an half, long birthwort half a dram, with syrup of wormwood make it into a mass. Culpeper. It amends the evil state of a woman's body, strengthens conception, and takes away what hinders it, it gently purges choler and phlegm, and leaves a binding, strengthening quality behind it. Pilulae ex tribus. Or pills of 3 things. College. Take of mastic 2 ounces, aloes 4 ounces, agaric, hiera simple, of each an ounce and an half, rhubarb 2 ounces, cinnamon 2 drams, with syrup of succory, make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. They gently purge choler, and help diseases thence arising, as itch, scabs, wheals, and They strengthen the stomach and liver, and open obstructions, as also help the yellow jaundice. Pilulae turpidi aurii. College. Take of turbith 2 ounces, aloes an ounce and an half, citron myrobalans 10 drams, red roses, mastic, of each 6 drams, saffron 3 drams, beat them all into powder, and with syrup of wormwood bring them into a mass. Culpeper. They purge choler and phlegm, and that with as much gentleness as can be desired, also they strengthen the stomach and liver, and help digestion. Laudanum. College. Take of the bane opium extracted in spirit of wine, 1 ounce, saffron alike extracted, a dram and an half, castoreum 1 dram, let them be taken in tincture of half an ounce of species diambri newly made in spirit of wine, add to them ambergris. Musk, of each 6 grains, oil of nutmegs 10 drops, evaporate the moisture away in a bath, and leave the mass. Culpeper. It was invented, and a gallant invention it is, to mitigate violent pains, stop the fumes that trouble the brain in fevers, but beware of opiates in the beginning of fevers, to provoke sleep, take not above 2 grains of it at a time, going to bed. If that provoke not sleep, the next night you may make bold with 3. Have a care how you be too busy with such medicines, lest you make a man sleep to doomsday. Nepenthes opiatum. College. Take of tincture of opium made first with distilled vinegar, then with spirit of wine, saffron extracted in spirit of wine, of each an ounce, salt of pearl and coral, of each half an ounce, tincture of species diambri 7 drams. Ambergris 1 dram, bring them into the form of pills by the gentle heat of a bath. Culpeper. The operation is like the former. Pilulae acerith. Avicenna. College. Take of species Hierapicra galeni 1 ounce, mastic, citron myrobalans, of each half an ounce, aloes 2 ounces, the syrup of stoichas as much as is sufficient, make of them a mass according to art. Culpeper. It purges choler and phlegm, and strengthens the whole body exceedingly, being very precious for such whose bodies are weakened by surfeits, or ill diet, to take half a dram or a scruple at night going to bed. Pills of Delium. Measure. College. Take of Delium 10 drams, myrobalans, belrix, imblix, and blacks, of each 5 drams, flakes of iron, leek seeds, of each 3 drams, concula veneris burnt, coral burnt, amber, of each a dram and an half, pearls half an ounce. Dissolve the Delium in juice of leeks and with so much syrup of juice of leeks as is sufficient, make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. Both this and the former are seldom used, and therefore are hardly to be had. Pills of Rhubarb. Measure. College. Take of choice rhubarb 3 drams, citron myrobalans, trochisi diaridon, of each 3 drams and an half, juice of licorice, and juice of wormwood, mastic, of each 1 dram, the seeds of smallage and fennel, of each half a dram. Species Hierapicra simp. Galeni, 10 drams, with juice of fennel not clarified, and honey so much as is sufficient, make it into a mass. Culpeper. It purges choler, opens obstructions of the liver, helps the yellow jaundice, and dropsies in the beginning, strengthens the stomach and lungs. Piluli arabica. Nicholas. College. Take of the best aloes 4 ounces, bryony roots, myrobalans, citrons, chebs, Indian belric, and imblic, mastic, diagridium, asrabaca, roses, of each an ounce, castoreum 3 drams, saffron 1 dram, with syrup of wormwood. Make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. It helps such women as are not sufficiently purged in their labor, helps to bring away what a careless midwife hath left behind, purges the head, helps headache, megrim, vertigo, and purges the stomach of vicious humors. Piluli arthritici. Nicholas. College. Take of hermodactyls, turbith, agaric, of each half an ounce, cassia lignea, Indian spikenard, cloves, xylobalsamum, or wood of aloes, carpobalsamum or cubebs, mace, galanga, ginger, mastic, asafoetida, the seeds of anise, fennel, saxifrage. Asparagus, bruscus, roses, cromwell, sal. Gem. Of each 2 drams, scammony 1 ounce, of the best aloes, the weight of them all, juice of comepides made thick with sugar, so much as is sufficient, or syrup of the juice of the same, so much as is sufficient to make it into a mass. Culpeper. It helps the gout, and other pains in the joints, comforts and strengthens both brain and stomach, and consumes diseases whose original comes of phlegm. Piluli coquii with hellebore. College. Take of the powder of the pills before prescribed, the powder of the bark of the roots of black hellebore, 1 ounce, make it into a mass with syrup of stoichus according to art. Pills of fumitory. Avicenna. College. Take of myrobalans, citrons, chebs, and Indian diagridium, of each 5 drams, aloes 7 drams, let all of them being bruised, be thrice moistened with juice of fumitory, and thrice suffered to dry, then brought into a mass with syrup of fumitory. Culpeper. It purges melancholy. Be not too busy with it, I beseech you. Piluli indi. Measure out of Hali. College. Take of Indian myrobalans, black hellebore, polypodium of the oak, of each 5 drams, epithymium, stoichus, of each 6 drams, agaric, lapis lazuli often washed troches al handle, sal indi, of each half an ounce, juice of maudlin made thick. Indian spikenard, of each 2 drams, cloves 1 dram, species Hierapicra simplex galeni, 12 drams, with juice of smallage make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. It wonderfully prevails against afflictions coming of melancholy, cancers which are not ulcerated, leprosy, evils of the mind coming of melancholy, as sadness, fear, and quartan agues, jaundice, pains and infirmities of the spleen. Piluli lucus majors. Measure. College. Take of roses, violets, wormwood, colocynthus, turbith, cubebs, calamus aromaticus, nutmegs, Indian spikenard, epithemum, carpobalsamum, or instead thereof, cardamoms, xylobalsamum, or wood of aloes, the seeds of sesame or heartwort, rue, anise. Fennel and smallage, schionanthus, mastic, acerbaca roots, cloves, cinnamon, cassia lignea, saffron, mace, of each 2 drams, myrobalans, citrons, chebbles, Indian belric, and imblic, rhubarb, of each half an ounce, agaric, senna. Of each 5 drams, aloes succotrina, the weight of them all, with syrup of the juice of fennel make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. It purges mixed humors from the head, and clears it of such excrements as hinder the sight. Pills of spurge. Fernelius. College. Take of the bark of the roots of spurge the less, steep 24 hours in vinegar and juice of purslane, 2 drams, grains of Palma Christi torrefied, by number, 40, citron myrobalans 1 dram and a half, germander, comepides, spikenard. Cinnamon, of each 2 scruples, being beaten into fine powder with an ounce of gum tragacanth dissolved in rose water, and syrup of roses so much as is sufficient, let it be made into a mass. Pills of euphorbium. Measure. College. Take of euphorbium, colocynthus, agaric, delium, sagopinum, of each 2 drams, aloes 5 drams, with syrup made of the juice of leeks, make it into a mass. Culpeper. The pills are exceeding good for dropsies, pains in the loins, and gouts coming of a moist cause. Take not above half a dram at a time and keep the house. Piluli scribonii. College. Take of sagapen, and myrrh, of each 2 drams, opium, cardamoms, castoreum, of each 1 dram, white pepper half a dram, sapa so much as is sufficient to make it into a mass according to art. Culpeper. It is appropriated to such as have thysicks, and such as spit blood, but ought to be newly made, a scruple is sufficient taken going to bed. Troches. Trochis de absinthio. Or troches of wormwood. College. Take of red roses, wormwood leaves, anise seeds, of each 2 drams, juice of maudlin made thick, the roots of acerbaca, rhubarb, spikenard, smallage seeds, bitter almonds, mastic, mace, of each 1 dram. Juice of succory so much as is sufficient to make it into troches according to art. Culpeper. They strengthen the stomach exceedingly, open obstructions, or stoppings of the belly and bowels, strengthen digestion, open the passages of the liver, help the yellow jaundice, and consume watery superfluities of the body. They are somewhat bitter, and seldom taken alone. If your palate affect bitter things, you may take a dram of them in the morning. They cleanse the body of choler, but purge not, or not to any purpose. Agaricus trochescatus. Or agaric trochescated. College. Take of agaric sifted and powdered, 3 ounces, steep it in a sufficient quantity of white wine, in which 2 drams of ginger have been infused, and make it into troches. Trochisi albi. Rhasis. Or white troches. College. Take of cerus washed in rosewater 10 drams, sarcocoal 3 drams, white starch 2 drams, gum arabic and tragacanth, of each 1 dram, camphire half a dram either with rosewater, or women's milk, or make it into troches according to art. Trochisi alexiterii. College. Take of zedoary roots, powder of crab's claws, of each 1 dram, and in half, the outward citron preserved and dried, angelica seeds, pills, of each 1 dram, bolammoniac half a dram, with their treble weight in sugar make them into powder. And with a sufficient quantity of mucilage of gum tragacanth, made into treacle water distilled, make it into paste, of which make troches. Culpeper. This preserves the body from ill airs, and epidemical diseases, as the pestilence, smallpox, and strengthens the heart exceedingly, eating now and then a little. You may safely keep any troches in your pocket, for the drier you keep them, the better they are. Trochisi al handle. College. Take of coloquintida freed from the seeds and cut small, and rubbed with an ounce of oil of roses, then beaten into fine powder, 10 ounces, gum arabic, tragacanth, bdellium, of each 6 drams. Steep the gums 3 or 4 days in a sufficient quantity of rose water till they be melted, then with the aforesaid pulp, and part of the said mucilage, let them be dried in the shadow, then beaten again, and with the rest of the mucilage. Make it up again, dry them and keep them for use. Culpeper. They are too violent for a vulgar use. Trochis ellipti muscati. College. Take of labdanum bruised 3 ounces, styrax calamitis 1 ounce and an half, benjamin 1 ounce, wood of aloes 2 drams, ambergris 1 dram, camphire half a dram, musk half a scruple, with a sufficient quantity of rosewater. Make it into troches according to art. Culpeper. It is singularly good for such as are asthmatic, and can hardly fetch their breath, as also for young children, whose throat is so narrow that they can hardly swallow down their milk. Trochis alcakenji. Or troches of winter cherries. College. Take of winter cherries 3 drams, gum arabic, tragacanth, olibanum, dragon's blood, pine nuts, bitter almonds, white styrax, juice of licorice, bole ammoniac, white poppy seeds, of each 6 drams, the seeds of melons, cucumbers, citrals, gourds. Of each 3 drams and an half, the seeds of smallage and white henbane, amber, earth of lemnos, opium, of each 2 drams, with juice of fresh winter cherries, make them into troches according to art. Culpeper. They potently provoke urine, and break the stone. Mix them with other medicine of that nature, half a dram at a time, or a dram if age permit. Trochis becchisi alloy, vel, rocheli pectorals. Or, pectoral rolls. College. Take of white sugar 1 pound, white sugar candy, peanuts, of each 4 ounces, orris florentine 1 ounce, licorice 6 drams, white starch 1 ounce and an half, with a sufficient quantity of mucilage of gum tragacanth made in rose water. Make them into small troches. You may add 4 grains of ambergris, and 3 grains of musk to them, if occasion serve. Trochis becchisi nigri. College. Take of juice of licorice, white sugar, of each 1 dram, gum tragacanth, sweet almonds blanched, of each 6 drams, with a sufficient quantity of mucilage of quince seeds, made thick with rose water. Make them into troches according to art. Culpeper. Both this and the former will melt in one's mouth, and in that manner to be used by such as are troubled with coughs, cold, hoarseness, or want of voice. The former is most in use, but in my opinion, the latter is most effectual. Trochis de barbaris. Or, troches of barberries. College. Take of juice of barberries, and licorice made thick, spodium, purslane seeds, of each 3 drams, red roses, 6 drams, Indian spikenard, saffron, white starch, gum tragacanth, of each a dram, citral seeds cleansed 3 drams and an half. Camphire half a dram. With manna dissolved in juice of barberries, make them into troches according to art. Culpeper. They wonderfully cool the heat of the liver, reins, and bladder, breast, and stomach, and stop looseness, cools the heat of fevers. Trochis de camphora. Or, troches of camphire. College. Take of camphire half a dram, saffron 2 drams, white starch 3 drams, red roses, gum arabic, and tragacanth, ivory, of each half an ounce, the seeds of cucumbers husked, of purslane, licorice, of each an ounce. With mucilage of the seeds of fleawort, drawn in rosewater, make them into troches. Culpeper. It is exceeding good in burning fevers, heat of blood and choler, together with hot distempers of the stomach and liver, and extreme thirst coming thereby, also it is good against the yellow jaundice, tizics, and hectic fevers. Trochis de caparibus. Or, troches of capers. College. Take of the bark of caper roots, the seeds of agnus castus, of each 6 drams, ammoniacum half an ounce, the seeds of watercresses and nigella, the leaves of calaminth and rue, the roots of acarus and long birthwort. The juice of maudlin made thick, bitter almonds, of each 2 drams, heart stung, the roots of round cypress, madder, gum lac. Of each 1 dram, being bruised let them be made into troches according to art, with ammoniacum dissolved in vinegar, and boiled to the thickness of honey. Culpeper. They open stoppings of the liver and spleen, and help diseases thereof coming. As rickets, hypochondriac melancholy, and men may take a dram, children a scruple in the morning. Trochis de Carabe. Or, troches of amber. College. Take of amber an ounce, hartshorn burnt, gum arabic burnt, red coral burnt, tragacanth, acacia, hypocystis, balostines, mastic, gum laca washed, black poppy seeds roasted, of each 2 drams and 2 scruples, frankincense, saffron, opium. Of each 2 drams, with a sufficient quantity of mucilage of the seeds of fleawort drawn in plantain water, make them into troches according to art. Culpeper. They were invented to stop fluxes of blood in any part of the body, the menses, the hemorrhoids or piles. They also help ulcers in the breast and lungs. The dose is from 10 grains to a scruple. Trochis Siphios, 4 mithridate. College. Take of pulp of raisins of the sun, cypress, turpentine, of each 3 ounces, myrrh, squinanth, of each an ounce and an half, cinnamon half an ounce, calamus aromaticus 9 drams, the roots of round cypress, and Indian spikenard, cassia lignea. Juniper berries, delium, aspalthus or wood of aloes, 2 drams and an half, saffron 1 dram, clarified honey as much as is sufficient, canary wine a little, let the myrrh and delium be ground in a mortar with the wine. To the thickness of liquid honey, then add the turpentine, then the pulp of raisins, then the powders, at last with the honey, let them all be made into troches. Culpeper. It is excellently good against inward ulcers in what part of the body soever they be. It is chiefly used in compositions, as treacle and mithridate. Trochis de Eupatorio. Or troches of maudlin. College. Take of the juice of maudlin made thick, manna, of each an ounce, red roses half an ounce, spodium 3 drams and an half, spikenard 3 drams, rhubarb, acerbaca roots, anise seeds, of each 2 drams. Let the nard, anise seeds, and roses, be beaten together, the spodium, acerbaca, and rhubarb by themselves, then mix the manna and juice of maudlin in a mortar, add the powders, and with new juice make it into troches. Culpeper. Obstructions, or stoppings, and swelling above nature, both of the liver and spleen, are cured by the inward taking of these troches, and diseases thereof coming, as yellow and black jaundice, the beginning of dropsies, and troches of Gallia muscata. College. Take of wood of aloes 5 drams, ambergris 3 drams, musk 1 dram, with mucilage of gum tragacanth made in rose water, make it into troches according to art. Culpeper. They strengthen the brain and heart, and by consequence both vital and animal spirits, and cause a sweet breath. They are of an extreme price, therefore I pass by the dose. Trochis gordonii. College. Take of the 4 greater cold seeds husked, the seeds of white poppies, mallows, cotton, purslane, quinces, myrtles, gum tragacanth, and arabic, fistic nuts, pine nuts, sugar candy, peanuts, licorice, French barley, mucilage of fleawort seeds. Sweet almonds blanched, of each 2 drams, bolammoniac, dragon's blood, spodium, red roses, myrrh, of each half an ounce, with a sufficient quantity of hydromel, make it into troches according to art. Culpeper. They are held to be very good in ulcers of the bladder, and all other inward ulcers whatsoever, and ease fevers coming thereby, being of a fine cooling, slippery heating nature. Trochis heticroi, galen, 4 treacle. College. Take of aspalthus, or yellow sanders, the leaves of mastic, the roots of acerbaca, of each 2 drams, rupontic, castus, calamus aromaticus, wood of aloes, cinnamon, squinanth, apobalsamum or oil of nutmegs by expression, of each 3 drams. Cassia lignea, Indian leaf or mace, Indian spikenard, myrrh, saffron, of each 6 drams, amomus, or cardamoms the less, an ounce and a half, mastic a dram, canary wine as much as is sufficient. Let the myrrh be dissolved in the wine, then add the mastic and saffron well beaten, then the apobalsamum, then the rest in powder, and with the wine, make them up into troches, and dry them gently. Culpeper. They are very seldom or never used but in other compositions, yet naturally they heat cold stomachs, help digestion, strengthen the heart and brain. Trochisi hysterici. College. Take of asafoetida, galbanum, of each 2 drams and a half, myrrh 2 drams, castoreum a dram and a half, the roots of astrabaca and long birthwort, the leaves of savon, featherfew, nep, of each 1 dram, dittany half a dram. With either the juice or decoction of rue, make it into troches according to art. Culpeper. These are applied to the foeman engender, help fits of the mother, expel both birth and afterbirth, cleanse women after labor, and expel the relics of a careless midwife. Trochisi de ligno aloes. Or troches of wood of aloes. College. Take of wood of aloes, red roses, of each 2 drams, mastic, cinnamon, cloves, Indian spikenard, nutmegs, parsnip seed, cardamoms the greater and lesser, cubebs, gallia muscata, citron pills, mace, of each 1 dram and a half, ambergris, musk. Of each half a scruple, with honey of raisins make it into troches. Culpeper. It strengthens the heart, stomach, and liver, takes away heart qualms, faintings, and stinking breath, and resists the dropsy. Trochisi e myrrha. Or troches of myrrh. College. Take of myrrh 3 drams, the meal of lupins 5 drams, madder roots, the leaves of rue, wild mints, dittany of Crete, cumin seeds, asafoetida, sagapen, opopanax, of each 2 drams, dissolve the gums in wine wherein mugwort hath been boiled. Or else juniper berries, then add the rest, and with juice of mugwort, make it into troches according to art. Culpeper. They provoke the menses, and that with great ease to such as have them come down with pain. Take a dram of them beaten into powder, in a spoonful or 2 of syrup of mugwort, or any other composition tending to the same purpose. Sif de plumbo. Or sif of lead. College. Take of lead burnt and washed, brass burnt, antimony, tutty washed, gum arabic and tragacanth of each an ounce, opium half a dram, with rose water, make them, being beaten and sifted, into troches. Trochisi polyide an ram. College. Take of pomegranate flowers 12 drams, roach album 3 drams, frankincense, myrrh, of each half an ounce, calcanthum 2 drams, bull's gall 6 drams, aloes an ounce, with austere wine, or juice of nightshade or plantain. Make them into troches according to art. Culpeper. They are very good they say, being outwardly applied, both in green wounds and ulcers. I fancy them not. Trochisi de rhubarbaro. Or troches of rhubarb. College. Take of rhubarb 10 drams, juice of maudlin made thick, bitter almonds, of each half an ounce, red roses 3 drams, the roots of astrabaca, madder, Indian spikenard, the leaves of wormwood, the seeds of anise and smallage, of each 1 dram. With wine in which wormwood hath been boiled, make them into troches according to art. Culpeper. They gently cleanse the liver, help the yellow jaundice, and other diseases coming of choler and stoppage of the liver. Trochisi de Santalise. Or troches of sanders. College. Take of the 3 sanders, of each 1 ounce, the seeds of cucumbers, gourds, citrals, purslane, spodium, of each half an ounce, red roses 7 drams, juice of barberries 6 drams, bull ammoniac half an ounce, camphire 1 dram. With purslane water make it into troches. Culpeper. The virtues are the same with troches of spodium, both of them harmless. Trochisi de Scylla ad theriacam. Or troches of squills, for treacle. College. Take a squill gathered about the beginning of July, of a middle bigness, and the hard part to which the small roots stick, wrap it up in paste, and bake it in an oven, till the paste be dry, and the squill tender. Which you may know by piercing it with a wooden skewer, or a bodkin, then take it out and bruise it in a mortar, adding to every pound of the squill, 8 ounces of white orobus, or red sicers in powder, then make it into troches. Of the weight of 2 drams apiece, your hands being anointed with oil of roses, dry them on the top of the house, opening towards the south, in the shadow, often turning them till they be well dry, then keep them in a pewter or glass vessel. Troches of spodium. College. Take of red roses 12 drams, spodium 10 drams, sorrel seed 6 drams, the seeds of purslane and coriander, steeped in vinegar and dried, pulp of sumac, of each 2 drams and an half, white starch roasted, balostines, barberries. Of each 2 drams, gum arabic roasted 1 dram and an half, with juice of unripe grapes, make it into troches. Culpeper. They are of a fine cooling binding nature, excellent in fevers coming of choler, especially if they be accompanied with a looseness, they also quench thirst. Trochisi de terra lemnia. Or troches of earth of lemnos. College. Take of earth of lemnos, bolammoniac, acacia, hypocystis, gum arabic toasted, dragon's blood, white starch, red roses, rose seeds, lap. Hematitis, red coral, amber, balostines, spodium, purslane seeds a little toasted, olibanum, hartshorn burnt, cypress nuts, saffron of each 2 drams, black poppy seeds, tragacanth, pearls, of each 1 dram and an half, opium prepared 1 dram. With juice of plantain, make it into troches. Seif de thuer. Or seif of frankincense. College. Take of frankincense, lap. Calaminaris, pomphylix, of each 10 drams, cyrus 40 drams, gum arabic, opium, of each 6 drams, with fair water make it into balls, dry them and keep them for use. Trochisi e violis solutivi. Or troches of violets solutive. College. Take of violet flowers meanly dry, 6 drams, turbith 1 ounce and an half, juice of licorice, scammony, manna, of each 2 drams, with syrup of violets, make it into troches. Culpeper. They are not worth talking of, much less worth cost, the cost and labor of making. Trochisi de vipera ad theriacum. Or troches of vipers, for treacle. College. Take of the flesh of vipers, the skin, entrails, head, fat, and tail being taken away, boiled in water with dill, and a little salt, 8 ounces, white bread twice baked, grated and sifted, 2 ounces, make it into troches. Your hands being anointed with apobalsamum, or oil of nutmegs by expression, dry them upon a sieve, turn the bottom upwards in an open place, often turning them till they are well dried, then put them in a glass or stone pot glazed, stopped close. They will keep a year, yet is it far better to make treacle, not long after you have made them. Culpeper. They expel poison, and are excellently good, by a certain sympathetical virtue, for such as are bitten by an adder. Trochisi de agno casto. Or troches of Agnus castus. College. Take of the seeds of Agnus castus, lettuce, red rose flowers, balostins, of each a dram, ivory, white amber, bolammoniac washed in knotgrass water 2 drams, plantain seeds 4 scruples, sassafras 2 scruples, with mucilage of quince seeds. Extracted in water of water lily flowers, let them be made into troches. Culpeper. Very pretty troches and good for little. Trochisi alexiterii. Reno dies. College. Take of the roots of gentian, tormentil, orris florentine, zedoary, of each 2 drams, cinnamon, cloves, mace, of each half a dram, angelica roots 3 drams, coriander seeds prepared, roses, of each 1 dram, dried citron pills 2 drams. Beat them all into powder, and with juice of licorice softened in hippocras, 6 ounces, make them into soft paste, which you may form into either troches or small rolls, which you please. Culpeper. It preserves and strengthens the heart exceedingly, helps faintings and failings of the vital spirits, resists poison and the pestilence. and is an excellent medicine for such to carry about them whose occasions are to travel in pestilential places and corrupt air, only taking a very small quantity now and then. Troches of anise seed. Measure. College. Take of anise seeds, the juice of maudlin made thick, of each 2 drachms, the seeds of dill, spikenard, mastic, Indian leaf or mace, the leaves of wormwood, asafoetida, smallage, bitter almonds, of each half a drachm, aloes 2 drachms. Juice of wormwood so much as is sufficient to make it into troches according to art. Culpeper. They open obstructions of the liver, and that very gently, and therefore diseases coming thereof, help quartan agues. You can scarce do amiss in taking them if they please but your palate. Trochis Measure. College. Take of the flowers of red roses 6 drachms, spikenard, wood of aloes, of each 2 drachms, licorice 3 drachms, spodium 1 drachm, saffron half a drachm, mastic 2 drachms, make them up into troches with white wine according to art. Culpeper. They wonderfully ease fevers coming of phlegm, as quotidian fevers, agues, epiatos, and pains in the belly. Trochis. Measure. College. Take of gum laca cleansed, the juice of licorice, maudlin, wormwood, and barberries, all made thick, rhubarb, long birthwort, costus, asafoetida, bitter almonds, madder, anise, smallage, skeninth, of each 1 drachm. With the decoction of birthwort, skeninth, or the juice of maudlin, or wormwood, make them into troches according to art. Culpeper. It helps stoppings of the liver and spleen, and fevers thence coming, it expels wind, purges by urine, and resists dropsies. Pastilia drones. Galen. College. Take of pomegranate flowers 10 drachms, copperas 12 drachms, unripe galls, birthwort, frankincense, of each an ounce, alum, myrrh, of each half an ounce, myce 2 drachms, with 18 ounces of austere wine, make it into troches according to art. Culpeper. This also is appropriated to wounds, ulcers, and fistulas, it clears the ears, and represses all excrescences of flesh, cleanses the filth of the bones. Trochis. Galen. College. Take of alum, aloes, copperas, myrrh, of each 6 drachms, crocomagma, saffron, of each 3 drachms, pomegranate flowers half an ounce, wine and honey, of each so much as is sufficient to make it up into troches according to art. Culpeper. Their use is the same with the former. Crocomagma of Damocrates. Galen. College. Take of saffron 100 drachms, red roses, myrrh, of each 50 drachms, white starch, gum, of each 30 drachms, wine, so much as is sufficient to make it into troches. Culpeper. It is very expulsive, heats and strengthens the heart and stomach. Trochis. Measure. College. Take of the juice of sorrel 16 ounces, red rose leaves, an ounce, myrtle berries 2 ounces, boil them a little together, and strain them, add to the decoction, galls well beaten, 3 ounces, boil them again a little. Then put in these following things, in fine powder, take of red roses an ounce, yellow sanders, 10 drachms, gum arabic an ounce and a half, sumac, spodium, of each an ounce, myrtle berries 4 ounces, wood of aloes, cloves, mace, nutmegs. Of each half an ounce, sour grapes 7 drachms, mix them all together, and let them dry upon a stone, and grind them again into powder, and make them into small troches with 1 drachm of camphire, and so much rose water as is sufficient. And perfume them with 15 grains of musk. Culpeper. They strengthen the stomach, heart, and liver, as also the bowels, they help the colic, and fluxes of blood, as also bleeding at the nose if you snuff up the powder of them, disburden the body of salt, fretting, choleric humors. You may carry them about you, and take them at your pleasure. Troches of roses. Measure. College. Take of red roses half an ounce, wood of aloes 2 drachms, mastic, a drachm and a half, Roman wormwood, cinnamon, Indian spikenard, cassia lignea, skunanth, of each 1 dram, old wine, and decoction of the 5 opening roots. So much as is sufficient to make it into troches according to art. Culpeper. They help pains in the stomach, and indigestion, the iliac passion, hectic fevers, and dropsies, in the beginning, and cause a good color. Trochisi diacorallion. Galen. College. Take of bolammoniac, red coral, of each an ounce, belostines, pterolemnia, white starch, of each half an ounce, hypocystis, the seeds of henbane, opium, of each 2 drams. Juice of plantain so much as is sufficient to make them into troches according to art. Culpeper. These also stop blood, help the bloody flux, stop the menses, and are a great help to such whose stomachs loathe their victuals. I fancy them not. Trochisi diaspermatin. Galen. College. Take of the seeds of smallage, and bishop's weed, of each an ounce, anise and fennel seeds, of each half an ounce, opium, cassia lignea, of each 2 drams, with rain water, make it into troches according to art. Culpeper. These also bind, ease pain, help the pleurisy. Hemoptoisi pastili. Galen. College. Take of white starch, belostines, earth of samos, juice of hypocystis, gum, saffron, opium, of each 2 drams, with juice of plantain, make them into troches according to art. Culpeper. The operation of this is like the former. Troches of agaric. College. Take of choice agaric 3 ounces, sal. Gem. 6 drams, ginger 2 drams, with oxymel simplex, so much as is sufficient, make it into troches according to art. Oils. Simple oils by expression. Oil of sweet almonds. College. Take of sweet almonds not corrupted, as many as you will, cast the shells away, and blanch them, beat them in a stone mortar, beat them in a double vessel, and press out the oil without heat. Culpeper. It helps roughness and soreness of the throat and stomach, helps pleurisy, increases seed, eases coughs and hectic fevers, by injection it helps such whose water scalds them, ulcers in the bladder, reins, and matrix. You may either take half an ounce of it by itself, or mix it with half an ounce of syrup of violets, and so take a spoonful at a time, still shaking them together when you take them, only take notice of this, if you take it inwardly. Let it be new drawn, for it will be sour in 3 or 4 days. Oil of bitter almonds. College. It is made like oil of sweet almonds, but that you need not blanch them, nor have such a care of heat in pressing out the oil. Culpeper. It opens stoppings, helps such as are deaf, being dropped into their ears, it helps the hardness of the nerves, and takes away spots in the face. It is seldom or never taken inwardly. Oil of hazel nuts. College. It is made of the kernels, cleansed, bruised, and beat, and pressed like oil of sweet almonds. Culpeper. You must put them in a vessel, viz. a glass, or some such thing, and stop them close that the water come not to them when you put them into the bath. The oil is good for cold afflictions of the nerves, the gout in the joints, and college. So is oil of bin, oil of nutmegs, and oil of mace drawn. Oleum carinum. College. Is prepared of walnut kernels, in like manner, save only that in the making of this sometimes is required dried, old, and rank nuts. Oleum chrysomelinum. College. Is prepared in the same manner of apricots, so is also oils of the kernels of cherry stones, peaches, pine nuts, fistic nuts, prunes, the seeds of oranges, hemp, bastard saffron, citrons, cucumbers, gourds, citrals, dwarf elder, henbane, lettuce, flax, melons, poppy, parsley, radishes, rape, ricinum, sesame, mustard seed, and grape stones. Culpeper. Because most of these oils are out of use, I took not the pains to quote the virtues of them. If any wish to make them, let them look to the simples, and there they have them. If the simples be not to be found in this book, there are other plentiful medicines conducing to the cure of all usual diseases, which are oil of bays. College. Take of bayberries, fresh and ripe, so many as you please, bruise them sufficiently, then boil them in a sufficient quantity of water till the oil swim at top, which separate from the water, and keep for your use. Culpeper. It helps the colic, and is a sovereign remedy for any diseases in any part of the body coming either of wind or cold. College. Common oil of olives, is pressed out of ripe olives, not out of the stones. Oil of olives omphasin, is pressed out of unripe olives. Oil of yolks of eggs. College. Boil the yolks till they be hard, and bruise them with your hand or with a pestle and mortar. Beat them in an earthen vessel glazed until they begin to froth, stirring them diligently that they burn not, being hot, put them in a linen bag, and sprinkle them with aromatic wine, and press out the oil according to art. Culpeper. It is profitable in fistulas, and malignant ulcers, it causes the hair to grow, it clears the skin, and takes away deformities thereof, viz. Tetters, ringworms, morphew, scabs. Simple oils by infusion and decoction. Oil of roses omphasin. College. Take of red roses before they be ripe, bruised in a stone mortar, 4 ounces, oil omphasin 1 pound, set them in a hot sun, in a glass close stopped, a whole week, shaking them every day, then boil them gently in a bath, press them out. And put in others, use them in like manner, do so a 3rd time, then keep the oil upon a pound of juice of roses. Oil of roses complete. Is made in the same manner, with sweet and ripe oil, often washed, and red roses fully open, bruised, set in the sun, and boiled gently in a double vessel, only let the 3rd infusion stand in the sun 40 days. Then keep the roses and oil together. In the same manner is made oil of wormwood, of the tops of common wormwood thrice repeated, 4 ounces, and 3 pounds of ripe oil, only, the last time put in 4 ounces of the juice of wormwood, which evaporate away by gentle boiling. Oil of dill, of the flowers and leaves of dill 4 ounces, complete oil, 1 pound, thrice repeated. Oil of castoreum, of 1 ounce of castoreum oil 1 pound, wine 4 ounces, which must be consumed with the heat of a bath. Oil of chamomile, which more than one call holy, of complete oil, and fresh chamomile flowers, the little white leaves taken away, cut, bruised, and the vessel covered with a thin linen cloth, set in the sun, pressed out, and 3 times repeated. Oil of wallflowers, as oil of dill. Oil of quinces, of 6 parts of oil omphasin, the meat and juice of quinces 1 part, set them in the sun 15 days in a glass, and afterwards boil them 4 hours in a double vessel, press them out, and renew them 3 times. Oil of elecampane, of ripe oil, and the roots of elecampane bruised, and their juice, of each 1 part, and of generous wine 1/2 a part, which is to be evaporated away. Oil of euphorbium, of 6 drachms of euphorbium, oil of wallflowers, and sweet wine, of each 5 ounces, boiling it in a double vessel till the wine be consumed. Oil of ants, of winged ants infused in 4 times their weight of sweet oil, set in the sun in a glass 40 days, and then strain it out. Oil, or balsam of Asti. John's wort simple, is made of the oil of seeds beaten and pressed, and the flowers being added, and rightly set in the sun. Oil of jessamine, is made of the flowers of jessamine, put in clear oil, and set in the sun and afterwards pressed out. Oil of orris, made of the roots of orris florentine 1 pound, purple orris flowers 1/2 a pound, boil them in a double vessel in a sufficient quantity of decoction of orris florentine, and 6 pounds of sweet oil. Putting fresh roots and flowers again and again. The former being cast away as in oil of roses. Oil of earthworms, is made of 1/2 a pound of earthworms washed in white wine, ripe oil 2 pounds, boiled in a double vessel with 8 ounces of good white wine till the wine be consumed. Oil of marjoram, is made with 4 ounces of the herb a little bruised, white wine 6 ounces, ripe oil a pound, mixed together, let them be set in the sun repeated 3 times, at last boiled to the consumption of the wine. Oil of mastic, is made of oil of roses omphasin 1 pound, mastic 3 ounces, wine 4 ounces, boil them in a double vessel to the consumption of the wine. Oil of melilot is made with the tops of the herb like oil of chamomile. Oil of mints is made of the herb and oil omphasin, as oil of roses. Oil of myrtles, is made of myrtle berries bruised and sprinkled with sharp wine 1 part, oil omphasin 3 parts. Set it in the sun 24 days, and in the interim thrice renewed, boiled, and the berries pressed out. Oil of daffodils is made as oil of roses. Nard oil is made of 3 ounces of spikenard, sweet oil 1 pound and a half, sweet white wine and clear water, of each 2 ounces and a half, boiled to the consumption of the moisture. Oil of water lilies, is made of fresh white water lily flowers, 1 part, oil omphasin 3 parts, repeating the flowers as in oil of roses. Oil of tobacco is made of the juice of tobacco, and common oil, of each equal parts boiled in a bath. Oil of poppies, is made of the flowers, heads, and leaves of garden poppies, and oil omphasin, as oil of dill. Oil of poplars, is made of the buds of the poplar tree 3 parts, rich white wine 4 parts, sweet oil 7 parts. First let the buds be bruised, then infused in the wine and oil 7 days, then boiled, then pressed out. Oil of rue, is made of the herb bruised, and ripe oil, like oil of roses. Oil of savon is made in the same manner. So also is oil of elder flowers made. Oil of scorpions, is made of 30 live scorpions, caught when the sun is in the lion. Oil of bitter almonds 2 pounds, let them be set in the sun, and after 40 days strained. Oleum sicyoneum, is made of wild cucumber roots, and their juice, of each equal parts, with twice as much ripe oil, boil it to the consumption of the juice. Oil of nightshade, is made of the berries of nightshade ripe, and 1 part boiled in ripe oil, or oil of roses 3 parts. Oil of styrax, is made of styrax and sweet white wine, of each 1 part, ripe oil 4 parts gently boiled till the wine be consumed. Oil of violets, is made of oil omphasin, and violet flowers, as oil of roses. Oil of vervain, is made of the herb and oil, as oil of mints. Culpeper. That most of these oils, if not all of them, are used only externally, is certain. And as certain that they retain the virtues of the simples whereof they are made, therefore the ingenious might help themselves. Compound oils by infusion and decoction. Oleum benedictum. Or blessed oil. College. Take of the roots of carduus and valerian, of each 1 ounce, the flowers of St. John's wort 2 ounces, wheat 1 ounce and a half, old oil 4 ounces, cypress turpentine 8 ounces, frankincense in powder 2 ounces, infuse the roots and flowers, being bruised, in so much white wine as is sufficient to cover them. After 2 days' infusion put in the oil with the wheat, bruised, boil them together till the wine be consumed. Then press it out, and add the frankincense and turpentine, then boil them a little, and keep it. Culpeper. It is appropriated to cleanse and consolidate wounds, especially in the head. Oleum de caparibus. Or oil of capers. College. Take of the bark of caper roots an ounce, bark of tamarisk, the leaves of the same, the seeds of agnus castus, cetrac, or spleenwort, cypress roots, of each 2 drams, rue 1 dram, oil of ripe olives 1 pound, white wine vinegar, and white wine. Of each 2 ounces, cut them and steep them, and boil them, 2 days being elapsed, gently in a bath, then the wine and vinegar being consumed, strain it and keep it. Culpeper. The oil is opening, and heating, absolutely appropriated to the spleen, hardness and pains thereof, and diseases coming of stoppings there, as hypochondriac melancholy, the rickets, and oil of castoreum compound. College. Take of castoreum, styrax calamitis, galbanum, euphorbium, opopanax, cassia lignea, saffron, carpobalsamum or cubebs, spikenard, costus, of each 2 drams, cypress, squinanth, pepper long and black, savon, pellitory of Spain. Of each 2 drams and a half, ripe oil 4 pounds, Spanish wine 2 pounds, the 5 first accepted, let the rest be prepared as they ought to be, and gently boiled in the oil and wine, until the wine be consumed, meantime the galbanum, apopanax, and euphorbium beaten in fine powder, being dissolved in part of the wine, and strained, let them be exquisitely mixed with it, while the oil is warm, by often stirring. The boiling being finished, put in the styrax and castoreum. Culpeper. The virtues are the same with the simple. Oleum castinum. College. Take of the roots of bitter castus 2 ounces, cassia lignea 1 ounce, the tops of marjoram 8 ounces, being bruised, steep them 2 days in 12 ounces of sweet white wine. Then with 3 pounds of salad oil washed in white wine, boil it in balneo mariae till the wine be consumed. Culpeper. It heats, opens obstructions, strengthens the nerves, and all nervous parts, as muscles, tendons, ligaments, the ventricle. Besides these, it strengthens the liver, it keeps the hairs from turning grey, and gives a good color to the body. I pray you take notice that this and the following oils, till I give you warning to the contrary, are not made to eat. Oleum crocynum. Or oil of saffron. College. Take of saffron, calamus aromaticus, of each 1 ounce, myrrh, half an ounce, cardamoms 9 drams, steep them 6 days, the cardamoms excepted, which are not to be put until the last day, in 9 ounces of vinegar. The day after put in 1.5 pounds of washed oil, boil it gently according to art, till the vinegar, be consumed, then strain it. Culpeper. It helps pains in the nerves, and strengthens them, mollifies their hardness, helps pains in the matrix, and causes a good color. Oil of euphorbium. College. Take of stavesacre, soapwort, of each half an ounce, pellitory of Spain 6 drams, dried mountain calamint 1 ounce and an half, castus 2 drams, castoreum 5 drams, being bruised. Let them be 3 days steeped in 3 pounds and an half of wine, boil them with 1.5 pounds of oil of wallflowers, adding half an ounce of euphorbium, before the wine be quite consumed, and so boil it according to art. Culpeper. It hath the same virtue, only something more effectual than the simple. Oleum excestrans. Or oil of Exeter. College. Take of the leaves of wormwood, centaury the less, eupatorium, fennel, hyssop, bays, marjoram, balm, nep, pennyroyal, savon, sage, thyme, of each 4 ounces, southernwood, betony, comepodes, lavender, of each 6 ounces, rosemary 1 pound. The flowers of chamomile, broom, white lilies, elders, the seeds of cumin, and fenugreek, the roots of hellebore black and white, the bark of ash and lemons, of each 4 ounces, euphorbium, mustard, castoreum, pellitory of Spain, of each an ounce. Oil 16 pounds, wine 3 pounds, the herbs, flowers, seeds, and euphorbium being bruised, the roots, barks, and castoreum cut, all of them infused 12 hours in the wine and oil, in a warm bath, then boiled with a gentle fire. To the consumption of the wine and moisture, strain the oil and keep it. Culpeper. Many people by catching bruises when they are young, come to feel it when they are old, others by catching cold, catch a lameness in their limbs, to both which I commend this sovereign oil to bathe their grieved members with. Oleum hirundinum. Or oil of swallows. College. Take of whole swallows 16, chamomile, rue, plantain the greater and lesser, bay leaves, pennyroyal, dill, hyssop, rosemary, sage, St. John's wort, costmary, of each 1 handful, common oil 4 pounds, Spanish wine 1 pound. Make it up according to art. Culpeper. Both this and the former are appropriated to old bruises and pains thereof coming, as also to sprains. Oleum hyperici compositum. Or oil of St. John's wort compound. College. Take of the tops of St. John's wort 4 ounces, steep them 3 whole days in 1 pound of old salad oil, in the heat either of a bath, or of the sun, then press them out, repeat the infusion the 2nd or 3rd time, then boil them till the wine be almost consumed. Press them out, and by adding 3 ounces of turpentine, and 1 scruple of saffron, boil it a little and keep it. Culpeper. See the simple oil of St. John's wort, than which this is stronger. Oleum hyperici magis compositum. Or, oil of St. John's wort more compound. College. Take of white wine 3 pounds, tops of a St. John's wort ripe and gently bruised, 4 handfuls, steep them 2 days in a glass, close stopped, boil them in a bath, and strain them strongly, repeat the infusion 3 times, having strained it the 3rd time, add to every pound of decoction. Old oil 4 pounds, turpentine 6 ounces, oil of wormwood 3 ounces, dittany, gentian, carduus, tormentil, carline, or cordus maria, calamus aromaticus, all of them bruised, of each 2 drams, earthworms often washed in white wine 2 ounces. Set it in the sun 5 or 6 weeks, then keep it close stopped. Culpeper. Besides the virtue of the simple oil of St. John's wort, which this performs more effectually, it is an excellent remedy for old bruises, aches, and sprains. Oleum irinum. Or, oil of orris. College. Take of the roots of orris florentine, 3 pounds 4 ounces, the flowers of purple orris 15 ounces, cypress roots 6 ounces, of elecampane 3 ounces, of alkanet 2 ounces, cinnamon, spikenard, benjamin. Of each 1 ounce, let all of them, being bruised as they ought to be steeped in the sun, or other hot place, in 15 pounds of old oil, and 4 pounds and an half of clear water, after the 4th day, boil them in balneo mariae. The water being consumed, when it is cold, strain it and keep it. Culpeper. The effects are the same with the simple, only 'tis stronger. Oleum marjorani. Or, oil of marjoram. College. Take of marjoram 4 handfuls, mother of thyme 2 handfuls, the leaves and berries of myrtles 1 handful, southernwood, water mince, of each half an handful, being cut, bruised, and put in a glass, 3 pounds of oil omphasin being put to it. Let it stand 8 days in the sun, or in a bath, close stopped, then strain it out, in the oil put in fresh simples, do so the 3rd time, the oil may be perfected according to art. Culpeper. It helps weariness and diseases of the brain and nerves, coming of cold, it helps the dead palsy, the back, viz. the region along the backbone, being anointed with it. Being snuffed up in the nose, it helps spasma sinicus, which is a wrying the mouth aside, it helps noise in the ears being dropped into them, it provokes the menses, and helps the biting of venomous beasts. It is a most gallant oil to strengthen the body, the back being anointed with it, strengthens the muscles, they being chafed with it, helps headache, the forehead being rubbed with it. Muscaleum. Or, oil of musk. College. Take 2 nutmegs, musk 1 dram, Indian leaf or mace, spikenard, costus, mastic, of each 6 drams, styrax calamitis, cassia lignea, myrrh, saffron, cinnamon, cloves, carpobalsamum or cubebs, delium, of each 2 drams, pure oil 3 pounds. Wine 3 ounces, bruise them as you ought to do, mix them, and let them boil easily, till the wine be consumed, the musk being mixed according to art after it is strained. Culpeper. It is exceeding good against all diseases of cold, especially those of the stomach, it helps diseases of the sides, they being anointed with it, the strangury, colic and vices of the nerves, and afflictions of the reins. Oleum nardinum. Or, oil of nard. College. Take of spikenard 3 ounces, marjoram 2 ounces, wood of aloes, calamus aromaticus, elecampane, cypress, bay leaves, Indian leaf or mace, squinanth, cardamoms, of each 1 ounce and a half, bruise them all grossly. And steep them in water and wine, of each 14 ounces, oil of sesamum, or oil of olives, 4 pounds and an half, for 1 day, then perfect the oil by boiling it gently in a double vessel. Oleum populeum. Nicholas. College. Take of fresh poplar buds 3 pounds, wine 4 pounds, common oil 7 pounds 2 ounces, beat the poplar buds very well, then steep them 7 days in the oil and wine, then boil them in a double vessel till the wine be consumed. If you infuse fresh buds once or twice before you boil it, the medicine will be the stronger, then press out the oil and keep it. Culpeper. It is a fine cool oil, but the ointment called by that name which follows hereafter is far better. Ointments more simple. Unguentum album. Or, white ointment. College. Take of oil of roses 9 ounces, cerus washed in rosewater and diligently sifted, 3 ounces, white wax 2 ounces, after the wax is melted in the oil, put in the cerus, and make it into an ointment according to art, add 2 drams of camphire. Made into powder with a few drops of oil of sweet almonds, so will it be camphorated. Culpeper. It is a fine cooling, drying ointment, eases pains, and itching in wounds and ulcers, and is 100 times better with camphire than without it. Unguentum aegyptiacum. College. Take of verdigris finely powdered, 5 parts, honey 14 parts, sharp vinegar 7 parts, boil them to a just thickness, and a reddish color. Culpeper. It cleanses filthy ulcers and fistulas forcibly, and not without pain, it takes away dead and proud flesh, and dries. Unguentum anodinum. Or, an ointment to ease pain. College. Take of oil of white lilies, 6 ounces, oil of dill, and chamomile, of each 2 ounces, oil of sweet almonds 1 ounce, duck's grease, and hen's grease, of each 2 ounces, white wax 3 ounces, mix them according to art. Culpeper. Its use is to assuage pains in any part of the body, especially such as come by inflammations, whether in wounds or tumors, and for that it is admirable. Unguentum ex apio. Or, ointment of smallage. College. Take of the juice of smallage 1 pound, honey 9 ounces, wheat flour 3 ounces, boil them to a just thickness. Culpeper. It is a very fine, and very gentle cleanser of wounds and ulcers. Liniment of gum elemi. College. Take of gum elemi, turpentine of the fir tree, of each 1 ounce and an half, old sheep's suet cleansed 2 ounces, old hog's grease cleansed 1 ounce, mix them, and make them into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. It gently cleanses and fills up an ulcer with flesh, it being of a mild nature, and friendly to the body. Unguentum aureum. College. Take of yellow wax half a pound, common oil 2 pounds, turpentine 2 ounces, pine rosin, colifonia, of each 1 ounce and an half, frankincense, mastic, of each 1 ounce, saffron 1 dram, first melt the wax in the oil. Then the turpentine being added, let them boil together. Having done boiling, put in the rest in fine powder, let the saffron be the last, and by diligent stirring, make them into an ointment according to art. Basilicon, the greater. College. Take of white wax, pine rosin, heifer's suet, Greek pitch, turpentine, olibanum, myrrh, of each 1 ounce, oil 5 ounces, powder the olibanum and myrrh, and the rest being melted, make it into an ointment according to art. Basilicon, the less. College. Take of yellow wax, fat rosin, Greek pitch, of each half a pound, oil 9 ounces, mix them together, by melting them according to art. Culpeper. Both this and the former, heat, moisten, and digest, procure matter in wounds, I mean brings the filth or corrupted blood from green wounds, they cleanse and ease pain. Ointment of bdellium. College. Take of bdellium 6 drams, euphorbium, sagapen, of each 4 drams, castoreum 3 drams, wax 15 drams, oil of elder or wallflowers, 10 drams, the bdellium, and sagapen being dissolved in water of wild rue. Let the rest be united by the heat of a bath. Unguentum de calce. Or, ointment of chalk. College. Take of chalk washed, 7 times at least, half a pound, wax 3 ounces, oil of roses 1 pound, stir them all together diligently in a leaden mortar, the wax being first melted by a gentle fire in a sufficient quantity of the prescribed oil. Culpeper. It is exceeding good in burnings and scaldings. Unguentum dialthi. Or, ointment of marshmallows. College. Take of common oil 4 pounds, mucilage of marshmallow roots, linseed, and fenugreek seed 2 pounds, boil them together till the watery part of the mucilage be consumed, then add wax half a pound, rosin 3 ounces, turpentine an ounce. Boil them to the consistence of an ointment, but let the mucilage be prepared of a pound of fresh roots bruised, and half a pound of each of the seeds steeped, and boiled in 8 pounds of spring water, and then pressed out. See the compound. Unguentum diapomphologus. College. Take of oil of nightshade 16 ounces, white wax, washed, cerus, of each 4 drams, lead burnt and washed, pomphylix prepared, of each 2 ounces, pure frankincense 1 ounce, bring them into the form of an ointment according to art. Culpeper. This much differing from the former, you shall have that inserted at latter end, and then you may use which you please. Unguentum annulatum. Or, ointment of elecampane. College. Take of elecampane roots boiled in vinegar, bruised and pulped, 1 pound, turpentine washed in their decoction, new wax, of each 2 ounces, old hog's grease salted 10 ounces, old oil 4 ounces, common salt 1 ounce. Add the turpentine to the grease, wax, and oil, being melted, as also the pulp and salt being finely powdered, and so make it into an ointment according to art. Unguentum annulatum cum mercurio. Or, ointment of elecampane with quicksilver. College. Is made of the former ointment, by adding 2 ounces of quicksilver, killed by continual stirring, not only with spittle, or juice of lemons, but with all the turpentine kept for that intent, and part of the grease, in a stone mortar. Culpeper. My opinion of this ointment, is, briefly, this: it was invented for the itch, without quicksilver it will do no good, with quicksilver it may do harm. Unguentum laurinum commune. Or, ointment of bays common. College. Take of bay leaves bruised 1 pound, bay berries bruised half a pound, cabbage leaves 4 ounces, neatsfoot oil 5 pounds, bullock suet 2 pounds, boil them together, and strain them. That so it may be made into an ointment according to art. Unguentum de mini siv rubrum campora. Or, ointment of red lead. College. Take of oil of roses 1 pound and an half, red lead 3 ounces, litharge 2 ounces, cerus 1 ounce and an half, tutty 3 drams, camphire 2 drams, wax 1 ounce and an half, make it into an ointment according to art. In a pestle and mortar made of lead. Culpeper. This ointment is as drying as a man shall usually read of one, and withal cooling, therefore good for sores, and such as are troubled with defluxions. Unguentum e nicociona, seu pedo. Or, ointment of tobacco. College. Take of tobacco leaves bruised, 2 pounds, steep them a whole night in red wine, in the morning boil it in fresh hog's grease, diligently washed, 1 pound, till the wine be consumed, strain it, and add half a pound of juice of tobacco. Rosin 4 ounces, boil it to the consumption of the juice, adding towards the end, round birthwort roots in powder, 2 ounces, new wax as much as is sufficient to make it into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. It would take a whole summer's day to write the particular virtues of this ointment, and my poor genius is too weak to give it the 100th part of its due praise. It cures tumors, imposthumes, wounds, ulcers, gunshot, stinging with nettles, bees, wasps, hornets, venomous beasts, wounds made with poisoned arrows, and unguentum nutritum, seu tripharmacum. College. Take of litharge of gold finely powdered, half a pound, vinegar 1 pound, oil of roses 2 pounds, grind the litharge in a mortar, pouring to it sometimes oil, sometimes vinegar, till by continual stirring, the vinegar do no more appear, and it come to a whitish ointment. Culpeper. It is of a cooling, drying nature, good for itching of wounds, and such like deformities of the skin. Unguentum ophthalmicum. Or, an ointment for the eyes. College. Take of bole ammoniac washed in rose water, 1 ounce, lapis calaminaris washed in bright water, tutty prepared, of each 2 drams, pearls in very fine powder half a dram, camphire half a scruple, opium 5 grains. Fresh butter washed in plantain water, as much as is sufficient to make it into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. It is exceeding good to stop hot rheums that fall down into the eyes, the eyelids being but anointed with it. Unguentum ex oxylapatho. Or, ointment of sharp-pointed dock. College. Take of the roots of sharp-pointed dock boiled in vinegar until they be soft, and then pulped, brimstone washed in juice of lemons, of each 1 ounce and an half, hog's grease often washed in juice of scabious, ½ pound. Unguentum populian washed in juice of elecampane, ½ ounce, make them into an ointment in a mortar. Culpeper. It is a wholesome, though troublesome medicine for scabs and itch. Unguentum e plumbo. Or, ointment of lead. College. Take of lead burnt according to art, litharge, of each 2 ounces, cerus, antimony, of each 1 ounce, oil of roses as much as is sufficient, make it into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. Take it one time with another, it will go near to do more harm than good. Unguentum pomatum. College. Take of fresh hog's grease 3 pounds, fresh sheep's suet 9 ounces, palm water pared and cut, 1 pound and 9 ounces, damask rosewater 6 ounces, the roots of orris florentine grossly bruised 6 drachms. Boil them in balneo mariae till the apples be soft, then strain it, but press it not and keep it for use. Then warm it a little again and wash it with fresh rosewater, adding to each pound 12 drops of oil of lignum rhodium. Culpeper. Its general use is, to soften and supple the roughness of the skin, and take away the chops of the lips, hands, face, or other parts. Unguentum potable. College. Take of butter without salt, 1 pound and an half, spermaceti, madder, tormentil roots, castoreum, of each ½ an ounce, boil them as you ought in a sufficient quantity of wine, till the wine be consumed, and become an ointment. Culpeper. I know not what to make of it. Unguentum resinum. College. Take of pine rosin, or rosin of the pine tree, of the purest turpentine, yellow wax washed, pure oil, of each equal parts, melt them into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. It is as pretty as cerecloth for a new sprain as most is, and cheap. Unguentum rosatum. Or, ointment of roses. College. Take of fresh hog's grease cleansed 1 pound, fresh red roses ½ pound, juice of the same 3 ounces, make it into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. It is of a fine cooling nature, exceeding useful in all gallings of the skin, and frettings, accompanied with choleric humors, angry pushes, tetters, ringworms, it mitigates diseases in the head coming of heat. As also the intemperate heat of the stomach and liver. Desiccativum rubrum. Or, a drying red ointment. College. Take of the oil of roses omphasin 1 pound, white wax 5 ounces, which being melted and put in a leaden mortar, put in the earth of lemnos or bolammoniac, lapis calaminaris, of each 4 ounces, litharge of gold, cerus, of each 3 ounces. Camphire 1 dram, make it into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. It binds and restrains fluxes of humors. Unguentum e solano. Or, ointment of nightshade. College. Take of juice of nightshade, litharge washed, of each 5 ounces, cerus washed 8 ounces, white wax 7 ounces, frankincense in powder 10 drachms, oil of roses often washed in water 2 pounds, make it into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. It was invented to take away inflammations from wounds, and to keep people from scratching of them when they are almost well. Or, ointment of tutty. College. Take of tutty prepared 2 ounces, lapis calaminaris often burnt and quenched in plantain water 1 ounce, make them, being finely powdered, into an ointment, with 1 pound and an half of ointment of roses. Culpeper. It is a cooling, drying ointment, appropriated to the eyes, to dry up hot and salt humors that flow down thither, the eyelids being anointed with it. Valentia scabiosi. College. Take of the juice of green scabious, pressed out with a screw, and strained through a cloth, hog's grease, of each as much as you will, heat the hog's grease in a stone mortar, not grind it. Putting in the juice by degrees for the more commodious mixture and tincture, afterwards set it in the sun in a convenient vessel, so as the juice may overtop the grease. 9 days being past, pour off the discolored juice. And beat it again as before, putting in fresh juice, set it in the sun again 5 days, which being elapsed, beat it again, put in more juice, after 15 days more, do so again, do so 5 times, after which, keep it in a glass, or glazed vessel. Tapsivalentia. College. Take of the juice of mullein, hog's grease, of each as much as you will, let the grease be cleansed and cut in pieces, and beat it with the juice, pressed and strained as you did the former ointment. Then keep it in a convenient vessel 9 or 10 days, then beat it twice, once with fresh juice, until it be green, and the second time without juice beaten well, pouring off what is discolored, and keep it for use. Tapsamel. College. Take of the juice of celandine and mullein, of each 1 part, clarified honey, 2 parts, boil them by degrees till the juice be consumed, adding, the physician prescribing, vitriol, burnt alum, burnt ink. And boil it again to an ointment according to art. Ointments more compound. Unguentum agrippa. College. Take of bryony roots 2 pounds, the roots of wild cucumbers 1 pound, squills half a pound, fresh English orris roots, 3 ounces, the roots of male fern, dwarf elder, water caltrops, or aran, of each 2 ounces, bruise them all, being fresh. And steep them 6 or 7 days in 4 pounds of old oil, the whitest, not rank, then boil them and press them out, and in the oil melt 15 ounces of white wax, and make it into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. It purges exceedingly, and is good to anoint the bellies of such as have dropsies, and if there be any humour or phlegm in any part of the body that you know not how to remove, provided the part be not too tender, you may anoint it with this. But yet be not too busy with it, for I tell you plainly it is not very safe. Unguentum almarum. Or, a bitter ointment. College. Take of oil of rue, savon, mints, wormwood, bitter almonds, of each 1 ounce and an half, juice of peach flowers and leaves, and wormwood, of each half an ounce, powder of rue, mints, centaury the less, gentian, tormentil, of each 1 dram. The seeds of coleworts, the pulp of colocynthus, of each 2 drams, aloes hepatic, 3 drams, meal of lupins half an ounce, myrrh washed in grass water 1 dram and an half, bull's gall 1 ounce and an half. With a sufficient quantity of juice of lemons, and 1 ounce and an half of wax, make it into an ointment according to art. Unguentum apostolorum. Or, ointment of the apostles. College. Take of turpentine, yellow wax, ammoniacum, of each 14 drams, long birthwort roots, olibanum, delium, of each 6 drams, myrrh, gilbanum, of each half an ounce, apopanax, verdigris, of each 2 drams, litharge 9 drams, oil 2 pounds. Vinegar enough to dissolve the gums, make it into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. It consumes corrupt and dead flesh, and makes flesh soft which is hard, it cleanses wounds, ulcers, and fistulas, and restores flesh where it is wanting. Unguentum catapsoras. College. Take of cerus washed in purslane water, then in vinegar wherein wild radish roots have been steeped and pressed out, lapis calaminaris, calcitus, of each 6 drams, burnt lead, goat's blood, of each half an ounce. Quicksilver sublimated 1 ounce, the juice of houseleek, nightshade, plantain, of each 2 ounces, hog's grease cleansed 3 pounds, oil of violets, poppies, mandrakes, of each 1 ounce, first let them sublimate in exungia, then the oils. Juices, and powders, be mixed, and so made into an ointment according to art. Unguentum citrinum. Or, a citron ointment. College. Take of borax 1 ounce, camphire 1 dram, white coral half an ounce, alum plume 1 ounce, umbilicus marinus, tragacanth, white starch, of each 3 drams, crystal, dentalis utilis, olibanum, niter, white marble, of each 2 drams. Gersa serpentaria 1 ounce, cerus 6 ounces, hog's grease not salted, 1.5 pounds, goat's suet prepared, 1.5 ounces, hen's fat 2.5 ounces. Powder the things as you ought to do both together, and by themselves, melt the fats being cleansed in a stone vessel, and steep in them 2 citrons of a mean bigness cut in bits, in a warm bath, after a whole week strain it. And put in the powders by degrees, amongst which let the camphire and borax be the last, stir them, and bring them into the form of an ointment. Unguentum martiatum. College. Take of fresh bay leaves 3 pounds, garden root 2.5 pounds, marjoram 2 pounds, mince 1 pound, sage, wormwood, costmary, basil, of each 1/2 pound, salad oil 20 pounds, yellow wax 4 pounds, Malaga wine 2 pounds. Of all of them being bruised, boiled, and pressed out as they ought, make an ointment according to art. Culpeper. It is a great strengthener of the head, it being anointed with it, as also of all the parts of the body, especially the nerves, muscles, and arteries. Unguentum masticinum. Or, an ointment of mastic. College. Take of the oil of mastic, wormwood, and nard, of each 1 ounce, mastic, mince, red roses, red coral, cloves, cinnamon, wood of aloes, squinanth, of each 1 dram, wax as much as is sufficient to make it into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. This is like the former, and not a whit inferior to it, it strengthens the stomach being anointed with it, restores appetite and digestion. Before it was called a stomach ointment. Unguentum neapolitanum. College. Take of hog's grease washed in juice of sage 1 pound, quicksilver strained through leather, 4 ounces, oil of bays, chamomile, and earthworms, of each 2 ounces, spirit of wine 1 ounce, yellow wax 2 ounces. Turpentine washed in juice of elecampane 3 ounces, powder of comepades and sage, of each 2 drams, make them into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. A learned art to spoil people, hundreds are bound to curse such ointments, and those that appoint them. Unguentum nervinum. College. Take of cowslips with the flowers, sage, comepades, rosemary, lavender, bay with the berries, chamomile, rue, smallage, melilot with the flowers, wormwood, of each 1 handful, mince, betony, pennyroyal, parsley, centaury the less, st. John's wort, of each 1 handful, oil of sheep's or bullock's feet, 5 pounds, oil of spike, 1/2 ounce, sheep's or bullock's suet, or the marrow of either, 2 pounds, the herbs being bruised and boiled with the oil and suet. Make it into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. It is appropriated to the nerves, and helps their infirmities coming of cold, as also old bruises, make use of it in dead palsies, chilliness or coldness of particular members, such as the arteries perform not their office to as they ought. For wind anoint your belly with it, for want of digestion, your stomach, for the colic, your belly, for whatever disease in any part of the body comes of cold, esteem this as a jewel. Unguentum pectorali. Or, a pectoral ointment. College. Take of fresh butter washed in violet water 6 ounces, oil of sweet almonds 4 ounces, oil of chamomile and violets, white wax, of each 3 ounces, hen's and duck's grease, of each 2 ounces, orris roots 2 drams. Saffron 1/2 dram, the 2 last being finely powdered, the rest melted and often washed in barley or hyssop water, make an ointment of them according to art. Culpeper. It strengthens the breast and stomach, eases the pains thereof, helps pleuris's and consumptions of the lungs, the breast being anointed with it. Unguentum resumptivum. College. Take of hog's grease 3 ounces, the grease of hens, geese, and ducks, of each 2 ounces, esopus 1/2 ounce, oil of violets, chamomile, and dill, fresh butter 1 pound, white wax 6 ounces, mucilage of gum tragacanth, Arabic, quince seeds. Linseeds, marshmallow roots, of each 1/2 ounce. Let the mucilages be made in rose water, and adding the rest, make it into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. It mightily mollifies without any manifest heat, and is therefore a fit ointment for such as have agues, asthmas, hectic fevers, or consumptions. It is a good ointment to ease pains coming by inflammations of wounds or apostiums, especially such as dryness accompanies, an infirmity wounded people are many times troubled with. In inward apostiums, as pleurises, one of them to anoint the external region of the part, is very beneficial. Unguentum splanchnicum. College. Take of oil of capers an ounce, oil of white lilies, chamomile, fresh butter, juice of bryony and sowbread, of each half an ounce, boil it to the consumption of the juice, add ammoniacum dissolved in vinegar, 2 drams and an half, hen's grease. Aesipus, marrow of a calf's leg, of each half an ounce, powder of the bark of the roots of tamaris and capers, fern roots, cetrac, of each a dram, the seeds of agnus castuus, and broom, of each a scruple, with a sufficient quantity of wax. Make it into an ointment according to art. Unguentum splanchnicum magistrale. College. Take of the bark of caper roots 6 drams, bryony roots, orris florentine, powder of sweet fennel seeds, ammoniacum dissolved in vinegar, of each half an ounce, tops of wormwood, chamomile flowers, of each a dram. Ointment of the juice and of flowers of oranges, of each 6 drams, oil of orris and capers, of each an ounce and an half, the things which ought being powdered and sifted, the rest diligently mixed in a hot mortar. Make it into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. Both these ointments are appropriated to the spleen, and eases the pains thereof, the sides being anointed with them. I fancy not the former. Unguentum e sucis. Or, ointment of juices. College. Take of the juice of dwarf elder 8 ounces, of smallage and parsley, of each 4 ounces, wormwood and orris, of each 5 ounces, common oil half a pound, oil of white lilies 10 ounces, of wormwood and chamomile, of each 6 ounces. The fat of ducks and hens, of each 2 ounces, boil them together with a gentle fire till the juice be consumed, then strain it, and with 7 ounces of white wax, and a little white wine vinegar, make it into an ointment according to art. See Unguentum ex sucis aperitivus. Unguentum sumac. College. Take of sumac, unripe galls, myrtle berries, balostines, pomegranate pills, acorn cups, cypress nuts, acacia, mastic, of each 10 drams, white wax 5 ounces, oil of roses often washed in alum water, a pound and 10 ounces. Make a fine powder of the things you can, and steep them 4 whole days in juice of medlars and services, of each a sufficient quantity, then dry them by a gentle fire, and with the oil and wax boil it into an ointment. Culpeper. It is a gallant drying and binding ointment. Besides, the stomach anointed with it, stays vomiting, and the belly anointed with it stays looseness. If the fundament fall out, when you have put it up again anoint it with this ointment, and it will fall out no more. Do the like by the womb if that fall out. Ointment of marshmallows, compound. Nicholas. College. Take of marshmallow roots 2 pounds, the seeds of flax and fenugreek, of each 1 pound, pulp of squills half a pound, oil 4 pounds, wax 1 pound, turpentine, gum of ivy, galbanum, of each 2 ounces, colophonium, rosin. Of each half a pound, let the roots be well washed and bruised, as also the linseed, fenugreek seed, and squills, then steep them 3 days in 8 pints of water, the 4th day boil them a little upon the fire, and draw out the mucilage. Of which take 2 pounds, and boil it with the oil to the consumption of the juice, afterwards add the wax, rosin, and colophonium, when they are melted, add the turpentine, afterwards the galbanum and gum of ivy, dissolved in vinegar. Boil them a little, and having removed them from the fire, stir them till they are cold, that so they may be well incorporated. Culpeper. It heats and moistens, helps pains of the breast coming of cold and pleurises, old aches, and stitches, and softens hard swellings. Unguentum diapomphylligos nihili. Nicholas. College. Take of oil of roses 16 ounces, juice of nightshade 6 ounces, let them boil to the consumption of the juice, then add white wax 5 ounces, cerus washed 2 ounces, lead burnt and washed, pomphylix prepared, pure frankincense. Of each an ounce, let them be brought into the form of an ointment according to art. Culpeper. It cools and binds, dries, and stays fluxes either of blood or humors in wounds, and fills hollow ulcers with flesh. Unguentum refrigerans. Galenas. It is also called a cerecloth. College. Take of white wax 4 ounces, oil of roses omphasin 1 pound, melt it in a double vessel, then pour it out into another, by degrees putting in cold water, and often pouring it out of one vessel into another, stirring it till it be white. Last of all wash it in rose water, adding a little rose water, and rose vinegar. Culpeper. It is a fine cooling thing, to cure inflammations in wounds or tumors. Unguentum e sucis aperitivus primum. Physius. College. Take of the juice of smallage, endive, mints, wormwood, common parsley, valerian, of each 3 ounces, oil of wormwood and mints, of each ½ pound, yellow wax 3 ounces, mix them together over the fire, and make of them an ointment. Culpeper. It opens stoppages of the stomach and spleen, eases the rickets, the breast and sides being anointed with it. An ointment for the worms. Physius. College. Take of oil of rue, savon, mints, wormwood, and bitter almonds, of each 1 ounce and 1/2, juice of the flowers or leaves of peaches, and wormwood, of each ½ an ounce, powder of rue, mints, gentian, centaury the less, tormentil. Of each 1 dram, the seeds of coleworts, the pulp of colocynthus, of each 2 drams, aloes hepatic, 3 drams, the meal of lupins ½ an ounce, myrrh washed in grass water 1 dram and 1/2, bull's galls 1 ounce and 1/2. With juice of lemons, so much as is sufficient, and 1 ounce and 1/2 of wax, make it into an ointment according to art. Culpeper. The belly being anointed with it kills the worms. Cerecloths. Serratum de Galbano. Or, cerecloth of galbanum. College. Take of galbanum prepared, 1 ounce and 1/2, asaphoetida ½ an ounce, delium 1 dram, myrrh 2 drams, wax 2 ounces, carrot seeds a scruple, feather few, mugwort, of each ½ a dram, dissolve the gums in vinegar. And make it a cerecloth according to art. Culpeper. Being applied to the belly of a woman after labor, it cleanses her of any relics accidentally left behind, helps the fits of the mother, and other accidents incident to women in that case. Serratum accipitum. College. Take of aesipus 10 ounces, oil of chamomile, and orris, of each ½ a pound, yellow wax 2 pounds, rosin 1 pound, mastic, ammoniacum, turpentine, of each 1 ounce, spikenard 2 drams and 1/2, saffron 1 dram and 1/2. Styrax calamitis ½ an ounce, make them into a cerecloth according to art. Culpeper. It mollifies and digests hard swellings of the liver, spleen, womb, nerves, joints, and other parts of the body, and is a great easer of pain. Serratum santallinum. College. Take of red sanders, 10 drams, white and yellow sanders, of each 6 drams, red roses 12 drams, bolammoniac 7 drams, spodium 4 drams, camphire 2 drams, white wax washed 30 drams. Oil of roses omphasin 6 ounces, make it into a cerecloth according to art. Culpeper. It wonderfully helps hot infirmities of the stomach, liver, and other parts, being but applied to them. Plaisters. Emplastrum ex ammoniaco. Or, a plaister of ammoniacum. College. Take of ammoniacum, bran well sifted, of each 1 ounce, ointment of marshmallows, melilot plaister compound, roots of bryony, and orris in powder, of each ½ an ounce, the fat of ducks, geese, and hens, of each 3 drams, delium, galbanum. Of each 1 dram and 1/2, pyrosin, wax, of each 5 ounces, oil of orris, turpentine, of each ½ an ounce, boil the fats and oil with mucilage of linseed, and fenugreek seed, of each 3 ounces, to the consumption of the mucilage. Strain it, and add the wax, rosin, and turpentine, the ointment of marshmallows with the plaister of melilot. When it begins to be cold, put in the ammoniacum, dissolved in vinegar, then the delium in powder, with the rest of the powders, and make it into a plaister according to art. Culpeper. It softens and assuages hard swellings, and scatters the humors offending. Applied to the side it softens the hardness of the spleen, assuages pains thence arising. Emplastrum e Bacchus lauri. Or, a plaister of bayberries. College. Take of bayberries husked, turpentine, of each 2 ounces, frankincense, mastic, myrrh, of each an ounce, cypress, costus, of each half an ounce, honey warmed and not scummed, 4 ounces, make it into a plaister according to art. Culpeper. It is an excellent plaister to ease any pains coming of cold or wind, in any part of the body, whether stomach, liver, belly, reins, or bladder. It is an excellent remedy for the colic and wind in the bowels. Emplastrum barbarum magnum. College. Take of dry pitch 8 pounds, yellow wax 6 pounds and 8 ounces, pyrosin 5 pounds and 4 ounces, bitumen, judaicum, or mummy, 4 pounds, oil 1 pound and a half, verdigris, litharge, cerus, of each 3 ounces. Frankincense half a pound, roach alum not burnt, 1 ounce and a half, burnt, 4 ounces, opopanax, scales of brass, galbanum, of each 12 drams, aloes, opium, myrrh, of each half an ounce, turpentine 2 pounds, juice of mandrakes. Or else dried bark of the root, 6 drams, vinegar 5 pounds, let the litharge, cerus, and oil, boil to the thickness of honey, then incorporate with them the pitch, being melted with bitumen in powder. Then add the rest, and boil them according to art, till the vinegar be consumed, and it stick not to your hands. Culpeper. It helps the bitings of men and beasts, eases inflammations of wounds, and helps infirmities of the joints, and gouts in the beginning. Emplastrum de botanica. Or, a plaister of betony. College. Take of betony, burnet, agrimony, sage, pennyroyal, yarrow, comfrey the greater, clary, of each 6 ounces, frankincense, mastic, of each 3 drams, orris, round birthwort, of each 6 drams, white wax, turpentine, of each 8 ounces. Pyrosin 6 ounces, gum elemi, oil of fir, of each 2 ounces, white wine 3 pounds, bruise the herbs, boil them in the wine, then strain them, and add the rest, and make them into a plaister according to art. Culpeper. It is a good plaister to unite the skull when it is cracked, to draw out pieces of broken bones, and cover the bones with flesh. It draws filth from the bottom of deep ulcers, restores flesh lost, cleanses, digests, and dries. Emplastrum caesaris. College. Take of red roses 1 ounce and a half, bistort roots, cypress nuts, all the sanders, mints, coriander seeds, of each 3 drams, mastic half an ounce, hypocystis, acacia, dragon's blood, earth of lemnos, bolammoniac, red coral. Of each 2 drams, turpentine washed in plantain water 4 ounces, oil of roses 3 ounces, white wax 12 ounces, pyrosin 10 ounces, pitch 6 ounces, the juice of plantain, houseleek, and orpine, of each an ounce, the wax, rosin. And pitch being melted together, add the turpentine and oil, then the hypocystis and acacia dissolved in the juices, at last the powders, and make it into a plaister according to art. Culpeper. It is of a fine, cool, binding, strengthening nature, excellently good to repel hot rheums or vapors that ascend up to the head, the hair being shaved off, and it applied to the crown. Emplastrum catagmaticum the first. College. Take of juice of marshmallow roots 6 ounces, bark of ash tree roots, and their leaves, the roots of comfrey the greater and smaller with their leaves, of each 2 ounces, myrtle berries 1 ounce and a half, the leaves of willow, the tops of a tea. John's wort, of each an handful and a half, having bruised them, boil them together in red wine, and smith's water, of each 2 pound, till half be consumed, strain it, and add oil of myrtles, and roses omphasin, of each 1 pound and a half. Goat's suet 8 ounces, boil it again to the consumption of the decoction, strain it again, and add litharge of gold and silver, red lead, of each 4 ounces, yellow wax 1 pound, colophonium half a pound. Boil it to the consistence of a plaister, then add turpentine 2 ounces, myrrh, frankincense, mastic, of each half an ounce, bole ammoniac, earth of lemnos, of each 1 ounce, stir them about well till they be boiled. And made into an emplaister according to art. Catagmaticum II. College. Take of the roots of comfrey the greater, marshmallows, mistletoe of the oak, of each 2 ounces, plantain, comepides, st. John's wort, of each a handful, boil them in equal parts of black wine, and smith's water till half be consumed, strain it, and add mucilage of quince seeds made in tripe water, oil of mastic and roses, of each 4 ounces. Boil it to the consumption of the humidity, and having strained it, add litharge of gold 4 ounces, boil it to the consistence of an emplaister, then add yellow wax 4 ounces, turpentine 3 ounces, colophonium 6 drams, ship pitch 10 ounces. Powders of balostines, roses, myrtles, acacia, of each half an ounce, mummy, androsimum, mastic, amber, of each 6 drams, bole ammoniac fine flowers, frankincense, of each 12 drams. Dragon's blood 2 ounces, make it into a plaister according to art. Culpeper. Both this and the former are binding and drying, the former rules will instruct you in the use. Emplastrum cephalicum. Or, a cephalic plaister. College. Take of rosin 2 ounces, black pitch 1 ounce, labdanum, turpentine, flour of beans, and orobus, dove's dung, of each half an ounce, myrrh, mastic, of each 1 dram and an half, gum of juniper, nutmegs, of each 2 drams. Dissolve the myrrh and labdanum in a hot mortar, and adding the rest, make it into a plaister according to art. If you will have it stronger, add the powders, euphorbium, pellitory of Spain, and black pepper, of each 2 scruples. Culpeper. It is proper to strengthen the brain, and repel such vapors as annoy it, and those powders being added, it dries up the superfluous moisture thereof, and eases the eyes of hot scalding vapors that annoy them. Emplastrum de cerussa. Or, a plaister of cerus. College. Take of cerus in fine powder, white wax, salad oil, of each 3 ounces, add the oil by degrees to the cerus, and boil it by continual stirring over a gentle fire, till it begin to swell, then add the wax cut small by degrees. And boil it to its just consistence. Culpeper. It helps burns, dry scabs, and hot ulcers, and in general whatever sores abound with moisture. Emplastrum ex secuta cum ammoniaco. Or, a plaister of hemlock with ammonia cum. College. Take of the juice of hemlock 4 ounces, vinegar, of squills, and ammonia cum, of each 8 ounces, dissolve the gum in the juice and vinegar, after a due infusion, then strain it into its just consistence according to art. Culpeper. I suppose it was invented to mitigate the extreme pains, and allay the inflammations of wounds, for which it is very good, let it not be applied to any principal part. Emplastrum e crusta panis. Or, a plaister of a crust of bread. College. Take of mastic, mints, spodium, red coral, all the sanders, of each 1 dram, oil of mastic and quinces, of each 1 drain and an half, a crust of bread toasted, and 3 times steeped in red rose vinegar, and as often dried, labdanum. Of each 2 ounces, rosin 4 ounces, styrax calamitis half an ounce, barley meal 5 drams, make them into a plaister according to art. Culpeper. I shall commend this for a good plaister to strengthen the brain as any is in the dispensatory, the hair being shaved off, and it applied to the crown. Also being applied to the stomach, it strengthens it, helps digestion, stays vomiting and putrefaction of the meat there. Emplastrum e simino. Or, a plaister of cumin. College. Take of cumin seed, bayberries, yellow wax, of each 1 pound, rosin 2 pounds, common rosin 3 pounds, oil of dill half a pound, mix them, and make them into a plaister. Culpeper. It assuages swellings, takes away old aches coming of bruises, and applied to the belly, is an excellent remedy for the wind colic. This I have often proved, and always with good success. Emplastrum diacalcidios. College. Take of hog's grease fresh and purged from the skins 2 pounds, oil of olives omphasin, litharge of gold beaten and sifted, of each 3 pounds, white vitriol burnt and purged 4 ounces, let the litharge, grease, and oil boil together with a gentle fire, with a little plant and water, always stirring it, to the consistence of a plaister, into which, being removed from the fire, put in the vitriol and make it into a plaister according to art. Culpeper. It is a very drying, binding plaister, profitable in green wounds to hinder putrefaction, as also in pestilential sores after they are broken, and ruptures, and also in burnings and scaldings. Diachylon simple. College. Take of mucilage of linseed, fenugreek seed, marshmallow roots, of each 1 pound, old oil 3 pounds, boil it to the consumption of the mucilage, strain it, and add litharge of gold in fine powder. 1 pound and a half, boil them with a little water over a gentle fire, always stirring them to a just thickness. Culpeper. It is an exceeding good remedy for all swellings without pain, it softens hardness of the liver and spleen, it is very gentle. Diachylon iriatum. College. Add 1 ounce of orris in powder to every pound of diachylon simple. Diachylon magnum. College. Take of mucilage of raisins, fat figs, mastic, mallow roots, linseeds, and fenugreek seeds, bird lime, the juice of orris and squills, of each 12 drams and a half, ecypus or oil of sheep's feet an ounce and a half, oil of orris, chamomile. Dill, of each 8 ounces, litharge of gold in fine powder 1 pound, turpentine 3 ounces, pyrosin, yellow wax, of each 2 ounces, boil the oil with the mucilages and juices to the consumption of the humidity, strain the oil from the faces, and by adding the litharge boil it to its consistence. Then add the rosin and wax, lastly, it being removed from the fire, add the turpentine, ecypus and birdlime, make of them a plaister by melting them according to art. Culpeper. It dissolves hardness and inflammations. Diachylon magnum cum gumi. College. Take of bdellium, sagopinum, ammoniacum, of each 2 ounces, dissolved in wine, and added to the mass of diachylon magnum, first boil the gums being dissolved, to the thickness of honey. Culpeper. This is the best to dissolve hard swellings of all the 3. Diachylon compositum, sive emplaistrum e. Mucilaginibus. Or, a plaister of mucilages. College. Take of mucilages of the middle bark of elm, marshmallow roots, linseed, and fenugreek seed, of each 4 ounces and a half, oil of chamomile, lilies, and dill, of each an ounce and a half, ammoniacum, galbanum, sagopen, apopanax. Of each half an ounce, new wax 20 ounces, turpentine 2 ounces, saffron 2 drams, dissolve the gums in wine, and make it into a plaister according to art. Culpeper. It ripens swellings, and breaks them, and cleanses them when they are broken. It is of a most excellent ripening nature. Emplaistrum diaphenicon hot. College. Take of yellow wax 2 ounces, pyrosin, pitch, of each 4 ounces, oil of roses and nard, of each 1 ounce, melt them together, and add pulp of dates made in wine 4 ounces, flesh of quinces boiled in red wine an ounce. Then the powders following, take of bread twice baked, steeped in wine and dried, 2 ounces, mastic an ounce, frankincense. Wormwood, red roses, spikenard, of each 2 drams and a half, wood of aloes, mace, myrrh, washed aloes, acacia, troches of Gallia muscata, and earth of lemnos, calamus aromaticus, of each 1 dram, labdanum 3 ounces. Mix them and make them into a plaister according to art. Culpeper. It strengthens the stomach and liver exceedingly, helps fluxes, apply it to the places grieved. Diaphenicon cold. College. Take of wax 4 ounces, ship pitch 5 ounces, labdanum 3 ounces and a half, turpentine an ounce and a half, oil of roses 1 ounce, melt these, and add pulp of dates almost ripe, boiled in austere wine 4 ounces. Flesh of quinces in like manner boiled, bread twice baked often steeped in red wine and dried, of each an ounce, styrax calamitous, acacia, unripe grapes, balostines, yellow sanders, troches of terra lemnia, myrrh, wood of aloes. Of each half an ounce, mastic, red roses, of each an ounce and an half, austere wine as much as is sufficient to dissolve the juices, make it into a plaister according to art. Culpeper. It strengthens the belly and liver, helps concoction in those parts, and distribution of humors, stays vomiting and fluxes. Emplastrum divinum. Or, a divine plaster. College. Take of lodestone 4 ounces, ammoniacum 3 ounces and 3 drams, delium 2 ounces, galbanum, myrrh, of each 10 drams, olibanum 9 drams, opopanax, mastic, long birthwort, verdigris, of each an ounce, litharge, common oil. Of each a pound and an half, new wax 8 ounces, let the litharge in fine powder be boiled with the oil to a thickness, then add the wax, which being melted, take it from the fire, add the gums dissolved in wine and vinegar, strain it. Then add the myrrh, mastic, frankincense, birthwort, and lodestone in powder, last of all the verdigris in powder, and make it into a plaster according to art. Culpeper. It is of a cleansing nature, exceeding good against malignant ulcers, it consumes corruption, engenders new flesh, and brings them to a scar. Emplastrum epispasticum. College. Take of mustard seed, euphorbium, long pepper, of each 1 dram and an half, stavesacre, pellitory of Spain of each 2 drams, ammoniacum, galbanum, phelium, sagapen, of each 3 drams, whole cantharides 5 drams, ship pitch, rosin, yellow wax. Of each 6 drams, turpentine as much as is sufficient to make it into a plaster. Culpeper. Many people use to draw blisters in their necks for the toothache, or for rheums in their eyes. If they please to lay a plaster of this there, it will do it. Emplastrum anastratibus, flos unguentarum dictum. Or, flower of ointments. College. Take of rosin, per rosin, yellow wax, sheep's suet, of each half a pound, olibanum 4 ounces, turpentine 2 ounces and an half, myrrh, mastic, of each an ounce, camphire 2 drams, white wine half a pound, boil them into a plaster. Culpeper. I found this receipt in an old manuscript written in the year 1513, the quantity of the ingredients very little altered. A plaster of gum elemi. College. Take of gum elemi 3 ounces, per rosin, wax, ammoniacum, of each 2 ounces, turpentine 3 ounces and an half, Malaga wine so much as is sufficient, boil it to the consumption of the wine, then add the ammoniacum dissolved in vinegar. Culpeper. The operation is the same with archaeus liniment. A plaister of lapis calaminaris. College. Take of lapis calaminaris prepared an ounce, litharge 2 ounces, cerus half an ounce, tutty a dram, turpentine 6 drams, white wax an ounce and an half, stag's suet 2 ounces, frankincense 5 drams, mastic 3 drams, myrrh 2 drams. Camphire a dram and an half, make it up according to art. Emplastrum ad hernium. College. Take of galls, cypress nuts, pomegranate pills, balostines, acacia, the seeds of plantain, fleawort, watercresses, acorn cups, beans torrefied, birthwort long and round, myrtles of each half an ounce. Let these be powdered, and steeped in rose vinegar 4 days, then torrefied and dried, then take of comfrey the greater and lesser, horsetail, woad, cetrac, the roots of osmond royal, fern, of each an ounce, frankincense, myrrh, aloes, mastic. Mummy, of each 2 ounces, bolammoniac washed in vinegar, lap, calaminaris prepared, litharge of gold, dragon's blood, of each 3 ounces, ship pitch 2 pounds, turpentine 6 ounces. Or as much as is sufficient to make it into a plaster according to art. Culpeper. The plaster is very binding in knitting, appropriated to ruptures or bursons, as the title of it specifies, it strengthens the reins and womb, stays abortion, it consolidates wounds, and helps all diseases coming of cold and moisture. Emplastrum hystericum. College. Take of bistort roots 1 pound, wood of aloes, yellow sanders, nutmegs, barberry kernels, rose seeds, of each 1 ounce, cinnamon, cloves, squinanth, chamomile flowers, of each half an ounce, frankincense, mastic, Olypta muscata, Gallia muscata. Styrax calamitis, of each 1 dram, mosh half a dram, yellow wax 1 pound and a half, turpentine half a pound, moscholium 4 ounces, labdanum 4 pounds, ship pitch 3 pounds, let the labdanum and turpentine be added to the pitch and wax. Being melted, then the styrax, lastly the rest in powder, and sifted, that they may be made into a plaster according to art. Culpeper. The plaster being applied to the navel, is a means to withstand the fits of the mother in such women as are subject to them, by retaining the womb in its place. Emplastrum de mastic. Or, a plaster of mastic. College. Take of mastic 3 ounces, bull ammoniac washed in black wine, 1 ounce and a half, red roses 6 drams, ivory, myrtle berries, red coral, of each half an ounce, turpentine, colifonia, tacamahaca, labdanum, of each 2 ounces. Yellow wax half a pound, oil of myrtles 4 ounces, make it into a plaster according to art. Culpeper. It is a binding plaster, strengthens the stomach being applied to it, and helps such as loathe their victuals, or cannot digest it, or retain it till it be digested. Emplastrum de melilotto simplex. Or, a plaster of melilot simple. College. Take of rosin 8 pounds, yellow wax 4 pounds, sheep suet 2 pounds, these being melted, add green melilot cut small, 5 pounds, make it into a plaster according to art. Emplastrum de melilotto compositum. Or, a plaster of melilot compound. College. Take of melilot flowers 6 drams, chamomile flowers, the seeds of fenugreek, bay berries husked, marshmallow roots, the tops of wormwood and marjoram, of each 3 drams, the seeds of smallage, ammi, cardamoms, the roots of orris, cypress. Spikenard, cassia lignea, of each 1 dram and a half, bdellium 5 drams, beat them all into fine powder, the pulp of 12 figs, and incorporate them with 1.5 pounds of melilot plaster simple, turpentine 1 ounce and a half. Ammoniacum dissolved in hemlock vinegar, 3 ounces, styrax 5 drams, oil of marjoram, and nard, of each half an ounce, or a sufficient quantity, make it into a plaster with a hot mortar and pestle, without boiling. Culpeper. It mollifies the hardness of the stomach, liver, spleen, bowels, and other parts of the body, it wonderfully assuages pain, and eases hypochondriac melancholy, and the rickets. Emplastrum de mineo compositum. Or, a plaster of red lead compound. College. Take of oil of roses omphasin 20 ounces, oil of mastic 2 ounces, suet of a sheep and a calf, of each half a pound, litharge of gold and silver, red lead, of each 2 ounces. A taster full of wine, boil them by a gentle fire continually stirring it till it grow black, let the fire be hottest towards the latter end, then add turpentine half a pound, mastic 2 ounces, gum elemi 1 ounce. White wax as much as is sufficient, boil them a little, and make them into a plaster according to art. Culpeper. It potently cures wounds, old malignant ulcers, and is very drying. Emplastrum de mineo simplicius. Or, a plaster of red lead simple. College. Take of red lead 9 ounces, oil of red roses 1 pound and a half, white wine vinegar 6 ounces, boil it into the perfect body of a plaster. It is prepared without vinegar, thus, take of red lead 1 pound, oil of roses 1 pound and a half, wax half a pound, make it into a plaster according to art. Culpeper. It is a fine cooling healing plaster, and very drying. Emplastrum metroproptoticum. College. Take of mastic 1 ounce and a half, galbanum dissolved in red wine and strained, 6 drams, cypress turpentine 2 drams, cypress nuts, galls, of each 1 dram and a half, oil of nutmegs by expression 1 dram, musk 2 grains and a half. Pitch scraped off from old ships 2 drams and a half. Beat the galbanum, pitch, turpentine, and mastic gently in a hot mortar and pestle, towards the end, adding the oil of nutmegs, then the rest in powder, last of all the musk mixed with a little oil of mastic upon a marble. And by exact mixture make them into a plaster. Emplastrum nervinum. College. Take of oil of chamomile and roses, of each 2 ounces, of mastic, turpentine, and linseeds, of each 1 ounce and a half, turpentine boiled 4 ounces, rosemary, betony, horsedale, centaury the less, of each a handful. Earthworms washed and cleansed in wine 3 ounces, tops of St. John's wort a handful, mastic, gum elemi, madder roots, of each 10 drams, ship pitch, rosin, of each 1 ounce and a half, litharge of gold and silver, of each 2 ounces and a half, red lead 2 ounces, galbanum, sagapen, ammoniacum. Of each 3 drams. Boil the roots, herbs, and worms, in 1.5 pounds of wine till half be consumed, then press them out, and boil the decoction again with the oils, suets, litharge, and red lead. To the consumption of the wine, then add the gums dissolved in wine, afterwards the turpentine, rosin, pitch, and mastic, in powders and make them into a plaster according to art. Culpeper. It strengthens the brain and nerves, and then being applied to the back, down along the bone, it must needs add strength to the body. Emplastrum oxycrosium. College. Take of saffron, ship pitch, colophonium, yellow wax, of each 4 ounces, turpentine, galbanum, ammoniacum, myrrh, olibanum, mastic, of each 1 ounce and 3 drams. Let the pitch and colophonium be melted together, then add the wax, then, it being removed from the fire, the turpentine, afterwards the gums dissolved in vinegar, lastly the saffron in powder, well mixed with vinegar. And so make it into a plaster according to art. Culpeper. It is of a notable softening and discussing quality, helps broken bones, and any part molested with cold, old aches, stiffness of the limbs by reason of wounds, ulcers, fractures, or dislocations, and dissipates cold swellings. Emplastrum stephanium. College. Take of labdanum 1/2 ounce, styrax, juniper gum, of each 2 drams, amber, cypress, turpentine, of each 1 dram, red coral, mastic, of each 1/2 dram, the flowers of sage, red roses, the roots of orris florentine, of each 1 scruple. Rosin washed in rosewater 1/2 ounce, the rosin, labdanum, juniper gum, and turpentine, being gently beaten in a hot mortar, with a hot pestle, sprinkling in a few drops of red wine till they are in a body. Then put in the powders, and by diligent stirring make them into an exact plaster. Emplastrum stichticum. College. Take of oil of olive 6 ounces, yellow wax 1 ounce and a half, litharge in powder 4 ounces and a half, ammoniacum, bdellium, of each 1/2 ounce, galbanum, opopanax, oil of bays, lapis calaminaris, both sorts of birthwort, myrrh. Frankincense, of each 2 drams, pure turpentine 1 ounce. Let the oil, wax, and litharge be boiled together till it stick not to your fingers, then the mass being removed from the fire and cooled a little, and the gums dissolved in white wine vinegar, which evaporate away by boiling, strain it strongly. Then add the powders, turpentine, and oil of bays, that it may be made into a plaster according to art. Culpeper. It strengthens the nerves, draws out corruption, takes away pains and aches, and restores strength to members that have lost it, the last is most effectual. Emplastrum stomachicum magistrale. Or, a stomach plaster. College. Take of mints, wormwood, stoichas, bay leaves, of each a dram, marjoram, red roses, yellow sanders, of each 2 drams, calamus aromaticus, wood of aloes, lavender flowers, nutmegs, cubebs, galanga, long pepper, mace, of each a dram. Mastic 3 drams, cloves 2 drams and a half, oil of mints 1 ounce and a half, oil of nard 1 ounce, oil of spica dram, rosin, wax, of each 4 ounces, labdanum 3 ounces, styrax 1/2 ounce, make it into a plaster. Culpeper. Both this and the other of that name which you shall have by and by, strengthen the stomach exceedingly, help digestion and stay vomiting. Emplastrum seroma, or serenium. Niche. Alex. College. Take of pitch scraped from a ship that hath been a long time at sea, yellow wax, of each 7 drams, sagapenum 6 drams, ammoniacum, turpentine, colophonium, saffron, of each 4 drams, aloes, olibanum, myrrh, of each 3 drams. Styrax calamitis, mastic, opopanax, galbanum, alum, the seeds of fenugreek, of each 2 drams, the settlings or faces of liquid styrax, delium, of each 1 dram, litharge half a dram. Culpeper. It is of a gentle emollient nature, prevails against stoppings of the stomach, coming of cold, hardness of the spleen, coldness of the liver and matrix. Emplastrum gratia Dei. Niche. Or, the grace of God. College. Take of turpentine half a pound, rosin 1 pound, white wax 4 ounces, mastic an ounce, fresh betony, vervain, and burnet, of each 1 handful. Let the herbs, being bruised, be sufficiently boiled in white wine, the liquor pressed out, in which let the wax and rosin be boiled to the consumption of the liquor, being taken from the fire, let the turpentine be mixed with it. Lastly the mastic in powder, and so make of them a plaster according to art. Culpeper. It is excellent good in wounds and green ulcers, for it keeps back inflammations, cleanses and joins wounds, fills up ulcers with flesh. Emplastrum de Janua, or of betony. Nicholas. College. Take of the juice of betony, plantain, and smallage, of each 1 pound, wax, pitch, rosin, turpentine, of each half a pound, boil the wax and rosin in the juices with a gentle fire, continually stirring them till the juice be consumed. Then add the turpentine and pitch, continually stirring it till it be brought into the consistence of a plaster according to art. Emplastrum Isis epigoni. Galen. College. Take of yellow wax an 100 drams, turpentine 200 drams, scales of copper, verdigris, round birthwort, frankincense, sal ammoniac, ammoniacum, burnt brass of each 8 drams, burnt alum 6 drams, aloes, myrrh, galbanum. Of each an ounce and a half, old oil 1 pound, sharp vinegar so much as is sufficient. Let the metals be dissolved in the sun with the vinegar, then put in those things that may be melted, last of all the powders, and make them all into an emplaster. Culpeper. Galen appropriates it to the head, and ulcers there. I know no reason but why it may as well serve for other parts of the body. A plaster of mastic. Niche. Alex. College. Take of mastic, ship pitch, sagapenum, wax, of each 6 drams, ammoniacum, turpentine, colophonium, saffron, aloes, frankincense, myrrh, of each 3 drams, opopanax, galbanum, styrax, calamitis, alum, rondoletius appoints. And we for him, bitumen, fenugreek, of each 2 drams, the feces of liquid styrax, delium, litharge, of each half a dram, let the litharge, being beaten into powder, be boiled in a sufficient quantity of water. Then add the pitch, which being melted, add the wax and ammoniacum, afterwards let the sagapenum, opopanax, and galbanum be put in. Then the styrax and feces being mixed with the turpentine, last of all the colophonium, mastic, frankincense, delium, alum, myrrh, and fenugreek in powder, let them be made into a plaster. Culpeper. It strengthens the stomach, and helps digestion. Emplastrum nigrum. August. Called in. High Dutch Stikstaster. College. Take of colophonium, rosin, ship pitch, white wax, Roman vitriol, cerus, olibanum, myrrh, of each 8 ounces, oil of roses 7 ounces, oil of juniper berries 3 ounces, oil of eggs 2 ounces, oil of spic 1 ounce, white vitriol, red coral. Mummy, of each 2 ounces, earth of lemnos, mastic, dragon's blood, of each 1 ounce, the fat of an heron 1 ounce, the fat of pumulus 3 ounces, lodestone prepared, 2 ounces, earthworms prepared, camphire, of each 1 ounce. Make them into a plaster according to art. Culpeper. It is very good in green wounds and shootings. A key. 2. Galen's method of physic. The general use of physic. I shall desire thee, whoever thou art, that intendest the noble, though too much abused, study of physic, to mind heedfully these following rules. Which being well understood, shew thee the key of Galen and Hippocrates their method of physic. He that useth their method, and is not heedful of these rules, may soon cure one disease, and cause another more desperate. That thou mayest understand what I intend, it is to discover in a general way of the manifest virtues of medicines. I say of the manifest virtues, and qualities, viz. such as are obvious to the senses, especially to the taste and smell, for it hath been the practice of most physicians, in these latter ages as well as ours, to say, when they cannot give, nor are minded to study a reason, why an herb, plant, and hath such an operation, or produces such an effect in the body of man, it doth it by an hidden quality, for they not minding the whole creation, as one united body, not knowing what belongs to astral influence. Not regarding that excellent harmony the only wise God hath made in a composition of contraries, in the knowledge of which consists the whole ground and foundation of physic, are totally led astray by tradition. It is the manifest qualities of medicines that here I am to speak to, and you may be pleased to behold it in this order. Of the temperature of medicines. Of the appropriation of medicines. Of the properties of medicines. Section I. Of the temperature of medicines. Herbs, plants, and other medicines manifestly operate either by heat, coldness, dryness, or moisture, for the world being composed of so many qualities, they and only they can be found in the world, and the mixtures of them one with another. But that they may appear as clear as the sun when he is upon the meridian, I shall treat of them severally, and in this order. 1. Of medicines temperate. 2. Of medicines hot. 3. Of medicines cold. 4. Of medicines moist. 5. Of medicines dry. Of medicines temperate. If the world be composed of extremes, then it acts by extremes, for as the man is, so is his work, therefore it is impossible that any medicine can be temperate, but may be reduced to heat, cold, dryness, or moisture, and must operate. I mean such as operate by manifest quality, by one of these, because there is no other to operate by, and that there should be such a temperate mixture, so exquisitely of these qualities in any medicine. That one of them should not manifestly excel the other, I doubt it is a system too rare to find. Thus then I conclude the matter to be, those medicines are called temperate, not because they have excess of temperature at all in them, which can neither be said, to heat nor cool so much as will amount to the first degree of excess. For daily experience witnesses that they being added to medicines, change not their qualities, they make them neither hotter nor colder. Their use. They are used in such diseases where there is no manifest distemper of the first qualities, viz. heat and cold, for example. In obstruction of the bowels, where cold medicines might make the obstruction greater, and hot medicines cause a fever. In fevers of phlegm, where the cause is cold and moist, and the effect hot and dry. In such, use temperate medicines which may neither increase the fever by their heat, nor condensate the phlegm by their coldness. Besides, because contraries are taken away by their contraries, and every like maintained by its like, they are of great use, to preserve the constitution of the body temperate, and the body itself in strength and vigor. And may be used without danger, or fear of danger, by considering which part of the body is weak, and using such temperate medicines as are appropriated to that part. Of medicines hot. The care of the ancient physicians was such that they did not labor to hide from, but impart to posterity, not only the temperature of medicines in general, but also their degrees in temperature. That so the distempered part may be brought to its temperature, and no further. For all things which are of a contrary temperature, conduce not to cure, but the strength of the contrariety must be observed, that so the medicine may be neither weaker nor stronger, than just to take away the distemper. For if the distemper be but meanly hot, and you apply a medicine cold in the 4th degree, it is true, you may soon remove that distemper of heat, and bring another of cold twice as bad. Galen, de Simp. Med Facil. Lib 3. Cap. 12. Then, secondly, not only the distemper itself, but also the part of the body distempered must be heated. For if the head be distempered by heat, and you give such medicines as cool the heart or liver, you will bring another disease, and not cure the former. The degrees then of temperature are to be diligently heated, which antient physicians have concluded to be four in the qualities, viz. Heat and cold, of each we shall speak a word or two severally. Of medicines hot in the first degree. Those are said to be hot in the first degree, which induce a moderate and natural heat to the body, and to the parts thereof, either cold by nature, or cooled by accident, by which natural heat is cherished when weak, or restored when wanting. Effect 1. The first effect then of medicines hot in the first degree, is, by their sweat and temperate heat to reduce the body to its natural heat, as the fire doth the external parts in cold weather. Unless the affliction of cold be so great that such mild medicines will not serve the turn. Effect 2. The second effect is, the mitigation of pain arising from such a distemper, and indeed this effect hath other medicines, some that are cold, and some that are hotter than the first degree, they being rationally applied to the distemper. These medicines the Greeks call anodyna, and shall be spoken of in their proper places. In this place let it suffice that medicines hot in the first degree, make the offending humours thin, and expel them by sweat, or insensible transpiration, and these of all others are most congruous or agreeable to the body of man. For there is no such equal temperature of heat and cold in a sound man, but heat exceeds, for we live by heat and moisture, and not by cold. Medicines then which are hot in the first degree, are such as just correspond to the natural heat of our bodies. Such as are hotter or colder, are more subject to do mischief, being administered by an unskilful hand, than these are, because of their contrariety to nature, whereas these are grateful to the body by their moderate heat. Effect 3. Thirdly, these take away weariness, and help fevers, being outwardly applied, because they open the pores of the skin, and by their gentle heat prepare the humours, and take away those fuliginous vapours that are caused by fevers. Discommodities. Yet may discommodities arise by heedless giving even of these, which I would have young students in physic to be very careful in, lest they do more mischief than they are aware of, viz. It is possible by too much use of them, to consume not only what is inimical in the body, but also the substance itself, and the strength of the spirits, whence comes faintings, and sometimes death, besides. By applying them to the parts of the body they are not appropriated to, or by not heating well the complexion of the patient, or the natural temper of the part of the body afflicted, for the heart is hot, but the brain temperate. Effect 4. Lastly, medicines hot in the first degree, cherish heat in the internal parts, help concoction, breed good blood, and keep it good in temper, being bred. Of medicines hot in the second degree. These are something hotter than the natural temper of a man. Use. Their use for such whose stomachs are filled with moisture, because their faculty is too hot and dry. They take away obstructions or stoppings, open the pores of the skin, but not in the same manner that such do as are hot in the first degree, for they do it without force, by a gentle heat, concocting, and expelling the humours. By strengthening and helping nature in the work. But these cut tough humours, and scatter them by their own force and power when nature cannot. Of medicines hot in the third degree. Those which attain the third degree of heat, have the same faculties with those before mentioned. But as they are hotter, so are they more powerful in their operations, for they are so powerful in heating and cutting, that if unadvisedly given they cause fevers. Use. Their use is to cut tough and compacted humours, to provoke sweat abundantly. Hence it comes to pass they all of them resist poison. Of medicines hot in the fourth degree. Those medicines obtain the highest degree of heat, which are so hot that they burn the body of a man, being outwardly applied to it, and cause inflammations, or raise blisters, as crowfoot, mustard seed, onions, and of these more hereafter. Of cooling medicines. Physicians have also observed 4 degrees of coldness in medicines, which I shall briefly treat of in order. Of medicines cold in the first degree. Those medicines which are least cold of all, obtain the first degree of coldness. And I beseech you take notice of this, that seeing our bodies are nourished by heat, and we live by heat, therefore no cold medicines are friendly to the body, but what good they do our bodies, they do it by removing an unnatural heat. Or the body heated above its natural temper. The giving then of cold medicines to a man in his natural temper, the season of the year also being but moderately hot, extinguishes natural heat in the body of man. Yet have these a necessary use in them too, though not so frequent as hot medicines have, and that may be the reason why an all-wise God hath furnished us with far more hot herbs and plants, than cold. Use 1. Their use is first, in nourishment, that so the heat of food may be qualified, and made for a weak stomach to digest. Use 2. Secondly, to restrain and assuage the heat of the bowels, and to cool the blood in fevers. Therefore if the distemper of heat be but gentle, medicines cold in the first degree will suffice, also children, and such people whose stomachs are weak, are easily hurt by cold medicines. Of medicines cold in the second and third degree. Use 1. Such whose stomachs are strong, and livers hot, may easily bear such medicines as are cold in the second degree, and in cases of extremity find much help by them, as also by such as are cold in the third degree. The extremity of the disease considered, for by both these the unbridled heat of choler is assuaged. Use 2. Also they are outwardly applied to hot swellings, due consideration being had, that if the inflammation be not great, use those that are less. If the inflammation be vehement, make use of medicines cold in the second or third degree, always let the remedy correspond to the just proportion of the affliction. Use 3. Thirdly, sometimes the spirits are moved inordinately through heat, thence follows immoderate watchings, if not deprivation of the senses, this also must be remedied with cold medicines, for cold stops the pores of the skin, makes the humors thick, represses sweat, and keeps up the spirits from fainting. Of medicines cold in the fourth degree. Lastly, the use of medicines cold in the fourth degree, is, to mitigate desperate and vehement pains, stupefying the senses, when no other course can be taken to save life, of the use of which more hereafter. Of moistening medicines. There can be no such difference found amongst moistening medicines, that they should surpass the second degree. For seeing all medicines are either hot or cold, neither heat nor cold, seeing they are extremes, can consist with moisture, for the one dries it up, the other condensates it. Use. Philosophers therefore call moisture and dryness, passive qualities, yet have they their operation likewise, for moist medicines lenify and make slippery, ease the cough, and help the roughness of the throat. These operations are proper to medicines moist in the first degree. Those which are moister, take away naturally strength, help the sharpness of humors, make both blood and spirits thicker, looses the belly, and fits it for purgation. The immoderate or indiscreet use of them dulls the body, and makes it unfit for action. Of drying medicines. Drying medicines have contrary faculties to these, viz. To consume moisture, stop fluxes, and make such parts dry as are slippery, they make the body and members firm, when they are weakened by too much moisture, that so they may perform their proper functions. Yet although the members be strengthened by drying medicines, they have notwithstanding their own proper moisture in them, which ought to be conserved, and not destroyed. For without it they cannot consist, if then this moisture be consumed by using, or rather over use of drying medicines, the members can neither be nourished, nor yet perform their proper actions. Such medicines as are dry in the third degree, being unadvisedly given, hinder the parts of the body they are appropriated to, of their nourishment, and by that means brings them into consumption. Besides, there is a certain moisture in the body of man, which is called radical moisture, which being taken away, the parts must needs die, seeing natural heat and life also consists in it. And this may be done by too frequent use of medicines dry in the fourth degree, and it may be this was the reason of Galen's writing, that things dry in the fourth degree, must of necessity burn. Which is an effect of heat, and not of dryness, unless by burning, Galen means consuming the radical moisture. The use then of drying medicines, is only to such bodies, and parts of the body, as abound with moisture, in which observe these rules. 1. If the moisture be not extreme, let not the medicine be extremely drying. 2. Let it be proper to the part of the body afflicted, for if the liver be afflicted by moisture, and you go about to dry the brain or heart, you may sooner kill than cure. Thus have we briefly spoken of the first qualities of medicines, and in the general only, and but briefly, because we shall always touch upon them in the exposition of the other qualities, in which you must always have an eye to these. Section 2. Of the appropriation of medicines to the several parts of the body. That the qualities and use of these medicines may be found out, and understood by every one, and so my country reap the benefit of my labor, they shall find them presented to their view in this order. Medicines appropriated. 1. To the head. 2. To the breast and lungs. 3. To the heart. 4. To the stomach. 5. To the liver. 6. To the spleen. 7. To the reins and bladder. 8. To the womb. 9. To the joints. Chapter 1. Of medicines appropriated to the head. By head is usually understood all that part of the body which is between the top of the crown, and the uppermost joint of the neck, yet are those medicines properly called cephalical, which are appropriated to the brain, not to the eyes, ears, nor teeth. Neither are those medicines which are proper to the ears, proper also to the eyes, therefore, my intent being to write as plain as I can, I shall subdivide this chapter into these parts. Medicines appropriated. 1. To the brain. 2. To the eyes. 3. To the mouth and nostrils. 4. To the ears. 5. To the teeth. For what medicines are appropriated to an unruly tongue, is not in my power at present to determine. Of medicines appropriated to the brain. Before we treat of medicines appropriated to the brain, it is requisite that we describe what the nature and affection of the brain is. The brain, which is the seat of apprehension, judgment, and memory, the original of sense and motion, is by nature temperate, and if so, then you will grant me that it may easily be afflicted both by heat and cold. And it is indeed more subject to affliction by either of them, than any other part of the body, for if it be afflicted by heat, sense and reason, it is immoderately moved, if by cold, they languish, and are dulled. To pass by other symptoms which invade the head, if the brain be altered from its proper temper. Also this is peculiar to the brain, that it is delighted or offended by smells, sights, and sounds, but I shall meddle no further with these here, because they are not medicines. Cephalical medicines may be found out from the affections of the brain itself. The brain is usually oppressed with moisture in such afflictions. Therefore give such medicines as very gently warm, cleanse, cut, and dry, but withal, let them be such as are appropriated to the head, such as physicians say, by an hidden quality, strengthen the brain. Again, if you consider the situation of the brain, you shall find it placed in the highest part of the body, therefore it is easily afflicted with hot vapors, this punishes a man with watching and headache. As the former did with sottishness and sleepiness, in such cases use such cephalecs as gently cool the brain. To make cephalecs of narcotics, or stupefying medicines, is not my intent, for I am confident they are inimical both to brain and senses. Of these, and such medicines as also purge the brain, I shall speak by and by. To return to my purpose. Some cephalics purge the brain, some heat it, some cool it, some strengthen it. But how they perform this office peculiarly to the brain, most physicians confess they could neither comprehend by reason, nor describe by precepts, only thus, they do it by an hidden quality, either by strengthening the brain, thereby descending it from diseases, or by a certain antipathy between them and the diseases incident to the brain. Lastly, for the use of cephalics, observe, if the brain be much afflicted, you cannot well strengthen it before you have purged it, neither can you well purge the brain before you have cleansed the rest of the body. It is so subject to receive the vapors up to it. Give cooling cephalics when the brain is too hot, and hot cephalics when it is too cold. Beware of using cooling medicines to the brain when the crisis of a disease is near. How that time may be known, I shall, God assisting me, instruct you hereafter. Let it suffice now, that according as the disease afflicting your head is, so let your remedy be. Of medicines appropriated to the eyes. Take such medicines as are appropriated to the eyes under the name of ocular medicines. I do it partly to avoid multiplicity of words, and partly to instruct my countrymen in the terms of art belonging to physic. I would have called them ophthalmics, had not the word been troublesome to the reading, much more to the understanding of a countryman, as I even now called such medicines, cephalics, as were appropriated to the brain. Ocular medicines are twofold, viz. Such as are referred to the visive virtues, and such as are referred to the eyes themselves. Such as strengthen the visive virtue or the optic nerves which convey it to the eyes, say doctors, do it by an hidden virtue, into the reason which no man can dive. Unless they should fetch it from the similitude of the substance, and yet they say a goat's liver conduces much to make one see in the night, and they give this reason, because goats see as well in the night as in the day. Yet is there no affinity in temperature nor substance between the liver and the eyes. However, astrologers know well enough that all herbs, plants, and that are under the dominion of either sun or moon, and appropriated to the head, be they hot or cold, they strengthen the visive virtue, as eyebright, which is hot, lunaria, or moonwort, which is cold. As for what appertains to the constitution of the eyes themselves, seeing they are exact in sense, they will not endure the least inconvenience. Therefore such medicines as are outwardly applied to them, for such medicines as strengthen the visive virtues are always given inwardly, let them neither hurt by their hardness nor gnawing quality, nor be so tough that they should stick to them. Therefore let ocular medicines be neither in powders nor ointments, because oil itself is offensive to the eyes, and how pleasing powders are to them, you may perceive yourself by just going into the dust. Medicines appropriated to the mouth and nose. Apply no stinking medicine to a disease in the nose, for such offend not only the nose, but also the brain. Neither administer medicines of any ill taste to a disease in the mouth, for that subverts the stomach, because the tunicle of the mouth and of the stomach is the same, and because both mouth and nostrils are ways by which the brain is cleansed. Therefore are they infected with such vices as need almost continual cleansing, and let the medicines you apply to them be either pleasant, or at least, not ingrateful. Medicines appropriated to the ears. The ears are easily afflicted by cold, because they are always open, therefore they require hot medicines. And because they are of themselves very dry, therefore they require medicines which dry much. Medicines appropriated to the teeth. Vehement heat, and vehement cold, are inimical to the teeth, but they are most of all offended by sharp and sour things, and the reason is, because they have neither skin nor flesh to cover them. They delight in such medicines as are cleansing and binding, because they are troubled with defluxions and rheums upon every light occasion. And that's the reason the common use of fat and sweet things soon rots the teeth. Chapter 2. Of medicines appropriated to the breast and lungs. The medicines appropriated to the breast and lungs, you shall find called all along by the name of pectorals. That's the term physicians give them, when you heat them talk of pectoral syrups, pectoral rose, or pectoral ointments. They are divers, some of which regard the part afflicted, others the matter afflicting. But although sometimes in ulcers of the lungs, we are forced to use binding medicines, to join the ulcer, yet are not these called pectorals, because binding medicines are extreme hurtful to the breast and lungs. Both because they hinder one's fetching his breath, and also because they hinder the avoiding that phlegm by which the breast is oppressed. Such medicines are called pectorals, which are of a lenifying nature. Besides, those which make thin matter thicker are of two sorts, viz. Some are mild and gentle, which may safely be administered, be the matter hot or cold which offendeth. Others are very cold, which are used only when the matter offending is sharp. But because such medicines as conduce to the cure of the tizics, which is an ulceration of the lungs, and the disease usually called, the consumption of the lungs, are also reckoned in amongst pectorals, it is not amiss to speak a word or two of them. In the cure of this disease are three things to be regarded. 1. To cut and bring away the concreted blood. 2. To cherish and strengthen the lungs. 3. To conlutinate the ulcer. And indeed some particular simples will perform all these, and physicians confess it. Which shews the wonderful mystery the all-wise God hath made in the creation, that one and the same simple should perform two contrary operations on the same part of the body, for the more a medicine cleanses, the more it conlutinates. To conclude then, pectoral medicines are such as either cut and cleanse out the compacted humours from the arteries of the lungs, or make thin defluxions thick, or temper those that are sharp, help the roughness of the windpipe. Or are generally lenitive and softening, being outwardly applied to the breast. Chapter 3. Of medicines appropriated to the heart. These are they which are generally given under the notion of cordials, take them under that name here.